which gives me that formula. But that formula only works if both of them are in the center. But my circle isn't. So I might be able to modify that equation so it's gonna work for a shifted circle. And then I can just apply every transformation that I did in reverse just to get the original point of intersection.
So are you saying when the ellipse and the circle intersect, that's where you get an accurate measurement?
That's where they intersect, which is the first step of my algorithm. Because like if I only have two circles, then the two intersections are already the answer. But if I have three, I still have to iterate a little more. But the intersections are very good starting points. So that's why I'm searching for them.
Try 2 lines in 1 circle, man. Do 3, but do 2 straight lines in 1 circle.
Sorry?
Instead of doing 2 circles, do 1 circle and 2 straight lines. And then where the 2 lines cross, draw your circle right there to line up with the other circle.
No, I already have the circles drawn in the right places. I need the XYZ coordinates of their intersection.
But you just said that you could move the ellipsoid right of the sphere or of the circle. Sorry. So
yeah, because I know the direction of the ellipse, so I can rotate the whole thing. Let's say I know. For example, that the ellipse is rotated 15 degrees above the x-axis, so I can rotate
compared to the circle, right?
Yeah, I can just reverse that, find the intersection, then rotate it again to get the original.
See the deviation between the ellipsoid and the circle.
The deviation? What do you mean? What do you mean?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Like,
yeah, I'm not very good at communicating this stuff. Maybe if I draw, let me draw it.
Yeah, chuck a little doodle in.
You're just gonna draw a circle and then a fucking angled ellipse-looking circle, right?
But there's some sort of importance between the relationship between these two. But you said that you could move the ellipsoid right of the circle. I don't get how wouldn't that make it arbitrary? You're just moving it to meet the requirement you want.
Yeah, but if I know how much it moved, I can just move it back.
If he knows the angle, then he could assume the original assumption that it.
Yeah, let me draw an example. Okay, so let's say this is the original way they are oriented, right? So I just added some lines here.
I don't see nothing. Can anybody else see anything?
Yeah, I can see the picture. Maybe it's just loading for you.
Yeah, so like I know this angle here. So I can rotate the whole thing, this angle, and get the ellipse to be in the side of the circle. Like this.
Why can't I see this, man?
I don't know.
Close Discord and reopen it. You might be all right.
And I can move the whole thing also to the right just to put this ellipse in the center. Because I think it's easier to play with the equation of the circle than the equation of the ellipse. So I think it's easier if I have the ellipse on the center. And then once I get those points, I just apply the same transformation that I did, but in reverse. So I'm going to get the original intersection points in 3D space. And then I just get latitude and longitude back from that XYZ coordinate. I already have it working, but if I can do with this Newton method that Gummy Bear found, I think it's gonna be a better algorithm. It's gonna be a little bit more precise and require a little less computational power.
You know what's funny about Gummy Bear? Or I'm sorry, what's funny about bacon? Bacon, you know that when I did mine, I did my program. All I did, I didn't even figure it out computationally. I literally just made the circles.
Yeah, I realized that you don't output any coordinate, right?
Yeah, output. Yeah, I wouldn't even know where the location was. Like
Yeah,
I made an equation that does that, but that program that shows the picture doesn't do it computationally.
right. Oh, but you ended up with an equation that can get your coordinate.
Yeah, but it's totally separate from that because for that one, all I did for that one was I drew 3 circles. That's all I did.
Yeah, I saw that there was no output. I wasn't sure that it couldn't give you coordinates, but I was suspecting it didn't.
No, I'll come with you. Hold on, babe. I keep unmuting. Oh, sorry.
Yo, stop talking to Bacon like that.
Alright, sorry about that. Because I'm muting the wrong time.
I figure out you can get a very precise position fix with a simple sphere on Blender. It actually works very very well. Like you don't need to do any math. You can actually just create a sphere on Blender and do the fixing there, and it works very very precisely.
Sorry. Yeah, so that's just cool about the way you're doing it though, Bacon, is you're trying to do it completely from scratch. So it's totally different, yeah. Well, not completely from scratch. I mean, from the equations.
So how does your equations work? I mean, did it analytically?
No, I did no. So the way I did it was totally separate. I did the equation for the intersection between 3 planes. But no, what is it? Yeah, the intersection of 3 planes. That's the equation I use.
Oh, so you use this.
It's a totally different. You got. That's what somebody showed me that, and I was like, oh wait, okay. So I just did the intersection of 3 planes.
Right.
Is this also you don't have to conjure a flat Earth to get your angle measurements?
Oh, you can try to do on flat Earth. It just doesn't work. I mean, if it worked on a flat Earth, I wouldn't have to bother with intersection of ellipses. I could just use circles, right?
But when you do it on a globe, you do it on a flat Earth, right?
No,
because you need a
on
flat
the globe.
plane.
Yeah, which is not the Earth. It's a plane of intersection with the globe. It's not representative of the surface.
So
how is it relevant?
You need to create a plane.
Yes, which is not the surface of the Earth. It represents a plane that goes through the Earth. So how is that relevant?
Each of those circles at equal altitude on the Earth would be the planes. Yeah.
I mean, just because there's the word plane there doesn't mean like it's going in our favor.
Yeah, every line of latitude is a plane, is a parallel plane basically, but those planes are completely conceptual. Like it's not a real plane. Same thing with the planes from the circle of equal altitude. It's a plane that cuts through the Earth, but this is obviously just a conceptual.
Y'all are so quick to make assumptions, though, with all that, you know. Y'all just assume the assumptions are gospel, you know. The
what
center of the Earth,
assumption?
and it's all parallel, and that you could just transfer the fucking measurements that you didn't make them from the center of the Earth. Why are you transferring them to there? I mean, it works, okay. You make it work, but that's you know, to make that assumption and treat it as gospel is not honest, in my opinion.
Oh, we're not treating as gospel. We're treating as the assumptions that work. That's the only assumption that we have so far that actually work. Like you might argue that those assumptions don't map reality. Maybe that's true, but those are still the assumptions that we use.
But with your paradigm you're using, because you're only using one paradigm, it only works this way, right?
Yeah, find another paradigm that works, and I'm going to use it.
Or use a different paradigm instead of being hook, line, and
present one. You just present one. Like if you present a paradigm that works, I'm more than happy to consider it.
Once you plot out that,
got a point,
just get you in GeoGebra. Why don't you try and plot that on the 8
Well, from what I know, you've only dug 8 miles down, but yet you're still conjuring this middle part of Earth that you're getting measurements from.
Yeah, it kind of comes down to like if you're comparing it up against the already reverse engineered model, then no wonder it's working out for you. I guess the real question is, how does that actually relate to the actual Earth? And that's where we'd have to get out of our houses, out in front of it, out from behind the computer and actually out into the world to actually measure how things are working in the world, not just compared to a model that's already been reverse engineered, in my opinion.
I mean, whenever I heard that it's reverse engineered to match what we see, it basically, to me, sounds like you're saying it matches observation. Like it's reverse engineered to match observation. Sure, that's great, actually.
No, just like I said earlier, it's the paradigm that you go on to try and confirm. You're trying to confirm a paradigm.
No, yeah, I'm not trying to confirm anything. Wait. I wasn't making any claims on the shape of the Earth. I was explaining how the method works.
Yeah, because Bacon is actually an exception in this rule, y'all. He's a straight shooter, I think. But yeah, but what we're saying, Bacon, is most of them do like I said, treat it as gospel and all that because it works and all that. But yeah, I think Bacon's an exception in that.
I'm a straight shooter as well, right?
Yeah, you're a straight shooter. You miss half the time, but at least you shoot straight. No, but really, Bacon. But you said though, that's not what they mean when they say that. When they say reverse engineering, they don't. Yeah, when they say reverse engineering, they don't mean that it's engineered. Like they're not saying that what we're doing is engineered off of observations. They're saying that like the flat Earth or whatever, it's reverse engineered from whatever is true. We can just make up what's true after the fact.
What he means is everything is measured as flat and transferred.
Yeah, but the problem with that is the problem is that the flat Earth is not even in that engineering. Like, it's not reverse engineered from the flat Earth. So it's like if the observations of the globe.
What we're trying to say is
but if the observations for the globe match the actual observations, and the observations that are meant to match the flat Earth don't match anything, then it kind of tells you something. Because if it's reverse engineered from the observations and the flat Earth's not even involved.
No, you have to take steps to make it work.
If it was a globe, we would expect this result, and lo and behold, you end up getting that result. That's reverse engineer. You get the answer you want.
But why isn't that true with the flat Earth then? Why is the flat Earth involved in it? Reverse engineering?
Oh, my claim was that this is the only one that we have that works so far is this one. You might argue that doesn't mean this is the correct one. You might be able to, if you have enough resources to make it work on a flat surface. I mean, go ahead. Like, but before anyone does that, this is in fact the only one that still works.
Flat surface. So you don't conjure a flat surface. You're saying you can try this with the flat surface, but you already do it in the globe model with a flat surface.
And we don't.
Not flat Earth. Yeah, you might see planes. Wait, one second. You might see planes popping up in the process that I'm doing, but none of those planes are representative of the surface of the Earth.
Well, you're using the angles from a flat baseline, but you're also using the co-altitudes. So that's assuming a flat line in the sky too, fucking parallel. So why would you deny that?
Yeah, and I'm not denying that. It assumes parallel lines. Sure. It's definitely
what's assumed. Is flat, and then you're just moving it to the center. I'll give you that that it works. I see it works, but it's, you know, all I was saying is that it, you know, it's fucking, and to some people that's a stretch, man. You know, just so we could take steps. Well, we should for flat Earth just take a few steps the way they take steps on the globe to make it work. That's kind of what I'm working on, man. But you know, but until we do that, I'm not gonna try and shoot the method down.
Dude,
It's working, but I don't know, man.
you know, I just realized gummy bear. They're not good. I keep calling fucking bacon gummy bear. Man. Bacon. I just realized something. You can actually show pictorially, like a geometric proof, that circles equal altitude only work on a sphere. Think about that, dude.
No, I know they only work in sphere.
Okay, so then
I know, but I'm saying. I mean, you can show visually, like you can visually show pictorially that it only works on a sphere. Because if you place a circle, if there's a circle of the altitude above any shape, a flat plane, cube, anything, and then you place that circle perfectly down onto the thing, it's not going to make a perfect circle, except for anything except for a sphere.
I know I have that. I have those circles projected into projections.
Yeah,
wait a minute.
Using longitude and latitude, how could you? I mean, if we're using longitude and we're pretty much converging our fucking grid lines on two antipodes, then how could it work? How on anything else? That's not honest, man. You're sitting there taking a longitude, latitude, a two-dimensional. You're having to use 2 dimensions on a sphere. So if we give you that, okay, I'll let you say that the globe surface is 2 dimensions, but and using longitude, latitudes, converging them at antipodes, and then trying to use it as proof. Like, that's fucking ridiculous, dude.
I'm not using it as proof. I'm not doing that.
I was talking to Kosho.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when I said the circles don't work, is that like you might get celestial navigation to work on flat surface, but not with the circles of equal altitude being circles.
Here's a question: What does circle of equal altitude mean? Does that not mean equal altitude in the whole circle? How do you get that on a globe?
You know what the altitude stands for in the circle? What's your guess on the word altitude? In elevation of what?
Away from the surface? I don't know.
No.
When you say what do you mean when you say the phrase equal altitude?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to explain you. It has nothing to do with your elevation. I'm about to answer your question, if you allow me. It's a circle in which every point on that circumference, you'd see that same celestial body with the same elevation angle. It's not about your elevation. Right. It's elevation angle of the celestial body.
Right, but if you can't, but one of them works on either model, you know. But then 2 of them, you know what I'm saying? On a globe, I got to ask you. I got to ask if the bottom lines are parallel with each other. You know, the way you. I ain't gonna go through that again. I'll let y'all do it.
Right. Well, you might get like a navigation to work on flat surface, but if they already work on a globe with the circles being circles, they cannot keep being circles when you're translating reality to a flat surface. Like if you wanna translate what's already working into a flat surface, the shapes of the circles.
Why are you saying it's on a sphere though? I mean, it's pretty much turning the fucking it's turning the circle down flat, right? You're getting declination and right ascensions. I mean, it's only the calculations. I mean, it's only the like after the GPs or whatever that you're translating it to a sphere. I mean, I mean, dude, and I know for a fact now that the AE map was what was used for fucking celestial navigation too, man, with them arms. But I still haven't worked it out 100% yet. But that's exactly what it was for. It was for navigating, man. The AE map, and it worked.
Yeah, but it doesn't work that well. Like, and it doesn't work that well in the southern hemisphere mainly. because
the distance is only like you can only measure distance from North Pole out on an AE map. You know that.
yeah, like for example, if you're using
why would you
Polaris,
say that? Why
Because
would you say
that's exactly what you use it for.
Yeah, but okay. So what distances are you trying to get besides that when you're talking?
What about if I wanted to navigate from, I don't know, South Africa?
No, we're not talking about I'm not talking about navigating. I'm talking about getting your position. I'm talking about just getting a fix. Like if the azimuth is a circle around Polaris, what's the difference if it's a flatter globe?
Because the distances east and west are different than the globe, and many times like you're not.
I'm talking about for the azimuth, man.
Yeah, for the azimuth of the North Pole is the same.
So there's a difference. So there's difference. 360. It goes from 0 to 360. How can it be different than anything?
Yeah, but the distance.
The azimuth. The azimuth from the North Pole is gonna be exactly the same in both sphere and AE projection. But that's more or less it. That's almost the only thing you have in common with them.
Okay. Now, as far as the declination. Okay. Now, where's distance in declination? Please tell me.
Sorry, what was the question?
Well, once I get my my right ascension, now I'm gonna get my fucking declination, right? Where's their distance in declination?
I don't even know why you're trying to combine the two.
I didn't.
No, I think what he's asking is on the center point. If both are
I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need my declination. Okay. B-ball, you don't even know what we're talking about.
Your declination only works on the globe also.
No, the declination is gonna work the same. It's the only one that's gonna be the same for both AE map and globe.
Yeah, because AE map, because AE map is equal distance between latitudes.
But not the right ascension. And the right ascension.
Yeah, but but the declination, the maps look the same, but the angles, like if you were actually talking about the angles away from like the elevation or whatever, it wouldn't show up the same. So let's say you were on the prime meridian.
I'm just asking, to get the GP. All I'm saying is to get the GP, we're not using distances, man. That was my whole point.
Well, yeah, you are. You mean you get the position of it, and then you get the distance from the position. But I see what you're saying. You're saying using the right ascension and declination to get the position, not the distance. You use the angle to get the distance.
Yeah, that's all we have to work with, initially. Is the you can't get a distance if you don't even know where the fuck the position is. You understand what I'm saying? If you don't know where the position is, but I know there's a way to do it. You could say, hey, we know the angle of this or that, but look, that still doesn't help you if you don't know where the star is.
The elevation angle will give you the distance, so you'll know you're that distance from that GP.
Right, but
you just don't know where that GP is.
Saying. A distance to what?
To wherever you're trying to go.
I mean, I know, but you won't know where you are. If you don't know where the star is, okay, then you don't know where you are. So distance is irrelevant at first.
Yeah, at first, but that's why you look up the almanac. So then you know where the star is.
All the plotting and all that shit comes in, and that's all I was saying, man. As far as getting the angles and shit, man, I don't see why you don't think that would work on the map. But I don't know, man. I'm still looking into it. I just it's like I said, the distances and all that shit ain't really, to get the position of the stars, you kind of got to work out the angles and shit, get the declination, and you got to fucking transfer. It's stupid that they only give one fucking star. Aries. And what is stupid,
Robot, man.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Brian.
You killed me, dude.
Robot.
Aries has it lined up with the equinox in 2000. Oh shit.
No, you're good now.
Still?
Yeah, you were roboting. That's why.
It's 2,000 years. Like, dude, that almost tells you, like, if Aries lined up with the fucking equinox, if 2,000 years ago, and now it's in Pisces, and it's 2 phases out. That almost tells you, dude, there was other fucking civilizations using this shit, and it's just been passed down, passed down, passed down. I know they tell us a story that sounds feasible and all that, but I'm not sure I believe it, man. Because, like I said, why would they use Aries? Why would they use Aries?
They didn't have sexes before, man.
It's not talking about that. It's talking about.
Why?
It sounds like it's talking about the tropics.
Yeah.
And why they're out of date.
But yeah, you're right. The Aries, the first point of Aries, or whatever. They call that because it's a what do you call that?
Precession of the equinox. It's not been in Aries, for fucking 2,000 years. It doesn't make sense.
4,000.
Is it 1,000?
4.
I think 2,000 is right.
4,000. 2,000 years ago, it ran out.
Yeah, but they call it the first point of Aries because on the equinox, the exact moment of the equinox, they're on the constellation that's right there. But yeah, you're right. 2,000 years ago, they changed. It was changed.
It ran out. Yeah, 2,000 years ago, it would have been the age of Pisces, which would have been, I don't know. I don't know what the tropics would have been, but would have been different. And now we're apparently coming into the age of Aquarius.
But that's like I said. They just call it that. They call it the circle of Aries. They call it the first point of Aries as a.
Well, it's about what zodiac you see during the equinox and the
vernal equinox and the
right.
in the autumn, or the what you call it, the fucking
yeah, that tells you what age you're in.
I was saying they call it that just because it's a name, but they don't use Aries. They just call that for the name.
Right? Yeah, we get that.
Like
we're not held up on that. We're held up on why we still call the tropics Cancer and Capricorn.
Oh yeah.
I'm just pissed off, really, that they only use one star. Like, they're gonna use the planets and all this shit, and inside, it's pretty much inside the ecliptic, the sun, the fucking moon, and one star. It's just fucking. It just pissed me off. I don't know why. It fucking hurts me.
Well,
because you got to do all these corrections, all this shit to get the fucking GP, all this other bullshit. It's
you got to think about it. You got to think about it. That they do that because it's like the prime meridian on Earth and the equator. Like that's where we have the prime meridian. We have Greenwich Mean Time. It's because if they don't make a 0, then you just don't have a place. So that's why the first point of Aries.
I understand that, man. They've made it impossible to paint a big picture, man. Like to look at the stars, they made it where you really got to look into it and do it, and fucking and you got to. It's just a hell of an effort to paint a big picture. They've just made it where fucking it's not worth the time to take to paint a big picture, man. If I'm not gonna ever use the shit. It just seems like unnecessarily complicated, man. In my opinion.
They're just factoring. I mean, reality isn't supposed to be simple, right? So if things don't match very well in reality, and you try to map that into a model, that model is also going to be a bit complicated.
Yeah, but either way, if you don't have a prime meridian or you don't have a center point, like for your grid, you can't make a grid system. So it's like you got to make an arbitrary first point of Aries or whatever you want to make as the your 0 point. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to use the stars at all to navigate. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The whole thing is going to take to get it to work on an A map is going to be something different than or some other map is going to make a different grids, like square grids. I heard that the Air Force, or either the Navy or the Air Force, uses square grids.
Yeah, for the Earth.
Square grids, like a naked rectangular projection.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, not just that, but like they have like different. Yeah, they have like small areas gridded out, like the same way England does that. They have like little sections of the country, just like little square sections. But you can do that if you're only using little sections, but you can't do that if you combine them all together.
But there wouldn't be square on a globe.
You know what square means, right?
Exactly. That's why no, they would if you like zoom in, you can
It'd
then
be
treat
like a
them as squares.
five-sided square, wouldn't it?
No, they're just gonna be
It'd be
squished.
a warped square. Yeah, squished.
Yeah, but the more but the more you zoom in, like the smaller is the area, the less the squished they are. They're just gonna look.
The more accurate you can do it using planar.
Yes, because the smaller is the piece of a surface, a sphere, the closer it looks like a plane.
The discrepancy is inadmissible, is basically what you're saying. Well, not inadmissible, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, we've heard it before.
But Kosho, I think you gave me a very good idea, because if I can if I can just turn those two circles into planes and find their intersection, it's gonna be a line, right? I'm gonna get a line out of it, right? And
exactly.
But if I get a line, I know exactly the x-axis.
Exactly. Yeah.
And if I know the x-axis, I know the y-axis because I have the form of the circle. So then I don't even need an iterative method. I can do it analytically, right? Can get
exactly.
So
exactly right. Yeah. If you intersect two planes intersect, it makes a line. But three planes intersect make like a circle. Hold on. No, a point. Yeah. That's right. Make a point. Hold on. Sorry, I got the door.
But even after you get the GPs, when you go to like if you use like the ABC method or whatever to fucking get your line, the fucking tangent is it's not a horizontal tangent, man. It's a fucking vertical tangent. Like you're using the sine of the latitude. You're still using them circles flat on the ground, man.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Yeah, I didn't get what you said.
It's so like we're not doing like trying to get the height of the opposite side or some shit, dude. We're fucking figuring the fucking the latitudes, and like I said, the tangent is basically
what tangent? What tangent are you referring to?
The tangent ratio to fucking ABC. I mean,
the tangent function, you mean?
Method. Yeah, an ABC method, right? It's not. I mean, it's not a tangent function like fucking like spherical standing upright. It's still referring to the fucking the sine and or the cosine of the fucking latitude and the what you call it, the fucking the right ascension and shit. It's not, in other words, it's not I'm not staring at the equation right now, but it's not talking about a tangent like the tangent to the sphere. It's the ratio.
Which equation?
The ABC method.
What is that?
Once you get the GPs for the stars, okay, you got to get the line of position and shit, okay, to get the fucking really to get. Hold on a minute. Let me pull it up. I'm not looking at it. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Hey, Bibo, if the Earth spins as fast as that, why don't we feel it?
All right. That would be crazy.
The question, like, why don't we get ejected to outer space, wouldn't make a lot more sense.
Yeah.
You can tell it's spinning because it's not spinning.
How fast do you think it's spinning right here?
You can tell it's spinning really fast because it's not really spinning at all.
Yeah.
I think it's taking like 1.5 seconds for a full turn.
Bibo, on that first one you posted, see how you can see that line all the way from the sun to the base of your feet there? That can only happen over a planar surface. A globe that line would break because of the curvature, and you would never get that line coming all the way to your feet. Another indication of the planar nature of the Earth.
I think if the Earth was a lot smaller, you'd see that.
That didn't really address what I said.
Well, hold on. Let me show you something.
The curvature should not allow for that line to go all the way from the sun. The light would have to somehow. Well, it's just impossible. It's not possible to happen.
Yeah. If the like I said, if the Earth was a lot smaller,
and it doesn't. Yeah, that's a good point you made, Gio. Exactly. The sun, the actual sun comes to your feet across the ocean, but if it's curved, it doesn't, because the curvature is the problem there for you. Well said, Gio. That's nice.
It's not really a problem. The point of the two pictures is I can replicate the sunset.
Like this, I'm just posting. If you had a curved surface, that line would get broken. You wouldn't see the line all the way to your feet.
Yeah, but the Earth would have to be a lot smaller.
What do you mean? What does that mean? A globe Earth idea? What are you talking about?
So you're saying that you don't see because you don't believe the Earth is curved. That's why we don't see that long line. Is that what you're saying?
When the sun is setting, you can see a line, a reflection off the water, all the way from the sun to your feet. If you're standing on the beach, that line could only happen if it's a planar surface and the sun's light the sun is above the plane and it's due to perspective. You're going to get that line. It's a straight line.
Well, how do you
like the one I just posted?
know how long?
If the surface was curved, that reflection would get broken, and you would not get that reflection to your feet. Yeah, that's what I would expect if the Earth was a globe.
But how long do you think that reflection is?
Depends on the conditions, but a couple thousand miles as the sun setting.
Yeah, but in the size of the Earth, I think that reflection will be a lot longer. You know what I mean? It seems like it's long because we're close to the surface. If that makes any sense.
No, what was it you were trying to say though? If the Earth was smaller.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going with that. You're saying if a globe Earth was smaller?
So you're saying because we don't see that reflection, the Earth has to be flat, right? Only on a curved surface you wouldn't see that. Is that what you're saying?
Well, how would the light get over?
I never really got this
how would the light get
Can you see the meme I just posted?
Yeah, I see the meme. I've seen it before, but I don't.
I mean, they're just taking a curved thing and a flat thing and showing on a small scale and what we actually see.
So
how would the light get over a curving?
All right, hold on. So if I was to shrink myself down really, really small in that curved surface, how long do you think that reflection would be? A lot longer, right?
You wouldn't see it at all on a curved surface because the hump or the curve would block it. So all you would see is a sunset with no reflection on the water.
So the larger the Earth is, the longer that reflection is going to be. The smaller the Earth is, the smaller that reflection is going to be. That's
the opposite. Because the larger the Earth is, the larger the curve is.
No, but that curve.
That
curve is really
the larger the boundary that would stop the light.
No, the curve
in that.
The top. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The curve in the picture there is far more pronounced than the curve of the Earth on the globe model.
Exactly.
That's why
that's not
you
relevant.
Would have to
any amount of curve,
yourself.
Any amount of
that's
not relevant.
Yourself. You can see how there's some of the reflection of the yellow way up front. That's where, if you were to scale that first top image, that's where we actually are on that piece of paper or whatever they're using.
We're not arguing whether the light can go around corners
away when you put it to actual scale.
Is this what we're arguing? Whether light can go around corners? Some in the camp of light can go around corners and some can't.
No one's saying that. No one's saying that.
So you're not saying that, okay?
No one's
So,
saying
but
that.
you would still believe you could see the light going over the curve, even though light doesn't go around corners, right?
In this case, it's not even the light
depends on
going
which
around.
observation you're talking about.
They come up
So
with
there's a
all kinds of
boundary in the way of
explanations.
light.
They come up with all kinds of explanation about how light bends around, so we see things as if the Earth is actually a planar surface. They already do that, but with this, you can't even do that because this you have light that's supposed to be coming from the sun. It's reflecting off of the actual surface of the water and then traveling all the way to your feet.
Yeah,
So
but how on that bottom?
there's no bendy light that even could explain.
No,
it.
it's not
In that
reflecting
bottom-
from. Wait. It's not reflecting from the water to your feet. It's reflecting from the water even when the water is close to your feet, because the water is bumpy. So you always have at some point in the water an angle that reflects the sun.
Right, and so if you have a hump of the Earth curve between you and the sun, the line in which this light would be reflecting would be broken, and you would not see it. So what I would expect, if the Earth was a globe, what I would expect is that yes, the sun would
understand.
That's similar to the way that it does with it cutting off from the bottom up, but that line would not be there. You would just have it cut off. It would be darkness all the way from your feet.
It doesn't work like it.
And you would see that it's just like the sun if it's going around.
We
I
understand
can't
that.
speak without everybody interrupting, huh? Everyone
You
has
already
to interrupt.
made the point. You're just repeating yourself now.
I'm going to speak for 30 seconds. That's all I'm asking for. If you don't like it, that's fine. Give me my 30 seconds and I'll give you yours. Clipping me and cutting me off is rude. But go ahead.
Repeat what you said.
Very irritating when I cannot even speak without 45 people screaming.
Well, I was just trying to respond to you because you have just said what you were already saying again.
Yeah, you were trying to clip and dominate the conversation because you're uncomfortable with what I was saying. It's obvious.
Not at all.
No, I mean it is a bit uncomfortable to hear the same thing twice in a row. It's
all right.
It is
I'll
a little
give
bit
you 30
uncomfortable.
seconds to say anything you want. So if you don't like what I say, just sit patiently and then you can speak when I'm finished. It's really simple.
It would be nice for you to say it again, actually, because I think it's got lost.
Oh, if you want to, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I got irritated there, but yeah, go ahead.
No, we want to hear you say it again because it was a good point. It was a valid point that needs to be aired. I needed to interrupt you a bit.
Well, okay. I mean, I don't know if I'm in the zone again to even say it, but I mean, essentially, the reflection of the sun off the water at sunsets over a planar surface, it would be expected that you would have that very strong reflection all the way along the surface because it's a planar surface. On a globe, any amount of curvature is going to break that reflection, and you would get no reflection at some point when the sun is setting from your feet. Once it's behind it's like the sun's going around the corner of a hallway. So once it's going around the corner, you would never get that reflection that would be coming off the water. There would be no reflection and you would just see the sun setting behind the horizon.
So Gio, you see the one picture I posted? The bottom picture, there's no reflection on the water. You see that? The only time you get that reflection is when the sun is above the horizon.
I see no new picture in the live stream.
No.
Did you post it in live stream?
Yeah, it's in Livestream 1. Scroll up a little bit. 9 minutes past the hour.
I think one thing should be responded is that it's not like if it's a flat surface, you're gonna have the line, and if it's any curve, then you don't. It doesn't work like that. If it's more curved, you're gonna have a shorter line. If it's
quite simple. It's quite simple. If there's no boundary blocking light, then you're going to see the light.
No, you're not
if there's a boundary,
it's not about boundary.
It's that simple, is it not?
Yeah, but you're not high enough to see the entire reflection, so you don't know how long that reflection is.
But I'm talking about line of sight. If there's no boundary between you and the source, then you're going to see the light, and it's going to get to your feet.
Well,
if you've got obstruction in the way, then you're not going to get that, right?
Exactly what's shown in my bottom sunset, that picture that I took of the sunset. You don't see any reflection on the water because the horizon is blocking the light from the sun.
I think you're confusing the reflection to the light coming. Like the light is reaching all the water, like the same amount of the light is reaching all the water. The reason why you see the light is because it reflects towards your direction. And the reason why it forms a long line is because the whole surface has waves and curves, so they reflect into all sorts of directions, up and down directions. So in that whole distance, you always have some angle that is actually reflecting towards you. That's why this line emerges. It's not because the light is reaching the ground, but because the ground is reflecting the light of the sun towards you. It's not an illumination thing, it's a reflection thing. Yeah, a curve would make that line shorter, but that depends on how many are, like how the angle of the curvature. The less angle you have the curvature, the longer the line is going to be. And what we're saying is that angle is actually really small because the Earth is really big. So you can still have a long line.
So Earth is bald. Those pictures, were they from a video or anything?
The first one is the first one is just from Space Engine. I just recreated a sunset. The second one is from pictures that I took of the sunset.
Cool.
There's definitely different atmospheric conditions, and there are times where we don't see that line. However, when we do, that's when it's not possible on a sphere, meaning that phenomenon is not possible. Times where, like B-ball, where you're saying where there isn't a reflection, yes, I agree. Depending on the atmospheric conditions, there won't always be one. But the fact that there is one shows that the Earth is planar.
No, Gio, because then when you see it, you don't know how long that reflection is.
And we know how far away the sun is. You can just see where it's high noon, where it's high noon, you know, that in the distance between where it is high noon and where it is when it's setting.
No, I'm talking about the reflection on the water, which you're talking about. It might seem like it stretches all the way to the sun, but you know, you can't tell that from standing on the ground.
The fact that it's getting to your feet that's the whole point. It doesn't really matter how long it is. It's clearly coming from the sun, that light reflection, and it's making its way all the way to your feet. That's not possible unless the geometry is planar. Any amount of curvature would break that, and it would not be possible.
And then anytime you watch a sunset, there's a point where that doesn't happen anymore.
No, often that reflection is seen all the way to the last little blip of the sun that you can see.
Definitely not. I've seen many sunsets here.
Yeah, that's why I was very curious about those pictures that Earth is Live posted, because they seem quite anomalous.
No, that's a real sunset that I filmed with a P900.
Must be something to do with your dodgy exposure or whatever. Just like you say about the flat earthers that take pictures of stars.
No, it's just a regular P900.
Look at and the one that you took. Look at that local lighting of the clouds. That's definitely not 93 million mile away sun. It's local. It's right there. You can see it activating the region, the clouds right there. It's all local lighting. The sun that's 93 million miles away, it would be like a floodlight. The whole sky would be equally lit, and you would see. First of all, it wouldn't even be possible to see anything 93 million miles away, but that's a whole other topic.
Yeah, the size of the sun and the brightness of the sun. Come on.
But it's local. The lighting's local. It's not 93 million miles away.
So
it's
how
clear to see?
So what is it? 3,000 miles away? Is it right there? Like I can drive to it? How is it still light anywhere else in the world? On this side of the Earth, if it's right there.
Bro, I was fucking off mute this whole time, man. Nobody said nothing. I'm so sorry if I've been interrupted. But B-ball, if you zoom in on the sun like that, we've demonstrated this shit inside of our bedroom or kitchen. Or if you zoom in on a light, it does the same exact thing, dude. David Weiss has a video up where he pulls a parallel sun back 10 feet. And it looks exactly like what you're showing. I mean, exactly like when you zoom in, it looks identical to what you're showing,
Brian,
bro.
Are you seriously going to use David Weiss as a source?
Dude, it doesn't matter if we use Rob Skiba, David Weiss, if we use what you call it. It's the point of the matter is this is what we see with local light going parallel. I mean, why do you always fight this fact, bro? If you zoom in on the sun, if you do zoom in on something local, this is exactly what we see, bro.
All right.
I'm talking about something very local.
I'm going to zoom in on the sun right now in my little space engine here. Now, what were you saying about zooming in on the sun?
Dude, if you put a light bulb, okay, the shape of the sun, right in front of you, and then pull it back 10 feet parallel, Okay, just put a couple buildings or a mountain, you know, in between, just in a short little distance. Zoom in on it from 10 feet away, and it'll look exactly like that sun you just showed. It looks exactly like the real sun in 10 feet.
All right. So are you watching my stream here? You should click on this.
Yeah.
I want you to tell me why this looks exactly like a sunset we see in reality, just like the GIF that I posted.
Yeah, like I said, we could show that in 10 feet, bro, by zooming in. If you zoom in on the sun and you zoom in your kitchen, same thing. Same exact thing, bro.
You can show this happening over a coffee table.
Yeah, and you know what else you could show? You could put some some cotton balls locally, you know, and it'll only light up just the cotton balls in its immediate vicinity, which is exactly what we see with the sun, bro. Everything about it says that it's fucking local. Except you can't get it out of your head that it's going down.
How local?
20 feet away, bro.
Come on, bro.
I'm just kidding.
Come on.
Man, I don't know, man. It might be a focal. It could be a focal point, man. There's something tricky about it.
Well, you can't look at this and say, "Wow, that does kind of look exactly like what we see in the sunset." Man, you can't deny that.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up what I'm trying to explain because maybe you might not have seen this, dude. So you might not appreciate what I'm saying. So at least let me show it. Okay.
I mean, B-ball, it's no more than a couple thousand miles away. I mean, the sun's up over Japan, and you're in California, whatever it may be. I mean, that
Yeah, but if that's the case, then we would know exactly what angle it should be at any time of day if it's a few thousand miles away.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, we do. That's what a sundial shows. A sundial shows the precise angle of the sun over a planar surface at all times.
So if it's noon for me and the sun is directly above me, then Brian can tell me exactly what angle it is from where he's at.
Yeah,
and that angle needs to match.
Yes, and they do. That's how sundials.
No, they don't. They don't, because if it's 4,000 miles,
no, they don't match. That's why it's different times in different places.
If it's okay. Brian is 4,700 miles away from Hawaii, right? So that's the base of the triangle. Now, if it's 4,000 miles above me, then we would know what angle it should be from him, and it should match.
Have you ever looked through like a skylight in a house? If it doesn't, one of the reasons might be, I'd suggest, is that there's like a skylight in the house. You can see that the sun is the way that the reflection is. If you have a personal dome of some sort, we don't know exactly. It's an apparent position of the sun, so there could be differences in what seems to be the angle. Just like if you look through a skylight, and you can see like one person sitting next to you or standing right next to you sees it in a totally different place than you would.
Yeah, I mean, Bebo, I would say that a sundial, like if you had a sundial in Hawaii and you track your angles, and then somebody else does theirs and somewhere else, those angles will triangulate to the sun. Problem is, we don't know exactly how far away the sun is because it's not possible to detect that unless you can tangibly measure it.
Well, we could figure out whether the sun was close, though.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the other factor you'd have to take into account is the actual layout of the land, meaning not just a globe model that we're given, but the actual layout. So if you really want to do it, ideally, you would do sundial measurements and take your own actual independently verified physical distances. Then you could start to get your triangles going. But if you're just going to assume, like, go off like a globe map or something, you know what I mean? Like not going off the real Earth, but going off an interpretation of it, then that not necessarily is going to be accurate.
Hey, Gio, I thought you made a great point that maybe didn't get complimented enough. But that the sun, if it was there, and that it would just be like a blaring floodlight, like you're talking about. And also, if we have nighttime, it doesn't seem intuitive that the little planet that distance away would be able to block out all the sunlight if it was that bright from that distance. You'd think that, and it sounds kind of weird, but it does make sense that you'd think there'd be like rays of sunlight coming off the sides of the ball that we could see to our left or right. The fact that our little planet blocks out all of the sun 360 or 180 degrees, so we can't see any light at all, doesn't seem like it works out.
Yeah, some sort of super refraction that creates an internal twilight for the dark side.
Is that what they say?
No, like that would almost be what they would be the case with their claims, right?
Yeah, it'd have to be, right? Something like that. Yeah, I guess doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, you're talking about the sun being 93 million miles away. Yeah, for sure. Like I've noticed times where, just being feel like at a beach, beautiful sunset. It's like if the sun was 93 million miles away, the entire area that you're in would be equally lit because you're 93 million miles away from this light source. So it would be equal. And then as the sun went below the curve of the Earth, you would get this very defined cutoff, of the sun disappearing.
The rays.
Instead, we get this local lighting effect and this totally different fading effect. It's like it fades away, and it doesn't get blocked by the curve of anything. It's actually fading away, and the infrared dissipates due to the inverse square law, and then all of the local lighting effects as well.
But Gio,
yeah, I'm surprised we haven't brought up the mountain and the shadow.
Gio, the GIF that I posted, does that not look like the sun is going below that line? Does it look like it's fading off into the distance?
It is fading off in the distance, and it's also being obscured by the perspective optical extinction point of the ground and the sky. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what you're seeing, man. When I look at it, it looks like the sun is going down below that line where the water starts.
It is. I mean, it's
due to perspective.
Yeah, it is visually. Yeah, the one you posted. Yeah, that one shows the local lighting effects.
That looks exactly like my model here, which is based on a globe and a sun that's 93 million miles away. So I know you guys don't like when we say what matches the model, but I mean, that's just what it is, man. That's how we see it. Unless you guys have another model to make this. Unless you have another model to make this match, we kind of have to go with what makes more sense.
Well, you can go with whatever you want. I'm just interested in what's true. If you want to go with something that overlaps or that you think maybe works, I mean, that's all you. But I'm interested in what it actually is. We were talking last night, not to completely change the topic. We were talking about the southern stars, and I was talking about how, there's certain ways in which there's overlap between my understanding of how it's working out over a planar Earth and how it would work if the Earth was a globe. Does that mean the Earth is a globe? No. It means that there's some geometric overlaps. And that's how they've pulled this off. There has to be enough overlap for them to have even pulled off this deception. And I do think there's a spherical nature to the sky. So if we're on a planar surface and there's a celestial sphere, then there is a...
They can substitute the sky for the ground.
Exactly. It's like a substitution. Yeah, and there's overlap.
Am I coming in?
Kind of like this little GIF, the one that, we can hear you, Dave. The one that kind of shows from flat to sphere. So it's like, if you took a planar flat Earth type system surrounded by a celestial sphere, and the celestial sphere is spinning, the sun, moon, and stars. So there is a spinning sphere component to that. And then if you just invert that, put the land on the outside of a sphere, and make the celestial sphere expand out from the sphere Earth, then there's some overlaps that you're going to get.
So I'm trying to come up with a list of things on both sides that they think the other side doesn't have an answer for. And I think you hit on one of them that I was at the top of my list, the sun rays across the water. And you'd think that if there was curvature to the water at all, we would see some sort of effects, even if it's locally flat. You would think at some point there would be some sort of curving water observation of some sort with the light of the sun. That seems almost intuitive that would be the case. I don't know if I'm roboting because I'm driving right now. You guys were roboting for me.
No, we heard you. We heard you.
And the other thing about the sun distance, just the whole idea that if it moves just a couple of degrees, it's high noon, and then a couple of degrees difference in the angle of the sun makes such a difference in the heat. You would think that, if it was that far away, a couple of degrees wouldn't make that much of a difference relative to the distance.
Yeah, exactly. That's another one. The way the inverse square law works and the way that heat dissipates, infrared dissipates, completely matches with the close and local sun. That is, the inverse square law is dissipating as it's moving away from you, and absolutely does not match in any way, shape, or form with a 93 million mile away sun and just a slight tilt of the Earth. It's just not even close.
Did you get what I was saying about the planet blocking out all the sunlight too, Geo? Like, you'd almost imagine there would be like a little patch of darkness, but then like to the sides you could see like the rays of the sun coming off the sides if it's really that bright from that far away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Are you talking about during an eclipse, or are you just talking about during like a sunset on a globe Earth?
No, just at nighttime, our little tiny planet is blocking out all visible sunlight. You know what I'm saying?
Right, I see what you mean. So if you're right,
yeah.
So if you have a 93 million mile sun that's super powerful or whatever, then you've got this little marble, this little ball, and if you were to spin it, you're saying that the back of the ball would not just be pitch black; you would see the light coming around it, up to the sides. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think they might go with something like, "Oh, outer space is such a vacuum, and there's nothing for the light to reflect upon." Even though at the same time they say that
something like that.
Even though at the same time they say there's space junk and space particles everywhere, and it's all
and things that are right above us in the night sky are being lit by the sun, even though we can't see any sign of sunlight anywhere.
Right, like if you took a huge beach ball, like let's say a 10-foot tall beach ball, and you put it on the ground and you stand on the dark side of it, and you put a massively bright light on the other side, you're going to see that light. It's going to be coming up around the edge of the ball, and it's not just going to be pitch black for you. Yeah.
And shouldn't the light as it hits the atmosphere be bouncing all over the place, which would mean some of it should be hitting the atmosphere and bouncing basically around the curve of the Earth. Allegedly, it would hit and then it would go basically over and then bounce in a different direction, and some of it should make it to the other side because of all this bouncing around that it does.
Right, like I said, eternal twilight
or whatever, like just or curving. I guess maybe not bouncing, but curving. Like all this curving that they say that it does, and all this, like we should be able to see some of that light bleeding over and around the planet if it works like they say it does.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like a cone effect almost. Yeah. Right. It makes no sense that we'd have pitch dark with this little planet supposedly this far away from a powerful light source blocking out all visible sunlight rays completely.
Yeah, and in the same way when they claim stars that are that far away, if the star is blasting light out from its source to make it this far, why would we only see a little dot of twinkle? It's like if you had a flashlight that was that bright, you wouldn't just see that little. You would be lighting up the entire environment between you and like we would just see like if the stars are really that far away blasting light out, we would just see, we'd be blinded by light all day.
Right. If they had to be that powerful and that big to make it here from 6 trillion times 430, like one light year, 6 trillion miles. Just that alone, I know they could claim incredulity, but it's just one light year away at 6 trillion miles. Any light source that's bright enough to reach you would be coned out so wide.
Yeah, I mean, unless I guess if the stars were like a laser beam or something, but of course they don't claim that's what they are. But yeah,
isn't this similar to what they were claiming they were bouncing back off of the moon? That apparently the signal, spreads, so it doesn't matter where you're aiming at the moon. A similar thing in their claim from the stars. Just like you guys were saying. Would be flooded.
These are some of the simple things that have never gone away, and they've been brought up since the beginning of the conversation. And it's I don't know if they have good answers for these ones. I've never heard really good ones. If there's ballers in here right now, is there any answers to some of these?
I think they have some explanations, but none of them I've ever heard even remotely satisfactory. But just using pseudoscience and pseudophysics, they come up with some things. But
wouldn't you put the not feeling the spin in that category, Gio? I haven't heard you just speak up when I bring that up. Like, do you think it's possible that we could be moving all those directions without feeling any of it?
If we're just going to go into complete like pseudophysics land, I would say if gravity worked the way they claimed it does, then yeah, you may not feel it because gravity would just be clinging everything and basically making everything be stationary. So
well, not even gravity, but the fact that they claim that space is next to non-physical. So what sort of friction would you feel?
Right, but just the change in direction that they use.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. Change in direction.
Well, I've kind of joked and I've made up this idea of like roller coaster force. So let's say like you're lying on a couch and you're just totally still and stationary. And I ask you, are you moving? You say, nope, I'm not moving at all. You're totally still. And then I say, well, actually, there's this thing called roller coaster force. So you're moving and twirling at thousands of miles an hour, but this force, somehow is counteracting all of those millions of miles of other forces. Therefore, you're just experiencing yourself as stationary. Do you believe me? That's essentially what they're doing.
That's a cool thing, though. Actually, to think of it like put the thought experiment that if there was no air, right, there's no physicality surrounding you, and you're spinning, right, you might not feel the effect because there's nothing physical around you, but inside your body, you will feel your stomach. Everything in your body will still be moving, right? In that sense. So whereas you might not feel an external sense of movement, the
central fugal forces in your stomach would register that spin. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's like the fluid in your ear and the vestibular system in your ear is ultimately what makes you feel your orientation. Whether you're upside down or right side up, and that water, ironically, in your ear is level. And when it's disturbed from level, you then feel the change from level. So if you're sideways or upside down or whatever it may be, you're experiencing an alteration from level. That's why it feels different when you're lying down versus when you're sitting up or standing up, because your orientation and that liquid in your ear gives you that indication. So, of course, on a stationary Earth, that all completely fits and makes sense. On a globe Earth with all this movement, I guess the only thing is that gravity would have to counteract all of those other movements so that you're experiencing what you would if it's stationary.
That's kind of almost what they claim, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah. That's why I was joking, calling it like roller coaster force. It's like it's counteracting all those movements so that a leaf just falls to the ground normally, and you could throw a football, and then of course they're going to get into their Coriolis thing and claim that there's a little bit of drift, but not very much, and all that.
So all those times I missed, I can blame it on the Coriolis. At the fairground, trying to knock those cans over.
Yeah, every time you hit a slice in golf, you're like, God damn, spin of the earth.
God damn Coriolis.
Take a mulligan.
That's why Tiger Woods is so good. He studied the Coriolis so well. He counteracted every time.
He's got inbuilt Coriolis corrector in his clubs.
Actually, he made a comeback after his car crash, Tiger Woods, and the reception he got was just marvelous. He got standing ovations, claps, encouragement. I think he's a lucky guy. He's a lucky guy, Tiger Woods. All the stuff he's done, right? All the stuff he's been involved in, the scandals with his wife and everything, all those 130 odd women that he slept with and that, and he's still got this following. Fucking amazing.
Yeah, but when you're the best at a certain sport, you're never going to lose that in a sense, really. I mean, you can tarnish yourself to a certain degree, but when you're the best in that sport, people are always going to revere you.
Yeah, he had a smile as big as the sun when he came back and they were giving him the questions, and he's so articulate in the way he acknowledges the fan, the weather, and everything. Yeah, he's good. He's good at what he does. But his mum must have lost a lot of hair on her head. The amount of stuff he's been getting involved in, though.
That's pretty wild. Yeah, so I knew he was in that accident. So he actually came back and played professionally. He's back playing.
Yeah. He played in a tournament, right?
Wow.
And I think he finished like 13th or 14th or something like that. He finished well. Remember, he's got pins in his legs and everything else. Okay, but he's striking that ball. His back is perfect. Hits power. The power he strikes the ball is just amazing. But his leg got tired, so his form began to fade. Okay, and then he's thinking coming in the next big one. Okay, he's coming back. Yeah. Bloody amazing, this guy. They called him Superman the other day because of what he was doing. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely though. Like the amount of injuries he's had, like what his back's had to have gone through,
Yeah, Rakita said he played in the Masters. So it looks like he came in 47th place in the Masters. So I mean, he made the cut, so that's cool.
Yeah, he made the cut, so he was still there on Sunday. Yeah.
Have any of you ever heard of the company Bayonet? Bayonet? I don't know how to say it. It's in a language I don't speak. Bayanat.
No, I can't say that I have. No, I mean, why? What kind of company is it? Bayonet.
They do AI programming for databases. It looks like. I know them because they just sponsored one of the sailboats in the Golden Globe, and I was wondering if anybody knew anything about this company.
One of those companies that rigs all the equipment to make out you're on a globe. Yeah, I can just imagine all that data. No, I don't need to know a company like that. We're not living on a globe, and that race is happening on a flat plane, by the way.
I wouldn't even accuse the company of fudging it. They just obviously adopt the so-called known distances. They adopt a map to measure it from, right? So I wouldn't claim
they're claiming it's working on a globe, though. That's the thing. They know.
Yeah, because that company is using the globe. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that they're trying to prove the globe. They're just using what they think is already the true map.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's just reinforcing the obvious claim. Yeah, that's what they're doing there. Yeah,
right.
I get you.
They actually had the deck of the ship repainted with a specific hue to make it easier to pick up via satellite.
Not proving the Earth is a globe, though, with that deck. Okay.
Wait, so they don't just have a receiver on board?
I wasn't saying anything about that. I was simply saying there's this new ship that I don't know anything about. I'm trying to find more information. I asked if any of you had heard of the company, but you decided they're evil because they do.
No.
I'm like that. That's Jim's the skeptic. Forever the skeptic, of course.
But hold on a second. Why would they need to repaint
these companies? You like to bring up these companies that prove the Earth is a globe when it's not a globe. That's the problem.
No, they're not proving anything. That's not what they're doing. They're spending millions of dollars sponsoring a ship in a race. That's what they're doing.
Kool-Aid, though.
The race which you think is happening on a globe. That's the thing I'm going on with. Okay.
It's strange that they would need to repaint the ship. I don't get it. Like what? So there's a camera picking up these, or a satellite picking up the ships instead of there being a receiver on each ship for like a GPS.
What did I tell you?
To be completely frank, Earthwind Jim, I don't know. I'm just researching it, and I'm at the information gathering stage, which is why I came to you guys to ask if anybody knew of this company.
Yeah, no, I've not heard of it.
No, we're not really looking into things that are happening on the globe in that sense, like races and that. No.
But again, though, that is quite intriguing that they repainted a ship for it to be more eligible for the software to decide where it is on Earth. I don't know what you're trying to say.
That's what it looks like. Let me read the paper and get back to you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean that sounds logical, you know what I mean. But it's not a satellite that we know that's in the space looking down and watching.
And it needs the ship to be a different color to pick it up there. I just thought you'd have receivers on each ship.
Well, yeah, whatever. But it's not. It's these receivers and transmitters are not hitting the satellite up in the sky. That's what I'm saying. Up in space. Well, that's not.
Oh no, yeah, that's probably what they'll try and claim. But it'll be for relay towers on the ground.
We must always keep a clean breast when we're talking about things like that. We're on a flat Earth, so when they say we've got photos of Earth from space, no, you haven't. We haven't been up there. So stop that nonsense, will you? Even NASA tells us they don't have one. So what are you talking about? Always remind them. Reinforce that flat Earth every chance you get.
It appears the bayonet. Do you wait till I start talking before you continue, Jin?
That was totally accidental. Then I apologize.
Yeah, in all fairness, he probably didn't know you were about to speak. He had to be psychic for that.
Yeah, fair enough. So the bayonet appears to have been painted with the forepeak of it was painted with a reflective surface that will allow a higher calibration of their satellite. They're using it as a calibration equipment.
So is there something above that's viewing the ships? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, something up above is looking down at the ship, and they needed it to be more reflective so they could get a better calibration on it.
Fair enough.
Probably a blimp. Would that be a blimp then, perhaps?
A blimp moving at 5,000 meters per second. Yep, that would be it.
A drone.
Well, the ships are not moving that fast, though, are they? So it could be a blimp, couldn't it?
A drone moving at 5,000 meters per second. Yes.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Why not?
There you go. Why not? Not a satellite. Let's not go there. Don't go there with the satellites, okay? Your ass handed to you. Flat Earth, we have cornered the market on the satellite thing.
So this bayonet is only really for positioning, not distance or speed.
Right. Yeah, it was painted as to confirm and calibrate references to the surface of water. That's what it was designed to do. They made it sound to be a lot more cool than the paper.
Bayonet. Now, bayonet is it's like a knife that you fix onto the end of a rifle, and in the First World War, Second World War, they used it in the First World War anyway, and use it to stab your enemy. The bayonet, unless there's another meaning for it.
We're mispronouncing the word because the word is in Indian, and I don't speak Indian.
Okay. Because if it's bayonet, if that's a strange name for a company to use.
So we got Moyak and was it Kool-Aid or somebody?
Yeah, Kool-Aid's here. What's up?
Yeah.
Hey, there was a couple
And,
questions.
don't drink the lemonade.
There was a couple questions we were just talking about. I didn't know if I just wanted to hear the baller response. I'm not wanting to argue about it. I just want to hear what the best baller response is to some of the things that we were just talking about, with the sun going across the flat water surface, as well as the rays of the sunlights. From that distance, you would think there'd be a big difference in the way that the heat, as well as the idea that the little planet is able to block out, all sunlight.
Right. I'm going to go ahead and say I don't know. That's not a personal interest of mine. I find the refraction conversation boring as hell, and I don't care.
No, it's more about the intuitive idea that, like, if you just think about it logically, like from that distance of the sunlight being blocked out by our little tiny planet, you wouldn't think it would be possible that we'd see like 180 degrees of complete pitch darkness. If you just look at it like practically, like you might think that the rays would have to be so strong from that far away that they would shoot out from the sides of the ball, right?
The rays would shoot out from the sides of the ball. I don't understand even what.
And the bending atmosphere would bend the light back inwards, would it not? I mean, that's the claim, right?
Yeah, even that, you might get some, like, we would have like light pollution, you would think. You could call it that, like from whatever, conditions there are in the atmosphere, as well as just the fact that the little tiny blue planet blocking out all visible sun rays from a distance that far away, you wouldn't think that we'd get a pitch dark sky. We might see some light effects off to the side, left or right, because the planet's too small to block out all the sunlight. You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't understand why if you're in the shade, if you're not in the sunlight and there's nothing to reflect the sunlight off, why you'd be able to see it.
Well, if the ray of light, the little tiny planet, right? And then the huge ass sun is like,
which I'm
how's
on,
it blocking out
and I'm
all
on
visible sunlight?
Right, because I'm on the dark side of it. I'm not on the side facing the sun.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? I know it doesn't work that way if it is a ball, but you think it might, just from thinking about it logically, right? Can you understand that point?
You don't think there'd be a shadow?
I can hold a dime up in front of my ceiling light here and block out all the light that reaches my face, but my face is larger than my dime.
Can you really?
Enough to cover
what I can see. On your face with a quarter? Is that what you're saying?
Take a picture of your face.
No.
I think you could block out the sun with the quarter, but I don't know that you could block out the sunlight enough that anywhere from on your face you wouldn't see to the left and right some light pollution or rays or evidence of sunlight.
Why would I? What would the light be hitting? Nothing? Well, then that's exactly what I'm saying.
Is it in bending atmosphere that should bend the light, right?
Not if you're on the dark side, no. You're already on the side that the sunlight isn't being bent to, hence the dark side.
Doesn't stop the atmosphere from bending though, right? So wherever the light hits the atmosphere is bent. Yeah?
Do shadows not exist in your world? I'm very confused by
what, sorry?
Shadows.
That's kind of what happens though. When you see a lunar eclipse, a total lunar eclipse, you see when this moon turns red, that's some of the sunlight being diverted because of the atmosphere towards the moon. That's why it turns red.
Yeah, and that's the other thing we were mentioning, like the idea that the sun would be like lighting up things in our night sky, but that we would still see no like light pollution of daylight coming out from anywhere on the sides. You know what I'm saying?
Are we just going to breeze past the fact that he thinks he can block out the entirety of the light from a light bulb with a dime? We're just going to blow right past that and not address it?
You can make a shadow with a dime. I don't know what the problem is.
You said you could block all the light from getting to your face with a dime.
I can't
Depending on
put
how big the
my.
light
I can't put
depends on
the
how big the light source is.
and how close you put the dime.
You said a light bulb.
Right, and if I completely block all the straight line path between that light and my face by positioning the dime in the correct place, you can, unless dimes don't cast shadows in your world.
Okay, so just I want to make sure that I'm actually understanding what you're saying. You're saying a light bulb, a regular light bulb. You can hold a dime up in a certain position that will block all the light from the light bulb from hitting your face.
Yes. Do shadows not exist in your world?
Okay, so that's a ridiculous claim. It's a mentally retarded claim.
He didn't
and I
make
want
a
to see
claim.
proof of
He
that,
asked a
please.
question. He didn't make a claim. He asked a question.
No, he literally is saying that he
No,
can
I
do
heard
this.
I heard it with my own ears. He asked you a question. He didn't make a claim.
Do shadows exist?
So he made a claim and then asked a
He
question.
did make a claim. I
he
just asked a question about his
That's what he
claim.
did.
He made
He
a
made a
claim a
claim
few
and
minutes
then
ago,
asked
and
a
I was
question.
clarifying his claim. He did make a claim.
But the last thing he said was a question, and you called it a claim. That's not the truth.
No. I called the thing he said a few minutes ago a claim. That's what I was clarifying.
Yeah, but it looks deceiving when you do that after the fact.
No.
Is there any
He was,
chance I'm going to
hold on,
get
he
an
was
answer to my
trusting the
question?
claim.
Me clarifying
No.
his claim that he absolutely made is somehow deceiving?
I know. Tell me about it. Like, just the fact that he asked a question afterwards, you have to answer the question and not
I don't have to
identify
answer a stupid
his
question.
claim.
He's the one making a dumb claim.
And it wasn't even a real question.
He didn't make a claim.
It was a flippant question
he
about
did.
your
No, he
shadows
didn't.
exist in your
I heard the whole
world.
thing.
Yeah.
My
Well, we
question,
just
I've asked it
clarified
like
it.
5
I just
times.
asked him again, and
Do
he said that
solid
he absolutely
objects
can do it.
cast shadows?
Not absolutely, but
Did somebody answer my question? Do solid objects cast shadows? No?
what was your question?
Do solid objects cast shadows?
Naturally,
If you're using those terms, colloquially, yes.
without light, they do not.
So why is something casting a shadow confusing?
Yeah, it's not confusing. Just
Not
your
confusing
retarded-
at all.
That's all. Shadows aren't
Can
confusing.
you guys hear me, or am I not? My robot.
Perspective.
Well, here's the
Somebody.
thing. Here's the thing. Like, you might be blocking out the direct light, but there's still light bouncing off of objects to the left and right of you that is bouncing back on your face.
No,
So
if
you're
you
not
put-
stopping. So you're not stopping all the light from the source going to your face with that nickel.
If you cover yourself in black trash bags, you're telling me that all the light is not going to be absorbed, dude. Get real.
No, Jim's got a great point, and I would completely agree with that. My question would be, where's all the stuff when we're talking about
Yeah, I'm
looking in
sorry.
the night
I
sky?
just
bending
cannot. I cannot
atmosphere,
agree
that
to
bends light.
insanity, dude.
You know that bending atmosphere you guys claim that bends light? Yeah, that stuff.
Who claimed that?
How much does it bend light?
I don't know, man. It's your claim.
No one said it was
don't you
my
guys
claim. What are
claim
you
it
talking
too?
about?
It has to.
Who said that this was their claim, Jim?
Atmosphere.
Atmosphere's claim. What is this claim,
Atmosphere.
Jim?
The atmospheres.
Yeah, I know, but that's his entire
Right. Yeah.
That's his
So this is
entire
the claim.
claim.
Yeah. So
I
when
never-
the light hits
That's
it,
bullshit.
does it change the path of light?
Why would you think that the atmospheres? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
What doesn't make any sense?
Why would you think that something that doesn't exist spheres? It doesn't make any sense.
What are you talking about? It's your claim.
I guess because
atmosphere.
I'm not atmosphere. I'm not atmosphere.
You can't say sphere.
Doesn't atmos mean
It's
You
not
can't say
me.
sphere
gas doesn't have a
you're
shape.
flat earther, so you're not allowed to say sphere.
No, I'm just telling you that he said that atmosphere made this claim. I don't know what he's talking about, dude.
You're saying what would the light have to bounce off?
No, if you put on black trash bags, there is no bouncing of light.
So the atmosphere is black trash bags.
Are you claiming there's a trash bag over the Earth? Is that what I'm
saying?
hearing?
If you were to put trash bags over a surface, everything underneath the trash bags would die. It's because there's no access to light. Without light, there's death.
Okay. I don't think anyone was arguing about light not allowing things to live. Are you arguing that there's a trash bag over the Earth?
Well, in some places there may be.
In some places, really?
That's the container.
You know what?
No.
Before this
In
gets into the
some
trash
places,
bag conversation, I'm not sure
you
that's
may have a
relevant
trash
to where
bag
we
over
were
the
headed.
Earth in your backyard right now. I don't know.
That's
hey man, that's trolling.
container.
Come on, dude. Totally
Trash
like
bag is the container.
weird to
I'm
talk
saying
about trash bag.
you may have a trash bag over the Earth in your backyard as we speak. I don't know.
All right, so hey guys, real quick,
It's a way
can you
to
hear me?
obfuscate from what we're talking about.
I'm
Can
just
you hear
telling
me?
you what it's about. You said atmosphere made the claim. Okay. I mean, that's great.
No. I'm saying your claim is atmosphere.
No. I don't have a claim.
The atmospheres.
I don't even know what a claim is. How can I have one?
Oh, here we go. All right.
Okay.
I'm done.
Look. New Perspective's got some questions. Going to ask you. Go ahead, Dave.
Well, yeah, I was originally I asked the question about the blocking out of the sunlight just to get the baller's best response to that. I'm kind of making a list of things that are like good responses, okay responses, or just no answer. So I don't know the thing about the nickel blocking all sunlight. I don't think we need to entertain that idea so much as what's the best answer. Consensus maybe from the ball side as far as like how it is that we don't have any light pollution with a little tiny planet blocking out all visible sunlight from that distance away. You would think, just intuitively, that you would have, a lot of like light.
What planet? What are you talking about? What planet? What are you talking about?
Come on,
he
dude.
thinks we should still see. He thinks we should still
It's
see
play
light at
dumb
nighttime.
time.
I'm begging the question to see if everything works.
It's play dumb time.
He thinks we should still see light at nighttime because of the size of the sun and the amount of light it puts out.
Yeah, like on the sides, like the fact that we get 180 degrees of pitch dark doesn't seem
why would
like
think that you can see beyond.
I'm not saying it has to work that way.
That's
not about.
Yeah, but I'm saying, why would you think the sun sets? Like,
I'm
what are you
just
talking
asking
about?
What Waller's idea about that is like, how do we block out all the sunlight? Intuitively, you wouldn't think so. I don't care what the answer is. I just want the best answer. I'm just trying to, I'm not trying to argue it.
I thought it was the black
can't
bag.
see beside. You cannot see beyond the vanishing point. Like, that's simple math. Like, everybody knows that.
No, but you can see forever, can't you? You
Why
can
do
see
you
the
think
back of your
that?
head if you can look through.
The guy said that
you can see the back of your head.
One guy that I know to be personally very healthy. He's very healthy, and I know he said the farthest he could see was about 4.5 miles.
But you can see forever.
Well, that isn't really what New Perspective is asking. I think what he's asking is this: if you have a globe Earth and you have a 93 million mile away sun, when the globe Earth,
why would you think that the sun is that far away?
Mute this guy. All right. Anyways, I'm only muting you for a second, but if you're going to keep interrupting with random things, it's not helping the conversation. All right. So what he's saying is that if you have a sphere of a globe Earth and you have a 93 million mile away sun, when the sphere turns and you now are on the dark side of the Earth, what he's saying is that wouldn't you still see some bleed from that 93 million mile sun that is blasting its light through space? Wouldn't you see some of the light around the edge of the ball? Would you see some of the light bouncing off of other things like asteroids and space dust and all that? But instead, we get this absolute pitch black. I believe is that what you're kind of describing, Dave? New Perspective?
Yep, that's what I'm saying. And also the fact that we the claim of the sun lighting up things in our night sky then would also seem counterintuitive if we don't see, other bleeding of light. You know what I'm saying?
I already answered the question. You cannot naturally see beyond the vanishing point. Everybody knows this.
I'm looking for the best baller's answer. If that's it,
I'm a baller.
So
what do you want?
So there's the bleeding of light. If you look at a lunar eclipse that you're talking about.
Like, there's not one person that can see beyond the VP. It just doesn't happen in nature.
But B-Ball, he's asking about, I think, like, when you're just on the dark side of the ball.
Why do you think there's a ball?
I think he's trolling. Are you
What are you
trolling, man?
talking about? What are you planet Earth? What are y'all talking about?
We're talking about your claim.
He's totally fucking trolling. Grooves, are you just gonna like try to disrupt the conversation and say silly things?
I was invited here by
he's a glober and
Jeremy.
he doesn't know the Earth's curve.
Oh, Jeremy invited
This
you?
is great.
I was invited by Jeremy. I mean, if you want me to leave, I'll leave. But it's just like
No,
you're
it's
talking
not
about
about
planet Earth.
leaving or not
Like, what is
leaving.
this shit?
No, this is great.
We're trying to get to the point, and you're not helping. That's all, please.
You're the first glober that's come here that's asking, well, how is it a ball? Like, this is great. Go on, please continue.
Well, I mean, I'm just wondering, why do people think that the sun is that far away?
No, but you first asked, how is the Earth a ball? But
Some people say that the sun is
you?
3,100 miles away.
Wait, you're a glober, aren't you? And you're asking how
I
is the
said
Earth
I'm a baller. I said I'm a baller, not a glober.
But then you asked how is the Earth a ball? So how are you a baller if you're asking
baller as in maybe not a.
The globe, if you know how to work.
It sounds like you're not very sure. Are you sure you're not a hollow earther or just skeptic?
Oh, well, I was going to get to that. So if you take a globe and you fill it with earth, eventually it can be made level. Are you aware of that?
Wait, so you're still unsure of how it's a ball, though? You said you were asking how.
I'm talking about the globe.
Yeah, I'm still.
It doesn't seem like he's trying to be serious.
I'm still trying to rectify your first question of how is the Earth a ball when you first came in and going, I'm a glober. So
yes, but I just told you
it's
if
quite
you were to take a.
contradiction.
But did you even hear what I just said? I'll repeat it. Okay, I said if you were to take a globe and you fill it with earth, right? Eventually, it will become level.
What the fuck are you talking about? You came in asking how is the Earth a ball because we were like, oh yeah.
Are you the guy?
Ball, right?
Hold on. Is this the guy that told us we didn't read the book and they couldn't tell us the name of the book?
Yeah, I think this guy told us not to shower, right?
Right, remember that? He was the guy who said
Yeah,
you didn't read the
but I
book
thought.
and then he couldn't tell us the book.
Now he's saying he was invited by you,
book.
Jeremy. Did you hear him say that?
Yeah, I thought someone. I don't know who this is.
Well, just put the guy on mute and then let's get back to it, innit?
Yeah, he's just here to distract. Now everything you said about showers sounds like a troll too. You know that, right?
If you fill a globe with earth, you're telling me that it cannot be made level?
What's there to fill? It's a ball.
If you fill a globe with earth, right, you're telling me that it will not be level.
Are you talking about half? Are you talking about cut it in the middle? Is that what you're talking about?
You can only fill it up a quarter of the way. It's still going to be level if you make it smooth.
He's talking about like a terrarium or something, you know, if you took like a glass sphere, and a fish bowl and you put some earth in it. I mean, that's a total derail from the original thing we were talking about.
Hey, but since this guy's here, I'd love him just to recap the whole taking of showers shortens your life thing. That was funny.
No, I want to know what the book is. What's the book? Name of the book, dude.
Which one?
I couldn't really care less about this guy, to be honest.
No, this guy knows. This guy's got the key to the fucking universe right here.
New
What's the name of the
perspective.
book?
Your answer is 2 words: calcium hypochlorite.
Are you the guy
So
that was
who
talking
were we
about the book
asking
that
anyway
you wrote that you wouldn't tell us the name of?
I told you. I already asked you the question. You didn't respond, Jeremy. I'll repeat the question for you. I said, which one?
The book. You said you wrote it, but then you wouldn't tell us what the name of it was.
Oh, so I haven't told you. I haven't told you about the 3 books.
Oh, there's 3 of them.
Well, you have the Book of the Living, you have the Book of Life, and you have the Lamb's Book of Life.
Oh, no doubt.
And the book of showering brings death.
Well, it's not showering that brings death.
Anyway.
It's the calcium hypochlorite in the water.
Back to the light scattering.
Yeah, we were like, we were having a good laugh last time he was in. So now, you know, the way that you just trolled us about the whole, like, you know, filling up the thing, the planet with ball or whatever it was you were trying to say, that makes everything else you're saying about this, you know, everlasting urine drinking life.
Like I said, I didn't make up anything. I just do what the book says. You know that, right?
Yeah, but it sounds like you were trolling about the.
I'm just telling you what the book. I do what the book says. I talk what the book says.
Okay. Do you think that the Earth is a ball, or do you think it's not?
The Earth is the Earth.
Now I want to know. What's your opinion about that?
I already told you.
Do you live on a spinning ball or not? I just want to know your opinion.
I live in the Garden of Eden.
See, that sounds like you're trolling.
Why is the truth a troll?
You're avoiding questions and
why is the truth a troll?
Dude, see, that sounds cryptic. It's not just be
the
real.
Book says, "Are you a man?" Real. New perspective. Are you a man?
Dude, I'm not going to even answer your questions because you're
The
trolling.
book says that
I'm not
God
even
put
paying
the
attention to
man
you.
in the Garden of Eden. It didn't say he put them on planet Earth, does it? Of course not. It doesn't say that. There is no
Yeah,
planet.
but your attitude is all weird and like.
Why do you
trolling,
think
man.
I have attitude?
Dude, it's like
It's like a
really
mirror.
weird approach. You know,
Oh, I'm sorry. I just am who I am.
Well, anything you're saying is not going to be taken seriously unless you
Why
actually.
not?
Because what you're saying sounds
You're
trolly.
telling me that you don't take the truth seriously. Why don't you take the truth seriously? New perspective.
Hey, that's just my opinion. Other people might buy into your shit, but I think you sound trolly, and it's hard to take anything you say seriously.
Okay,
But
so
I think you're funny if you're being
the
if you are
calcium
trolling. It's hilarious.
hypochlorite that is in your pool and tap water, that is the truth. Why do you think that's a troll?
I'm a glober. How is the Earth a ball? How is that a troll? Fucking hell, have we not passed this by now?
I'm just saying.
I'm a
It's not
glober.
about what
How's
you're
the
saying;
Earth a
it's how
ball?
you're saying it.
I just
bro.
hear a bunch of
I'm not a troll.
ego-driven assholes. To be honest with you, Jeremy.
I'm not a troll. How's the Earth a globe? I'm a glober. I'm not a troll.
Like I said, Gio, their actions speak for themselves. Gio, I love you, buddy, but I can't stand for this.
Bro, I'm
left.
detailing your
Tim,
behavior.
don't even worry about it. He's just here to troll. It's just here to troll. He was funny last time because I think he might believe it, even if he's really bad at delivering it. But the way he delivers it makes it sound like he's just fucking making shit up. Too bad for him if he really wants to be taken seriously. But back to the question
I've got
about
short tolerance bullshit at the moment. So
Does anyone remember the name of the books though that he said?
Well, he just repeated them. You could go back in the stream, but then he said it was out of the Bible last time. Remember? It was a book of the Bible, and he was interpreting it as everyone should drink their urine and, basically for live longer and don't shower because it shortens your life. He might be right about some of the tap water being bad for you, but I think as far as like not showering and maybe some of the shampoos are bad for you as well. Like just anything with fluoride, you could definitely, and whatever else the chemical he's talking about, he's probably right about that, But he's taking it to the extreme and advising people don't shower, kind of like people thought, there was some infiltrators trying to make flat earthers do stupid things, which may be true or not.
See how long it takes you to get ringworm. Don't shower.
I think I remember
until you get
doing this,
ringworm. You start getting
quite a
hair
few months
patches
ago.
missing on top of your head and shit.
Yeah, he done this quite a few months ago in Nathan's chat, and yeah, he was getting quite a few of the flat earthers in there riled up. So
there was a guy that came on here a while back with a similar pitch about the urine, and he drank a glass of urine on camera because Brian was it wasn't BJ, it was another guy, but
that's the
Brian
same
was
guy.
like, I don't believe your shit. I don't.
This is the same guy. The guy that.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
He's come in on like at least 10 or 15 different accounts. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I thought it was a different voice last time with the guy that drank the pee on camera.
did he piss in the glass on camera as well, though?
Well, I mean,
no, but I think he actually was a pee drinker because I had like DMs with him, and he was like totally serious about the shit. He wasn't really trolling the way this guy was. He was more like laid back and like calm and like just really straightforward with his
well, that doesn't
ideas.
sound like
that is how
that
he
doesn't
came
sound like a
across
regular pee drinker. That sounds like someone who's trying to convince you because they know how to stay calm so they don't look crazy. A pee drinker is just usually going to be like, oh man, check this out, man. This is the thing. You know what I mean? He's going to really be super excited. And it's going to be a Pete Shea all over the place.
Well, the thing is, I don't think that all the pee drinkers really are just trolling. I think some of them really believe it. I think there are benefits to certain urine products and stuff they use for cancer treatment and all that. It definitely sterilizes things. There could be some truth to it from what I've seen. I'm just saying that I don't think this guy is the same as the last guy. But it doesn't matter. It's just I think this guy gives those guys a bad name because he sounds like he's trolling. That's all I'm saying.
Well, he done what he wanted. He got us talking about him instead of what we wanted to talk about.
Yeah. So what was the topic we were on before that all happened?
We were trying to ask a baller's best answer to the whole idea that the sun being so far away would have to be so bright to get here from that distance that you would think the little tiny planet wouldn't be able to block out all visible possible light pollution or bleeding of the sunlight from the sides 180 degrees. You wouldn't think. I'm not saying it should work that way. Maybe they have a good answer for it, but I haven't heard one yet.
Right. Like if you had a sun that's 93
I don't understand the question.
The question would be this. If you have a sun that's 93 million miles away, that's very, very bright source of light and so on. We're getting the heat and the light from it on the day side of Earth. When you're on the night side of Earth, how is it that it's pitch black? Why wouldn't you see some of that sunlight either bleeding around the edge of the ball, refracting, bouncing off of, space dust and asteroids and whatever? Like, why wouldn't you
mean we
see
don't
some
see
of that
some of the
light?
light? That's what a red sunset is, and there is refraction and all of that.
No, not red sunset. Like
we do
Grim,
have
think about
really
it, like
scattering.
say the sun. Hey, Grim,
And there's
say
false
the sun's
dawn. Have you ever heard of the false dawn?
Right, but listen, Grim, the whole idea, it's not about arguing the point. It's more about intuitively, would you at least agree that if the sun were on the direct opposite side of the planet, and you're seeing complete pitch dark on the dark side of the planet or the night side, why is it that the sun wouldn't be powerful enough to give you some light pollution off to the sides on either side or both?
Well, it is only when there is other matter there for it to hit and reflect back to us. It's only going in one direction, right? We're blocking, or other half of us are blocking it. Like when the moon is on the other side, it'll be moonshine, and we'll get some light on the reflected off the moon onto the Earth.
That's why I brought up.
We do have all that. There's all that shit is.
Yeah, I'm more asking can you at least agree that think about it as a little kid trying to explain it to a little kid, and you see the picture of the sun as like a headlight. I know you don't claim
I get it. No, right. Listen, right when the sun goes down, the sun is gone out of your sight, but you can still see light. That's that moment that you're talking about.
Right, but then you would think that it would be from that distance away, just intuitively, that it would have to be powerful enough to still be able to see some bleeding out of sunlight to the sides, because our planet's so relatively small to the sun that you would think that it's hard to block out all visible sunlight. You would think, right? Just
you're not seeing the whole side of your planet when you're standing on the Earth, anyway.
Yeah, I guess that would be the answer, right? So the best answer to that question is that you have your own personal sphere of ability to see through the atmosphere.
Well, your horizon, your horizon is roughly 3 miles away from you.
Right. Okay. So that's the best answer to that. I'm just trying to get the best answer to it, and then I'm gonna grade it as far as a good answer or not a good answer. I guess that does that sound acceptable to you, Gio? That you would only be able to see so far to your left or right anyway. So then there would be night day sky, somewhere in a distance. But I guess the ball claim is that there would be no.
Well, we got dusk and dawn. That pretty much settles it.
No, that's just when the light's just disappearing, and you can imagine some bleeding of the light into the sky. But when you're talking about the distance of the sun being so powerful that you think if it's lighting up things in the sky next to you or in front of you, that you would also see some sort of daylight effect as well.
Imagine take a marble, or let's say something a little bit bigger, like a bottle cap. I don't know, something round though, a big marble. And take a super powerful mag light, right? Okay. And then face the magna light right at your face. Put the marble right there.
Yeah.
Right? We'll kind of off a little bit. It'll be, if you can cover your face with let's say a black, you know what I mean? Something that's not going to reflect the light from your face back onto the marble, you'll see that you won't be able to see the other side of the marble. Even though this powerful light is right there. Because it doesn't wrap around the marble.
That's interesting you give that answer, because I think that Kool-Aid tried to give a similar answer, but he was saying he could make a shadow across his whole face with a dime by holding it in front of the mag light. Do you agree with that?
Well, I know you can block the mag light out at a distance with your thumb, just like you could block out the sun with your thumb, if it's at the right distance. Close one eye and
So then the claim would be that there'd be enough shadow caused by the sun to create the illusion of this complete pitch dark.
Shadows aren't caused by the sun. There's no shadows that are caused by the sun. They're caused by the absence of light, the lack of sun, or the blocking of the sun.
Okay. So there'd be the absence of light that is the pitch dark night that we see, caused by the planet blocking the sunlight. Right?
And I don't know. I mean, I've never really seen a pitch dark black night when it's not cloudy. You know what I mean? Even on the darkest of nights, the stars are literally lighting up the sky.
Well, the interesting thing about the claim, like if it were true that this guy could,
not the sky, but
someone could think about this though. There's another answer I'm looking for that relates to this, because there's a claim on the flat Earth side that you can't have a shadow that's smaller than the object that's causing the shadow, right? You heard that one?
That doesn't. No, I've never heard that.
Have you ever seen like an object cause a shadow? Like the whole idea is that the moon's shadow doesn't match up with what we expect to see, because the shadow would have to be much bigger because the moon's much bigger. That's the claim on the flat Earth side. See what I'm saying? When we see the eclipse and we see the shadow going across the Earth, right? The size of that doesn't seem to match, at least as far as that's the claim. I don't know what the answer is on your side or the ball side about that, but that's the claim on the flat Earth side. That's like, is there an answer to this or not?
Well, I mean, the sun is a lot bigger than the moon. If they were the same size, then yeah, right. But the sun does, come from other angles off the moon. You know what I mean? Since it is bigger than the moon. So
then that would kind of go against the answer. But wouldn't that contradict the answer that the dime would be able to make a shadow big enough to
brainstorming or whatever, you know?
Yeah, I know. I know you're.
I thought we would need to clarify that first point that New Perspective brought up, though, is about the object can only cast a shadow its size or bigger. It can't cast a shadow smaller than the object in question.
Right. If it's farther away, it can.
If it is smaller, doesn't that contradict the answer of a dime being able to make a shadow big enough to hide your face?
Well, the distance matters, right? And as far away as the light source is to the source and then to the area that the shadow should be cast, you change those distances, you can change the size of that shadow.
Right, but the object can only cast the shadow the size of itself or bigger, not smaller, right?
Right, but
or is there a loophole here?
Yeah, it looks like there's somewhat of a loophole in that, being that when you, like, if you have let's say a reflective table, right, and you look at you pick up whatever your object you're picking up, and the further away you get it, the smaller it seems to look on the table.
Yeah, but we're not talking about reflection.
That's the same deal. I know, but that's the same deal with the shadow. It's still, it started off that size at that
by the object. If the object is a certain,
never mind.
If an object is a certain size, it should block X amount of sunlight, right? It should cause a shadow this size or more, no less.
Right, but you first need to imagine that this small moon, right? Even though the sun is far away, it's much bigger. So those parallel rays from the sun still go all the way around, like to the sides of the moon there.
The size of the sun doesn't really matter. We're talking about.
You got to imagine that. Damn it! How do you explain this to somebody without drawing a damn diagram? It's like a cone. How do you light make itself
shadow smaller than the object? Is what you're trying to.
It's not. Yeah, it's not that the shadow.
That's what you're trying to conjure, right?
What I'm trying to say is it's like a lens.
Where this could
be. I can't say it at all if you keep interrupting me, because it's already difficult to express.
Jim, you're talking over him a little bit, bro. Just let him answer, please.
Yeah. So if you imagine that the much larger light source, right? It's much bigger than the moon, even though it's further away. You just draw a straight line from the edges of the sun to the to the moon. And you'll see that there's a lot more light on either side, right? That like it's still going in relatively straight and a little bit curvy direction. So it's gonna show light more so, like it would give a smaller shadow than what the size of the moon, because of the light itself isn't actually reflecting the size of the moon. It's going around it a little bit, giving you only the center part of the shadow.
Yeah, it's like taking away some of the shadow because there's so much light, it's creeping around, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is kind of the same thing that the guys were talking about with why would the one side of the Earth be completely dark?
What about if you reverse it? What about if you reverse the scenario? Instead of a lunar eclipse is a slow, like when the Earth shadows on the moon, supposedly. Why isn't it the same effect? It's supposedly bigger, the shadow.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to work out either. That's a whole nother topic. But yeah, the idea that the moon, I mean, that the Earth would be causing an eclipse that's perfect to
it's
seem
bigger
like
than
it's
the
the
moon.
same size as this as the moon.
No, it's
No,
no,
it doesn't.
no. The shadow is like
Yeah.
what's
Yeah, the
quoted
shadow
is
is
the shadow
proportional.
of the Earth is 2.8 times bigger when it's a solar eclipse than when it's a lunar eclipse. Or no, I
Yeah,
got
the
it
moon and
backwards.
Earth, the shadows, they don't line up when it's a lunar eclipse. It's just the
Hey, Graham,
sun
do you
and the
see
moon.
what we're saying though, as far as like the intuitiveness of it, whether they have a good answer or not? But it doesn't
No, yeah,
seem
you
like it
really
would
have
work.
to. Yeah, you really have to think kind of sideways a little bit with it, like okay, and maybe play with light and see how, like, all right, more intense or a bigger light source than the object we're trying to cover. What happens to my shadow,
It's
and
the same
I'm
light
about to do it
source.
right now. Well, no, that's the thing.
It's the same light source.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Anderson? Haven't seen you for a while, bro. What's up? Moyox here. There's other ballers here. Any good answers for this type of thing? It seems like it's a contradiction. If the moon's shadow is smaller, then that means that there's some kind of like big light effect having a different light effect on the moon's shadow being smaller.
Well,
But then why
I'm
wouldn't the
doing it
same
right
happen with
now.
the Earth having a pitch dark night? Because you wouldn't think by that standard that the moon would see a pitch dark night, because the shadow's not even big enough to cover much of the Earth. You know what I'm saying?
If you just do this, what I'm doing right now, take a flashlight and hold a quarter in your hand, move the quarter towards the flashlight, and the shadow shrinks. I just did it.
But never smaller
So I
than
can see
the
it.
itself.
No, it's shrunk smaller than the quarter. I can make it smaller than a dime.
Are you putting the whole quarter in front of the light source?
Yeah.
Awful.
All right. Are you on camera, or are you just gonna draw?
I guess I can go on camera. Honey, you want to hold this camera for me? Because I got both hands full trying to do it. Oh, I'll switch I'll switch it around. Just hold it right there.
You can't flip the
I know where
camera.
I'm at. Just hold it right there. Thank you, please.
It's like, for some reason, I'm not getting.
Can you see?
It's trying to feed. Is there anyone else seeing him yet? Because it's just giving me the spinny wheel.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, maybe I should leave and come.
You can hold it like at your eye level so they can see what you're seeing.
All right. Well, no, they already see what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Because I've already matched it. You just stay still. Thanks.
It's gonna make it smaller than the quarter.
All right. Ready? All right. I move it towards the light source, and it shrinks. Closer, and it's
okay.
almost the size of the quarter. Now it's a little bigger. And see, it's shrinking.
Right. Okay. Okay. There you go. Okay. And that's good. And then what about the if you go back to doing that again, bro? That's okay.
Oh, yeah,
I was gonna
she's
say,
not really
because then
wanting
you'd
to
have
do
to
this. She's
imagine
busy.
that. That's cool, bro. Thanks for doing that.
Just-
Yeah, you know what I'm saying though, as far as like, then if that's the case, then the beam of that light, like if you were, I was going to have you hold it there for a sec, but either way, just imagine what you were seeing, the sun light coming around the planet. Then you would think, because the planet's so much smaller, even if it was like the size of, like you put it up next to the wall and you're seeing the size of the quarter at least, it doesn't seem like there would be like complete dark in the sky, completely blacked out from the strength of the sun, because it would have to be that powerful coming from that far away. That's just intuitively.
I mean, if we turn around and look at the quarter though from Earth, and the quarter in the sun, there's a sharp edge line around it, but the actual shadow, on the wall, it's got a blurry line showing that the light is creeping around the edges.
Don't we get like pretty much a kind of almost a nighttime effect when the moon eclipses the sun, like it blacks out all the light for a second
in that small area, the whole face side of the Earth.
Yeah,
only on
from
that
that
little
angle. Just from that angle. Okay.
like 3 miles in any direction, it gets fucking. You can see, it didn't work.
One of the other ones that gets brought up on the flat Earth side as far as shadows go, since we're on the topic, is that you would think if the sun's going down at an angle, that when you do that with the flashlight, you see if you're moving the flashlight down from the quarter's shadow would effectively get bigger, and go upwards at least, and you would see kind of that angle down, right? We never see the shadows going up.
Yeah, a little
when
bit.
the
Yeah,
sun
that's
goes
why I
away.
went around in circles. Like I did, I went around the circles and showed how the light creeping around the edges.
Right. No, I'm talking about another
intensified
claim.
the
Like
effect.
if the sun's setting, right? If the sun's going below the Earth, right? Then you would think you would see angles up from where the sun's going down. Like you would see almost casting like with the allegory of the cave where they're showing the shadows on the wall. You would think you would see like these big shadows going up from the angle that the sun's going down. You know what I'm saying? Like on a building that it would just see like this big ass shadow coming at because the angle of the sun's going down in relation to the building rather than just away.
Yeah, well, I've seen the shadow of a mountain on top of clouds, on the bottom side of clouds where the mountain
Oh, really?
is blocking
Okay.
the light. Yeah.
That's interesting. I'm making a list of intuitive things that the flat Earth size seems to think that there's no answer for, and then trying to scale the answer, whether it's just acceptable or a stretch of the imagination.
A picture of the mountain casting the shadow onto the bottom of clouds is available in text.
All right.
Oh, cool.
You'd think that'd be a consistent thing, though, right? If it was always going down at an angle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If the sun's on, if you're on that side and the sun's there, setting.
You'd think that every mountain, we'd see mountain
time.
ranges being covering other mountain ranges with a big ass shadow because the angle of the sun's going down. So the flat Earth claim is
we see that
you would see that happen a lot.
Oh, that's the ball Earth claim. You do see that happen a lot.
All right, I'll look into. Actually, looking at that picture with the sun, with the mountain, with the shadow, it does seem like if the sun was going away, you could get that effect as well. So I'm not sure that really works just for the ball.
If the sun was going away and above, how is it casting the shadow up?
Well, I guess it's their idea that if it's far enough away and we have the right angle on this hill and we're taking the picture, that could be feasible and for that idea.
Yeah, like when the sun's setting, the sun being above you on a planar surface, when it's setting due to perspective, it's going to be, that's why when you look at a sunset, you're almost looking horizontal. So that light is still coming essentially horizontal. So if you imagine that light coming to hitting that mountain like that, it would still make that shadow.
I just can't imagine the sun, myself personally, going in a track, getting further and further away from me, but not changing at all in angular size over the duration of that day. That's the part that's like, well, that's what makes me think that we're rotating and it's at the same distance basically, and then only do we get this distance.
But we know there's magnification effects, though. We know there's magnification effects.
Even with
angle.
that, we don't have enough magnification effect to show us that happening on anything else. Just the sun and the moon. Planes get smaller as they go away. Everything else gets smaller as it goes away.
Right. Yeah.
You know what
that
I mean?
is one of the
So
things
it's a kind of a tough one to
make it. Right. It's explainable, but yeah, that's one of the ones that you have to kind of accept the effects of the apparent sun being different than you would intuitively think on the ball side. I think there's more on that flat Earth side that don't intuitively seem to work out, even if there's answers.
But you know, I'm not in sides and stuff. I try to help out wherever I can, even though if I'm not even, you know, I don't believe that the Earth is flat, but I still try to help the arguments along anyway, just because, like, you know, a lot of, well, not even that, because I'm not here to educate. I'm just here to share ideas and shit like that. But you know, because I don't know everything, I can't be educating people. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the electric flat Earth. I
I was
mean,
just talking
I
to
think
my
the
wife.
electric flat Earth is the way you're going to end up being like all excited at some point. I'm convinced, Grim. You're going to be like, okay, wait. I would feel like I'm spinning. We would see some curvature. We haven't found any of it. Maybe it is flat, but it's still electric. And I think that's the happy marriage where you're going to end up coming to. That's what I predict, at least.
I'm pretty solid into the ball camp as far as like the idea that it's a sphere, you know.
Yeah, but you know, the other day you were saying that you believe that they were like they were catching they were going to the ISS or something, and they were able to intersect it or something. That was some kind of space claim somebody was questioning you about. And you said, of course I believe it, but then you don't believe a lot of the other stuff, so it's hard to figure out why you think they're doing
Well,
some of
because
these
the
crazy
data that comes
space
back from
things.
those things, the raw data that comes back from those things doesn't say what they're
The
telling you
data
it
could, the
says.
data could be coming back from anywhere.
Well, I know,
The
I
data
understand that, but listen,
could be coming
dude,
back
I
from anywhere.
totally,
You can't verify it.
yeah, I know that. All right, same with you.
Right.
But my point is,
Right.
but my,
Understand that.
I'm never gonna get to
Jen, he
talk.
knows that. Hey, Jen, you're
If you
roboting, bro. By the way,
understand it, then
You really
know
are. It's just
Jen, you're
interrupting
roboting.
on accident.
I'm just trying to
You're
get.
roboting.
I'm just trying to get his. Jen, we're not arguing with him right now. He's just trying to like give the best perspective he can on the, you know, the thing I was talking about real quick. Yeah, you know what I'm saying though. I mean that definitely could be some space stuff that they're doing that you question, right? You don't believe the Tesla car in space, probably, right?
Well, nah, there's a lot of Mars shit I don't believe. I mean, I've seen Davos Island, the fucking picture,
Right.
man. It's literally Davos Island. They're trying to pretend like they're on Mars and they're doing all this
Right.
other stuff.
Yeah, that's why I
You
don't
know?
get like when you answered the other day, like of course I believe that. Like
Well,
it was
because
like a
that's not
matter
the
of fact
standard
thing.
narrative. That's not standard data. That data they're trying to cover up. That data they're
Okay.
getting from their satellite, their systems and shit, and they're going, oh, and this data that they're trying to cover up, it explains why they don't need dark matter and dark energy and all this stuff that they keep pumping billions of dollars out of us to keep looking for. Right? It explains that it's real matter that's out there, and it's a small electric charge. It's that fucking simple. And we fucked around and let them run us around forever on this nonsense. And you know what I mean? And
yeah,
these
it's just interesting to hear from your perspective what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable, along with the electric universe theories, because a lot of it's just bullshit, but then some of it's still real. And I agree there probably is some of it that's possibly real readings of some sort, but I don't think they're going to space. I don't think that really works.
I mean, I think they're in space. I just don't think they've got humans going there. And I think they might even be on Mars. They just, you know, for some reason, they've got some bullshit photos.
Well, yeah,
at
but
least
just the fact that you know about Davos Island,
yeah,
just that you know some of it's bullshit, you have to at least accept that there's possibility that all of it's bullshit, right? At least that's a possibility in your mind. Yeah,
absolutely.
right. Okay.
Like, yeah, that's one of my big things is like trying to unravel some of the, you know, the paradigm that we're kind of dogmatically locked into with, you know, physics today, and like the way they try to tell us stars are, you know, burning from the inside out and they're going to run out, and supernova is when a star destroys itself and blah blah blah. But all of a sudden there's this, every 50 years this star keeps going nova. How come it isn't destroying itself? And we're, you know, and in the plasma, it's a simple cyclical nature of discharge and overload, discharge, overload, discharge. It's a pulse. That's how you have those pulsar stars and shit. That's not a star spinning around, a neutron star spinning around, all that bullshit. I mean, you ever seen anybody in any experiment ever get a couple of neutrons even together to stick? No, you can't get neutron stars. They don't make any sense. Like, it's
But
nonsense.
you generally accept their distances of the stars are and all
No,
those kind of things?
of course
Okay.
not. They have an expansion, space-time expansion nonsense, where they say the ovals, the fucking the redshift of this light says that means that space is expanding at near relativistic speeds, and so these things. But when we actually look at what's going on out there, we don't see stars separating from each other over at these distances and speeds that they expect they're supposed to be happening. All we see is that the redshift from the light indicates to us that happens. But in a laboratory, they just recently found out that plasma redshifts light in that same spectrum at different charge densities, electron densities. So depending on the current or whatever and how you're looking at it, this light can be emitted from the plasma that looks like space-time is expanding, and therefore this thing must be getting further and further away from you, yet it's not. It's sitting right there in the fucking terrarium. It's not getting further away from you at all.
You say it's sitting in the terrarium. Like, how close do you think the stars are?
Oh, no. Well, I'm saying, I mean, they're still fucking hella far away from us, but they're not getting away from us and moving, at those. For in other words, if you take away these distances,
accept their definition of light years and trillions of 6 trillion miles is a light year, and that a star could actually be 430 times 6 trillion miles away. Any of that? Do you accept that?
Well, they can't know that. I mean, all they can know that is in the at least several million miles that I know of. Like that, I don't think they can actually know any of that other stuff, particularly as far as the actual distances outside of our own heliopause and all that kind of shit.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. I think you said something about the plasma moon guy, and that you thought that he was there to like throw
make
people
us look
off
stupid.
in some way.
Yeah.
Right.
Because there's literally no verification for his story at all whatsoever. Right. He personally cannot even be tracked down.
The flat Earth side might look at that as saying, well, it actually there's a plan to eventually move to an electric universe model, but keep the ball planet and all the other things that are convenient for their desires as far as the paradigm they want to keep people.
No, they don't want to move into
and
an electric
that plasma
universe.
Moon guy was confirming, was kind of like a subterfuge. This is the way someone could see it, is all I'm saying, right? That guy was talking about the moon being plasma. He was denying the moon landings and then calling the moon plasma as a way of introducing the whole electric universe concept, but then diverting away from the idea that it's not at all a place you can land, or you know what I'm saying? Like
we already had people. We already had actual the masters of electric universe, the fathers of it. They were already out. This dude was piggybacking and making them look stupid. This was we had
he seemed like a creation,
already.
Right? Didn't you try to find history? Did you try to find history on him and you couldn't find anything? Like he didn't exist?
Right, like he was just some fucking dude that they wanted to make other people and their shit look silly and start talking about how.
You're talking about that guy that
is a plasma instead of.
Yeah, he's talking about that European French guy or whoever.
Every plasma physicist in the world laughed their fucking ass off at that very moment, because plasmas, right? They are susceptible to change in a magnetic field, very rapid change. The moon doesn't change at all. I mean, its change.
Yeah, but we can't.
Is terrestrial. We can see the dust come up on the moon.
Yeah. Oh, I can't get a word in here. Look,
because your words are coming in right during my words. That's all. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now that you've done, all
you
I'm
have a little
trying to say.
bit of a delay, Jim.
Sorry, I came in a bit hot there. Sorry, I came in a bit hot earlier, but I'm just trying to get some direction here as well myself, and that is, any idea of man, landing on the moon? That you may as well dispel that idea. It's never happened, and whether the Earth is a globe or not, we can actually know that. We have the technology. Even low technology can help you discern whether the Earth is a leveled plane, whether we're spinning or not. It's knowable. You can actually understand this.
Right, you're trying to convince me. We're not doing that right here. We're just talking. Like, I'm not trying to tell you.
I'm just trying to make sure.
The curve is knowable. I'm putting my
said,
emotions onto it, making you feel like you need to think what I think. I'm just throwing shit out there about
what you're thinking. And I'm trying to say that, you sound like you don't want to look for the truth. That's what I'm getting. I'm getting that kind of thing.
I was just trying to clarify, Jen. I don't know if you were cutting out and roboting earlier, so that's the reason. You might not have heard some of the
No, I
conversation.
apologize for that. I just
Yeah.
apologize for that. But
I was
but I
just
want to
trying to
get
get.
things.
I was just trying to get like the electric universe like differences, because he accepts some things they say as far
Yeah.
as their model goes, and it's just interesting to hear his what seems to be bullshit and what doesn't. And then if it's some of it's bullshit, then you have to consider that maybe it's really that good of a reverse engineered industry that they can make everything up as well, which I'm
Yeah.
sure Grimm accepts as a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
Well, that's
some of
why
it,
I'm not, gung
Well, that's
ho
what I'm
trying to
saying.
argue that it's a sphere and that I want that to be what we talk about. Is it this or
No, no,
that?
no. I'm just
I
trying
like
to.
to try and
I
talk
know. I
about
know. What I'm trying to
helping
do here is that I'm
dismantle the
listening.
standard narrative.
Graham, I'm listening to you, what you're saying, and I'm saying if you can discern what's bullshit from the electro blah blah blah, which is even more complex than actually finding a curve. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all. Okay? I should now shut
Right.
up.
Yeah. No, it is. It's pretty complex. I mean, but then again, it's less complex than their made up shit. I mean, they use materials
like
that
let's
aren't
say,
even real. We can't ever measure or touch any of this stuff that's 95% of their model. So I'm not with it, I don't believe that.
what I'd like to hear,
Yeah.
what I'm excited for is, like I was saying, sorry to be so dismissive of your belief that it's a ball still or whatever, but if
Dude,
you
don't
did
worry
think
about
it
it.
was like, let's just say you found out that it was like a flat, right, or that it wasn't moving and all that made sense, then like how would you go about working in the electric universe ideas into the stationary planet? Because that would be exciting to hear someone that knows about those theories and how it could still work, electric plasma, earth,
I mean,
stationary earth.
if we found out that something was stationary, then we would have a whole different thing of physics. We would We would have a you know an actual position, an actual speed, an actual this and that we can start from a zero.
Right.
Yeah.
And like the whole cosmic microwave background thing, what was your take on all that with the
The cosmic microwave background. Pierre Marie Robitaille is the Nobel Prize, one of the him and another dude, Nobel Prize winner for making the Tesla 8 coil, which is a MRI machine that doubled the ability for the resolution of MRIs for early detection and
right.
all that kind
So
of stuff.
they're saying, but aren't they saying that we have a unique position and that it
He did
actually
that.
brings?
Yeah, he did that by assuming Kirchhoff's law of thermal radiation to be incorrect, and that he showed something to get rid of to get a better signal to noise ratio, so he could see the signal better by doing this. And he said it's the same thing with the cosmic microwave background, the esotropy maps that he's looking at. He said that they only get the rear esotropy map, from the cosmic whatever, from the low to Earth location. Those other two Lagrange point satellites, that they just super impose the esotropy maps to the papers that they wrote on those other two satellites, giving the impression that those other two satellites are giving the data of the esotropy maps. And they're not. They're not picking up the pole or the unipole or whatever. Thank you. I appreciate that.
In layman's terms, what you just said is that you do accept that we are that whatever
Coming
that
from
what
the
was that
oceans.
movie? Wait, what was that movie that you guys that you kept laughing about with Issa that you named it? It was
the principal.
The what?
The principal.
The principal, yeah, right. And you were saying, isn't that the movie with Jim Belushi or something, right?
Oh yeah.
Right. But okay, so then their theory in that movie was that we're geocentric, right?
I didn't watch it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
It was
what they go
I was
into, though.
literally talking about like The Teacher or something like that, like a different movie.
Okay. But yeah, I know, but the
Axis of
principle,
evil.
if you watch that movie, they're talking about the cosmic microwave background, showing us data that makes us a geocentric Earth, and that it got pulled and all that kind of drama went with it. But if we are geocentric, because of the cosmic microwave background, does that seem to be what you think is the cosmic microwave background readings are saying, or do you say that that doesn't really show it, or there was some kind of subterfuge there?
I don't really know what we're talking about there. I'm just saying that the cosmic microwave background would be caused by these energetic microwaves being absorbed by Earth's oceans and then re-emitted. And the emission of those microwaves is what we're picking up from the Earth. And that's why you can see the continents on the isotropy maps. You look at the fucking isotropy maps and you can see South America, North America, Asia. It's ridiculously funny. If that wouldn't be there if this was some fucking leftover light coming from outside or hanging around in some weird way that they try to explain that it would be doing. That doesn't make any sense. Where does light hang around? Where does light
then the
fucking hang
electric
around
universe
somewhere?
So the
Black hole
electric
is going to be
universe
made at that time. Yeah. So electric universe says that is the same thing. It's Marie Robitaille. He speaks on that on the Thunderbolts Project channel. So that is part of the electric universe. That's
yeah, I really got into the electric universe stuff when it came out. I was all about that for a minute.
Yeah, I remember them saying in that apparently the microwave background that goes against the Copernican principle or something.
And then there was some kind of axis of evil type thing recently. Like they were I don't know. I thought that they were leading towards a claim of geocentricity with the cosmic microwave background readings in general, beyond the principal movie.
Right. The data shows that apparently Earth has a specific a special position.
Place. Yeah.
Right. And they don't like that.
Right.
I think that's the thing they want you to believe, actually, because they really don't want you understanding that these that the Earth's oceans, for some reason, water absorbs.
Hey Gio, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
What was your take on the principle? Like, what was the subterfuge there?
I don't think I saw it.
Oh,
which one is that?
You know what I'm talking about, right? Oh, they had the lady
like the geocentric.
Great film, The Principle.
Yeah, I don't think I saw the whole thing. I've seen like parts of it and I know about it, but
yeah, the woman from Star Trek that played the captain, in our Star Trek Enterprise, she was like one of the main people, and then there's a bunch of others like well-known names in there, and it was kind of a controversial thing because it was right around when Flat Earth was becoming a topic, and then Eddie Bravo mentioned it as like what led him to Flat Earth, because he's like, wait a minute, the cosmic microwave background says we have a special place. And that was basically saying geocentrism was like the new finding by these big names, and it's kind of a big deal if that's what they're saying, and then that they pulled the thing, and some of the actors were interviewed saying that they didn't know what they were getting into, they were scripted, and they really downplayed it, and it seemed like a big clue on our end that they're trying to hide that it's geocentric at least, and this movie kind of shows that. And then it hasn't really been a topic of conversation very much.
Well, in order for you to accept that theory, you have to first ignore that the Earth's oceans absorb and emit microwaves. And we all can put a microwave. We put we know that, we put water in the microwave and it absorbs microwaves and emits the microwaves.
So it was done from Earth. They didn't do it from some.
Yeah. Well, what happens is
satellite.
Well, no, the satellites are reading the microwaves that are coming out of Earth, off of Earth.
Well, there's no water in the way.
It looks like we are the center. Yeah, but the microwaves themselves are coming off of Earth. See, that's what they're saying. Earth would be the center. Well, Earth would be the source of the microwaves, not the center.
Wait, I don't get it. Right? So they're facing away from the Earth, picking up microwave background.
For microwave, listen, just say if one microwave takes a year to get all the way through, energy in and out of the entire system of Earth. And you've got, so many microwaves coming in at a pretty steady rate. Eventually, you would have more microwaves coming off.
Where's the data being received?
From one satellite next to Earth.
Okay.
The other two do not pick up the monopole signal. Right.
You're saying that the oceans are emitting microwave radiation.
Yes.
Really?
Right, but if the satellite's facing away
Absolutely.
from Earth, why would the water? What would matter? I don't get why you're bringing up the oceans.
Because the oceans are what absorbed. That's okay. If it takes longer for the microwave to leave Earth than to get to Earth, then more microwaves will be stored up at that location before
Well, how
they're
do you
emitted.
How do you store microwave radiation in water?
Well, it doesn't store for long. It just takes a while to get back out.
Well, it doesn't reemit. It won't reemit microwave radiation.
Yeah,
It will reemit it. It will reemit it as heat, as infrared radiation, not microwave.
Yeah.
Microwave will go in, and infrared will come out. Then not the other way around. You can't get water.
Emit. Yeah,
you cannot get water to emit microwave radiation.
Yes, you can. An absorber is an emitter.
How is that possible? How is that possible?
Because it passes through. It doesn't always get.
How is it re-emitting the frequency of microwaves when its input is infrared?
No, not 100% of the transformation occurs, dude. You have some that don't do that. That's
how is it possible that any water H2O?
Well, why don't you
absorb microwave? I'm just asking you. How can something emit one frequency and then re-emit that same frequency? A substance doesn't do that. The only thing it can do that is a reflector. You can't. That's why you have line of sight microwave radiation to transmit power or communications from one receiver to another, needing that dish. You can't do it through a substance.
Actually, they're not. Oh, yeah, you're right. So a cosmic ray isn't necessarily a microwave until after it's penetrated and left the Earth. There you go. So
no, that's not
it's
true.
It's much more excitable.
No, cosmic ray.
It's at a much more it's much more energized. Excuse me. Oh, you didn't even know that fucking the solar wind was a plasma last year.
No,
dude.
I didn't know it was called that. I called it
shit.
something else. I was thinking of the part. Forget it. We don't have to go back. You're going to bring that up. That's the 10th time you brought it up.
Wow. So let's act like you're the fucking authority on this conversation.
You know how we're talking about basic. We're talking about physics here, okay?
I'm talking about plasma physics, and you don't know that the solar wind is a plasma. And I'm speaking about the solar wind. That's not just a technicality, dude. That's just you trying to be an authority on a subject you knew nothing about. Again,
I do know something about it, and I didn't associate the two in our conversation. And I was wrong. But ionized. I was associating with ionized gases strictly. You corrected me and said it was charged particles as well. Don't hang your hat on that one. Gotcha. It's a little bit disingenuous.
Well, no, it's not.
And it's a little
actually,
bit
no.
Gay.
It's just to set you back on your. It's to set you back on your attitude. Because the way you were acting.
Things we do know about microwave radiation.
Sounds so very familiar.
We know how the
right
energy
now.
spectrum. We know how the
I
light
know, but
energy
you were doing the
spectrum
same
works.
dance that you're doing right now.
We know how the light energy spectrum works.
We know this.
Now
we know
you're
that.
claiming.
We know this.
You're claiming that I can energize water with a frequency of light, microwave frequencies, and it will re-emit as microwave. Not only that, it can do it in a capacitant type of function where it is stored and delayed in its transmission. That I want to know how it does it. I'm asking you, and you're dancing around it. You go back to a further gotcha to try to defend your position. Can't you just answer the question?
Well, the question is laid falsely on its premise in the first place.
No, it's not.
Right, because you're saying directly microwaves to microwaves.
No, I didn't say that. I said some microwaves
are much more energetic.
Re-emitted. You cannot re-emit.
Oh
okay, the answer is you cannot re-emit a certain
Don't ask me another question and then talk over me again.
It's okay. I'll ask you again. How is it possible for
I can't even
a microwave?
On this Discord right now.
How it will it be possible for microwave radiation to be absorbed by a set of molecules, a substance like water, and then re-emitted in that same frequency? How is that possible?
Well, it's all detailed in his papers that are on that from Pierre Marie Robitaille, right? And if you're really interested, I've been talking about him for years. You might have, looked into it by now.
Well, I know it, from Leach.
Because he
Leach
doesn't say
tells me-
microwaves themselves go in and then come out as microwaves themselves. He goes through a really intricate and much more detailed than I can even go into description about, magnetic fields and how the particles travel along the magnetic fields almost to relativistic speeds, and they do all this other stuff. And there's just transformations from the cosmic rays to the monopole signal that we get from Earth's oceans.
I still want to
interesting that the one satellite or the one the horn, I forget what the name of it was, but it's something horn, and it's a dish where they were doing this testing that it doesn't actually can shield for Earth's oceans, and does, and they took it down as they were. It's the one satellite that they would have been able to use to be, to determine whether or not that this is not satellite, excuse me.
As stupid as this question might still sound, how is the Earth's oceans affecting the received data? I still don't get it. You've got a satellite outside of Earth, right, facing away from Earth. What does Earth's oceans have to do with what we're talking about?
Yeah, why do you think the Earth has oceans?
He said it was picking up on the side. Somehow it was on the side of it, so that's how I read it or something. Is that what you said, Grim?
I'm not following you.
You said only one of them received it because it was on the side of the Earth or something. That's what I heard you say earlier.
The monopole
What's
signal,
receiving the data
from closer to Earth? I don't know about the side of the Earth. I mean, what side of the Earth?
What's receiving the data?
Closer,
where is
closer
it?
to the Earth.
Are cosmic rays all microwave radiation?
No.
No, they're not. So the charged particles that the cosmic ray. So cosmic rays are different than solar winds. Solar winds, you corrected me a long time ago, is it pure plasma, or is it just plasma?
Well, plasma and dust and all kinds of every atom you can think of under the sun.
So plasma isn't ionized gases.
Yes, plasma
atoms.
is partially ionized gases.
Okay, but the solar winds are made up of more.
I think it's really a low percent, like a 2% of a gas can be ionized, and it is considered a plasma.
Okay, that's where that's what the gotcha on me was. But when you have solar rays coming from solar winds,
the whole thing was a gotcha.
Hold on, when you have solar winds when you have solar winds coming from the sun, they're not just 100% plasma, then, are they?
It is plasma with other things in it, but it is plasma. Solar wind
would gamma ray would gamma ray. So you had solar wind. Would a gamma ray be part of the solar wind?
No.
Yes or no? No.
It's a light frequency from a discharge in a plasma.
Discharge in a plasma. No, it comes from the sun.
Which is what?
Plasma.
Okay.
So, but you're saying that everything that hits this. No, but hold on. You're the one teaching me. So you make sure I understand you. You told me that it is plasma. The solar wind is plasma. And I'm asking you now, is it made up of other things like gamma rays?
No, those are things that plasma can make happen.
No. It's already it's en route, and suddenly we are hit with gamma rays. Coincidentally, the same time that we are hit by plasma. But you're saying that the gamma rays are not part of the plasma. The plasma is giving off the gamma rays locally, they're not originating from the sun. They're originating from the plasma that's en route. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think you have the wrong idea of what a gamma ray is.
I don't think so, but go ahead. You can try to help me there too then. What is a gamma ray?
It's like the highest photon energy or some shit, right?
Right. Right. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So is a photon a plasma?
No.
Or does a plasma emit a photon?
Well, on the surface of the sun, the reactions can cause
Right.
a
Do
reaction.
electrons move freely across the plasma? So can a plasma cause a reaction by its properties?
Yes, by emitting a plasma.
Right. But a gamma ray is not a plasma. So are we cool?
Yeah, but I was saying during the solar wind, if solar winds are going to hit you, are there gamma rays in as a part of that solar wind? Are they considered part of solar winds? Gamma rays.
Decay of an atomic nuclei?
See, you don't really know what a gamma ray is then, or you don't know what plasma is, or you don't know what the solar wind is. I think it's more about you don't know what a solar wind is, and you are educating me on this. Is a solar wind constant? You don't know that either. Are cosmic rays
Of course
constant?
it's not. No, I'm actually I'm in two different conversations at the same time.
All right. I didn't mean to short circuit your other conversation, but I just
you didn't. I'm still trying to figure out why you thought that a gamma ray was a plasma, or you were just trying to rope
I didn't
somebody up.
say that. You put words in my mouth. I never said gamma ray was a plasma. I just said gamma
Well, you're
rays.
trying to lead me down the road to think.
No, but
you're a plasma, and I don't know if you and I don't know what you know basically because you know there's a lot you pretend to know and don't know. So it just
that's not entirely true.
Know something.
No, I'm not pretending to know. So I'm asking you: do solar winds contain gamma rays?
No, they don't contain gamma rays. Gamma rays are, like I already explained a minute ago, can be in effect, but not from the solar wind itself, which is not a dense enough and energetic enough system to produce gamma rays. They have to be much more closer to the magnetic, friction of what's happening in the plasmas with all the electron densities and shit out there.
Does Narnia have wardrobes?
Do we have when we have a solar flare? Does that create microwaves or gamma rays? And is that considered part of the solar wind?
A CMB is a coronal mass ejection. It is not considered the solar wind. No.
Yes, the answer was yes. If anyone was wondering,
it's not considered the solar wind. It is a CMB.
Isn't it CME?
CME, yeah.
CME. Okay, so I got you now. I can't believe you didn't know that it was CME, not CMB.
Shut up.
You see how stupid it is by you calling me out on like pedantic items? Although that was a major fuck up on my part. I agree. And you got me because I was just talking kind of extemporaneously. But we were talking about...
We were trying to ignore it. We were trying to ignore it. That's the only reason I pointed it out because we were kind of using just like Newtonian shit only. And we were trying to ignore, there's a lot more going on. Like if we have electric currents between these bodies and we know that the electric force is 1,000 billion, I think. I don't know. What does it matter at that point? Times stronger than the gravitational force, and it's present at all, and we don't account for it because we say, well, our gravitational shit is all right and it works within this local environment. But what if it is just? It seems all right. It seems that to fit, but it's actually we are in an electric system that operates like clockwork. Which happens to fit the idea of gravity for this local area.
Gravity? How's gravity related to it?
Well, I'm saying like there's ideas of paradigm shifting and shit like that.
Oh yeah, that's the other guys. That's the flat earthers. But you're not a flat earther,
right?
So when we talk about solar winds, and I said,
but I do talk about gravity. That's what we were talking about.
I know, but right? when I mistook solar, when I said solar winds was not plasma, and you corrected me. We were both kind of right because you understand that there is ionized radiation, magnetic energy, as well as ultraviolet radiation, which you just said was not part of an ionized gas or plasma, but yet it could be emitted by those plasmas. So that's not entirely true. So the solar wind
we were talking about inducing a magnetic field or something. Or
I think so, but make sure we don't bring it up again. So you know that we both were right in a way. You were more right than I was, but I was still correct in that the solar winds do contain not only plasma, but they do contain magnetic radiation and ultraviolet radiation.
But all of those things are not considered the solar wind, so you weren't right at all.
Well, they weren't. No, they are. Actually, they are.
No, just because something is in or around or is being bathed in the solar wind, or
no, from the solar activity, solar flares,
no, that's different than solar wind. So from solar activity and solar wind are not the same thing. That's the electron stream coming out of the sunspots,
or from out of solar
which is
flares.
much denser. No, again, that is a coronal mass ejection. It's not considered the solar wind. It can be incorporated into and moved along with the solar wind as more particles.
That's where I think. Okay, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. That's the sun is releasing both particle. Hold on,
right?
Hold on.
I
Can
understand
I finish? Remember that this is when you start panicking, you start interrupting me. Just let me finish my sentence. So the streams of particles and magnetic fields are called the solar wind. They're both the solar wind. They're both. They both are this part. They both are comprising of the solar wind, comprised in the solar wind.
That's true because of plasma.
So we're just want you
moving in any direction induces a magnetic field.
No. You're saying no. The plasma is not inducing.
Moving.
And what about the ultraviolet? Which about the ultraviolet?
Listen, okay. Every electric current has a magnetic field constituent, right? Everyone. Every electric current has its magnetic field. You don't have electric current without magnetic field. They have to be both existing for one to exist.
Yes. In an electric field, there is a magnetic field. When current flows, there is a magnetic field that is produced because of it.
That's right.
Okay. So I'm talking about the magnetic energy and the ultraviolet radiation that comes from the sun, called solar winds. They're made up of both. Why can't you concede that we both are right?
I never said it wasn't. And I never would imagine that you would.
So I left out. Just so you don't bring it up. I want to make sure because I don't like when you bring it up.
You're panicking right now. I don't know.
No, I'm not panicking. I just want to keep you from bringing that up again. Because I want to keep you from bringing it up again for the fourth time.
Well, no. If I bring it up again, it's because clearly.
You didn't know that solar winds was made of plasma. Yeah, I was considering the solar wind strictly radiation. Sorry.
No, you didn't think that it was plasma at all.
I just said that this now. Plasma is charged particles, ionized gases. I agree. I didn't think the particles that came from the sun were ionized gases, which they are. Some of them are.
And they speed up as they move away from the sun, and it's not because of heat. Yeah, they speed up as they move away from the sun. They accelerate.
And then the radiation. Then the radiation made
as
up
if they're attracted
gamma
to
rays,
the other
ultraviolet
side of the current.
rays, infrared, all come from the sun as well. Part of the solar wind.
Well, not all, right? Because
no.
Well, I mean, I guess the way you said that, it left it open to because we have cosmic rays that come from other sources.
Well, no, cosmic rays don't come from the sun. Cosmic rays come from the cosmos, from the rest of the universe. We can tell the difference between a cosmic rays and a solar ray. In fact, the reason that I talked about it before was the fact that the cosmic rays, these charged particles also, can affect our atmosphere in the fact that it actually seeds the clouds and helps in clouds formation. So the greater the cosmic rays, the greater the likelihood of cloud formation. And by the way, solar effects such as solar wind can blow off the cosmic rays and reduce the amount of cloud formation. And it's one of the theories behind global warming that has not been fully looked into yet.
Yeah, it turns out that it's not really the solar wind that's blowing it off. It's the solar wind that is creating a stronger induced magnetic field around Earth, which is then redirecting the cosmic rays around the magnetic field, some of them getting trapped in it, in those radiation belts and stuff like that.
Possible.
But that's the facts. That's how that.
I don't know if it's facts, but I think it's a good theory.
Well, I mean, it's better than just a theory, right? Because it's Christian Birkeland, told us how
You're talking about the astro. I'm talking about cosmic rays that are actually measurably changed at the Earth's atmosphere, at the point where they would enter and
well, it turns out that they don't understand cosmic ray sources as well as they thought they did, because they thought they all had to be coming from these supernova events, and there seemed to be these what do you call it, cosmic rays that they're getting to Earth that are breaking the
contingent in now.
They're breaking
the
speed limit and the energy limit,
in all
right?
fairness, sorry
Which,
to
can you
interrupt,
just
but
give
I
me a
think
minute?
in
I've been
all
trying to say
fairness-
this for quite a while, and I was waiting for the right time. So, I mean, right now would be a good time.
Okay, go ahead.
On the
But
subject.
do bear in mind, others would like to get in as well on the conversation.
Yeah.
Can
So
you
it turns
not
out
spread that
Jupiter.
conversation around a bit? Yeah.
Turns out Jupiter's double plasma layers, could possibly be a source of those cosmic rays.
Cosmic rays.
High energy particles that have been sped up around a magnetic field and then released. Just then, when you put it that way, it doesn't seem such like a big deal anymore.
Okay, right. In all fairness, gentlemen, we have to remember that these solar winds and stuff, they're just theories. They haven't been confirmed, have they?
They have
you
yes.
confirmed them?
Absolutely.
No, they haven't.
They can talk about the effect on people, poisoning the humans, other animals on the Earth.
Crap.
These CMEs are high energy particles. Grim would agree to this.
Absolute BS.
And they,
Cosmic
and
ray
they hit the
particles,
Earth, and they would be very dangerous to unshielded astronauts.
Oh, I'm aware of that. That I'm aware of. But again, we don't know because astronauts haven't been there. Can you see what I mean? Look, I'm aware of. They travel at the speed of light. Don't talk when I'm talking, please. When they travel at the speed of light, supposedly.
Near the speed of light.
You're talking when I'm talking against Zanik. You're talking when I'm talking against Zanik.
You're just trying to correct so when you repeat yourself, you don't sound silly.
All right, yeah.
Don't worry. I like to repeat myself. Don't interrupt me. I'm going to repeat again.
No, I meant when you say light speeds, you're not saying their model correctly.
Don't worry. Don't interrupt me.
Relativistic speeds would be like a more digestible way to say that.
All right, hold on. Grim, just let him speak, man. Zanuck, I had to temporarily intermute you for interrupting, but yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Sorry that I had to raise my voice there, gentlemen. Sorry about that. All I'm trying to say is that cosmic ray particles would pose a massive threat to any astronaut and their spacecraft. We know this because NASA and the astronomers tell us this. But have we confirmed it? No. Okay? And astronauts haven't gone. Okay? Let's not forget that. So when you speak in the realms of speculation. We don't know. It hasn't been confirmed because it hasn't. Unless you believe. And then that's not knowing. Okay? I now rest my... I will now shut up. Okay?
Yeah, that's where we're all coming from anyway. We're not trying to do all that. We're just saying, this is what the theory says, and this is what this states. That's all we're doing right now. We didn't really need that.
No, it's just making it clear that that's what it is. You're just arguing speculations at the moment.
I just got unmuted. No, you're wrong, Grim. Cosmic rays are not dangerous to humans, so you're wrong about that.
Cosmic rays are not dangerous to humans?
No. Cosmic rays have never been said by anybody that they're dangerous to humans ever.
That's bullshit.
No, it's not bullshit.
Study after study. Oh, fine, I will. Why don't you relax a little bit?
Solar winds.
I'm going to interject here.
Solar winds are dangerous.
Yeah, it is said that cosmic ray particles travel at almost the speed of light, and they give that number as 670,616,629 miles per hour. That's what they give it as, right? And they said if the astronauts were to travel into space to go to the moon, they would need shielding 2 meters thick because the rate at which these particles hit a surface, 1 centimeter squared, 4 per second. Okay? So it's definitely, they say it's dangerous. Thank you.
So here's from NASA.gov. It's a PDF. Audience, how cosmic rays affect humans. Cosmic ray collisions in the body can be harmful because they damage the DNA in the cells. Remember, a single cosmic ray has a large amount of energy. If it collides with DNA, it will destroy part of that DNA strand. DNA contains instructions for the cells to function properly. When the DNA is damaged, the cell will malfunction. And there's also there's paper after paper on cosmic ray influxes, where they study the amount of cosmic rays that came to Earth, and the amount of all kinds of shit, dude. I'm just
so you just proved
it's just funny after you would say
Zanuck a
that
liar.
cosmic ray.
No.
Yeah,
Again.
absolutely.
Let me provide my evidence.
Not a liar,
Here's
but
a quote.
mistaken.
Let me provide cosmic rays theory, science. They penetrate us, sailing through our bodies. One such mystery is cosmic rays made of tiny bit of atoms. These rays, which are through us at any moment, at any very moment, are not harmful to us or any life on the surface of the Earth.
So which one's right?
I'm talking about going to space. In space.
Wait, hold on.
Space, they said.
Hold on,
space.
No, I just said cosmic rays, and I was talking about on the surface.
There's two contradictory theories here. Like, one, they are harmful, one, they're not. Which globe is going to decide what is true and what represents their model?
Well, I'm the only one who's going to be right.
No,
obviously.
Well, I'm going to be right as well, because I do understand what's been said about cosmic ray particles. And again, it's speculation, because no astronaut has been out there to expose him and his.
We have.
His or
That's
her
why they didn't get hurt.
You're talking when I'm talking again. You're talking when I'm talking again. Don't do that.
Taking a page out of your yearbook.
Yeah. Just, well, carry on then if you want to do that. I don't mind. I'll carry on. But anyway, we haven't had astronauts go to space to verify that, and the equipment that they said they had didn't have this 2 meters thick of shielding. Didn't have it, because the Saturn V rocket wouldn't have been able to lift off. Okay, thank you very much. According to Bill Wood.
Yeah. You have to mute me. I was going to be quiet.
That
so
actually
yeah,
was
in space,
some of the high
they are
altitude air pilots. It was a concern because they had to deal with more cosmic radiation.
Well,
right, it was a concern because
they realized it wasn't
noticing they were noticing there's study after study after study from.
I understand, but for the most part, they're considering to be innocuous. And yes, in space they are dangerous, but what I was talking about on the Earth, when cosmic rays hit us, they're not dangerous because of the infrequency and the level at which they are striking us.
Dude, no, you're absolutely wrong. They have so many studies on it that they even go into transmutation of viruses and causing human health by mutating viruses.
Okay,
so what's the receiver? What is?
Well, they don't just stretch it.
Well, hold on a sec. You know, like you were saying about
laboratory.
Pilots, they have to take more precautions because they're up higher, where they could be closer to the cosmic rays. Now, what is receiving the data? What's telling you that this is a cosmic ray and not radiation from the sun? What machine or device is doing that?
I don't know the name of it exactly. It's just it's the amount of energy that whatever it's hitting, it's receiving, that there's more energy than in
that's the signature is like
it just has more energy to it. So whatever it is, it's just making a deeper imprint in the silks, as a signal.
And they can tell that difference between normal sun radiation or whatever.
Yeah. But I mean, if you go to Google Scholar and you just search cosmic rays in human health, there's 1,000 papers. And none of them say cosmic rays are absolutely safe for humans. None of them. So I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't think if that was the case, they'd find some ailment that has been caused by cosmic rays exposure, and they don't seem to find any of those.
Sorry, go on, Zach.
Yeah, come on. So we got a lot of data on this. We have types of people like Aborigines that are in the sun all the time. We don't see any kind of instances of these things that we think could be being caused by cosmic radiation to cause ailments in them, as far as cancers or any kind of mutations or DNA destruction. Some of these people can last over 100 years old, and if it was a problem, you think that these people wouldn't last that long, especially since they don't really shelter from the sun very often.
Can they be captured? Can they be?
Well, cosmic rays aren't the sun. That's not what we're talking about.
Well, some types of cosmic rays are emitted by the sun, but very few. Most of it's coming from the cosmos.
Can these things be
But
captured?
when I said that a minute
Yes,
ago, and
they
you said I
capture.
was
Yes, they
wrong.
capture them. And they let me. I can answer the question. So in Antarctica, there is a big block of ice station, the South Pole, that allows cosmic rays to hit and be absorbed and then analyzed in this test facility. So there is something that is available that has been analyzing cosmic rays for many years.
Yeah, and
Okay,
I
now
talked about
cosmic.
that.
Hang on a second. Now cosmic rays that come through the Van Allen radiation belts apparently blocks
Oh my
most
God,
of
that's
the
only a thin.
dangerous. Hang on a second now.
They come in
Dude,
all
they're measuring the
Shut
directions.
up.
cosmic rays that are coming
You're
Fucking hell.
talking
to
while
the
he's
Earth.
talking again.
They're coming
What's the
from all
matter
over
with you guys?
all directions.
Right, I'm talking
Yeah,
now. You just finished.
but you
Hang on
can't.
now.
Don't use the radiation belt
Cosmic
because
ray particles that hit, most of them hit and supposedly bounce off the damn Van
no.
Allen radiation belts, right? Are you talking? Right, Van Allen radiation belts, okay?
Yeah, he's
So
right.
now,
Some of that
what
is
comes
absorbed
through?
into
What
the
comes
magnetic
through is
fields
harmless. What
in
comes
between them.
through is harmless. Don't even waste your time with that. It's the stuff that the astronauts are supposed to be encountering that's dangerous. And
No, that's
cosmic ray.
right,
Hang on,
Brumi
don't talk
or
when I'm
Jen.
finished.
I was
Shut
just saying
up.
you're
I'm not
right.
finished.
I was just saying you're
But
right.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Let me clarify this. Now pay attention.
Jeez.
Cosmic ray particles are actually leftovers from stars which are known as supernova that explode and spread their matter across the universe, supposedly. Okay? Now you can talk. Fuck. I yield the floor now.
Did you hear anything I said or no? I said there is a direct correlation between
you were
cosmic radiation and solar winds and for cloud formation, because cloud formation needs cosmic particles. So these cosmic particles help form clouds. When there's solar winds, it blows them away or disrupts their formation or disrupts their ability to penetrate the earth. And then when they don't penetrate the earth, less clouds are formed, and that correlation is documented. There's been studies by the Swedish team Svenmark and company in Sweden, I guess. They had a whole paper for that talked about this type of correlation.
That would be a theory, though. That's unproven at the moment. That would be a
theory.
No,
there's a tremendous amount of evidence. Now, the only theory that's been out.
No, even though it's a tremendous amount of evidence, it's still
that's
a theory.
What theories are. They're logical, plausible ideas. Hey, now you're talking over me. They're plausible ideas backed up by substantial amounts of evidence that everyone seems to agree on. Now, one of the things people don't agree on.
Unproven.
Can I finish?
Jim,
one of the things they don't agree on the truth theory is on climate change, whether that is truly a factor with cloud formation tied to the thermal changes of the Earth, of the planet. That there was a correlation as well. That's a different theory. But the theory of cosmic rays and cloud formation is not a theory. It is a theory, but it's well accepted by almost all climate scientists and physicists. Yes.
Yeah, but it's still not proven. Still not fucking proven. That's my point.
You don't have proofs in science, Brumi. Jen, you don't have proofs.
It's been proven.
You don't have proofs in science. There's evidence for it.
But the claim is right. The more particles, the more cosmic rays, the less clouds, right?
No, the opposite. The more cosmic rays, the more clouds.
Oh, okay.
And when there's solar winds, that disrupts the cosmic rays from entering the Earth's atmosphere and hitting the Earth. And that reduces the amount of clouds that can be formed because they're basically cosmic rays are like seeding the clouds. They're the particles required for cloud formation or assisting.
These are the people. This is coming from the people who tell you live on a ball, okay? Spinning through the bars of the universe.
Put a clam in it.
Quiet, will you? Quiet. I'm talking now, right? Now, so that's why I'm saying to you that it's a theory that's not proven. Hasn't been proven 100%. It hasn't. Just because they've agreed on it doesn't make it true.
It hasn't. They have detectors. They can detect the cosmic rays. They know that it's out there.
It's still BS.
Well, to you, because you're ignorant. The rest of us that looked at the data can maybe see that this stuff is actually researched and verified. Yes, it's been verified. It's a fact. It's a fact that there's cosmic rays. How about that? That is not a theory. That is a fact. You're talking over me, Jen.
Cosmic rays are out there. Let's have a look at them. Show me them.
Okay, go look for the look for the ice station in our Antarctica.
You show me with to my eyes because I don't see.
You want to see cosmic rays? Well, there's now you're talking like Demon. Now you're talking like
naked eye.
Now you're talking like Demon.
See this thing with your naked eye.
Now you're talking. You want to see a cosmic rays? You can't see them; they're unseeable.
There you go.
So what's the link?
They have detectors.
They have signatures.
They have instruments that can actually measure them. Not a problem, Jim.
That's why I take it as it's a supposition. It's an idea that's been put forward, right? It's not real. We don't know that yet. Hasn't been confirmed. No one's been to space. So, you have to take things as they are. No human being has been to space. You can carry that belief if you want. We carry the knowledge that we know they haven't gone. We know this. That's what you're fighting against. My knowledge and your belief. No evidence. You lose every time.
How do you know they're not detecting a neutrino and not a cosmic ray?
Because in the Auger Observatory, the surface detector, it has the solar panels, the electronic equipment, the ionized water, all these things when we're being struck by these particles, these high energy particles, it can detect what they are.
How?
They amplify the signal with photomultiplier tubes, and they can go through the algorithms and figure out what those particles are, because they can also simulate those same particle and charges in the laboratory. For example, at SLAC, when they accelerate high energy electrons and they fire them at near light speed and see the impact on targets, detectors on the other end, 2 miles away. I mean, this is the science of this particular type of detection. It's not like they just say, "Well, we just think this is happening. Let's hold up a pumpkin pie and see if we can see any impacts from the particles." That's not how they do it. Actually,
what's it called then? Does it have a name?
I just told you the Auger Observatory and the scintillation detectors in Utah.
Right, cool.
Scintillation.
Is there not like some sort of title to the method, or?
They're called detectors. They're called solar cosmic ray detectors.
Oh, okay.
So if you do a Google search for cosmic ray detector, you'll find all about how they actually detect cosmic rays.
I'll find some Narnia, yeah.
Not Narnia. They can detect it and they can validate that this detection is based on cosmic rays.
Did you see that study on cosmic rays and human health?
I know there's been studies. I'm not going to deny that people have. I'm not going to argue that there could be a possibility that cosmic rays are not healthy. But I'm not saying that to this point there is no conclusive evidence that they are at the Earth. They say if we are exposed to those high energy cosmic particles in space for very long, we could be in danger of compromising our health. That we all agree on.
No, a lot of neurological effects and stuff, even for people who live in higher altitudes, man, on the Earth.
That's
or pilots.
My dad was a pilot for 30 years. He showed no ill effects. He flew every day, 3 times a week. He was up at high altitudes. He didn't show any problem. He didn't have any cancers, nothing.
So either cosmic rays are quite fine and healthy, or they don't exist.
No, they exist, but in small doses, they don't affect us. They're right through us without disrupting anything, without hurting any of our DNA.
Nothing's going through my body that I wouldn't know about. I'm sorry. I totally.
Well, that's because you're Jen and you think you know everything. So why don't you do this? Go look at the ice cube neutrino.
Through my body.
Go look at the ice cube
in the way of cosmic ray particles. Crap. Absolute.
Not even a single fucking electron, Jen.
Yeah, he feels X-rays. He gets X-rays. He feels X-rays when he gets X. When he breaks a bone. And he goes X-ray. When he gets his tooth X-rayed, he knows that X-rays are penetrating. He can feel them. Right, Jen? You can feel X-ray.
Right.
Yeah, right. Knucklehead. You're just a knucklehead.
Can you feel when you lose or gain an electron from stepping outside barefooted onto the ground?
He's got solar panel detectors. Remember, he'll find it. His skin is made of solar panel ray detectors.
I'm fitted with the latest. You got it. You got it. I'm in the best. I'm in Japan. Remember. Technology.
Good evening.
Tech-savvy.
Good evening, chaps.
Hey.
I see Ambi.
What's up, Hugh? How you doing?
Hey. The man, the myth, the legend, Ali B is here, and all good people. How are you?
Oh, we're all firing on all cylinders here. Everyone's happy. And how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
Okay. Flat Earth,
right,
yeah? Flat Earth. Don't forget. Don't forget. Flat Earth, yeah? Flat Earth.
Right, that's enough pleasantries. Now let's argue. You suck. Anyway, I don't
Oh,
think...
do you bring any news of curvature?
I was going to say, we could be up for a topic change. They were going deep on cosmic rays and...
They've never seen the Fantastic Four? Come on.
Yeah. The thing.
Hey, chaps, I'll tell you a story. When I was 11, I broke my arm, and it was very severe, and I was hospitalized for a week, and I was in a dorm with about 4 other boys, and what do they call it? A ward. There you go. Anyway, so my dad comes to cheer me up with a bin bag full of comic books. So I had Hulk. Oh no, was it Spider-Man? I think it was Hulk, comic 1, 2, 3, and 5. And I had the first edition of Spider-Man. I had the first edition of, I think it was Fantastic Four. The first 20 of Spider-Man or something like that. I had all the first editions because they were just available at the time. So I had a bin bag with probably $100,000 worth of comic books in my hand. I don't know where they are. So there you go.
But your arm got better.
Yeah.
It did. It did. Thank you.
After reading those comics, yeah.
I don't know how much Hulk version 1 or comic 1 is going for now, but it's a lot. I think. I don't know.
What was your favourite one though?
Oh, I loved I liked the Fantastic Four. I liked Hulk. I liked them all, really. I loved them all. It was just all so fantastic. I'd never seen comic books at that point. I love the Fantastic Four. I like the Thing. I like Sue Storm. I like the fiery guy flying around. I thought it was all marvelous.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's just
Johnny the
naivety.
Human Torch. The Human Torch. He's,
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's just naivety, but I'd say it's probably not as popular in England.
Yeah,
it was. It was in England. It was when I was growing up. It was when I was growing up.
Yeah, it was popular. It wasn't the wild popularity that they had in the States, but it was. Yeah, we had the comics.
It was popular enough, though. It was popular enough. I mean, they had all the action figures and the toys. You could get all the paraphernalia. Comic sales going through the roof. It was popular in England when I was growing up.
I was fascinated because the ads in it were all for American things, and they had dollar signs everywhere. Remember that, Jen? And the pound sign, what they call the number sign, which is like a hashtag, whatever that symbol is. The
it was American. I associated that with the Americans. I did the hashtag.
And the other one that fascinated me was the Bazooka Joe gun.
Bubble gum with the comic strip in the
little story in it.
Yeah, the little story in there when you open up the pink, pop the pink bubble gum in your mouth and you read the comic. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's it. I loved all things American. I was fascinated. And the other thing was my brother had a quarter. I don't know where he got it from, but my brother had a quarter that he sequestered in his room, and I would sneak into his room and search for the quarter. I'd find it somewhere in a drawer somewhere. I'd just look at it and fascinated by the eagle and the old guy on the other side.
It's funny you say that because I had one of those. But you know how I got it? Because when I went to a shop It was mixed in with my change. As a kid, you don't notice till you get home, do you?
Right.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah, I was
That's how I
brought
got my
out.
one. Ripped off.
Yeah.
I was ripped off when I got it that way.
But I loved it. Yeah, the comics from that era is just fantastic.
Yeah, yeah. I've always been into the comics. I mean, before I came to Japan, that would be now 20 years ago, I had to sell all my comic collections because I had a load.
Yeah.
All in this, all in plastic, protectives, vinyl sleeves so they wouldn't be, trashed. But I took them to the shop where I bought them from. I didn't get as much as I wanted, but I got enough, and I brought the money with me to Japan, sold them back. I thought it was the best thing to do was sell it back to the shop. I knew I was going to lose money because I didn't want to throw them away, and I didn't have time to put an advert out and wait for people to come along and buy it. So I just took them back to the shop. That's the best thing to do. A collector, you have to do that, otherwise it's just going to get trashed.
Yeah,
that's what I did.
Yeah, and there's no eBay.
Yeah, I had to go to the shop itself on Charing Cross Road. That's what it was.
I've been on Charing Cross Road many times, Jim.
Yeah. So if you look at there's a music shop that sells musical instruments, saxophones, flutes, and that. Right, just a couple of doors up from there is this comic shop. I don't know if it's still there today, but that's where I used to get my comics and that. Yeah.
That's cool.
Opposite the Astoria Theatre, almost opposite the Astoria Theatre, and then you got the Kentucky Fried Chicken shop right there.
Yeah, I think it wasn't so big for me growing up because I think that was about the time where Pokemon started becoming a thing.
Right. Yep, that's right. Got to catch them all.
Yeah.
And that really surprised me that Pokemon was a thing in Britain and Europe and America because, my kids loved it here in Japan, you see, where we are. So we get it firsthand. But when I heard that this phenomena was in Britain as well, I thought, really? They've taken on Pokemon? I didn't think much of it myself. But then again, I'm not a kid, But they took it on. I thought, wow, Japan's amazing.
We were when the app came out, we were in Texas. My family was in Texas visiting family. And we went into Austin or Round Rock town, and everywhere we looked, there was people on their phone following these trails to find new Pokemon. It was everyone. It was like a Doctor Who episode where everyone's brainwashed or something, It was surreal. We looked around and went, what is going on? It was just so weird.
Yeah, actually, it's like a little treasure hunt. But in Japan, it had to be curtailed because kids were getting knocked down by cars and that,
Yeah, I heard about this. I thought it was
Japan,
China.
so it
Was
had
it
to be
Japan?
curtailed.
I think it might happen both.
I heard of that. Yes. Yeah, children walking to the street trying to get their Pokemon. Oh.
Yo, not to detract or anything, but I just made a real life observation, and the sun is about 7 times bigger than normal for some fucking reason over here.
Take a pic.
Take a pic. At its setting right now.
Chuck it in the live stream.
The sun.
And that the idea of that is.
I'm driving down a hill. I don't know.
Just pull over, man. Pull over. Hazard lights on. Quick snap, and then drive on. Surely you can do that. Surely.
Let me find a.
Yeah, just pull over, man.
So it's really magnified, Noah. It looks, it's like
it looks fucking huge.
Yeah.
Way bigger than it should be, and it's right above some mountains. I gotta fucking get here before it sets. It's right above I'm gonna find it and tell you that.
Yeah, well done, man. If you can do it, that'd be great. I love the medium, man. That medium is like a magnifying glass, isn't it? It's amazing what it does to the sun, isn't it?
It is. In South Africa, apparently, I've not been there, but the sun is massive at the sunset.
Yeah, it's always looked bigger to me, from living in Britain all of my life. Even when you see it in America, the sun and the moon looks bigger.
Yeah, well,
let alone Africa.
Spain, I experienced it in Spain as well on the coast. Yeah, Spain. I experienced big, massive sun. Not thinking anything at the time. I didn't even that.
Yeah.
It was big. That's it. Nothing. I wasn't thinking anything astrological or anything. I just thought beautiful color. Took a picture of it. I've still got the picture, and I thought, yeah, But now when I look at it, I was thinking, and there's the fucking flat Earth, and I didn't even realize. You see what I mean? Yeah.
Being in Georgia, it's been so long. I used to live on the west coast in the UK, so I saw sunsets all the time. And I came to Georgia and never see a sunset. So you have to go down to Florida, go on the west coast of Florida to be able to see a sunset, or the Panhandle, and we can see a sunset. I miss it so bad. I'm in a like a night owl. Like it's 1 o'clock in the morning now, and I'm up and awake. So I never see sunrises.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. But I think that if that guy can get that shot, that'd be great.
Cool to look.
Just amazing what I've learned about the medium and how it can change the size of the sun. That is just beautiful.
I think it's the atmosphere, right? It's the air density or whatever it is, the moisture content or something like that. If it's really dry, it doesn't look so big.
Well, it looks different. It always looks good. It just looks different. That's all I think.
Okay, I think it went behind the mountain. I couldn't get it.
Oh, never mind. Never
bad.
mind.
I'll probably be in this. I'll probably be in the same spot. So I might be able to get it then. It was just like I was just looking out the window and listening to you guys, and I was like, this fucking thing is huge. The next time I'll have to get a pic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
you guys are talking about that Pokemon game. I literally just drove halfway up this fucking hill looking for a picture. Like, it's fucking Pokemon for me.
Gotta catch 'em all.
It's funny. Just next minute you hear.
I just looked in the side chat. Who's a Norm Macdonald fan here?
I didn't hear.
I was. Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Norm Macdonald.
Yeah, I was definitely.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Fan.
Really?
Yeah. I was. Yeah. Look, when it arrived in our neighbourhood in Kentish Town, London, central London, Kentish Town, which is in the borough of Camden, I was working as an apprentice welder, and they opened one in Kentish Town. I used to go there every Friday and buy McDonald's for me and my brothers. My brothers were still at school, but I was the one that was working, so I'd buy for my brothers as well. And we used to have McDonald's on a Friday. Love this stuff. I cannot say I hate it.
It's okay. He misheard. It's okay. He misheard.
Yeah,
that's right.
He said Norm.
I heard McDonald's. That's all.
Yeah, well, he was
a comedian. There's a comedian.
Norm Macdonald. The comedian guy who was on Saturday Night Live and all that.
Are you talking about the guy that died recently?
Yeah.
Oh, I see now. Yeah. I know what you mean now.
No, but Gin, I can say as well. When the McDonald's came to the UK, I remember going to McDonald's and we went through the drive-thru. There was one in Liverpool. We went through the drive-thru just for the novelty, and they pass out this tiny little bag with French fries. After a lifetime of having fish and chips, a great big bag of fish and chips, I was so disappointed. Yeah. This weedy little paper bag.
Nice, different. But I knew it was French fries. I thought, this is how the French have it, is it? That's what I thought, Look at that,
I still loved it.
Do you know what I found that's quite racist? Britain seems to be the only McDonald's that don't serve alcohol. Apparently, other people tell me an alcoholic beverage in McDonald's. You can't in Britain.
You can't here.
I've never known that.
Even
even in Hawaii, when I was in Hawaii and LA,
so you can't.
I didn't notice they were selling alcohol.
That's cool then.
It could be European countries, so Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, Denmark, Belgium, those type of countries probably, because everyone drinks everywhere. France, particularly, that type of place. It's normal.
That's not a common thing. That's not a common thing. Alcohol and McDonald's. No.
Oh right, I thought it was like just sort of Britain that was kind of. I thought Americans told me that you could get it in America.
No.
Never seen it. No, bowling alleys, yeah. That'd be great. McDonald's, no. Never, not alcohol.
I was gonna say Noah had brought up the sun. I was gonna say this before, like, Jin, in terms of like the way that the sun magnifies, like sometimes it magnifies and then sometimes it also like Like it does the opposite of magnification. Like it actually shrinks, all the way down to a little dot. What do you think is causing that? I always think like as the sun's moving away, it's going through more and more layers of atmosphere essentially, and as it's moving away, the distance increases and the layers of altitude by which it's going through are changing as well, and that creates like that effect, that magnification effect, or the different light effects we get during sunsets.
Yeah, that sounds plausible. That's what I would surmise myself, really. Yeah, because definitely the atmosphere changes everything. When you think about it now, it's obvious, isn't it, that it's going to have some effect in what you see on a by the second. That's the beauty of it. It's by the second it's changing, even though you may not notice it with your eye. But when you record it, that's when you can really tell. You see?
Yeah, I often think of it. It's like artwork. It's like the creator is creating like a new painting every single day. Like every sunset, every sunrise. It's amazing. Like the different conditions create a unique environment.
Never the same.
The beauty of the creator.
Yeah.
The beauty of the creation.
It's like never the same twice. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I love the Earth. I fight passionately for flat Earth. That is why, you see. And that's been devalued with games and everything else. You know what I mean? And bombs raining on people's heads. Pay your taxes.
Well, us flat earthers, we've all seen that.
IRS.
We've all seen that GIF. Sorry, dude. Just gonna say, we've all seen that GIF where you've got like the seashore, and you can see, it's like over the day. So you see, all the effects happening. How, it's compressing and shrinking, and that piece of land you're seeing, across the way is changing all the. So if the conditions can do that, to the land, what could it be doing to the sun?
Yeah. I just don't like it when the heliocentrists try to say, well, you can't trust that because the medium is changing. No, it's not. That oil rig is an oil rig. I'll take it out. Give me the weapon. No, it's not going to refract on me when I aim. You understand what I mean? When they start trying to tell you that, you're not seeing what you're seeing, and you can't trust it.
I had that same question. The 60-mile one, or whatever it was supposed to be, 40-mile. Chicago skyline, and them saying it's a mirage. Well, if you had a gun that could shoot that far.
Yeah, that's right. 56 miles. Yeah. 56
miles. If you're aiming at one of those buildings and you could shoot it, directly line of sight, you would miss. Then if that is a mirage, you wouldn't hit the building, right? It would be nice to have a gun to test.
That's right. That's right. And what they do, the Navy with their what they call it, the aircraft carriers, their system in the latest video called Flatten the Curve now, they're saying that if the Earth was a globe, they wouldn't be able to hit their targets. It's what they said. They said it. So, yeah, they've got equipment that can hit that building easily. Once they can see it, they'll hit it. You see what I mean, yeah?
Yeah, but would they be hitting it or a mirage?
Yeah, they can paint it with their laser. They can hit it. It's gone. That's the thing, The P900 can see 14 miles, okay? Just straight out. Can zoom in to 14 miles away, and you can see a lady in the nude. That's peeping Tom to a new level. Peeping Tom to a new level. Man. I mean, all right, but that's just across the plane, isn't it? A camera. Yeah? God. It's flat, isn't it? It's flat. It's just flat.
14 miles. That's quite something.
It is.
Ali B, do they allow alcohol in McDonald's in Scotland? They must. Surely.
Did it?
Surely that's all they sell in Scotland, isn't it?
That's racist. It's
I'm
racist.
joking, man.
But I love the Scots though. I love the Scottish, man. I love them. Love the music, the culture, their history.
He's not talking.
Nice people. The Scots.
He's getting us all a happy.
I was in the Scottish regiment.
Go ahead, John.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Speak
There you
up,
are.
please.
Oh, right. Yeah. I was going to say that they say the only reason they don't sell it in the UK is because nobody asks for it. So if you get a group of people, get a campaign to go into McDonald's and ask for beer, you'll get served and put it on the menu. That's what they say.
Right. It's not. It's not on the menu. There's no. They give you root beer, maybe.
Root beer.
Well, they serve it in Germany and all that. I was just reading there because I'd heard of it as well. I'd heard that they did sell. I had heard that they sold beer at McDonald's, but I just looked it up there. There's, I think 15 countries in Europe they sell it in.
It's
So,
funny, isn't it?
Look at Europe, eh? Europe trying to be trendy. Europe.
Yeah.
Come on.
Thanks. Yeah, but it's a different culture over in Europe regarding drink. Apart from the Swedish,
Yeah.
the only people that can't handle their drink is the Swedish. They go ballistic, man. They go absolutely ballistic.
The
But
Swedish and the
Danes and all
Japanese
that.
as well over here, mate. They can't handle it over here as well. They
Ah,
soon
right,
get
right.
drunk. They get drunk on the fumes.
But they get not violent, but stupid.
No, they get
on it.
happy.
They just,
Yeah, they get happy.
oh, right. In Sweden, it's different. It's different. It's like no offense to the English, but the English are like the same. You know, when they get drunk, they get violent. Like with football fans and stuff like that. Scottish fans, we like, or used to anyway, used to go away party. That's what we were kind of known for. But the English,
are we talking about the same Scottish people?
yeah, we don't get violent. You look, we used to be welcome in any country in the world. No, you're wrong. That was internal, and that was nothing to do with.
Okay.
That was not. Oh no, I'm not taking offence.
No, sorry.
But that was done with happened with the razor wars in the '60s. That's why it got known as a violent city. It was nothing to do with alcohol and stuff like that. You know, mostly when Scottish people get drunk, or used to anyway. It's changing now. I'm going back to, but we always had a reputation, like the Irish are. If we ever travelled abroad for football, it was like party would sit with the opposing fans, you know what I mean, and cheer when they scored and stuff. So, but that's like true. I don't think it's like that now because, like, the football's kind of changed.
Yeah, you've drawn your battle lines. That's why.
There's a lot of religious sectarianism up there. You know, regarding Catholics in Scotland, it's like pure. It's worse than Ireland. People don't seem to realise that. Up in Glasgow, just Rangers fans over football. Rangers fans are Protestant, Celtic fans are Catholic, and they go to fucking war. They literally indoctrinate their children from babies. I've seen it, you know, on both sides. On both sides, they'll put a Celtic strip on their little as soon as they're born, and they'll be indoctrinated.
Oh yeah.
They hate the prods.
Yeah,
They hate the prods. But that's, you know, and I've sat in company with, you know, hardcore Orange Lodge members, which is the Royal. It's like a Masonic. It's not the Masonic Lodge. These are just like, these are the extremist side of the Masonic Lodge. But it's a orange. It's the Orange Order kind of thing, and they just fucking they're brutal.
My brother's a Celtic fan, and I'm a Glasgow Rangers fan.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. I went for Celtic because of Kenny Dalglish joined Celtic, but my dad and my brother was hardcore Rangers. He used to go up. He was in that what do you call it? Kind of inner city firm. He was one of the hooligans. He used to drag me up when I was 13-year-old up to Ibrox, man, and fucking watch all this mayhem going on and up in the. Oh, it was crazy, but
Do you remember when Glasgow Rangers were embroiled in that scandal? Yeah, where they were kicked out of the league, Scottish Premier League, man. My brother was laughing his head off. Couldn't live that down, mate. You know, wow. It was.
I wasn't because even though I don't really follow football anymore, but I wasn't for that, because in the end it was a guy, David Murray, had scammed all the money, right? But in the end who paid for it? It was the fans.
Fans,
it was the people
yeah,
that.
of course,
It was the
always
people
the
that.
fans, isn't it?
It was the people that spend. Now, for a football match, you've got to remember, Glasgow's it's a poor city, man. It's unbelievable the difference between that and London, man, right? But imagine paying for me to take my two kids out would cost over 120 quid. That's like a week's wage.
Fortune, isn't it?
That's a week's wage for somebody. If it is a week's wage, actually, if they're lucky, up there, it's maybe improved better. And it was the fans that fucking bailed them out, and the loyal fans. Remember, they stayed with them.
Yeah.
You know, when he got dumped right to the fucking second division, man, they got kicked right down to the
they got kicked down to the second division. I remember, and that to crawl their way back.
Yeah, and that there, you know, as I say, it's just corporations. It was nothing to do with. Unfortunately, that football's a business, and it's all about keeping the stakeholders happy, the people that have put the money up to buy the club. They're not interested in the football, you know.
Could you guys re-jog my memory? So that wasn't anything to do with administration, no? That
was.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what we're saying.
So it wasn't really a scandal, and I don't understand that. Like, a club doesn't have enough money, so let's penalise them even more. Do you know what I mean? It just doesn't make.
Yeah, but it's where the money went to. It was accountants. It was accountancy, and it was like dodgy dealings. It's that long ago. I can't really get the date, but I lived it. You know what I mean? It was in the papers every day when I was living in Scotland. So, but it was to do with the way that the finances were handled and stuff like that. It was just coming out that they were basically fleecing the money out the thing or something.
Yeah. I had to read about it in Japan.
I'll tell you what, isn't
it? Wow.
Wouldn't you both say it's a bit dodgy about Barcelona though? All of the weird goings on with them, you know, like Messi, you know, all this scandal about Messi not paying tax. There's so much weird things going on with Barcelona and how they've paid, but they've not had any, you know, penalisations or anything.
Because the UEFA system's corrupt, and the World Cups. Honestly, listen. So I guarantee you, some of the games are fixed. I can honestly say 100% certainty. I've seen dodgy things. As I say, I've seen dodgy things, and remember, it only takes one player to get paid, to get backhanders. Only one player, and that player, it could either be a defender, or the goalkeeper, because the defender can kick someone in the penalty area, or the goalkeeper can take someone down in the penalty area, and that's all it takes. Those two players. That's it. Doesn't, not the centre forward or anything like that. It's the goalkeeper. He's the guy that stops the ball, and the defenders are the guy that stops the guys trying to get a shot in.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take.
You can tell that match fixing happens.
Very true.
One
person does happen. You've got Turkish football. It was the games were rigged and they got caught. Turkish football, Italian football as well. It happened. Yeah, with the match fixing and
it's the same as anything, any sport that you can bet on is corrupt. Like race. My uncle used to drive horses and all over race horses for a stable called Calvert. I don't know if they're still going. This is many years ago, and it was all fixed. Even greyhounds. My mate used to do greyhound racing, and a way to slow the dog down before the race is just
fill it with the milk.
Whisk up an egg, and the dog eats the egg. Bingo! You've got you've taken the speed down of your greyhound. They do it with horses as well. It's all corrupt. It's all fake. And people, you ask a gambler, all that horse racing, it's all fixed, and they will agree with you. But yet, they still put money. My brother's a fucking gambling addict. He's hooked on it. But it's all corrupt. Anything to do with sport, everything, tennis, golf, the whole fucking lot, man.
I went to a place called Haringey Stadium for the dog stadium. Okay.
Yeah, Haringey, I've been there.
Yeah. Now I bet on every dog in every race, and I came out on top. My mates were the connoisseurs. Jin was just taking a piss, you know. I just race, and the dogs with the best odds were winning, and I came out the winner that day. And they looked at me and, well, how did you do that? How could you bet on every dog, Jin? You know, what are you doing? You know, I won.
But you didn't get addicted to it, did you, Jin?
No.
Right, exactly. I was the same. I played fruit machines, but I would back in, you know, like 30, 40 years ago, you would get fruit machines. And I would sit and watch people watch people during the night. I'd watch the fruit, just sit there with my beer with my mates, but I'd still keep one eye on the fruit machine, watching people feeding in. And you can hear, you know, when you put the money in, if you hear like a big, an empty clank, it's just been emptied, I'd walk away. I say, and I would only play it when I knew I would win. And I have to say, but I never got addicted to it because I knew it was constant.
Well, I got addicted to. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I worked with a sous chef that was quite addicted to that sort of stuff, but he was good at it. I remember watching him win twice in the same pub, 2 machines.
Yeah, that's it. But you could buy books. You could actually buy
like, I'm
books
not losing
with
this
a real.
40 quid. Like, I've got to win on this machine because I've put 40 in. And then he won. And then he went and put 15 in the other machine because he noticed that people had been losing money on that one as well. So yeah, he won 140 quid.
Yeah, 40 years ago.
There you go. There was
42 years ago.
One minute, guys. There was actual books, right? You could buy a book with all the list of the fruit machines, and it would show you the things on the reels. You could actually buy it
the reel system
in a shop.
Yeah.
So you would go into the pub, you'd see what's the name of the machine, look it up, and straight away you had an advantage over every single motherfucker in that place. You know, I used to do. I used to pay for my nights out. I used to pay nights out for me.
You probably wouldn't need the book if it's your local as well, and you're kind of a bit used to it.
Yeah, but if you go about different pubs, you know, because I used to go about different pubs. You know, I would, as I say, if you know, we didn't only go to the local pub, but if I went out and seen a fruit machine, I'd be like, all right. I'd have my wee book in my car.
Now, 42 years ago in Britain, there was a craze called nudging. Okay. Now, do you know the gas lighters that would light up your gas cooker when you want to cook a meal, and you press the button, it goes and it lights. Yeah. You know, you can get them. They look like pencils. Okay. Well, I saw a kid, right, who took the actual mechanism inside of one of those. So all you had was this plastic body and the wire sticking out. And back 40 years ago, when you had a fruit machine, most of it was the frame and where the advertising is all aluminium, right where the wheels are. Well, right where the reels are, you have aluminium framework, okay? He attached this wire to that aluminium, clicked it, and the reel would jump, nudge round. Click the other one, nudge. And he did it and won the jackpot. I saw him do it. And then my mate said, we're going to go and get that. Yeah, let's go get some. And we went out and got these lighters, broke the body up, and we went what we called nudging, it was called. We went everywhere, all over London, Heathrow Airport, Gatwick Airport. Nudging.
Yeah, I remember that. It was the electrical pulse. Because it's like a hard charge. You put your finger on the end of that, it's fucking sore, man. You know, you put your thing, and it used to affect the machines. You could do it. There was ones, I heard the ones, I never seen it done, but I heard about it. You could do it to add credits when they done the electric.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
You could add
credits to nudge the reel rounds to clean up the.
Right, that's nice.
Yeah.
I just think it's funny that you're like traveling all across London, isn't it? And you're paying for it because you're milking all of these machines, isn't it?
Yeah, we were making a killing. We were making a killing. And guess what happened though? We went to a place called Deal. Now Jin's the only black guy there in Deal. okay? And we went
That's
into
near
the
Margate.
Right.
Near
Right.
Margate.
I went.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's near Margate. Deal.
Yeah,
It's
it's near
down on the
Margate.
coast,
Yeah,
isn't
Deal
it?
on the coast.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
right near
Been there.
GNS and that. So we went to Deal. Went into the amusement arcades. My friend had a chalet there. His parents had a chalet, so we stayed at his chalet. We went into the amusement arcade. We cleaned up, okay. And then the last place we did, we couldn't really get enough money out of the machine, so we took the bottom box out. Okay, we cleaned the machine out, and then we done the bottom box. Right at the bottom, there's a big door which is locked. Got the crowbar, smacked it open, and took out that box of money, wrapped it up. Okay.
Should you be
And now-
confessing this live?
No, who cares, man? I'm walking down the road, right? I'm walking down the road.
No,
okay?
carry on, Jingo.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
all right,
yeah.
I've got a
We're
confession
walking
up.
down the road now, all of us. Suddenly we heard click, click, double barrel shotgun. Who's going to be the first to have his legs blown off? I was gone like Linford Christie, man. Boom! Disappeared over the fence. Took the long way round, okay? And I never come out of my mate's chalet till it was dark and I left the Deal. Remember, I'm the only black guy there. So they're going to be looking for me, man. So I stayed in the chalet. It got dark, got on the motorbike. I took all the money. Guys, I'll meet you. Yeah, took all the money and rode home. Because if they had to carry the money, they could have been caught with it. So I took it home, right? And then I met up with them later and we split the dosh. Lovely, man. Lovely. What a story.
I have to tell,
amazing.
I have to tell you now about this. I was with my sister's boyfriend at the time, Scottish guy actually from Gretna Green.
All right, just north, just on the border, yeah.
Yeah. He was a Celtic fan, but also a Liverpool fan.
Yeah,
So So we'd just gone to the pub to watch it. I'm a United fan. It was Liverpool United, and we're having a few games of pool. And the first game of pool, I noticed when I put the quid in, like the way it dropped, it sounded like a bit strange. Like, hold on, this is loose. And there was all of the pound coins just sitting in there. Like they hadn't locked the pool table. So we're in there for like 2-3 hours, right? Drinking. Buying drinks with the money from the pool table, right? and then it's like get to about the fourth game and I'm like, should we pay for this game or not? It's crazy. I couldn't believe it. We're just walking out with pocketfuls of pound coins, like.
Yeah.
I could not believe it. And United lost 4-0. Awful.
That'll teach you then, won't it? Eh? That'll teach you. That was your karma coming back.
It was worth that 340 quid, mate.
Yeah, I bet it was.
You got about
I bet
70.
it was. Yeah, fuck the football. There you go.
Yeah, you know that, man. We were so happy we went to the pub then.
Yeah, I mean, those were the days, mate. You know, you had to survive, and we survived well, mate. I'll tell you. That was it. Get your money back. One-arm bandits. You know what they did? A few years later, they changed them to all plastic body and vinyl. So there's no way that could ever happen again. You know? All you could do is do the bottom box. You know what I mean? That was it.
What is it?
Jump the reels.
The percentage payout it needs to be by law, like 80% or 75% or something.
No, it wasn't as much as that.
Not as much as that, yeah, but it had to pay
was
out.
way down. It was something like, or if my memory's it's what? Because remember, maybe that was by law. My mate, he used to go and empty the machines as a job, and he knew all the kind of tricks, and he knew how to what do you call it? He just told me you could adjust it to whatever percentage you want. There's an actual thing when you open it up, you can actually adjust the payout rate on it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what else we did. I just
money laundering, basically. That's all that was. In my day, anyway, it was all like dodgy dudes that had the machines. They had like the contract, like gangs kind of thing, but they had the contract for, say, the West of Scotland. So every pub in the West of Scotland had one of their machines, and he just had a job with this dude. He was driving about in a Jag. He's about 20-year-old, empty machines driving about in the boss's Jag. And this is
Similar
going back
story.
40 years ago. There you are.
Yeah, 40 years. Yeah, you'd have to be going back
Ago,
that far because that's when all the
right.
shenanigans were going on.
But if it's still like that, I don't. If it's still like that, I don't know. But I suppose why would it change? Like, you know, it's anything
Yeah.
at all to
I
do
don't
with
think
that.
they're as popular now, though. Those machines are not as popular now, though. So things have changed
In
a
Denmark,
lot.
they are actually gambling. Do you know that the thing is, it's like right after this sparkly advert for Lotto, which is a gambling or some kind of gambling game advert on the television, right? They then say they give all this subliminal like hardcore sell about the gambling thing, and then a little thing at the end, you know that the phone number for the gamblers anonymous, and the thing is the government gets tax off of that, so it's basically a tax. So they're like, you know, it's like a double think world we live in, right? Just there's an example, because you know, it's like fucking crazy. It's like we live in a world that is opposite. They actually use these the flashy advert kind of things to draw the gambler in, and yeah, they're the ones that are profiting off it. The government's profiting off fucking addiction. The same as same as alcohol, right? But think about this, right? They're actually
there have to be better
complain about.
Sorry, but
Yeah,
there have to be better
no, that's all right. Sorry, I'm finished anyway. But they get the point. You get the point. It's like a double think world. It's like fucking hell, man. No wonder people are confused and stuff like that. It's these things are these are criminals that are in charge of our governments. If you actually look what they allow companies to put in our bodies, television, they could stop it. If you know, personally myself, I'm not saying if I was present, but I would certainly monitor. You know, devices that can influence the way people think. You know what I mean? Psychologically, I would certainly monitor. Because if I know this shit, and the majority of people in this Discord channel know about subliminal messages and it's a fact and all this, these fuckers must know. And if it was me personally, I certainly wouldn't do it. So they're crooks.
This is
You know,
this is all happening on the flat Earth, by the way, not on a globe. Wouldn't happen on a globe.
Wherever it's happening, it doesn't matter to me, Jen. It's happening. The thing is, it's happening. And all these governments, they're actually criminal organisations. Anyway, finished.
Yeah, I'm just trying to bring it back to the flat Earth. You know what I mean? So basically, that was all happening on the flat Earth, folks. You know, it wasn't happening on the globe spinning. Wouldn't be able to do it on that globe. You know.
Before we bring it back to the flat Earth, I just wanted to touch on again. You know, like we were saying about match fixing in sports. Would you guys say that VAR has made it a lot easier?
Yeah.
I
think that's the perfect tool to match fix for me.
What's that? Yeah. Sorry, I missed that. What's it called?
VAR.
Virtual refereeing.
What's that?
VAR, where you have a video analysis. You not heard of VAR?
No. Go on, fill me in quickly. Fill me in.
Because if the referee makes a wrong decision and that, right, they look back on the video.
Whereas that never used to be. It was used to be whatever the ref said stayed. Whereas now, they can go back to video assistant referee VAR and go and have a look.
Right there, I'm with you. Yeah.
So they can change the decision of the referee, and and you have obviously separate guys doing the VAR bit somewhere in the stadium. You never see them.
Always go to VAR.
They're in their own booth, aren't they? They're in their own booth.
Right.
But does it always go to VAR?
It depends. Like, it's supposed to be used for exact decisions. Like, if there's any leeway either way, then they try not to use VAR, but it's not being used in that sense. So
yeah. I do wish they'd use it more, though. Really,
Jim,
you know what I mean?
Jim, sorry, Jim. Do you think that makes it easier, Jim, to match fix?
Yep, definitely.
How so?
Well, they can recall any moment in the game.
Yeah, but have you seen what they recall?
Yeah.
And usually, in my experience from the games I've watched, I'd say they make less mistakes than a referee does. Far less.
This might be true. In wherever, are you talking about in Australia, or do you watch English football?
I watch football from all around the world.
Because I've heard it works really well in America, but we just haven't seemed to implement it well in England. That's my take of it as well.
Do you know what? That's the annoying thing. Hang on, Jim. Jim. Hang on a second. That is the annoying thing because it works well in America. They're well used to it. It's a simple system. What's to do? It's nothing. Rewind. Let's have a look at what happened. That's all. You know, and they can't get that right. It took years for them to get this thing into place because I've been calling for it for ages. Because I got pissed off with football because referees were making blatant decisions wrong. And when you see on match of the day later on, you know, the replay, and you say, oh yeah, the referee was well wrong. Look at that, look, well wrong, you know, right? And now that they've got it in, they still can't get it right. Ain't it annoying? It's because it's fixed. Like you said, it's fixed. That's what it is.
For me, it's just the perfect opportunity to fix it. That's what it feels like to me.
Well, yeah, from my experience, I've seen that the video replays with the VAR, they actually analyze the play further than a referee would. So I think it would be easier just to pay off a referee and get him to make decisions for whatever side you want to win, or whoever the match fixers are. And that's actually happened on several occasions. Like if you think about,
well, that's the most obvious way, is to pay.
Yeah. Well, and the most obvious one that I can remember was, I think it was the 2002 World Cup quarterfinal. It was South Korea, Italy, where the referee was quite clearly paid off, and plus he ended up getting done for it in the end. I think it was an Ecuadorian referee, which was paid off by who knows who, but every decision went against Italy, even the most blatant decisions. And had you had VAR refereeing back then, I don't think they could have got away with it as much as they did. Yeah. Definitely not. Definitely not from my experience from VAR.
Here's the other thing: they can choose not to look at the incident as well, where it really
that's the annoying thing. You see, that's it.
Yeah, I agree with that, but they also have that option. Whereas before, the referee could choose not to see something and just go along with his decision.
Right? Yeah,
but
at least it's a decision made by the referee in his mind at that moment, and then he's not told, "Oh, actually, go and think about your own decision." Do you know what I mean? Question your own decision.
Yeah,
that's not normally what happens in football, but that's what has happened. You know?
Yeah,
it's making the ref question his own decision, right?
Yeah.
Whereas
what about
used to happen? It's like the ref thinks he might be right, but it's wrong, and the whole stadium. But it's not any alternative, ulterior motive. It's just that's what he thought it was in the moment in time. Yet then he gets told in his earpiece, actually, go and look.
Yeah, and that's the other good thing about VAR is that a lot of the times, well, I think almost 100% of the time, the referee does get the final say. He can review a play if VAR isn't sure, and he can go and see if the decision that he made was actually correct.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Is as soon as you get that message in your ear saying maybe your decision's not right, have a look. You already then question your decision, and you're not gonna.
Did you cut out? Did he cut out?
Yes, he's cut out.
Sorry, my button. He's not going to go over to the monitor and then, for no reason, he's going to have to go against his previous decision. Well, in the earpiece, almost like you're wrong. You kind of have to go against what you just said.
Well, yeah.
So it's almost like they're not still in control. It's like whatever's being told to them in the earpiece sways them.
Yeah. Well,
I was going to say this, right? It's a dangerous job because I think it was in Brazil or Argentina, a referee got shot, man, in the game.
Yeah, that's South America though. They do war just like the Scottish.
It's a religion, isn't it? Football's a religion over there.
Just like Rangers and Celtic, man, they go to war. Yeah.
It is really football in South America is in indoctrination from birth, just like it is in many other countries. But just going back to the VAR, I think that your original point was that it makes match fixing easier, and by getting a referee to review his on field decision, I think it's a good thing because he could have made a mistake, or he could have, or he could be. He could be getting paid to sway a particular outcome, and then the fact that he has to review his decision in front of it, in front of an audience, means that he might have to, at the risk of appearing to be partisan.
Well, here's the thing. Now you don't have to bribe the ref. You just bribe the VAR referee to keep whispering into the ref's ears. You need to look at this. You need to review this.
Well, yeah,
so it's not just the ref that
then
has to bribe. You could bribe the VAR guys now.
No, I agree, but
they're not even seen. You don't even get to see their faces.
From what I've seen, and I've watched a lot of football matches, every play that gets reviewed, to me, has had merit to be reviewed. And the amount of times that the referee has gotten it wrong, and VAR has come out on top, to me, far outweighs,
Not in my experience. Not especially of the first year we had it in Britain. It was really bad. It was really bad.
Perhaps
but
the
it's
first
got better.
year,
It's got better.
seeing as though it was a new implementation, yeah. But like I said, from what I've seen, international matches, matches at club level, they definitely. At first, when it first came out, I'm like, oh, it's going to disrupt play. It's just going to be the same thing that they have in rugby. I thought all those things. And
celebrating goals that aren't actually goals.
Yeah. And I thought, this is crap. I'd much rather it the old school way. But then, certain times I'll be like, you know what? Had that not happened, the team that I was supporting at the time, perhaps a lot of the times actually they would not have won if it wasn't for VAR making the right decisions. And I'm not. And when I analyze a play, I try my best, and actually beyond trying my best, I'm definitely not biased at all.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, yep, we we scored a goal. It was offside. I'll cop that, and I'd much rather it be that way.
Yeah, you flip it round onto your right. If that happened against my team, that's not right. You'd be calling for justice, right?
100%. And I have seen it when they have gotten it wrong too. But to me, like I said, it's the times they've gotten it right. It's definitely far outweighed the times.
For me, it's the lack of consistency. It's the fact that there is moments where they don't go to VAR when they should have, and then it's forgotten about.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So the same old shenanigans are still being played on. See, yeah,
right.
Yeah, but I think it just
it looks better.
It looks better. Not only does it look better, but I mean it rules out the chance of just having to bribe that one person. There's more accountability. There's and then not only that, they actually they release a lot of the audios from the. I think it's they're trying to make it an honest system, and
who decides? Sorry, Globus. Who decides about whether it goes to the VAR? Is it the guy in the booth say, "Oi, bit of controversy here," or does the referee go, "Stop the game, let's go to VAR"?
It's a bit of both, because from what I've seen, a lot of the times the refs will be like, check, when they release the audio, the referee will actually say, please check this. And other times the referee will they'll make a decision, and the VAR will call into his earpiece and say, you know what, from what we've seen here, reviewing that play, that dubious play.
Well, there's your weakness right there. That's the thing. The referee's not demanding it. The other guy could demand it. So he could be watching it, clearly see it's a foul. The referee hasn't given it. And the guy in the VAR could turn around to the ref, because he's connected through his headphones. He could say, "That's all good. Good decision." And the guy, it keeps the game going smoother. And then if the thing, that even if the referee says, "Oh, let's look at the VAR," or whatever he says, the guy up in the VAR could have told him, "Yep, we'll look at the VAR, and let's just protocol for the referee to say those words," even though the guy up in the office has told him. So there's a possibility for corruption to actually take place.
I agree,
You know,
but a lot of the times it will also be the players on the opposing side that feel like they've been offended. They can put pressure on the referee to actually review a play, and that's happened a lot of the times. Whereas normally, you wouldn't even have that option. Furthermore, like that, what you said could happen without the VAR. The referee, like I was saying
course it
before the
could.
gym.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
That's
this gives you that other option. Yeah, of course the VAR can stay quiet. Of course they can reinforce a ref's position, but at the same time, you still have another option. Whereas before you didn't have that at all.
Right, but you also have.
But let me finish 1 second, then I'll finish. But the point is that the opportunity's there, so it's not really any better or any worse. There's ways that it can be manipulated either way. So for me, having watched football, well, a good part of my life, I used to be mad on football. Could name whole football teams, knew all the emblems of all the British football teams. If you showed me the badge thing, I could know it. So I was mad on it. But I have to say, after really sort of moving away from football and go back and watching it, it's corrupt. That's why I gave it up. I gave up football. I became disillusioned with all my favourite football teams, even Celtic. I don't care about football anymore. But I used to be mad. Used to go to loads of Scotland, England matches, Scotland, Wales. Near enough every weekend, going up either to Ibrox, Parkhead, going up to Aberdeen, through to Dundee, Pittodrie, and or going over to Dundee, all over the place. I used to go like mad with football. But as I say, I err on the side of that it's corrupt, man. It's corrupt. For me anyway.
I agree.
Which is sad. I became saddened with it. We had, and the minute this diving and this happened in the 80s. And in the 80s, I remember football kind of changing from the 70s. There was a big shift there. In the 80s, players started, or the late 80s, players started going up to the referee and trying to get other players sent off. Showing that card, that fake, send them off, booking, and running up to the referee and diving and rolling about the ground. That was it for me. I thought, fuck this. This is fucked. And it just happens,
I tell you when I went off football, when they moved it from live, you could watch it live on TV, to pay-per-view. That's when I started getting annoyed. You could no longer watch it live. So I used to hang on to the highlights, and then players started to cost £1 million. Do you know what I mean? For a player, I thought that's it. This is just fucking ridiculous. So I started.
What do you think, Jim? What do you think, Jim?
What do you mean?
No, I'm talking to Earthworm, Jim. I cut him off there.
Sorry, yeah.
What's that about?
Oh no, you were just you were.
Oh, before I was just going to say.
Yeah, before about the football thing. Yeah.
Because Globus said about we didn't have that option before to have a second opinion on the decision, right? But that means that whereas before the ref could only dupe himself by double thinking, now he has someone else that can make him question his decision or doubt.
Yeah, but the linesman. Remember, you have two linesmen, and their job was also to advise the referee, because the referee used to go across to the linesman and say, "Oh, did you see anything?" Blah blah. And so they already had that, and they had someone right next to the thing. So he did have an advisor. He had two advisors on field that he could go across and talk to. So
right, yeah, but they're for better view. They're people that, if they have a better view than him of the situation, like if they're right on the touchline and there's a little bit of a foul.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. So, but I'm agreeing with you, kind of thing. I was just pointing out what Globus was saying. He said now they've got someone to refer to. Well, he did have, they had the linesman, but the guy obviously has got a better view from the booth. But as you say,
okay, I've got a question as well. I've got a question. Has there ever been a game where the referee gets the red card and he gets sent off in a game? chinning the players.
How would that happen? I do remember one where a referee got
he chinned a couple of players and knocked them out.
Did you not ever hear about that? Where a referee got substituted?
Oh, there you go.
He got injured, so they actually had to put on another ref.
Oh, right. He got, oh, in that situation, I see. Not for fighting with another player. You do what? You know?
I'll tell you the most embarrassing moment, though, for a referee. And typically it had to be an English referee, didn't it? Stupid wanker. I think it was during the World Cup. He gave a player 3 yellow cards, man.
Same player.
Oh, wow.
I couldn't believe it, man. I could not believe that.
Fucking hell.
That's the first and only time I've ever seen that.
3 yellow cards. Fuck.
How could he forget, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't write his name down the first 2 times. But third yellow card, you're off. The player's laughing like, shit, I was on borrowed time anyway.
Yeah.
Crazy. 3 yellow cards.
I'm sure
man.
he must have got his job, lost his job there, or reprimanded for that.
I think he must have got fined, but I do remember him still being in Premier League after that.
All right. Premier League, bloody hell.
How embarrassing.
Yeah. That's the other thing as well, Premier League, and now look how much money. Football is awash with money, isn't it? Huh?
Crazy amounts.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous for a game of football, all that money. And then the players are just well overpaid, you know? Well overpaid. They're getting way too much money for a game.
Definitely.
And their cars are shit that they drive anyway. Yeah.
And then they only go smash them up anyway, like Fernandez just did.
Yeah, that's right. And then they end up drinking too much and smashing their cars up. They ain't got a clue, have they? You know? Honestly. All that money and they still don't know how to live properly. Fucking wankers. Yeah, it does get me that, you know? That you get these, you're a millionaire and you're still a wally. Fuck.
Money doesn't buy sense.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Don't get it. I really don't.
What do you guys? I've got a question. Right? What do you guys think about? See these Russian oligarchs and all these sort of Russian businessmen and all their kids, or some of their kids are getting their boats stolen and their houses. Sorry, their houses, not. Their houses, their boats, their bank accounts, all the money that they've earned or whatever. What do you guys think of that? Do you think that's like a fair thing or a bad thing? Or what do you guys?
Well, it would depend on how they acquired the money. I mean, if they've acquired it, you know.
Does it really?
Well, I thought.
Right, and how? See, you don't know, right? But you wouldn't. Never mind. However they acquired the money. Do you think that money should get taken off them, their boats and their houses and stuff?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. It depends on how their family acquired that money. I mean, if they've acquired it through ripping, you know, the citizens off, you know what I mean? And then, you know, you've got a lot of poor people around and they're living large. They should be stripped of everything, of course. You see what I mean? That's what I think. It depends on how they acquired the cash, their wealth. You know, if it's come at the hands of the poor, well, no, they shouldn't have it. What do you say to that?
Well, I think that people should be. I'll put it down to the person, like, because you're blaming someone else for you being stupid enough to get ripped off, or allow these people to take advantage of other people that are less knowledgeable. But not all of them are like that. There's only look. There's loads. There's absolutely hundreds of.
I hate this system.
But wait a minute. There's hundreds of normal Russian businessmen that have had their shit taken off them.
But you use the word oligarchs and the oligarchies and the oligarchs.
Oh well, I know. Yeah, okay, right. So
they're a problem.
but that
they're
was
a problem on this earth.
All right, I'll check. Well, no, well, do you know they're not the only problem on this earth, and
No,
for
but
the
they
people,
contribute.
for people that are doing the exact same thing, Jim, the people that are doing on a much bigger scale are not
Yeah,
held
but they are
accountable.
part of it. They are interlinked with them doing that. They're all interlinked.
Yeah, but the guy that's not up to any bad doings, it's like you having a business, right? And because you are, say, in the oil industry, right? Because you're tied to the oil industry, you might even just have a fucking petrol station or whatever, or you import oil to a certain region. You've managed how to do it, so you're making a profit off that, and you become very, very wealthy. Very wealthy off of that, and suddenly, and because you've got investments, because you use international banks, say in Britain or wherever, Switzerland, suddenly, because that's something that you're not even fucking involved in, you get all your shit taken off you to the point you're homeless. You can't pay a bill or jack shit.
Well, that's wrong in that sense.
That's happening. But that's happening to fucking.
Yeah, that's unfair.
Hundreds,
that's unfair, of course. Yeah, that's
hundreds
unfair,
of dudes, man.
Yeah, that's unfair, of course. But
and where does that money go to? All the billions.
Exactly,
Who gets
it's going into that black hole. It's going into that black hole in there, isn't it? Obviously.
But what Russians is it happening to? Like people in Russia?
Yeah, people in Russia, but people in that are living in Britain and stuff like that. America, Europe, just guys that could be totally innocent, you know. But unfortunately, my gran used to tell me about getting in trouble. If you're ever in a group of people, she used to say, if you're in amongst the crows, you'll get shot with them. Which is, you know, if you're flying about minding your own business and you're in amongst a group of people that's getting targeted, you're fucked as well, man. You know, so keep away. But unfortunately, you know,
are you talking more about like sanctions from other countries on people, on Russian citizens?
They're
in,
getting
like,
their bank.
like in Britain, like. But do you think there's protections
bank
against that in
accounts.
Russia? Do you think some of the Russians are being protected from this in Russia?
Yeah, of course they are. The ones that are high enough up, but not everybody's up in the club. In that club, there's people that are in the same business that are totally innocent, oblivious to all that shit that's going on above them, but they get fucking dragged down with it, and they're just trying to feed their family and have a nice home. So what? They've got a big house and a big yacht. Fair play to them. I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. It's got fuck all to do with me.
Depends on how they acquire their money.
I get what you're saying, but to be a billionaire, right, and not want to share that, like, it's just more money.
They do. I bet you they do. But see, listen, right. For the fact is, a lot of
be a
people
good person if you're a billionaire and you want to keep it all to yourself.
No, but it doesn't make you a bad person. And these people, how do you know?
I don't know.
They don't.
Why would you need all that money?
To give it away to change a system. Right, exactly. Right, but not all of it. But the whole point is having that money and producing that money. The good that you could do locally, that you think your local council's doing shit, you can go and buy a school. You can build a school and say, right, and pay the best of teachers. And these people do that. It's a natural human trait, man. If they guys earned money honestly, I can guarantee you, they're not like those billionaires you see on the television or in films and shit like that. They do give money.
What about Elon Musk? What about Elon Musk, who's sending cars into space with his money? Yeah,
he's taking the piss. But you don't know what he does. Go and listen to some of his interviews and some of his ideals or ideas that he's got regarding the system that we've got, that we live under. He quite openly talks about the like how things are, you know, the way that we look at them. He also looks at
this is a man who's lying to us about rockets to space. He's setting satellites up.
If you want to believe that,
if you want to believe Mars, you can't trust this scumbag. He's a no good cunt.
Listen, if you want to, I've played plenty tricks on people at my level. I don't see anything wrong with it. If people want to believe that there was a car put up there and it's fucking off to Mars and it'll be back around soon. Anyway, I have to go. But if people, Mikael, if people want to believe that, that's fine. I'll stick the kettle on. Right, I'll speak to you later, guys. Got work to do today.
Okay. I see the wife The wife's coming and she's just giving you the nod.
No, it's my
She's giving
boss.
you the
It's
look
my
and
boss.
the
So
nod.
we're just gonna talk. See you guys. Have a good
The
one.
other
Sounded
boss.
like the wife's come in, right? Give him the nod. Yeah,
No, it's
get
the
in
other
there.
boss.
Yeah, get in there. But yeah, I mean, you know, the oligarchies, those are right up in the upper echelons. You know, if they've got their money underhanded by ripping off the people, now they need to be stripped, as far as I'm concerned. But to be stripped of your wealth unfairly, you know, like if you've made money and they want you to pay more tax, yeah, because you're wealthy, you pay more. I'm going to say, no, I'm not going to pay more. Okay, no, I'm not going to pay more tax because I've got more money. I worked hard for that damn money, okay? So I'm not going to give more tax. Fuck you. And then I give you more tax, and what are you going to do with it? Go and make more weapons with my money? No. Sorry. I won't pay the money, man. Believe you me. Huh.
Yeah, that's why you'd be smart like the oligarchs and have it offshore.
What exactly? You know what I mean?
Tax havens and
I'd
that.
have it in a, you know, yeah, I'd have it all saved up, locked up. No one's getting my money.
Yeah, you don't have a bank account, remember? Yeah,
Exactly. I'm a bastard. I tell you, I'm a bastard on this system. You don't know me, man. This is me, you know. So I'm telling you, I didn't want to tell anybody about that, but there you go. You know, in the end, you know, I had to let them know there is somebody who's actually living like that. I am one of them.
Yeah, it's possible. You can live without it.
Yeah, and I'm doing that. So there you go.
And then they can't do a grease on you, innit? When they all of a sudden go, oh, we're going to take money out of your bank account because we're in recession.
What bank account, mate? What bank account?
Exactly. But that's what happened to the Greeks, isn't it? They literally took money out of their bank accounts. So.
Yeah. That's ridiculous. Yeah, man. Not doing that to me. I know, mate. I need your banks. You know. And when you're a billionaire, you don't have to worry about money when you're a billionaire, you know. I'm not a billionaire, nowhere near. I'm not even 1,000 a layer. That's life. Yeah, quite interesting, the chat today. It was quite interesting, I must say. All topics, cosmic ray particles that, you know, running through your body there, you know. Right. Gone to the moon, yeah.
Cosmic clouds.
Cosmically, yeah. And what's the other one? Solar wind. Fucking hell. Earth, wind, and fire. You know? Yeah, you got to laugh. Today, your line of questioning today at the Hilo Centers was very good and very on point. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, listening to you and putting them on the spot. Fantastic.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Yeah, sometimes you got to jump in and remind them, you know,
of the claim.
You're making it sound like that they went to the moon and the Earth is a globe. It's not yet. That's why we're here. Don't go down that road.
Yeah, that's what's in question.
Yeah, stop that immediately. You haven't proven anything here yet, and I'd love to be in court with NASA, and I'm you know, I'm the one that's brought them into court, yeah. And my case would be, one, I want all the documents you have for how you managed to get to the moon, all the blueprints. I know they ain't got it, so they've already lost there, right? Then I'm going to drop down the level movie and the flattening the curve movie and Flat Earth itself.
Taboo
and
conspiracy.
The second of thermodynamics. These is going to be my opening starts. That's my start. That's what I'm going to start off with. Okay?
I'd start off with Don Pettit. And I'd just be like, where did you find him? That would be my whole interrogation.
There you go. And then you say, Your Honor, how could they?
Where did you find this guy? Literally, that is it. They'd be dead on that.
Yeah.
How did you hire this guy?
And then I'd follow it up with the NASA bloopers, you know, where they made all these mistakes. And Your Honor, this is another evidence that they're not in space. Please look at this. Boom. This case would go on for like weeks. of interrogation and presentation of cases. And can you show us the curve? I'm calling NASA up on the. Well, we want a real picture of the Earth. Can you provide that in this court? And Your Honor, I'd like to make a note. I'd like you to make a note that they receive $67 million a day. That's $23 million this year, sir, Your Honor. And we're asking for a real picture, sir, and they haven't provided one photograph. We're demanding that. We, the taxpayers, are demanding that picture. If they can go to space, and then let's have it. The real one. We don't want photoshopped CGI images. Yeah, and NASA would be finished.
Yeah, they could probably get better lawyers than Google, though, couldn't they?
Well, yeah, but in the end, there's still, when you keep it simple, it destroys any sophisticated lawyers they have. Simple, straightforward questions, no excuse. Your Honor, they're getting $67 million a day. How much is one photograph, Your Honor? Today's era of high density for photography. They're on every little bloody smartphone devices, Your Honor. You're looking at the Formula One rally, World Rally, and you're getting the inside of a mudguard with the suspension, Your Honor. Surely they can put a camera out there to get it. Thank you very much. I rest my case there. As I grab my lapels and I walk up and down the dock. And my white wig.
Filming them all in Fish Islands.
I just love it. I'd love to do that.
Why the long face?
Yeah. Yes. Why the long faces? I have yielded. Now, can you get on with it, please? I don't see any action. I don't hear the rustling of paper or the opening of a briefcase. Oh, you forgot your briefcase, have you? Contempt of court. £7,000.
Oh, that's a drop in the ocean for their daily budget. Isn't
Oh,
it?
sorry. Well, it's taxpayers' money, remember? Got to be soft. It's taxpayers' money. They've already wasted $67 million today already. It's a joke, isn't it? It's just and you hear the heliocentrists, they'll defend them to the hilt. You know that? They just defend them. Bring up all kinds of excuses as to why they can't bring us a picture.
And the thing is, that's
like you were saying, why can't have a video on the moon? Why can't you have the observatories actually looking? It's an event, isn't it? A rare event. They should all be up there looking at that. What are you talking about? That's a rare event. Honestly. And they give you a cop-out excuse. No,
but it costs too much money to use the observatory. Well, why don't they just take some of NASA's budget?
Exactly. What the hell are they doing up there then? We don't hear anything from them at all about stars. And then there's an event going on in the stars, supposedly, and they're not going to film that or get it, photograph it, and document it. It's a joke, isn't it? Isn't it?
Absolute joke.
Yeah, and it's close as well. It's only 247 miles up. 250 miles up, that's nothing. Come on, man, don't rubbish me. In fact, I demand it. The taxpayers have the right to demand that. Thank you very much. It's not important enough. Really?
Yeah, just like when they went to the moon and didn't want to take any pictures of Earth.
Well, exactly. They didn't even want to talk about Earth, did they?
Fucking hilarious, man. What guy is standing on the moon looking at the Earth going, nah, that's not picture worthy. Fuck that.
Yeah. Exactly.
Have a look at this grey dust here.
Yeah. Not even to say, Neil or Buzz, take a picture of the moon. Come on, quick. And nothing like that. And yet you send a bunch of kids, right? And they're going to be taking pictures of everything. Everything they see, these kids. You don't have to tell them. Give them the camera. Send them up there. They're going to bring back the pictures. You know that? You don't have to say to them, make sure you take pictures. Don't say anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They'll take pictures willy-nilly of everything that seems interesting.
That's what I said to Jem Banda the other day. I actually said that to him. And he's trying to say, and you're an expert on children. I said, I'm an expert on children. Yes. I've worked with children for a long time. And I know that if I gave them all a camera, I'm not going to say to them anything I'm going to throw them in the rocket, send them up there. They're going to be taking pictures, mate. They're going to talk about Earth as well. I guarantee you. Don't wind me up here, mate. Cop out. They never went. Speaks volumes. 3 days. Look, you're 3 days going there and you're pooing in a diaper. No knife and fork, no glass of wine, no steak. You understand, yeah? Supposedly. Everything you eat is coming out of pouches. You're in a pouch anyway, and then you're eating from a pouch. Right, 3 days, one direction. And then you land on the moon and you're not going to say, look at the Earth. Don't insult me, please.
Oh, but they did take one picture of the Earth.
What, the one with the acetate on the window, you mean?
Yeah.
with the shoulder or the elbow coming into shot. Hairy arm. Slap
And
on the
then
back of the head
all
there,
the
look out.
daylight from Earth just seeping in.
Yeah. And then you arrive at your press conference well pissed off. You're not even looking happy. You've just been to the moon. If it was me now, you'd have to tie me down to the seat because I'd be so excited with the
Yeah,
event.
their persona, man. You just see it all over them, man.
Yeah.
The little nudge. I don't remember seeing
Exactly.
anything.
The little
What
stamp,
hell?
the little stamp on the foot first, and then the nudge in the head. Shut your mouth, you cunt. You're fucking it up.
Innit? You're gonna get us killed, bro. You're gonna get us killed.
I want to see my family. Shut up.
You know, there are photos of those astronauts smiling during that press conference.
Who referred to them as smiling? What?
I just did.
Well, I should have seen that.
What, you referred to them as smiling?
No. Go search. Gosh.
No, you're right. He is right. There was a light moment of a little bit of humour during that press conference. It was a long one. It's a very long press conference. We're only seeing a little snippet there.
Yeah,
Yes.
press conferences are so exciting, you see. Everyone's happy and smiling and grinning throughout the entire thing.
Yeah, 3 people just came back from the moon, man. Like, it should be exciting.
Yeah.
Right?
It should be. That's what your theory is.
No, it's true though. Come on, man. You've been to.
When was that press
This
conference?
is a trip of your lifetime. You've been to places. You've been to a place no human being has ever been before, and you're not going to be excited about it. You're going to be looking pissed off. Like, what the fuck am I doing in here? Can you hurry up? I want to go and get a Budweiser.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Come on.
That's what you're going with, though. That's your evidence.
No, that's
it is though.
That's
It
a compilation
is.
of evidence. That's
It's
part of my compilation.
It's literally they didn't smile through an entire press conference. Therefore, that's your evidence. It's
absolutely correct. They didn't.
Okay.
That's
Good. No, that's great. That's terrific.
They had, you know what? The realization that they have to lie for the rest of their life. That's what we saw. That's what
we were talking about football earlier, right?
Yeah.
Could you imagine a country winning the World Cup and then not celebrating?
Yeah, come on.
How long was that? When was that press conference after the event?
I think it was maybe
how much
a week
do you know
when
about
they
that press
returned.
conference
A week
aside
after
from
return,
looking at a photo of them not smiling?
Yeah, because they were briefed on what to say. They had to lie to the rest of the world for the rest of their lives.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is they're actors, except for when they're in press conferences.
They're actors all the time. They're actors all the time. They're acting today.
Yeah, but except when they're in press conferences and they're not acting, then they choose to not act.
They're acting.
But they didn't act very well.
Yeah, they're acting all the time. They showed that what's that? Despondent. They didn't really want to respond to the questions. They looked like dejected. They looked dejected. They looked like someone had died in their family.
That's your evidence. That's great.
No, it's my evidence. Listen, that's not the only evidence, but that in itself speaks volumes.
It doesn't
They didn't
say
mention
anything.
Earth on the moon. Didn't talk about Earth on the moon.
No.
Okay, that's another clue.
No, you're just reading stuff in. But it's
no. It's
totally
clearly
cool.
obvious. Clearly obvious. Sorry, you're not going to be on the moon and not mention Earth.
Not really.
That would be impossible.
The main reason I know it's not is because I've not yet spoken to a flat earther who can tell me one thing about that press conference. Literally nothing. All they've really done is looked at a photo. The astronauts aren't smiling. Therefore,
well, Patrick.
I watched the whole conference anyway. I did.
Kept asking very, very troubling questions to them. They didn't seem to like his questions.
Yeah,
and they were asking him whether they could see stars.
So
was it from the?
Okay, so you know about what they were asking during the press conference?
Some of the things. I mean, I've watched it a few times. It's not. I'm more watching their persona and just
of course,
how
their body language.
You're
We're looking at the body language.
You're looking for
and how
signs
they're
of
responding.
deceit, which is funny. Because
No. I'm just seeing like.
Believe you me, they didn't go to the moon, and their body language is not conducive to people who have gone to the moon. Okay, their body language and persona, the way they acted on that day, was not conducive to people who had travelled to the moon and returned, bringing us the good news. How fantastic it was! That's not what it was. There was nothing about them for that whole conference that was exciting about them.
I think it's telling for those that have eyes to see.
No, it's telling for those who think everything is a conspiracy. Have you seen?
I don't think everything is a conspiracy. I know it's a lie. I know.
Have you seen the ticker tape parades?
Flat Earth.
Have you seen the ticker tape parades that the Apollo astronauts had in New York for them?
What a waste of time and money.
Have you seen those?
Time and money wasted. People were duped.
Have you seen the ticker tape
I
parades?
don't remember seeing anything.
I've seen it. I've seen it. It was a live event, wasn't it?
I don't remember
They
seeing
lied.
it.
Research.
I don't remember
I've
seeing
done
it.
that. I've seen it. When they're on the
That's a
top of
quote
the
from
vehicle,
that
they're
interview, by the way.
looking around, like they're heroes. They had to pretend that. That's Hollywood.
But then they
Remember,
give up the
America
persona
is
for
a 24-hour. America is a 24-hour stage.
That's kind of the point. So if they're happy and smiling, it's because they're fooling us, and they're happy and smiling because they know they fooled everyone. But if they go into a press conference, aren't happy and smiling, it's because they feel guilty.
Well,
because
the line of questioning was putting them
no matter
under
what you see a
because
conspiracy.
they have to continue to lie.
That isn't evidence.
They have to continue to lie for the rest of their life. When they go for a poo, I'm a liar. When I go for a piss, I'm a liar. When I have my breakfast, I'm a liar. I wake up in the morning, I'm in shape. I've lied to the world about the moon. I'm a fucking liar. Good night.
That is your accusation.
I'm out of my. I'm going out now, darling. I'm a liar now. I'm going out the light to the world, darling. Goodbye.
The problem is that you basically have to shit on everybody in order for flat Earth to be true.
I'm shitting on you and everybody.
You are shitting on the entire world in order to flat Earth to be true.
Shitting on the world.
That's what you have to do. Yes, that's almost literally what you have to do.
I have to
you have
do
to
that
you have to drop your pants
to highlight the
and
lie.
take a shit
to
on
highlight
the world.
the lie because they lied. They're liars.
No, they didn't lie.
They're
are the liar.
liars. They're lying to everybody.
Does shit roll
downhill?
Weak.
You are the liar, not them. You are the liar, Jin. Them.
I'm not lying at all. You're a gullible man. You're believing in something.
I'm not gullible.
Happen.
We've already discussed
It will never happen in anyone's lifetime that a human being will leave this earth and land on a moon or Mars or Jupiter or Uranus.
You can't prove it. You're an anonymous guy in Japan.
I'm not an anonymous guy. I am Jin CBR1. People know me. Okay.
Yes, but you're. The point is.
Right.
He's big in Japan, bro.
Hmm?
He's big in Japan.
The point is what, sir?
He's big in Japan. I got the reference.
Come on. The point is what, sir? There you go.
The point is
nothing.
The point
is Jin CBR1 is telling you that no man or woman will leave this earth and put their backside on any planet, Mars,
that's
moon,
meaningless. That's
Jupiter,
meaningless.
Uranus, Saturn.
Who are you?
It's not happening. Never going to happen.
To tell me what they have and have not done. All you've done is looked at photos.
I am telling you because you think it's happening and it's already happened.
Yeah,
that's what I'm telling you.
It is happening. It's happening again.
I'm shattering your dreams.
They're going back. You're not shattering anyone's dreams.
And I'm shitting all over your head at the same time.
Dude, I talk to flat earthers all the time.
On the top.
Dude, I talk to flat earthers all the time, and you know what they say? I used to believe in this, and I used to believe in that, and now I can't believe it anymore. And they are shattered. They are the ones
not
shattered.
Jin
They are the ones that's
is far from
disappointed.
shattered. In fact, I gain strength daily. Today I did a 3-hour workout. Today.
That's not
5 o'clock in the morning.
That's not the same thing.
It's the same thing because I use that to train to argue with people like you. Okay, so it is.
That's terrific.
It's my method.
But it isn't doing anything. It isn't actually accomplishing anything.
It does a lot because it makes you look silly. First of all, whatever you say rolls off of me like a water off a duck's back.
No, you have no conscience.
No man has landed on the moon.
It's fine.
All right, hold on, you guys. This sounds kind of like a cat fight at the moment. Is there a topic you could get on, like a back and forth, something?
Yeah, I know.
Come on.
It's just
I kind of back and forth, please.
Yeah, it is a little bit much.
Yes, the fact that their body language
The body language means nothing. You don't know anything about body language.
Well, I'm talking at the moment. The fact that their body language wasn't conducive to someone who had gone to the moon speaks volumes. That's all I'm saying.
All I can say is if that's your evidence, then we're in great shape.
Yeah, I'm in fantastic
I looked at a press
shape.
conference, and I don't think they looked like they were happy. Therefore, they must not have gone to the moon.
Absolutely correct. That is my deduction from that situation.
Here we are, 60 years later, and they're going back to the moon.
Absolutely.
There's a rocket on the pad right now, ready to go back to the moon. So what are you
we
going
can't go to the moon, mate.
So what are you going to say
Second
about
law
that?
of
You're going to have to change
thermodynamics.
your meme.
Second law of thermodynamics destroys
You
that
don't know anything
idea.
about the second
that
law of
silly idea to
thermodynamics.
smithereens. I'm sorry.
Chin.
Yeah,
Anyways, it's so funny.
yeah.
Well, instead of
Second law
saying
of
you don't know
thermodynamics.
anything, about the second law of thermodynamics, why don't you press him on what you think he doesn't know about it?
Yeah.
He thinks that space violates a law of thermodynamics without knowing what the second law of
Sorry,
thermodynamics
Hugh,
is.
can I ask Jin one question? Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll shut up for now. I'm sorry. I got
No, I just want to ask Jin one. Jin, I recall speaking to you for over 4 hours on the 911 Commission report on building number 7. My question to you is there any, and by the way, I'm serious, I'm not trying to make fun of you, I'm not judging you, I love you. Whenever I meet you and discuss with you in other servers, my question to you, is there any conspiracy theory you don't believe in? For example, 911,
Bigfoot,
climate change.
Bigfoot,
Okay, that's
Sasquatch.
great. Any,
Yeah.
okay, how about any of these just say stop climate change, GFK, Big Pharma, chemtrails, Area 51, I guess the false flag school shootings, the New World Order, the Shadow Lizard government, any of these, do you not believe in?
The only one that would raise a little flag is the climate change for me at the moment. That's all.
All right, thank you. And the latest one is vegetable oil. You have any opinions on that?
Vegetable oil?
Yes.
Well, I like hemp oil. I use a lot of hemp oil and vegetable oil. Yeah, I like it. Why not? What's the problem?
Too long don't read. All seed oils are bad for your health. It's a huge conspiracy created by the evil triad of the AMA, ASA, and the AHA, the American Medical Association, American Soybean Association, American Health Association. Do you know anything about that?
Well, I mean, I don't use that much of the oil, but I use hemp oil. I use extra virgin olive oil with garlic. I've had no health. I don't have any health conditions at the moment. I'm 60 and I've just done a 3-hour workout. I feel good.
I thought you said you were 68, but never mind, Jen. I tell you what, Jen.
No, 60. I'm 60.
Well,
sorry.
Hold on real quick. On the topic of the vegetable oils, Jin, what you're referring to are the echo, Jin.
Yeah, sorry again, mate. Yeah, sorry.
It's there's a difference between like vegetable oils made from let's say hemp or olives or something versus corn, cottonseed, soybean. Those oils definitely have problematic effects on the health, but something like a hemp oil could be oxidized to some degree, but there is a difference in that. But yeah, there is a huge conspiracy, in my viewpoint, in terms of the health and medical world, specifically health when it comes to this, with these vegetable oils causing heart disease and inflammation, and they are absolutely pushing them purposefully to cause health issues, which they then sell pharmaceuticals for.
Sorry, did I miss Janice teaching Jin about the second law of thermodynamics?
No, it's not. There's no point going there. What about dry?
Oh, you didn't get enough Google search time, did you?
No, because I don't. You don't need to go there.
Well, can you state the second law of thermodynamics for us?
Is funny, but that's okay. What about dryer sheets? How about dryer sheets? There's a conspiracy about dryer sheets, I heard.
Hang on, before we go there, can you state the second law of thermodynamics for us? Saying as though you think Jin doesn't know anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, does the second law of thermodynamics?
Okay, that's not my question. Can you state the second law of thermodynamics for us, please? If you can't, that's fine.
It's what is it? Something about the energy, total amount of energy in an isolated system, something like that. It's not. It has nothing to do with what space is, though.
Not exactly, no.
Hold on a second. Hey, Earthworm, Jim, hold on a second.
Hello.
There you go. Go turn you up. There you are. There you are. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, thanks, Gio, for shutting me up there. I got a bit much. Sorry about that.
Okay, so about Earth 10-0 at the moment.
Not well. No. I don't think so.
No, we're going to have to take it to VAR.
Well,
why is space a break? How does space break any thermodynamic law?
You see, the thing is, we have air here, okay? And in order to have air pressure here, it has to be contained, because if Earth is in a vacuum, like they said, but hang on, if it's in a vacuum like they said, that naked ball, the air would be sucked off. 10 to the minus 17 torr. You'd have entropy, but it doesn't happen. We have air.
Okay, I get that, but what what in our model keeps the air from escaping into space?
You tell me. Model. It's your model. You tell me. I want to hear this. I know what it is, but you tell me.
I was just asked about thermodynamics, so I'll ask you about the globe model.
I answered your question. Now you're going to answer mine, sir. What is it?
Yeah, we want to hear you invoke something.
I want you to tell me what keeps the air.
Yeah, we want to hear you invoke
gravity.
So gravity now acts on gas. Is that right?
Does gas have mass? Is gas massless?
I'm asking you the question. Can you now give me a citation and presentation of such an act? Gravity pulls gas to the ground.
Yes, easily.
Well, present it.
The variation in air pressure from sea level to high altitude.
Let's see it in action. I want to see gravity pulling gas.
You're joking, right? You can buy a barometer.
Gravity
an altimeter
pulling gas. I want to see the experiment. I want to see gas being pulled by gravity. I want to see this. Sorry, words are not enough. Words are not enough.
No, they're not. Buy a barometer, and you can go and you can use an instrument.
No, you need to present. I'm not going to go and do anything. You need to present that to me. I need for you to show me gravity pulling down gas.
You need a barometer. You need me to show you
what a barometer is doing then.
It's measuring air pressure.
So nothing to do with gravity.
I mean?
That is caused by gravity. What are you talking about?
Gravity
what do you think it's caused by? What do you think the air pressure is?
Which gravity are you talking about, by the way, sir? Which gravity are we talking about?
Let's not do that.
We're going to do that, sir. Which gravity are we talking about?
You invoked it.
Which gravity are we talking about,
which one you want to invoke?
I'm not invoking. Yeah. Okay, dudes, you can't explain night and day. Let's not go with which Newtonian and Einsteinian.
Don't insult me there, sir. We can explain.
One's dark, one's light.
Hey, dude, you insulted me before.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, so gravity is there's no container. There's no need for a container. Gravity keeps the air pressure, the air, and everything else.
Please demonstrate that, sir.
It's easy.
And which gravity? Which gravity is that, by the way, sir?
The idea.
Which one is it?
Oh gosh, the idea
we need to know this.
Earth needs a container is false because you deny gravity.
Which gravity is it, sir? You're not answering my question.
It's gravity.
Which gravity is
mass
it?
Attracting mass.
Which one? Mass attracting mass. Well, that's not the current. That's not the current gravity that's in place. It's been replaced and superseded by Einsteinium.
No, it hasn't.
They don't care because they don't have to work
and warping
at
of
the
space-time fabric.
No.
That is the one today.
Why would I care?
Mass attracting mass has been debunked and obsolete.
No, it has not.
It's no longer a thing.
It hasn't in any way. You
no
can
longer
observe any
a thing,
moon.
sir.
You can observe any moon orbiting any planet in and you can observe mass attracting mass orbiting.
Doesn't prove
moons.
anything here with
So that doesn't improve.
Second law of thermodynamics violation. Rockets cannot be leaving Earth to go to any moon. It would violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Do you have any scientist that agrees with you? Any scientist in any field that agrees with you?
An appeal to authority is the problem. I don't need them to understand my world. Thank you. I don't need them at all.
Yeah.
In fact,
It's good fun,
let me tell you something. In fact, I'm actually correcting their use of English theories, which are actually just they're trying to offer them as proofs, but they're not proven. When something is not proven, it's an unproven theory. And if it's a fact, then it should be known as a scientific fact. Then there's no confusion. But you guys promote theory as real.
You still don't
When
know
a
about
theory
theories
is
and
an
laws and
unproven thing in my book, and it will always be that. When I meet a professor and they talk about things, is that a proven theory, sir? Is it proven? Then it should be called a scientific
There's no such
fact.
thing as a
It should be
proven
called a
theory.
theory. It should be called it should be called a scientific fact. That way,
There
people
aren't-
know it's a fact. And a
there
theory
are very,
remains a
very
theory
few
because it's
scientific facts.
unproven. Thank you. Relax.
There are-
You haven't got a clue. I
there
am
are-
going to redefine what the scientists tell me. That's what
Okay.
I'm going to do. I'm taking
That's
control
fine.
of the
You do
language.
that. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you. All right. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, can you please demonstrate your
A
gas
barometer.
with gravity, please?
Yes, I can. A barometer. Next question.
That's not going to be good enough, sir. We need to
It
see
isn't?
gas.
Barometer,
I need to
altimeter,
see
those things
gas
don't work.
being
They work
pulled
great.
down because gas is omnidirectional, is it not? Gas moves in all
There's no such-
directions and
no,
it
it's not.
presses against the container. That's how you know you get air pressure, okay? Because it presses against the container, okay? That's what gravity doesn't do anything there at all. What about
So
the
it just-
helium balloon gas? What about helium balloon gas? Helium gas that
We've
rises.
had these.
Where's
This
gravity
is like
there?
this is like 7 years. Anyone else got anything else? I'm sorry. This is.
Yeah,
Yes,
get
you
out
do.
there, man.
Yes, you.
Thank you.
No, don't tell him to get out.
No, the run-on sentences are a bit much, Jim.
Now, do you have a?
Oh, is this Bansal?
No. An experiment demonstrating gas attracting gas.
Gas attracting gas?
Yeah, gas attracting gas.
Yeah, it's
You mean like Brownian motion or osmosis?
Seeing as you are claiming that gas is affected by gravity, which, okay, that's cool. I've got no problems with you claiming that, right? And we can use these little tools, altimeters and stuff to check it. But do we actually have an experiment that can demonstrate gas attracting gas?
Gas attracting gas.
Yeah.
You come up with the best questions, Bansal.
Well,
I don't know. Gas attracting gas. I suppose probably if I knew a bit more about astronomy, you could probably talk about nebulas and stuff like that. But I don't think that's.
That's not really an experiment, is it? Like when I'm talking experiments, I'm talking about here on terra firma, right? In a little room with people with lab coats and all this sort of stuff.
Professional people, right?
Well, people. They don't even have to be professional because they just have to be people, just people. We'll start off people, and then we'll work out. We'll start off little. We'll start off with people, and then we'll work up to professional people. I'll give you that one.
Okay. I don't know. Gas attracting gas. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I do not.
What about your gravity you were talking about earlier? Blimey.
Yeah, gravity, which you absolutely have to deny.
No, I don't have to deny it. I can't deny something that doesn't exist, sir. Thank you. Please get that correct.
But you don't have much of an alternative. The only alternative you can come up with is the only alternative you can come up with is to invent a dome that no one's seen, detected, or in any way proven it exists, and then say that is the cause of the air pressure. But you don't account for the fact that the air pressure decreases with altitude.
You still need a container to have the pressure. It still has to be
that's the
contained.
point. There isn't a container.
There is a container.
I think another thing that strikes that is puzzling is that the Earth is spinning at such a high speed, so that on the globe Earth model, the circumference surface, right, is spinning at many thousands of miles per hour, and on top of that, the Earth is orbiting the Sun, hurtling through space, and all the gas manages to remain on the globe Earth. So that's another thing, I guess,
due to gravity.
that needs.
Why would it fly off anyway? You've got to do more than it. Here's the thing: after 7 years, there should be more than just I don't think this should happen. There should be a little bit more weight to the arguments.
No,
Just saying
it's simple
it sounds
because they
implausible to me
haven't
that
been
the Earth is moving this
satisfactorily
fast. Isn't
debunked
a
at
scientific
all.
argument.
Sorry. Your story and the heliocentric model doesn't measure up to the scientific method, so we don't need to change anything. I will shout flat Earth in your eardrums till your eardrums pop. Okay,
That's
let me tell you
meaningless. That doesn't mean
I'm going to
anything,
bring
Jim.
you
That's
the
just
seven.
rah-rah,
I'm
go
going to
team.
bring you the arguments from Samuel Rowbotham. That's what I'm going to whip
Rowbotham
your
wasn't
ass
a
with that.
scientist.
Don't you worry. He doesn't
Do
have
you
to
have
be.
any
I keep
science
telling
other
you,
than it doesn't
one
seem
does not
plausible
need
to you?
to be a scientist or have a degree to understand the topic matter to the highest degree without a license. You don't need that. Okay, so stop appealing to authority.
It would help because you don't understand
It's
anything
not
about
necessary.
thermodynamics.
It's not a necessity or
It would.
necessary thing. Thank you.
Hugh, the Earth is hurtling through space at roughly 30 kilometers per second, which is 67,000 miles per hour around the sun.
Right.
And it's spinning at thousands of miles per hour, which is roughly around 600 meters per second. Sorry, 600 kilometers or whatever it is, right? 600 meters per second.
626 miles per a second.
Okay,
right.
that's what
so
they say.
Both the circumference spin, I guess there would be momentum in space. So I guess one aspect of this to help us understand better is you're saying that gravity, despite these two vast speeds in the two separate reference frames, it's still retained on Earth. The gas of the air atmosphere is still retained on the Earth via gravity, is it?
If you can provide a scientific reason why that would be impossible in the vacuum of space, I'm all ears.
All right.
Do you see Hugh, like your side, right?
You mate?
Can claim things like infinite space, right? It goes, it's infinite. It like never stops. And then when you ask some people, well, it might stop, but because it's so big, we just call it infinite for the sake of it.
For the sake of, I mean, goodness.
For the sake of it. Okay, then.
Yeah.
But there may be an end to it, right? But it's so big, we'll just call it infinite, right? But there may be an end to it. But we can't reach it. We can't show it to you, right? But just take our word for it. There may be an end to it, but it's infinite. Right?
Yeah, they don't know.
That's exactly the same argument that you just invoked in regards to a dome. Well, I don't believe it because you haven't shown it to us.
Well, the difference is,
believe us.
There's a big difference, Vansor. There's a massive difference. If there is a dome, then there's no infinite land. So you want that some people want infinite land and some people want a dome. So IPS,
be true, bro.
IPS.
Be flexible, Hugh.
Okay, I'll be flexible.
There could be a sky barrier and infinite land.
Just take a look. I got a bad joke. Just take a look at his name. He's got to be flexible.
Right. Yeah, it's just, the land is just so big, right? There may be an end to it. There may be an end to it, Hugh, but it's just so big, right? You can consider it infinite, right?
Geo, I did misplace an umbrella recently.
Oh boy!
You know it's bad luck if you open it indoors.
I don't know, Bansor.
Might protect you from them cosmic rays, though.
Well, you can't have your cake and eat it too, Hugh. Like we can claim an infinite land, right? But
okay, yeah, fair point.
What we mean is it's like that big. You know, we can't really just get to the end of it, and you can do exactly the same thing. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't hold double standards in the argument at all.
I mean, okay, it's fair point, but I get what you mean. The difference, as far as I can, see right now, is the infinite space just means we can't see where it ends. It just, with the dome, no one can see that it's there. It doesn't. There's no one that's been up there, scraped a bit of the dome off or anything like that. No one's run into it, smashed into it, or whatever. you know, if there is, then you know
that's because it's too far away, Hugh. That's because it's too far away.
It's too far. Okay.
Yeah.
How far is it?
Infinite.
Too far. Infinite. Exactly. It's infinite.
Well, it's not accessible nonetheless. I mean, it's not tangible.
It's not tangible.
Yeah, it's not accessible at the moment, Hugh. Unfortunately for us.
So I'm sorry. What, Jin?
Sorry, no, I said it's not. It's not. Sorry, Hugh. I said it's not accessible to us to get to, unfortunately, at the moment. Okay, Hugh.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the reason why we don't know what it actually is made of. I would love to know. Would love to know.
Okay.
I know it's there though.
But it does make sense. It does make sense, though, Hugh, that any sort of gas pressure itself has to be in a container. Any sort of gas pressure.
Containment.
Because that's how you get gas pressure itself, because it is contained. It is pressing up against something. There is a resistance of something solid that it cannot penetrate, right? And it will build up with pressure. That makes logical sense.
As far as I've seen the arguments go, the gas pressure should be kind of even. There's no reason for a gradient.
Why? What is there no in a air compressor bottle, right? I pump up my air compressor, okay, and I'll let it sit there for a little bit. Is there no gradient in it?
I mean, there would be probably a very small gradient if it was high pressure in the container, I suppose.
Okay.
Due to gravity, but aside from that,
again, that's an unproven theory. You see,
you're invoking something, but
we observe every day. Something, yes, I'm invoking something.
Not gravity.
We
don't
observe
observe
every
gravity,
single day of our lives.
Well,
Gravity.
okay, so invoke gravity. So in that container itself, there is a gradient, isn't there?
Right, but what keeps me pinned to the ground if there's just a dome keeping the air pressure in? How does that stop me from floating around inside that dome?
Your magnetic boots.
Exactly.
Makes you think you're going to be floating around anyway. Why would you be floating around, sir?
I wouldn't. I'm asking you. Why wouldn't I? If it was just a dome keeping the air pressure in, what stops me from leaving the Earth by jumping? And
why would you leave? Why would you want to leave the Earth anyway? I mean,
it's a
body
question.
weight. Your body weight
it's a
is the one that's keeping you down, isn't it? You're heavier than the medium. Not able to support you to be flying around. The molecules that you're made of, and the food you eat,
what causes
the clothes
the
you wear,
heaviness?
everything has an inherent weight, and when you accumulate them together, it gets heavier and heavier.
You can't
when
say
you are
gravity.
when you are helium gas, you rise up above the medium to your leveled place, your place where you should be. If you're helium gas, because you're lighter than the air, it rises. You see,
it doesn't that's okay. All right, I'm gonna.
So depending on the mass, the vector is either down or up.
That's the natural order of things.
It isn't satisfactory just to say, "Oh, that's just the natural order of things." It isn't.
Because that is what we observe. It's natural and it is ordered.
That is
natural and it's ordered. That is how the Creator created it.
There isn't any science behind that statement. It's just.
It doesn't have to have a science behind it. It's not necessary. Children can understand what I say immediately. It's the natural order of things, son. Things go up and things go down, right?
By the way, Terry, how are you?
Oh, good to you. Good to you.
Good to see you, mate.
Good. I don't know where you've been lately. You've been over in Gems there before. Now you're over here.
I've given up on the Irish series.
Yeah, I've been coming over here for a little while now.
It's much better in here, dude. Just delete Gems server from your app and just come here.
Well, we're starting to get more Aussies.
Anyway, Hugh, it's nice discussing with you anyway, Hugh. Okay.
I appreciate it.
It's I appreciate your stance and your attack, as it were, the way you carry yourself. But you've got to be careful now. You're in here now. Okay.
I appreciate it, Jin. We can go head to head, but our heads together. But in the end,
I still want to
I
buy you a
appreciate
drink.
you. Yeah,
I
really
appreciate
do.
you. I'd still be buying you a couple of drinks. Don't worry. No love
Absolutely.
lost. No love lost at all.
Yeah, no worries, mate. No worries at all.
Thank you.
Yes, Ozzy's in here as well. It's got Banslaw in here. He's brilliant.
Yes.
So when
I
we
think
say
I'm
not that
I'm the
great.
only Aussie Glober that's in here, if you want to put it that way.
There you go.
oh, Terry's just put himself in a pigeonhole.
Yeah, but
Boy,
I was sticking my fingers in the air, going,
it would finally come. It would.
you could, Bandy, you couldn't see me doing air quotes.
After 5 years, I've been waiting for Terry to pigeonhole himself.
Wow, well
Oh,
done.
it's final, is it?
Well, now I've got to learn to be one.
Congratulations.
I've got to learn all this maths and science, and I have to go to university and get a degree.
Someone clip that from the YouTube
Yeah,
channel,
there you
right,
go.
so we can save that. Now, Hugh, what's science? What science is behind the bending of space time? What science is behind that?
That's a good question.
I know.
What
Two in a
bending or
row.
space or time?
Two
We
in
can
a
break
row.
it up. We can break it up to the whole three.
Oh, the bending of space time. We'll just keep it. We'll keep it simple.
Deep bending and warping, please. Warping.
Yeah, we start off with small steps first here, Terry. Don't move on to complicated.
Well, you get space and you got time, and you bend it.
That's it. It's hey, dude, Banslaw. It's the natural order of things.
It's the natural order of things. So what's So what science is behind the bending of and warping of space time?
Mate, no science. It's just the natural order of things. I mean, I'm being funny. I am the slightest.
I know.
The space-time thing. I mean, that's why.
Well, you did invoke science before, like we've got.
I
science
did, yeah, I did do that.
Backing things up. So now I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. So what science is actually behind the bending and warping of space time, apart from people just sitting under an apple tree waiting for apples to fall on their head, right? What actual science is behind it?
It's a huge number of really complicated, impossible to decipher formulas and concepts that I haven't got the slightest idea about. As far as I'm concerned, you can't manipulate time, and you can't manipulate space. So I don't know.
How do you bend it then?
Let alone bend it either.
But this is your model. This is your model that you live in.
My model is as stated. Right. I observe mass attracting mass in the sky and everything I see around me.
So your model stops at Newtonian, does it? It doesn't go any further than Newtonian.
Yeah, because in order to grasp the Einsteinian stuff, holy smokes, it's too much. I don't have time. Seriously, I could study it, I suppose, but it's just too much. It's unnecessary. For the purposes, for my purposes, anything I deal with on Earth, Newtonian's fine.
Yes, but you have to if you're gonna put yourself in the lion's den to argue these points, you gotta have them all, right? You can't just have one and not the other. You gotta have them all.
Mate, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just for you, I'll study it a little bit. I'll see if I can grasp what the heck they're talking about when they say space time.
Okay.
Because don't forget, I do invoke science, but I don't accept all science.
No, I do know this too. Yes.
Right. So, okay. It's like I do accept Asian people, but I don't accept that everything they say is true. You get it? You know.
Well, then do a bit of study and then
it should be
get back
interesting.
to us.
Yeah.
Look, me personally, I'm not interested in the bending
Oh
and warping in
gosh.
space. Not at all.
I'll do months of research and come back, and you're like, oh, okay. Gee, thanks, Vansel. What a mate.
You ain't going to do research. I guarantee you that. You ain't going to do months of research.
Nah.
So, but you've got to have something to back these things up. Like something scientific, right? Because
Yeah.
if you're gonna invoke science, like that science is on your side, okay, being the crux point here, right?
Yeah.
You need to be able to back these things up with scientific experiments, okay, to prove them true, or to prove that they have validity in their idea, because it's only an idea. Okay.
I mean, you're dead on right. Everyone points to Cavendish, and I've always found that a little bit lacking. It's just
sketchy.
It's sketchy. It's just like, oh, that's your thing. There's a couple of lead balls. I mean, that's your thing. There should be some more than that. I'd like to see more than that. But
yeah. Just like how light behaves in a gradient, like their experimentation is lacking and a little bit sketchy too.
Yeah, there's a lot of areas. The medical field is rife with it. A lot of places. Yeah, so I know totally.
Every area.
Yeah,
so,
don't doubt, man. Don't doubt.
So if you think Cavendish is sketchy, right? Which you just said, your words, right? It's a bit sketchy, all right?
Yeah.
Well, Cavendish is the one that is your gravity.
Well, it's more a case of that's just widely accepted, right? And then that's it.
I know. And you said, right, it's a bit sketchy. You don't necessarily accept it. Okay. Then.
Right.
So if you're going to say that about Cavendish, right, and that experiment, right? What other experiment here on terra firma, right? Do you go, yep, bang, that's the one that does it for me? So because there's got to be another one.
There, as far as I know, that's it. I think, because I mean, I don't know if there's anyone else that knows of any others, but I don't know of another one.
But it's sketchy. It's to you, Hugh.
Yeah,
it's sketchy. It's sketchy. And you, on your model, because you don't worry about Einsteinian, you worry about Newtonian mass attracting mass, and the mass attracting mass is Cavendish. That's the experiment. So now there has to be another experiment that goes bang. Yep, that does it for me. There's my gravity, because this is where I live. I need something more solid to be able to back me up a little bit here.
Yeah, what I have is I have Cavendish, which is but I also have observations, and I have observations of moons, and as far as I can see, things falling down, and then the other thing is just there's no alternative being offered, real scientific alternative. So as far as I know, you can call it whatever you want.
Hugh. Let me make a suggestion for you, Hugh.
Yeah.
Everything you've said so far is just all sketchy, and you've said it yourself. Why don't you just step over to the flat Earth side and just be done with this nonsense you're doing? You're doing yourself look silly here. Come on, man.
Flat.
Hurry up, man. What are you waiting for? You've got nothing.
Just take your huge anus out and take a dump on the world. Like you said we do.
I know, I was mad.
Can we still be a globe, but we go onto the flat side?
Let me help you along with this video called Flattening the...
I get triggered, and then I go, and then I go, you fucking moron. And then I apologize, and it's like when I was a kid, my brother and I would do that. We'd fight,
ruckus and kicking up a stick.
And then we'd like, oh, I'm sorry I said things, and I'm sorry I smashed you in the face with the pan. That type of thing. My personality, I can't help it.
Go ahead, please talk, because I've stopped.
So, Hugh, would you say that gravity is a force?
It can be thought of as a force.
Very George Musa of you.
You like that? Is that good?
I've heard that before.
Yeah, I know. I just told it. Yeah, yeah.
But it's not. But it's not a force, right?
Yeah. You know, that's the thing. It's like magnetism. Is magnetism a force? It's the same sort of thing. It's just like it's weird, invisible force that no one can explain, but we can positively see it happens.
But is it a force? Is the question.
Yeah, it is a question. I don't know. It acts like a force. So, you know.
Well, and can you manipulate magnetism? Can you experiment with magnetism? Can you isolate magnetism?
Yeah.
Okay then. Boom. Happy days.
Yeah,
So
well,
we all accept magnetism, right?
I
Can you
can
do the
act.
same?
I can act like a king, but am I a king?
Yeah. I can act like a jackass, but am I?
Yeah,
I can
that's
think
what I
of
mean.
my car as a Ferrari.
The Ferrari. You have to say it that specific way. You can't just say Ferrari. It's not acceptable. You have to say Ferrari.
But from what I gather from what you're saying is that perhaps you're not saying directly, but indirectly you're kind of saying that there are holes in these supposed theories, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You kidding? Yes. Yeah.
Well, it's very honest of you to say. A lot of people wouldn't be as
No,
forthcoming as you and would just go along with, yes, this is what's happening, and there's no way you can change my mind on it.
Well, that's part of the problem with the whole debate, is that no one is. If I say, oh no, everything in science is perfect, and that they never, you'll hear that from Professor Dave, right? He will just sit there and say, nope, science is perfect, peer review, it's absolutely flawless. That's not realistic. He's not being honest.
Yeah, agreed. But when it comes to this particular supposed theory, it's quite fundamental to the globe paradigm, specifically gravity. So while you can have, contentions with other supposed theories, this one is, like I said, it's quite fundamental to the whole paradigm. I mean, to me, it breaks it in half. If it doesn't follow this theory, then the paradigm as a whole sort of falls apart.
I mean, you can tape it together with, you use some duct tape and keep it together, and
conjure other things.
Yeah, I mean, you can run your car on 2 cylinders, and it'll keep going. And I think a lot of science is people running their cars on 2 cylinders and then just hoping that they'll figure out how to get the other 2 working.
Right,
a
but
lot of medicine is like that. Are you kidding?
The analogy here should be that your car's not running at all.
Well, the thing is, the car is running, and you are driving, and you are moving. It's just that there is a lot of it broken, so the tires are all half flat, and there's all sorts of problems. But you are moving. You're kind of you're making sort of progress, right?
Right, but if gravity falls apart, it's like having no engine. You're not going anywhere. That's my point.
Oh, I see. So it's like pulling the engine out of the car.
Yes, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could say, yeah. I mean, but flat Earth requires gravity not be a thing. So there's a priori. Gosh, what's that term? A priori. What is that Latin term? You know what I mean? It's a requirement for flat Earth. So we have to have gravity in order for the Earth to be a sphere, and you have to have no gravity. Gravity cannot exist in order for the Earth to be flat. So
but it's not that we can't. It's just that there is no evidence, right? It's not that we're saying we can't have it. It's like, show us the evidence,
Yeah, but okay. It's like saying, that's a bit like saying there is no evidence the International Space Station is in orbit. There is evidence, but the evidence, you find the evidence not to be satisfactory. You don't buy it, and that's what it is. There is evidence for flat Earth. I'm not accepting it, and there is evidence that ISS is in orbit, but you're not buying it, and that's it. That's what it is. It's the
but even you're not buying gravity. You said how sketchy Cavendish was, right? So even you're not buying your own model.
No. I'm being. What I'm doing is I'm being honest, and I'm saying, 2 lead balls in a shed, and that's your thing.
Sketchy.
It's like sketchy. You know what I mean? can you do a bit better than 2 lead balls in a shed, please? After a few hundred years. That's it. That's it for me. Like I said, it's the 2 cylinders. Your car running on 2 cylinders. Again, like medicine, it's like they don't have a clue.
Yeah. So can they do better than balls in a shed? I agree with you. What do you think? Is there something better that proves? Because the thing about the gravity theory, or really like gravitation, is really the term for it. Because the word gravity means weightedness, but gravitation is more the term used for
force.
Yeah, for these actual theories.
Yeah,
so the thing is that gravitation is so fundamental. It's like the glue that holds together what otherwise would be a completely impossible idea, sticking to a ball and spinning, and we all know everything would fly off. So I'm saying that gravity, the gravitation, is so foundational that to not have anything more than balls in a shed, don't you think there's an issue there?
Yeah, I mean, there's an issue with it in that I look at that and I just think, when you have a politician that's on your side and he says something stupid, you just go, and that's really all it is. He's probably still going to vote for him, but he says something dumb. I like Trump, but sometimes he just said the dumbest things. And it was just like, oh, come on, man. And that's what it is with science. I mean, it isn't perfect, but, what are you going to do?
Do you treat it almost like maybe it's a bit of naivety? Maybe you don't understand it fully, so you're not gonna say it's silly because just like with Einstein, you haven't looked into it. You don't really want to speak on it.
I did look into it, and it confused me to such a degree. I mean, I've got a lot going on in my life, and so it was one of those things where, because I don't have a watertight memory, I actually literally have to be careful about what I learn and what I don't. Otherwise, it'll just cram out other things I need to retain. And my brain is just like sometimes. So that's what it is. That's why one of the reasons why being in here is better than being in Gems, because they would attack you immediately you show any sign of weakness. So it's a much better debate when there are people who are kinder and are more willing to actually talk to people like human beings. For me, because I did study, just to recap, I'm sorry, I did study it a little bit, but it was just too confusing, and they made too many assumptions, and I just thought it was a bit much. So, I mean, space contains nothing, and time you can't manipulate. So, there you go. It's all good fun, though.
All right, someone needs to.
Yeah, I like going into gem pandas. I like going into gems, destroying them and screaming at them, and winding them up. I love it.
You just come in like a whirlwind, and
it's always entertaining when you're there, Jin. I must admit. If I ever see you in there, I'm there with bells on.
yeah, me too. If I go in, I say, "Is Jin in there?" All right, if he is, I'm in.
So, yeah, it's actually good.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I play the fool and that, but I hit them with some real bombs. I love it.
The difference, the opposite happens when Chemo is in there. I like no.
Chemo is also entertaining. Come on.
Oh, is he? Oh gosh.
To me, he is. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah. Chemo's entertaining. Yeah, because he takes them through the punishment.
It is
slowly through the punishment. Whereas, yeah,
it's like masochism. Listen to Chemo.
Yeah.
Chemo used to be a lot more about the argument.
My shield and my flat earth stick. Yeah, I like to go in there with my shield and flat earth stick and smack them up a bit. Yeah, come on, get it going.
For a while,
really get them riled up.
For a while there, Chemo, I don't know if he still is, but he was denying that there was a pressure gradient. And he's stuck with it. It was just, I think he's not. I don't know if he's really serious or not. I can't tell.
Probably just to wind you guys up.
Yeah,
I'm sure it worked.
He's definitely good.
He's really good. I talked to him like 2 years ago, and we talked about something for hours. And I can't remember exactly what it was, but then I remember about 2 weeks ago, I went in and I heard Chemo saying the exact same things, and I was like, 2 years. And they were responding. Hey.
That's what's required. It's what's required. Remember, we've been reinforced with the heliocentric model. I was 53 years non-stop. Non-stop. Copernicus and all the rest of it, non-stop. So be surprised when we are now bringing the truth to you. Repetition brings excellence. Remember that, because that's what's going on. Okay, nothing wrong with the truth from Rosebottom in the 1800s. Nothing wrong with that at all, mate. It's as fresh today as it was back then. Okay. Okay. Good.
All right. So
did you say that Rosebottom wasn't a scientist?
Yeah. He wasn't a scientist.
Really? Okay then. Well.
Was he?
What? I'm going to find out in a second.
All right.
All right. So, what is a scientist?
I was going to ask that.
That's
saw that coming.
What are the requirements? Is it lab coat goggles, or is there more to it?
Well, I'm trying to find out, Clovis. Like I'm interested. I'm
Yes.
sitting on the edge of my seat, right, waiting, salivating. All right, Hugh. The floor is yours, Hugh. What is a scientist?
In my definition, if you said I'm a scientist, I would assume that you're paid, you're professional, and you conduct scientific experiments or investigations professionally. That is a scientist in whatever field. So geologist, astrophysicist.
So the first requirement is you have to be paid. That's the number one. That's the number one requirement for a scientist. You have to be paid.
Well, you have to do science. So I'm a writer.
No.
Well,
no.
Let me finish the thought there. I'm a writer, so I can tell people I'm a writer, and the reason I can tell people like that is because people pay me to write. If I said I'm a writer and I haven't written any books, and B, have never been paid to write anything, I just sit. Maybe I do write stuff, and I just sit at my computer all day long and type out words in a document and then say I'm a writer. That's not what a writer is. Same thing with a scientist, right? I mean,
no, I would disagree. I would disagree. I've got an uncle that is a very talented painter. Right, does it as a hobby. He probably spends more time on his hobby than he does actually working himself. Doesn't sell anything, but he is absolutely gifted. Gifted. Like he can't get into his garage. He's got that many canvases in there. It's insane. But he is a painter. He's not paid for it, but he is a gifted.
Fair point.
Gifted. I know it's a fair. I always make fair points.
You do.
So there can be no such thing as an amateur scientist, just purely professional.
Yeah, then you would call him an amateur scientist.
Okay, what about Samuel Rosebottom, who was an inventor? Samuel Rosebottom, who was an inventor, writer, and a utopian socialist. That's
Didn't know he was a utopian socialist. Oh yes, you know what? I did know that.
Who wrote the Aesthetic Cosmogony, Earth Not a Globe? Okay.
And he was wasn't he under that name?
Parallax.
Parallax.
His nickname. Parallax.
That's it. Brilliant nickname. Are you kidding? For the 1800s? Holy smokes! That's just straight out of 2010. Parallax.
Yeah, I thought he was cool to be called Parallax. I thought that was a cool nickname.
Yeah. I thought so too. But dude, that was forward thinking.
Yeah, he was a forward-thinking man.
Can I ask what you normally write about?
Yeah, I write. The couple of things I write. One of them is I write educational content, and then I also write instructional content, and I write sci-fi as well. But I can't say I'm a sci-fi writer yet because I've never been paid to write a sci-fi anything. So right now I can say
have stories in mind.
I've got about 20 scripts right now. Yeah.
I think you'll excel at that because you're into the heliocentric model, you see, which is a fallacy. So you'll be able to do that quite easily. Yes.
Well, it's science fiction. So science fiction is the reason it's called that is because of the first word. So,
second word, fiction, not real.
Well, it's
not real science.
It's like historical fiction. It's based on real history, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Or historical romance. It's a romance based on history, and it's fiction based on science. So it's. I know. You guys like to dig. It's okay.
The flat Earth has given me the confidence now to challenge these professors. Now I've been giving them my trust. These astronomers. But now that I've seen that they've been perpetuating lies for my 53 years, right? So now I'm getting my own back now. That's what I'm doing.
So Hugh, would you write a book about flat Earth and label it sci-fi?
No, I would not. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't sort of publicly write stuff like that to put people's views down like that.
No, but I mean, I don't mean totally. I mean, just to take a little bit maybe of inspiration.
Well, I tell you, I actually
from the idea.
I'll tell you one of my scripts. It is the story involves a boy in school, and he lives on a flat Earth, a flat disc world, if you will. Realm. There you go. And he starts to suspect that the Earth is actually a sphere. It's the opposite. So I don't want to go too much detail. It would be boring, but
so it's science fact.
I did not like the disc world. I didn't like the disc world reference.
Yeah,
we don't think the Earth is a disc world. We don't think that.
No, I know.
Right,
but it's the idea that he lives on this disc, and people say it's a disc, and then there's conspiracy theory people that say no, it's actually a globe, and then it's a whole thing. I've got a whole script for it. So, but that's one of my scripts, and that's probably one of the least ones because that would be intensely effects driven. So that's not going to get made.
But, I was going to say, if you make it, you got to watch your back after that. That's all.
Well, Discworld, right? That's old, right? But anyway, so yeah, that's what I do. But my main source of income is photography, though. That's what.
Nature, sky,
weddings, families, headshots.
Oh, okay.
No real pictures of from space then.
More events.
Yeah, anything. It's anything terrestrial. So nothing sub-aqua and nothing astro anything. So that's it. If you're standing on the ground, I'll photograph it. Yeah.
Hairy muff.
Yeah. What is Earthworm Jim? That's a great name. What do you do? I'm curious now.
Me. I breathe.
Okay. You're a professional breather.
Yeah, basically.
I'm an amateur breather.
Yeah, you'll get a hang of it. I have faith in you, bro.
I believe in you, bro. I believe.
Hugh, let me ask you this. If you, in this lifetime, if it's either definitive and settled within the larger kind of human community that the Earth indeed has no curvature and that it's not moving, however that plays out, or if you come to it on your own, how will you look back on this time period now that you did believe the globe? How would you contextualize that?
It would be interesting, wouldn't it? Because it would go against pretty much everything in physics and everything in astronomy and everything in geology. So there are huge swaths of science fields that would be completely false. The only ones that would remain probably would be biology, perhaps chemistry. They would survive, but the rest of them would be tossed out. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It would be
Why would they be tossed out? So sorry.
No, I mean, chemistry and biology; those would withstand the difference, right? If the world is flat, but astronomy, that would be, tossed out. Geology, that's all based on the globe. That'd be tossed out. Yeah, I mean, I never liked geology anyway, but yeah, it would be completely earth shattering, wouldn't it?
So you can't have geology on a flat Earth?
Well,
mountains and soil layers, different types of sediment, topography.
You're right, but it's all beneath all that is the Earth's core,
Plates,
and
not
plate
bowls.
tectonics and earthquakes that radiate through the globe to other parts of the world and can be detected. All of those things would have to be false, right? So,
So essentially, anything that's practical in geology would remain, but everything else that's theoretical would be tossed out.
well, anything measured, like I just mentioned about the.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, because a lot of this is measured. I mean, like I said about astronomy, there are planets measured to orbit. Moons orbiting planets, and we see them with really, really good telescopes. You can see them very, very clearly.
Is that a measurement?
No, but it is an observation, and you can measure you can measure the how long it takes and how far they are away and that type of thing. So yeah, huge fields of science would completely be tossed out if Earth is flat.
But like you could sort of only make correlations with observations, right?
Yeah, you can't.
Yo, Jim, are you sober now?
Yeah, pretty much.
What were you on earlier?
Just a few bevies, man. It's normally the only reason why I talk on here, isn't it? Normally I'm just like, don't speak, just be quiet in the corner. So yeah, when I have a few bevies, it's like, fuck it, release the animal. It's toned back in now. It's back in the cage.
Yeah, guess what I was going to say, Jim? I was going to say, Jim, you want to allow the smack and that, as a joke.
So how do you measure the distance to a star hue? Like what things do you have to assume when you're making these? Because there'd be quite a number of assumptions that you would have to make. One would presume that would put these measurements into grave question.
What kind of assumptions would you presume one would have to make?
Well, we'll go with Hugh first, because we've already established, Nate, that Cavendish is sketchy. So we're going down another path here. All right.
Okay. All right.
We want to find the other sketchy things. Right?
All right. We'll come back to this question later. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know we will. Do you find the measurement to stars a bit sketchy as well?
Well, there's got to be a lot of assumptions, right? Because you can't actually go there.
What kind of assumptions here?
You've got to assume that the brightness and the size and the relative, the brightness, what are they called? Relative luminosity is. You've got to make assumptions about those things. So they measure stars by how bright they are, and then parallax, and then how they move. So some stars, like, they move a little bit more than others, and that type of thing.
But if you can see the brightness of a star and you can see how it moves, like what are you assuming? What factors?
Well, you're assuming that the brightness is indicative of its distance. So,
Mhm.
and then
That's
Why,
if you
why
know
would you
science.
why would you make that why would you make that assumption though? Because there could be a star closer than another one, but because it's small, it doesn't shine as bright, or because it's older in its
Yeah.
life cycle.
That's it. Those are the assumptions, right? That's
No,
it.
but I'm saying because of those factors, you wouldn't make the assumption that because it shines bright, it's closer, would you? It would be
But
hard to
there's
come to that
also
assumption.
you've also added other assumptions like about the life cycle of the star. Who's lived long enough to validate
But
that?
those, but I mean, those aren't things we assume. Those are things we can measure. But I'm saying because of those
But
things,
they're
would you
not
ever?
though. That's the thing, like you
They are.
said about the life cycle of a star. You know, who's lived long enough to measure that?
You just calculate it. You know.
Well,
Obviously, you're
no,
not going to come
What do you mean
to an exact
calculate it?
figure.
no,
You
no.
don't measure it.
You actually made a indication there. Correct me if I'm wrong. That the brightness of a star indicates its age. Yeah. So the duller a duller a star gets, right, the older it is. So is a so there's a direct correlation with brightness and age.
It's not a direct correlation. I'm just saying it's a factor you would
Well,
need to take into consideration,
well,
and that would
why would
stop
you?
you.
Well, why would you
Mhm.
take that into consideration? That the brightness of um, a star is a correlation to its age. Now, because if I get a candle and I light a candle, right now, I very first strike that candle and I light it, and it burns and it burns and burns. That that brightness of the candle will stay consistent all the way down until there is nothing left to burn. It will not change luminosity whatsoever. It will stay consistent as long as it burns. So the luminosity of the actual candle itself does not change with how long.
It's been burning.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't change. So you're making a correlation that the brightness of a star is a direct link to the age of a star, and I can't see how you can connect those two. There's a lot of assumptions there in that right there. Bang, that should be thrown completely out with the bathwater.
Do you mind if I jump in, Bandy?
Okay,
Yes.
I'll respond to you after Chronic answer.
Yes,
But I
Mr.
mean,
Chronic.
I have the perfect answer, but I want to see Chronic give it a try first.
So back to the point. Back to the that's a good point, and we've had this conversation countless
It's not a
times.
good point,
Bandy.
It's not.
No. It's a good point in terms of ancient astronomy. So before we had sort of current generation technologies, yes, there was an ambiguity or a confusion between trying to use the brightness of stars to infer their distance. That this was an issue centuries ago, but now it is. So there's many techniques that can be used to estimate the distance to stars. Most people obviously have heard of parallax. That's a pretty good one that's been used for a while. This relationship though, so that doesn't work so well for distant stars. The farther away a star is, the harder it is to make an accurate measurement of the parallax. However, what scientists can do is they can take, for example, the measurement of the color of some of these stars. So measuring their brightness in through different filters.
Wavelengths.
Yeah, different wavelengths. Yeah, and there, it turns out that the color of stars are a good indication of their actual brightness. And so So try to stick with me. So, for example, we can take this relationship between the colors of the stars, which means the measurement, the observations and measurements that you measure how bright the star is, how much flux is coming through your filters and different filters, and this relationship between those colors and the brightness can be made empirically, calculated empirically using thousands of stars that are close enough to Earth to give reliable parallax measurements. So you start there basically, and so you are deriving a type of calculator through the direct measurement of the distance to the close stars that have very obvious parallax signals and parallax measurements, and the relationship between the color and their actual brightness, or what's called absolute brightness. So from there, the next step, this isn't 10 different steps to get to the final answer. It's only a few, like 2 or 3 without presupposing anything. The final step, once you have that like calculator, so to speak, then the final step that you need to do to find, to estimate, and I'm never saying to prove the exact distance. I'm saying to get an estimate of the distance to farther away stars that you can't just simply use parallax for, is to measure the color. The color of the faraway stars is very easy to measure in different filters. So you then have this color, and you can determine their actual or their absolute brightness. And by knowing their absolute brightness and comparing it to their apparent brightness seen from Earth, you can determine the distance to those stars with some uncertainty, obviously. That may have been a little hard to follow, but it really is only like 2 or 3 steps from start from start to finish. And again, this is only one example of a good handful that are used.
So looking at a star, right, through a non-filtered telescope and then applying a filter to the telescope and comparing those 2 images, that's how you calculate the distance.
Comparing those 2 brightnesses, because the measurement you make is going to be a different value. You agree?
Well, if you are going to filter it, yes, there's going to be a different image. Yep.
Well, there's going to be a different amount of brightness that you measure that falls on your detector, your telescope, whatever. But
filtered it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So for example, if you what's used most is this color index that is a B minus V is what is used most often. And so what that means is the difference in the difference in the magnitude of the star measured through a blue filter for B and a visible filter V. So that the difference in those 2 numbers gives you the color of the star, right? If the star is appears very bright in the blue filter, and it appears once you put the green or the V filter on your instrument and you make the same measurement, if the apparent brightness of the star is fainter, then you get an idea that the color of that star is bluish or bluer than it is, green, for example.
Well, I kind of get that, but
yeah,
when you view it through the non-filtered telescope, you are getting all this information, right? It's all there, but when you look at your computer screen or your photo or however you look at it, but I presume it's on a computer screen. When you look at it through the non-filtered telescope, you can't see these things. right? But they are there. They are there nonetheless. They are still there. And now you put on a filter to block out the other noise, right? So it only lets the blue light in or the red light in. So you're not getting any of the other wavelengths of light. So you can just concentrate on that one particular wavelength. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay then. So now all you're doing is looking at one particular wavelength. So how, by looking at one particular wavelength and comparing that to another photo that actually has that wavelength in it already, it's already there, but you just can't see it. But now you've just isolated it so you can see it. How is comparing those two pics, which are exactly the same? They're exactly the same picture. They have exactly the same information in them, but one's just filtered now. How is that giving you a measurement of how far away they are? Because they both have exactly the same information in them, except one's just blocking the information.
I don't agree when you say they have the exact same information in them. They don't.
Well, no, because you are filtering some information. You're not allowing some information into one of the photos, but the information is getting there. It's getting there nonetheless. Well, the information is getting there. The light is actually getting to the telescope. You are just filtering it, right, and stopping it getting in there. Okay, but it's still getting there, the information, because in the very first picture, all the information was there, but you just can't see it because it's all jumbled up, it's all confused with the different other wavelengths of light that are in there that you're actually viewing. And now in the second picture, right, you've isolated some of that noise, some of those wavelengths, so you can only concentrate just on one. But yet the two pictures are exactly the same. They're exactly the same pictures. All right. So how can you then make a calculation between two pictures that are exactly the same, except one has just filtered some of the information from it?
Is there a question here? I might be missing the question. I'm sorry.
Well, you're saying you're indicating. I'm getting that the indication is when you look at this second photo, where you see a particular wavelength, right, from the first photo, that this is how you are determining the distance to a star.
Can we put it in the let's put it slightly into the more realistic what actually what goes on. You're close, but let's just say the two measurements, one is in a B filter, one is with a B blue filter, and one is with a V green, for example, V visible filter. Just so we're in both scenarios, all light is being within some window of the spectrum, but in the one measurement of the amount of light, you get a value. And then the second measurement of light with a different filter, you get a different value.
Yep.
I think we both follow that.
Yeah, I'm following that. Yep.
Okay, and from the a priori information that we have, where before this measurement was made, we empirically related the color of very nearby stars with the parallax measurements, and there's a relation between their absolute brightness and their distance from that, and the direct measurement of their distance with the parallax. So all of that is done first. And so then all we're doing now, when we're scaling it to farther away stars that are too far away for a reliable parallax measurement, is we're using the empirical relation that exists between the color and the absolute brightness of that object.
Yeah, but with the closer stars, Chronic, you had to do this process, right? You got to do this
Yes.
process once
Yes. Yes.
to establish it, right? So let's just work on the closer stars. All right,
Okay.
don't worry about the far
Sure.
away ones.
Sure.
We'll work on the closer ones. So this same process is used on the closer stars. So
Yeah.
you take an image with your telescope using the B and the V filter.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and you are comparing these images now. All that information is coming into the telescope, regardless of what filter is on there, right? It's all coming in there. You are putting a filter on a telescope to isolate the wavelength of that light, so you can view it more easily. So there's less noise around it. The other wavelengths of light aren't there to be seen because you only want to see this one particular wavelength of light, but it's all still getting there. It's all still going
I mean,
into the telescope.
it's along the path of light. It's being, the wavelengths of light you don't want to measure are being filtered out. I think we're saying the same thing. You're using kind of weird words, in my opinion, but
Okay, they're probably not scientific or in the what realm you were. I've got it in my head how I'm seeing it. Like, because if
sure.
I shine a torch at you, right, all that light is going to you. Okay, then now you can put a certain color sunglasses on, and it's going to look like a different color because it's cutting out different wavelengths, and you can change your sunglasses, but all that light is still going to you. But it's going to visibly be seen as different colors, right? Because you are filtering the other light that's
Yes.
coming in the eye. Same thing as the telescope. All that light is still going into the telescope. All you are doing is filtering, right? So
Yes.
you can
Yeah.
view, right, what light, but it's all still getting there at exactly the same time. It's all still there. You're just viewing different spectrums
So
of that.
are you asking for clarification on this color measurement?
No. I'm
Or-
not asking for clarification.
I mean, you're using the terms information being lost, or like is a little
No,
weird,
not
but it
loss. Not loss.
or like
It's just
not
got a
captured or
filter.
something. Sure.
No, it's all there. All the information is getting to the telescope. It's all getting there, but you are just filtering what information that you want to
Yeah.
see.
Okay. For the
Okay.
sake of the conversation, yes. Let's move forward. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you
Correct.
understand what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Crystal clear. Beautiful. So now we have two photos, right, where all the information has got there, but I'll put a different filter on my telescope, and so now the same star now looks different because I've got a filter on it.
Okay.
So now from these two photos, which exactly the same information has got there, but one's just under a different filter. Okay, then.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, my brain wants to correct you so bad, but for the sake of it, we gotta move forward.
Well, I know it does. I know it does. You're going
Yeah.
into autotard mode. I can
Yeah. Of course. Of course I
feel
am.
it. I can feel it. I can feel it.
Yeah.
Right? I just can't, because I'm trying to wrap my head around these two photos, right, where one is filtered and one is not filtered.
Yeah.
How you can look at these two photos and go, okay, then star A is 100 million light years away because I've viewed two different photos, but one's just got a different filter.
Yeah, so you're not yes. So respectfully, you don't seem to be following the three steps of logic that I like laid out from step 1 to step 3.
Not.
Yeah. So when you say the two different pictures, when you say all the information is there, but it's been filtered out, I disagree already on that. The two different filters, the two different pictures, neither of the two include all the information that got to the top of the telescope from the star. Neither of them do because they're both using a filter. Both of the data were taken with a filter in the path of light. So it is not true that all of the information is there in the pictures. It's not. You're filtering out all wavelengths of light except for some tiny window in the blue region of the spectrum and the green region of the spectrum.
Yeah, no, I get that. No, respectfully, right? I get that, right? But all the information has got to the telescope, right? It all before it just before it hits the filter, right? That minuscule minute of a second before it hits the filter, all the information is there. And now you've hit the filter, and now you have filtered the information.
Okay.
Do you disagree with that?
I would not use the same words as you, but for the sake of it, we have to move forward. Yes, sure. I agree.
No, because I want to be on the same page.
Okay. So here, so let me say it slightly differently. At the top of the telescope, right before the filter, the star, all of the starlight, I would refer to it as white light. There's a continuum spectrum of light that is reaching the top of that telescope from that one star, for example. Do you agree with that? It's basically what you're saying. You're just calling it all the information, but I'm calling it more scientifically, I guess.
Yeah. Okay then.
Okay. So
we can go
now
down. We can go down whichever path we want, the scientific method or my verbiage, right? It's neither here nor there. But you know what I mean. You know that all that light from the star, right, is traveling to the telescope, right?
Yes.
It's all coming there because you're not filtering it before it leaves the star, right? You are filtering it as it enters the telescope. So all the information, right, is there, right?
Yes.
And then as soon as it hits the telescope, right, all that information is there, and now you are filtering that information that is entering.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is why?
Sorry to laugh. Sorry to laugh. I'm now confused at what you're drawing issue with here. I've lost track.
Well, you are filtering the information that is now going into the telescope.
Yes, everyone I hope understands how filters work.
Yeah. So I mean, what I'm getting, what I'm kind of hearing is that it's like the logic that you're getting the same information. So how are you then making judgment calls on distances whether you filter it in different ways, it's still the exact same information. It's the root information is the same. So how are you then using just that light information and comparing filters to then claim that you're getting actual distances?
Yeah, so the prior steps that I mentioned before you do this, you establish empirically a relation between the color for stars and their actual brightness and their distances for the very closest of stars. So however many thousand do you want to use?
I gotcha. Right.
Yes.
So you're just using it's an assumptive model leap. Like if you're just saying that the brightness levels correlates with distance, then you can add a distance model onto it and fabricate that.
No, not at all. It's called an empirical. Yeah, it's called a empirical relation. Maybe there's a definition I could drop in the chat.
Gio has a way with words, man.
Yeah, I mean everyone has a way with words.
Well, I didn't mean it to be like attacking. I was just trying to say the words that because it is a model. Yeah.
I didn't give this one a good read yet, but there in the chat is hopefully the proper definition of a empirical relation. So
but I'm saying, okay, right. But if I had lights on my ceiling, like in my house, and I had a bunch of different brightness levels, could I also apply that same thing and claim that one's further and one's closer, even though they're actually the same distance, but just based on the brightness? That's what I was saying. It's like a model that's added to it.
It's not a model, though. The word empirical means that it's derived from measurement, from observation, measurement, data taking, whatever, however you want to call it.
Well, what I'm saying is this. Let me lay it out this way. If you're outside in the night and you have different flashlights at different distances, this one's 10 feet, 20, 30, and you can say, but they're all the same light, so you know that they're emitting. You have to kind of use that assumption first, that they're emitting the same light. But based on the distance, the fact that this gets into the inverse square law, but the fact that the lights that are further away will be dimmer, yes, that makes sense. There's a distance relationship there. Now, if we just took that model of that relationship and then applied it to lights, let's say on my ceiling, which are actually all at the same distance, but they're different brightnesses, that to me would be using an assumptive of how a different situation works and then adding it to the situation of the lights on the ceiling, if that makes sense.
I mean, it depends on what type of lights you're talking about in your ceiling, but I think the flashlights in the big field or something is a decent analogy. We could move a little bit forward on. I could try to move forward with that analogy, where you said that you have several flashlights. Let's just call them let's just, you can't call them identical flashlights if it wants to be a real, a sort of true analogy. But anyways, you have a bunch of flashlights that are very close, or they're at varying distances on this long, whatever, football field or something. One of your first steps is to number one, for the closest of the flashlights, however many you want to use that are the very closest, you start with estimating the distance to those flashlights using parallax. So, shift your body left and right 80 feet, and then make a estimate of the distance to those, dozen flashlights, for example. You cannot now, using that parallax method on the farthest away flashlights, your precision or your accuracy, or for whatever reason, is not good enough to get a very reliable understanding or measurement of the distance to those very far away flashlights. So therefore, you cannot use only parallax to try to estimate the distance to those very, very farthest away flashlights. However, going back to the nearby flashlights that you do have a reliable measurement of parallax because they're very close, you measure all of those individual flashlights' colors, their color spectrum. So you need to use filters to do that. And there is a relation that you can make empirically between the colors of those flashlights that you measure, their color and their actual brightness. So there's difference between absolute magnitude and apparent magnitude, like absolute brightness of a star and apparent brightness of a star, that I think some people might be familiar with. But just for the sake of the analogy, moving forward, then you have this relation between the absolute brightness, the color of these nearby flashlights, they're relating that to their actual brightnesses. Not the apparent brightnesses of them because they're at different distances, and so some could appear fainter than the other, stuff like that. And they're close enough that you have reliable measurements of their distance. You can use this relation and basically scale it and use it basically for the farther away flashlights to estimate their distance as well. It's like your missing variable is d, the distance. However, in this relation, you have b, the b measurement, the v measurement that I was talking about. So you have the brightness in b, the brightness in v. You calculate the actual brightness of them. So you do the same thing for the farthest away flashlights, and you get their actual brightness, and you compare that to their apparent brightness, how bright they appear at your position where you are. And so you can, then you have all the information you need to make an estimate of the distance to each of those individual very far away flashlights. Now, if your color measurement is not that good, then you will have a larger uncertainty on the distance to those far away flashlights. The more I talk about it, the more convoluted it's getting, but it really is just 3 simple steps if you break it down in the most simplest terms.
It's just quickly, if I may. So the apparent shift of position of a star, with respect to another star, can that only be attributed to parallax?
No, all the stars have their own relative proper motions as well.
Right. So we can't just use parallax to determine whether or not this particular star is nearby.
No, for the closest.
For the closest stars.
Yeah. For the
40
closest
light
stars,
years.
But so even for those close ones, are we just using this parallax? So if it's just, could it be just an actual shift? Not just an apparent shift?
Well, that's what's great about, I mean, all stars, not just the closest ones, but we've had very high precision surveys that study these stars for decades and decades, and 50 years, even longer. Some of these stars we've been tracking, and so what we can also do is measure their absolute proper motion on the sky. Like they're not fixed to the sky. We know this 1000%. They are not fixed to the sky. Whether they're fake luminaries or whatever, you can argue that, but they are moving relative to one another. Some very, very slow, that it's most of them most of them so small you don't notice with your human eye in your lifetime. But they have a measurable, we have instruments sensitive enough to make this measurement over long time baselines, 20, 30 years. So we can fold that information in and include that in our parallax measurements, but it doesn't negate there's still a very strong parallax measurement for the very close stars. But to answer your original question, there's several different things, but for the closest stars, it's extremely reliable. I mean, you don't have to take my word for it, obviously, but it is a reliable thing.
Right.
And it's something you can always do at home.
Go ahead.
Sorry, what was it?
I was just adding that parallax is for closest stars is something you could always do at home in your backyard.
Yeah, right. Like Chronic was saying, you can rock back and forth to determine, like the example that you were giving Geo with your lights at home, and determine or the flashlights or whatever, right? But can we do that with the sky? Because we only really see them moving in a particular vector, right? We can't really rock back and forth and say, okay, if I move in this direction, then I move back to the other direction. Yeah, I can determine that is parallax because they're moving in two vectors. When I move one way, they move in the other way. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you have a better explanation for 6-month separated observations of the same star that show an extremely large parallax signal, I'm happy to hear it and think about it. But
but like I said, it differs from your example because they're only really moving in that one direction. We can't.
Well, my analogy for my example is well, no, you could also, in my analogy, if you want to go to a higher order or you want to consider more subtle, more sophisticated circumstances, which would mimic reality more closely, then what you would do is you would have the flashlights be moving relative to each other extremely slowly. Like they themselves would be moving very, very slowly. The closer ones, the parallax signal would swamp the parallax signal that you measure by shifting your body left 80 feet and then right 80 feet. That the amount of that parallax that you measure would be orders of magnitude larger than the actual proper motion of that flashlight that's moving very, very slowly with some vector in some direction.
Right, but in reality, with the stars, can we use this method?
Yeah,
we can see the star if we shift our position somehow on the Earth. We can see the star.
The Earth is doing the shifting for you. That's why he said the 6 months variance.
Right, it's only shifting in one way though, in one vector, right?
The Earth goes both ways. So today it's the side of the sun. In 6 months it's going to be the other side of the sun. So you take observations of those two periods.
Yeah.
So essentially, we can see the stars sort of moving back to another position. Is that correct?
Back to another position.
As in, yeah.
Yeah.
So to the original position.
Sure.
Yeah.
If you want to think of it like a time lapse version, sort of connecting each of these measurements, then yeah, or each of these 6 months separated data that you take, then sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, I forgot the main point, Bandy, but I forgot. But
yeah, no, I was just interested in these.
Of course, they could all be luminaries that are projected by the Illuminati and the global cabal that are
Or they could be little fireflies that are stuck up on that big blue blacky thing there.
Yeah.
in the different filters and how stuff is filtered.
Well, you know how a filter works. Don't
Well,
just think about it. You're not confused.
obviously, no, Chronic, right? So don't even go down that path you were about to go down.
You're smarter than
Right?
that, Bandy.
Right?
Yes.
Don't go. I'm going to pull you up.
Well, Chronic,
you also have radio.
Admit you would have to admit on some level though, right? That like basically you're looking at twinkles, colors, lights, and making various readings of them to then more or less kind of assume or apply that to then come up with something like a distance. But at the end of the day, you're really only looking at colors and lights, so which you can't tangibly get to. So how do you feel like you can make conclusive results from that to then apply a tangible assessment to it?
I mean, if you want to call twinkling lights that are just strikingly, like incredibly similar in all types of characteristics to, say, the big shiny thing that we are orbiting, or that's very close in our sky, the very nearby, the very nearest stars resolving their actual surfaces. I mean, it's gotten beyond in my opinion, if you ask me, to put on my skeptic hat, which I'm happy to do. It's gotten beyond the just twinkling lights in the sky. We've resolved the surface of like Betelgeuse and giant stars that are very close to us. This is they're no longer just a point that twinkles. Some of the closest ones. So
there are literally thousands and thousands of peoples in multiple nations studying the same things and coming up with the same answers.
Yeah, it's got.
For example, India has a really strong astronomy community. That's just an example.
Yeah, but you're going to come up with the same answers if you're working by the same parameters also, too. So, of course, you're going to come up with the same answers here. That's not surprising that people will come up with the same answers.
What I mean by that is just... Sorry.
No, go.
It's disparate people coming up with the same answers from the same observations and agreeing. And in science, it's difficult to get everyone to agree on things.
Yeah, and
when you do,
I double down on my point. Yeah, but I double down on my point that they are going to come up with the same answers if they're working within the same parameters. You're not going to come up with different answers.
Right, but it's a matter of how those parameters were established in the first place. I mean, the first telescopes in the 1800s. I mean, they had spectroscopy back then. I mean, it isn't like we haven't been. This is just a recent thing, and there's or even that there's necessarily a reason to spend this much time and effort and money studying these things.
Well, I don't deny that. Well, go ahead, man. So, but yeah, I don't deny that people have. Yeah, I mean, the sky is definitely being studied, but what I would question is what assumptive models are being placed upon various observations to then lead people to a certain conclusion that may actually not be scientifically validated.
Well, that's a very good point. That's a good question. And what I would recommend, I'm seriously, as someone who literally doesn't have the time to study astronomy as much as he wants to, you could, for example, you could take a class on astronomy. There's in my local area here, there is, in the summer, you can go up and make observations from the highest point in Georgia. And you can talk to people and you can study this stuff. And if you start studying this stuff and their answers and their logic and their methodologies don't add up, if you have a cynical view like that, of course, but if with that cynical view, what you can do is you can study it and then look for issues. What I'm finding, generally speaking, is that there needs to be more intense study. So for quite a while, when I would talk to a flat earther, I would say, hey, pick one subject, one very, very specific subject, like astronomy, and then study the heck out of it for 5 years. And if you can find fault with it and you can convey those faults to people who know what they're talking about, go for it.
Well, that's a big undertaking.
Well, yeah.
I would also say,
been around for 7 years now.
Comment on one thing you said. What you're calling cynical, I would say, is actually just being healthily and properly skeptical.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean. I didn't need to be disrespectful by saying that, but I mean, a critical look at it at a critical eye.
You know how much free education I've given you, Bandy, over the.
There's even more online.
I need to start charging you tuition or something, man.
Hey, and look, I spent the best part of my life, studying my particular field and understanding my particular field.
Exactly.
So
I'm no different than we're no different in our different fields. Yeah.
Exactly, and like me, right? You question, Chronic, right? My opinion on how water behaves. Okay, you question it because you have a very set understanding of how water behaves. Okay, where I hold totally the opposite opinion of what you do. Okay, even though I've studied it, right? Majority of my life that was my profession, right? But you will argue with me that no, that's not how it is. Right? So you are no different to me as far as that is concerned. Right?
Of
You
course.
question me and my expertise on a particular field and how things behave and how they react and perform. So I am doing exactly the same thing with as much knowledge as what I have about your field as what you have about my field.
Right on, brother. Yep, couldn't agree more.
Cool.
So, anyways, you got to read up on how filters work, Bandy.
I know. they restrict information or things getting through.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
If I could...
just the same as a water filter does exactly the same thing. Boom.
Okay.
I know a bit about water filters.
There are a couple of there are a couple of things on just. I think I was not pushing my push to talk just before. There's a couple of things. First thing is the scientists. It's generally an ongoing battle between groups of scientists to get information and to get better information. So that's constantly going on. So there's massive competition, and a lot of it is due to the funding. So you don't come up with results. You don't come up with stuff that is useful and pushes science forward. You don't get funding.
Oh yeah, Bandy has a whole. Bandy could go on for a long time about the funding sources for.
Well, but it is flawed. Of course, it's flawed.
How corrupt they are. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, of course, it's a flawed thing.
But science is no different to any other field, though, Hugh. Like it's not.
No, definitely. There's plenty of corruption in science.
No, but it ain't.
Yeah.
It ain't special in the fact that it is trying to improve itself. Every single field is trying to challenge itself. Is trying to improve itself. It is trying to make itself more efficient and better. So science is no more special than any other field out there.
You're right, Bandy.
I used to get I get you. Yeah, I used to get science news in my feed every day. I don't do it anymore. I don't have time to read it. But constantly, what I would get is I would get the breathless headline would be scientists discover something about Mars or about Jupiter that completely rewrites the science on the subject. Or this totally changes everything we thought we knew about this subject. That's constantly happening. I read that every 2 days. Someone would come up with this headline and go, "Oh, this changes everything." Always going on.
Yeah, and mainstream
That's
articles
clickbait.
love that. Yeah, they love that stuff. They eat that stuff up so quick. Our entire understanding of galaxy mergers was wrong.
Because
like
they spend years,
Chronic. Do you remember? Do you remember when there was that headline that was out about having found life on Venus?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then they'll say, "Oh, we found this, we found that," and then 2 months later, "Oh, you know what? We were completely wrong."
Yeah.
That's
It happens all the time.
Not even completely wrong. They just like stay quiet about it. They just don't like talk about it anymore. Yeah. But guys, I just want to go back because there was a question Bansal asked me, which I still didn't get a chance to answer. And there was an example he gave around burning candle flames and how the flick of the flame doesn't tell you the age of the candle or something. Can I address that, Bansal?
Yeah.
No?
Well, I'll restate it. Right.
Okay.
My example, right? Because you indicated that the
Luminosity
age of
of the star.
the age of a flame, because look, a star is a
No.
flame, really.
Mm.
Close enough to. Right, there seem to be pretty flamey things bouncing off the sun, out of the sun, exploding off the sun, right? But anyway, the age of this brightness, this luminosity, right,
CMEs.
can determine the brightness of it, or how long it's been burning, okay, can determine the age of it. Right? And I use the example of a candle. So I light a candle, bang, and I let it burn. Well, the whole length of that candle, the brightness of that flame is going to remain exactly constant all the way through. Right? It will not change until it burns out completely. So its brightness will stay consistent. Right? So the older that flame gets, the older that luminosity gets, right, it is going to stay consistent. Right? It will not change whatsoever. So anyway, go on with that point.
Okay. So firstly, light, like a firelight, like from a candle, and the light we get from a star, they come about in very different ways. The only common things they have is that it's a gas that's being burnt through some other type of fuel source, right? So with fire, it's a chemical reaction because you have mostly oxygen being burnt through a fuel source, and what happens is if it gets hot enough, the electrons in the gas being burned are going to be stripped, and the gas being burnt becomes ionized, and it turns into a plasma, and that's when you see that flame. But with the star, it's a bit different because with the star, what's happening is the hydrogen at the core of the star, through a nuclear reaction, not a chemical reaction, is being fused to create helium. And, the conversion of this mass into energy is what gives a star its luminosity. So basically, all luminosity of a star tells us is that this star is converting mass into energy. And based on how bright it is, that tells us the rate at which it's converting mass into energy. So the less mass it has, that means that the star has less of an internal pressure inside, keeping its internal structure in place, while gravity is trying to crush it, upon its own weight. So there's two forces acting here, but the force inside, the pressure force pushing outwards, it's caused by this mass of hydrogen being turned into energy. The less mass the star has indicates that the star is further along in its lifestyle. So because it has less mass, it's converting less mass into less energy, and it will therefore have a lower rate of luminosity. And that gives you an indication as to how old the star is. Using that information, you can make an estimate.
So is the sun a star?
Yes.
Okay.
All stars behave the same basic way, right? They're all hydrogen,
exactly
helium.
the same way. Exactly the same way, right? So they all seem to have, fire on the surface, don't they?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but anyways, continue.
I wouldn't call it fire the way you have fire here. What I would say, Banto, is they are both plasmas. They are both plasmas. It's both ionized gases, but
It's what you see, the jets coming out. They're called CMEs, coronal mass ejections.
How can we exactly prove that a star is converting mass into energy, or is that just pure assumption?
Like, how do we know it's doing that? Because we can replicate that process on Earth. We can make our own suns.
With an actual star. With what we assume.
We've got stellar observatories right now. There's the Soho, and also there's another one. I've forgotten his name.
Yeah, but that's not replication of the process that's being asserted. That's
Well, it's a study. It's a closer study of the star, which can be replicated here.
Well, but you don't actually have a star. You assume first. You have to assume what you think a star is in the first place.
Well, you can study it to find out what it's doing, according to known how
No,
gases
but
and how chemicals.
what you're saying it's doing is an assumption in itself.
Pseudo study.
You can do that. You can say that about literally anything.
Is the sun getting smaller and smaller?
Yes, over time.
It is? It's getting smaller and smaller. Really?
It's at a very, very slow rate. Like the sun's still got like 10 billion years, to burn all of the energy it's amassed. Sorry, all of the mass it's amassed.
Have we got evidence to actually back up that the sun was, I don't know, 4,500
bigger
miles radius, and now it's 44 and 50 in radius? Like, do we have any of this sort of evidence to back this up? That it's actually getting
pseudo evidence.
I can try and find some. Yeah, I can find evidence for you.
It'd be interesting to see how they actually measured it. That it's getting smaller. Was it like, I don't know?
Okay, just to correct what I said though, I think it'll increase for a little bit longer until it starts decreasing. Yeah, because it's still burning energy mass, so the internal pressure is increasing.
Grow before it gets smaller.
Yes, I think it will reach like a critical mass. Yeah, it will reach a critical mass, and at this critical mass, the force of gravity overcomes the internal pressure force, and it starts collapsing.
It's like a balloon. It's blowing up, getting a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger, and then it's going to pop.
Kind of.
Well,
it's just that it's going to get so big that it's not going to be able to support its own mass, and then it just collapses on itself.
How is it getting bigger? Where is it getting this extra mass from to get bigger?
Because it's converting mass into energy, and this causes because it converts mass into energy. This causes
convert into mass.
To convert energy into mass, that's a very difficult thing. Stars don't do that. What they do is they convert mass into energy. To convert energy into mass, off the top of my head, I would have to think about that.
Well, yeah, you should, because you just said that they're getting bigger and bigger, and this mass is being converted.
Because they're converting mass into energy, and as this mass gets converted into energy, it increases the internal pressure force exerted on the structure of the star.
Yeah, let me add a note. Maybe it'll clarify for Bandy.
Okay.
If you think about it, it's a very complicated system, but simplistically, there are think about two forces that are counterbalancing each other. The force of gravity, which wants the star and all of its mass to collapse to a point, versus, of course, this is in the regime of, I don't even need to say it, but heliocentrism. You understand gravity as a thing. Anyway.
I know.
Yeah.
And apparently it's a force. Yeah.
Gravity that wants all the mass of the star that's distributed, near the center, near the surface, all of that to collapse, is counterbalanced by radiation pressure, which is a pressure that's being applied outward, and in the opposite of the gravitational, force vector, so to speak. These two are counterbalancing each other. But however, who's that? EPR, are you Lise? Who are you?
Yeah, Nate.
Lise.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
Nate.
yeah.
What he's saying about the mass being converted to energy over a long lifetime, the sun and other stars that are in a similar stellar classification as the sun will slowly lose mass, total mass, but will grow in size, in diameter, and go through what's called a red giant phase, or different phases of, you've heard these terms, different phases of its life, basically. Yeah. So
White
it will,
dwarf, red giant.
it will physically get larger. So its envelope will get larger, because the radiation pressure is starting to win over the gravitational collapse that the star wants to do. So that's why it's physically getting larger.
So do we have any examples?
Oh yeah, we see. Yes,
I just posted a
that
picture.
you have observed where a star has got
yeah. So
bigger or smaller.
There are countless. So if you think about the literally countless number of stars that we can study, and we've developed a extremely well characterized classification system, and that describes the different lifetimes and evolutions of these stars that we see at all of these billions and billions of timestamps, so to speak, right? So if you think about it, sure, you can call it whatever you want. Obviously, it's not going to keep me up at night, but so yeah, so we have a pretty well understood evolution sequence that we expect our sun to go through in a very long time. There may be some new discovery that's made in the future that alters this expectation or changes this expected evolution in some way. It's not set in stone. It's our best understanding of what we think the evolution will be. So what we think currently is it'll go through a red giant phase. That its envelope will get larger. Its size will get larger. It'll start shedding off those outer layers. It won't collapse into any sort of nova or explode or anything significantly like that, like we see with other types of classifications of stars. It'll shed those outer layers over time, and what will be remaining at the core will be a white dwarf star, a dense white dwarf star.
I've got no problem at all, Chronic.
We could be completely wrong about that, of course.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
I've got no problem at all with these theories, with these ideas, and all this sort of stuff. You guys sitting around the campfire, coming up with these fantastic ideas. I've got no problems at all.
But yeah, Bansal, just to answer what you're asking for, there's no video where I can show you that a star has decreased in size, because this is a very slow process. We haven't known about this long enough to measure it, and we haven't even been alive long enough as a human species to really see this happen. All we have is a model and calculations. That's all really Chronic and I would be able to provide you with. If you want to see
I'll append that. Sorry to interrupt. I'll append that and add on that there's actually in some circumstances there are transient phenomena that we do see, like novae or supernovae, things like this, which are they are a much faster time frame event, but yeah.
So do you think?
Yeah, but Bansal wants to see the star.
Yeah, the mundane, of course, the mundane, very slow moving, evolution of a main sequence star onto the red giant branch. Of course. Humans haven't existed for long enough to actually,
Okay. Yeah. And look, I'm cool with you going along with the theory, Chronic, as you know.
Of course.
Got no problems with it. But yeah, it would be nice to see. Once again, just something to kind of back it up a little bit. Right?
Yeah, it'd be nice to see evidence for the claim, right? Right, Ben?
Yeah, exactly.
And
if we provided you with a model and mathematics, would that be fine? Or you want actual video footage?
Well, Nate, come on. Wouldn't you like to see it too? And I'm sure Chronic, being in the field that he's in, he's on the edge of his seat, waiting to see it. He's salivating at the thought.
He called it mundane before. I don't buy that for a second.
Yeah, I know.
Boring. The slow. That's like watching paint dry. Boring.
Yeah, guys, it takes like 5 to 10 billion years for that to happen. It is.
How convenient though.
If you listen to astronomers, they don't think it's mundane at all. They're so excited by it. It's great fun.
Well, there you go. You're not a real astronomer then, Chronic.
I guess not.
Yeah, I'm just putting it out there that no, we cannot provide you with actual video footage, guys. of a star expanding and contracting.
Interesting.
But if you would define with models and
I mean,
mathematics,
okay, sorry, sorry, you're saying words that are piquing my. I mean, there are Delta Scuti star is a type of star that does pulsate on short time scale. But anyway, it's too nerdy, so it's. I know what you're saying.
But
though.
you like we know exactly what these guys want to see.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's kind of, it's a fair request, because I can turn around and say, you know what, in a billion years, right, unicorns are gonna evolve, but you just have to be patient. I
They
won't
shall
see it,
rule
you
the
won't
earth.
see it, and they're gonna
But
rule
I mean,
the world.
Van, so
Exactly
if you said that in a billion years unicorns would evolve, I would ask you, show me your model or your mathematics or your workings to help you come to that conclusion.
100%. And you know what, Nate? I could actually probably do it. I could actually probably come up with a model that in a billion years, right, unicorns will rule the world. I could actually probably do that. Yep.
Yeah, and then that model will go through peer review. People will try and do experimentation on a smaller scale to verify whether it's possible. That's what will happen, and that's what happened with the whole idea around star and planetary and solar system formation. We have a model. It's been scrutinized. People have performed simulations, modeling, experimentation on a smaller scale, and we're generally happy with it. But like Chronic said, it's not set in stone, and tomorrow we might find something that changes everything. Yeah.
All I've got to do is get Mattel to fund my research, right? And they'll take it to their peers, and they'll validate it, and boom, it'll be out there.
Maybe. But then then it's suspicious because you're backed by Big Toy. You're backed by Big Toy. Big toy industry is really suspicious there.
Yeah, bro. I don't know if we can trust you then.
Yeah, they're hiding the
But
unicorn.
no, definitely Banter. It's a fair request, but we just can't provide it to you.
Yeah, I know you can't. That's why I asked for it, because I know you can't.
But in the future, we will be able to. Maybe after our lifetime, I don't know. But
Well, in recent years, actually, Beetlejuice has been doing some crazy, wacky stuff. But so people are expecting, actually, some subset of people scientists are expecting potentially something violent to happen to Beetlejuice in the next, maybe in like our lifetimes, maybe. It could be as early as our lifetimes or as long as 1,000 years from now.
Yeah, it's a huge window.
Yeah.
We just have to wait and see, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know that in the UK, Beetlejuice is not pronounced Beetlejuice. It's like Betelgeuse.
Yeah, that's a bit cringe.
It is cringy.
What? Really?
Yeah, it's Beetlejuice.
Yeah, it's pronounced Betel. I don't know. It's something. It's not Beetlejuice.
But they say beetle though.
Because it's spelled B-E-T-E-L and then G-U-E-S-E, right? So it's pronounced differently in different places. And the UK is Betel something.
I knew a guy who called it Beetlegeist.
Oh wow!
There you go.
Yeah, I've heard that Beetlegeist. Yeah, I've heard people say.
Yeah.
Even like a colonel, like they say real different. What do they say? Colonel, some weird shit like that.
Oh, the best one is lieutenant or lieutenant.
Lieutenant, yeah.
It's spelled lieutenant, but they pronounce it lieutenant.
With an F?
Yeah.
So, Chronic, let me ask you this. I was going to ask this before, and I say this in the most gentle way possible. Do you think? I know you're saying there's some other things, other than just like what we were talking about before, like
say it in the most abrasive way possible.
The lights and all these factors, and you were saying that there's other things, that you think even take it to another level in terms of it. The idea that it is like an expanding universe going out, light years and all that. Do you think it's possible in your mind that, like, if I were to say that they're actually closer. I mean, I'm sure you probably kind of know my general thought of it, but that they're luminaries, that they're closer, that they're perhaps in some kind of a superfluid or a plasma type field. Maybe they're sonoluminescent, cymatic vibrations, etc. But that they're some kind of a close local phenomenon, sort of like a chandelier on the ceiling, or like they're lights in a close sense, meaning they're not light years away, and they're not necessarily even physical, but they're these like essentially electromagnetic light frequencies. Is there, I guess my question to that, like in those two ideas, like what I just laid out, and then, the heliocentric idea of, this expanding universe, do you think it's possible that everything that is studied, not everything, but a lot of it that's studied in terms of the heliocentric model, like that some of that could, like a lot of that could be done even though it actually is just the close local luminary lights?
I think at this
that makes sense.
At this point you would need some. So yeah, there would need to be. I am not even going to say strong evidence. There would need to be any evidence, any semblance of evidence that corroborates or links empirically, or anything that can be measured or even observed at the very least. That would show any of what you described about sonoluminescence and toroidal fields and any of that to what we measure and empirically see in reality. Unless there's a gap in what I'm listening to.
No, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, well, sonoluminescence could be done in a laboratory. So I mean, of course, that can be done on a microcosm.
That doesn't mean it's a better explanation for what we already have.
Right, and it doesn't even prove that that's what they are up there either. I agree.
Okay,
but more kind of what I'm saying is just what I'm kind of asking is that, like, I mean, I know it's kind of the question: could a lot of mainstream heliocentric astronomy just be completely false or fabricated? I mean, that is kind of what I'm asking, because of what I'm saying is that if they actually are close and local luminaries, what are they doing to then claim that they're getting this data that it isn't that, that it actually is, all this other stuff? So
is there any evidence?
I was saying, like, is it possible that it actually could be the luminaries, but the entire field has somehow been kind of orchestrated in a way that people think that it's something different, and even think that they're studying something different, which, like I was saying, I was trying to be gentle about, because I know it's your profession.
Sure, of course.
So I'm in no way trying to, like, put that down or anything. So
sure, anything's possible. Is there any evidence that the stars are close and local, or like in your fixed on some dome or whatever you subscribe to? Or
nothing I could offer other than what's observational.
Yeah, so if one day, though, you find something, or somebody finds something that is, compelling enough evidence that it can stand up against, our current understanding, then that'll be a good day to test different ideas.
So you would want a replacement rather than having something that isn't necessarily verified.
Well, I mean, the way you're framing it, it would require a replacement. You're basically saying everything that has to do with these huge unfathomable distances that we can't even imagine how something could be that far away is completely, like, wrong. It's not kind of like a new understanding or addition to the most of the already widely understood and like well characterized understanding and that we have of these things. It's sounding like it would be required to be this extremely huge paradigm shifting thing, right? For us to be wrong, so wrong, like not even just a little bit wrong, but like just incredibly way off on almost all of our understanding of what's out there, what's up there.
The main thing is, for me, is that when science is all the time is disproven, but it's disproven by better science. So if the distance to the stars are not what we're being told, or not what they are telling us, then the only way to really find that out is to find out how close they really are.
But if you're,
that's literally it.
Yeah, I agree. But Hugh, if you think of it from the frame yourself, put your framework in a skeptic's standpoint. So if your entire philosophy is to be skeptical to begin with, then there must be other explanations that are not the mainstream. There must be, stuff that is information that's hidden from us.
What ends up happening is that it just ends up being philosophically and practically a gainsaying exercise, where someone says the moon is this distance, and then the critic will just say, "Oh no, it isn't. It's just not that distance. You're lying." "Oh, the star's distance is this." "No, you're lying." And then it's just gainsaying. It isn't productive. It's if the distance to these things isn't what they were being told, then people need to find out what the real distances are.
Sorry to interrupt
really.
you, Hugh.
Go ahead.
You have failed you have failed evidence, physical proof of Earth spinning, and you failed to do that.
That's not true.
It is true. You've offered nothing that we can, any one of us in here can go out and say, yes, there is the globe. I see the curvature. Yes, we are indeed spinning, and we are hurtling through the vacuum of space. You've provided nothing. You haven't provided a single
We're having a high level
thread.
convo, man. Don't dumb it down. Come on.
Yeah, I know you are. I'm just trying to.
Basically, what I said.
Trying to remind him because he's talking like we're saying no to everything, but there's no proof, and he hasn't.
At its base level, that's what this is. Mostly what this is. If you want to disprove, for example, we were talking about distance to the stars. If you wanted to disprove the distance to the stars, go and find out how close or distant the stars are. And if you can,
I know what they say it is, and it's
you'll be
ridiculous
famous.
numbers.
If you could find out that they're twice as close as we previously thought, you'll be famous, because that happens all the time.
Are definitely. They're not. The North Star. That's not 435 years.
But that's just the thing. It's just a declaration of a belief.
So is the claim that they make. So is the claim. There's no evidence for that.
Except that they're studying it rather than just declaring that it's false.
But there's no evidence for it. There's no evidence. The study does not evidence make, does it?
But Jin, you're doing precisely what I said that you don't want to do. What you want to do is you want to find out how close or far it is, not just say, "Oh no, it's not." That's pantomime stuff, right?
I don't believe we have the technology to ascertain that. Right. We don't have that technology.
But
that's a belief you hold, Jin.
Is denial of the technology evidence that the technology isn't
no,
there?
We don't have the technology to actually do that.
You saying it, you saying it doesn't make it true.
Well, it's the same
you
thing
denying
as
it
isn't
evidence.
They don't have any proof for it. There's no proof for it.
If you want to, you can. If you want to, you put your mind to it. Study this stuff. Spend 5 years studying it. Spend 10 years studying it, and then see if it holds up to scrutiny.
It doesn't require that much time to study to know that. It doesn't require that. I already know that stars are not that far. I know this.
That's fine. Then you can hold
what
up belief.
NASA and the astronomers tell me is absolute bunk.
That's your belief.
It doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah, of course I do.
And I have the right to go to bed, which I'm going to do. You chaps have a nice evening. It was great chatting to you, Jin. Thank you very much for the chat. Bansal, good to see everyone else. Have a great night.
Yeah, catch you later, buddy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, have a peaceful one. Nice one, man.
Thank you.
Come back tomorrow if you can. Can you imagine how large those stars really are? If we can see them from those distances, they must be humongously big, you know? And as you get closer, you wouldn't be able to look at them.
Yeah, but Jin, at the end of the day, you just say it's not true, it's not possible, you don't have the equipment. Just doesn't.
Yeah. I can
cut the
say that.
mustard.
Just like they're saying it is
No,
possible.
you can say it. Definitely, you can say it. It's just no one's
Well,
gonna
they're
really.
telling, they're telling me it's possible when the Earth is a flat plane. There's no curvature. We can't find this physical ball anywhere. And I know they can't go to the moon. I know this. So no man has gone there. So I don't trust the astronomers one iota. They've lost that now, totally. So their claims have not been proven. Their claims, and I can just say that's rubbish, mate. It's not that far. You say it's that far, I say it's not that far. Ridiculous. Now prove it, please. Prove your claim. Burden of proof. Go ahead.
What do you want me to prove? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
No, I was saying that the astronomers who claim that the stars are 430 light years. That's 6 trillion miles times 430. A trillion miles. A trillion miles is way, way far. A trillion. And they said there's 6 trillion to a light year. They've shot themselves in the foot with these numbers. They really have. Sorry, just you don't understand the magnitude of the distances they're telling us. And then when you factor in how large those stars must really be, wow. It would melt me before I got there. I'd spontaneously combust before I got anywhere near the thing. Come on, please. Common sense logic.
Anywho, can we get back to the other convo we were having? I liked it. It seems everyone's gone. Yeah.
No.
We're still here.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, Globus. Oh yeah. Okay, your response seems to be several assumptions within you. What assumptions are within the reference, Globus?
Well, firstly, if you refer to the second paragraph, that says the sources of pressure inside normal stars are gas, proportional to density and temperature, and radiation. And then it goes on to say gravity bears inward pressure, pushes outward, and this is a struggle with, and in this struggle, an equilibrium arises, setting up the structure of the star. That seems like quite a large assumption.
It does, but then they explain how it's not an assumption, how we know this. Like if you scroll down, they even say that's all very well and good, you say, but that's all based upon theoretical constructs, even if each of them have been tested observationally, experimentally on their own. What is the evidence that this is what's really happening inside the star? So from there on, they give you everything.
Right. Yeah, I haven't gotten that far down.
Okay.
But even if I had, in order to actually put this into practice, wouldn't we then have to assume that what we're observing in the sky is actually what we're putting into practice?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, what do you mean?
Way, isn't it?
I actually don't understand what you just said. What do you mean? Observing the sky, we put into practice.
Then?
Because I thought I understood, but actually, I just want to be sure I really understand what you're saying.
Okay, so even if you are to then try to represent this practically by practical experimentation, you would then have to assume that whatever ingredients to use the word ingredients, that you're using within your experiment, you'd have to assume that those particular ingredients is actually what's happening with your observed phenomena, the star itself.
Oh yes, yeah. So obviously you would try and make a model that replicates what we think is happening with the star. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's an assumption, you see. So it's not been proven. So it's just an assumption what stars are. We don't know 100%. We don't even know 50%. We don't even know 10%.
And you may very well represent your apparent theory with with your experiment. But to then say this is what's actually happening when we look up in the sky and see those twinkle, or however you want to describe them, the lights in the sky, then that to me would be the assumption. Although you may have quite a good explanation, and what you're saying is could even be a possibility. I'll even give you that. But I mean, yeah, to actually
can I ask a question? It sounds like what you guys are saying is, unless we know something 100%, we are just assuming it. Like, and that goes for everything, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Regarding
so
stars,
when you're sleeping,
like stars,
no, but like
stars,
everything, but you have to apply this to everything.
No,
Why wouldn't you apply this to everything?
Not everything.
Why
You heard
not?
my language?
Why are these stars?
Stars.
Okay.
Yeah, because we can't go there.
The thing is, you can apply this to everything, but everything isn't what's in contention. When you assert a positive claim, and you're calling it into an assumption, then you have to admit that and you did that. But then to say that that's actually what's categorically actually occurring, then that to me is it isn't cemented. It's cemented that you can say you can actually make a positive claim when there could very well be other options.
All right, but wouldn't an assumption be a situation where you make a claim without providing any evidence for it at all? Wouldn't that be an assumption? Or if I make a claim and I say that here's my claim, I'm only 70% sure of the claim, but here's evidence to back the 70% I'm sure of, and for this 30% I'm not sure of, I'm still looking for evidence. Would that also be an assumption?
Nah, it's still an assumption.
I could add.
Yeah,
it's 70% assumption.
I could add something if you want.
Sure, go on your perspective.
Yeah, just that you're right though. It's not I mean, it's a little bit of a straw man to say that everything's total assumption because obviously research and observations, all those things will help. But this particular situation we're dealing with, suspicion of, a reverse engineered model to make it seem one way when it's not another. So it's a little bit different than just like basic, how do you judge anything, right? If it is, I mean, you have to agree. If it's
I
flat,
totally
then it's a
understand.
reverse engineered. Yeah.
I hear you, Dave. I just wanted clarity on why they say it's an assumption because I had a very different understanding of what an assumption was. But it sounds like if I'm 70% sure of something and I have enough evidence to back up that 70%, I'm still assuming stuff. Even if I admit the 30% I'm not sure about, it seems I'm still assuming 100% of what I'm saying.
No, I don't think anyone.
No,
wouldn't think anyone's trying to say that.
But it sounds like that's what Jin and Globus are saying. When I asked them, they said yes. That's still an assumption. I'm just trying to get clarity on that.
Okay.
Would you? So you would say that's not an assumption, right?
I would say that if it was evidence that you could confirm is actual evidence that isn't trying to push a certain narrative, then maybe that would be the case. Yeah, that it would support it. There's lots of things about it that seem to support the model.
Yeah, but
the only way.
But I'm just trying to.
I get you.
I'm trying to move away from the specificity of this questionable model you guys have, and try to see how you guys apply the word assumption in a more general context and sense. If I'm talking about anything, even a sure science like medicine, and I say I know 70% as to how the heart operates. And I have evidence to back that 70%, but this 30% I'm not sure of, and I have no evidence for that. Am I making an assumption?
There would still be an assumption there because you don't know it 100%. It's an assumption still.
It just depends on your definition and your strict, maybe your strict interpretation of what the assumption actually, what it means to assume, and whether it makes a difference to assume some things and have good, science at the same time, which it does. Obviously, there's ways to do that.
Okay. All right. This is how I define an assumption: making a claim or a statement without providing any evidence for it. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah. Well, there's varying degrees of assumptions, though, right? Like you could still you could be close enough that then you jump to an assumption because it's close enough, right?
See what I mean?
But if I'm only sure about 70%. And I tell you that I'm only talking about 70% of what I know. The other 30% of this topic, I'm not sure about, so I'm not making any claims about it. would I be assuming anything if I'm only talking about 70%? Maybe if I only had evidence for 70%, but I made a claim about the whole thing, including that 30% I don't have evidence for, then you could say I'm making assumptions. But if I'm only talking about 70% of what I know,
what's your definition of assumption again?
He's got the correct definition. Bandy.
No. Can you just repeat it? I just missed it. Can you just repeat it again?
So when you make a claim, a statement about something without providing any evidence for it.
Without any evidence, right? So any evidence whatsoever, right?
Yeah.
Could be
to back your claim, whether that evidence is wrong or right. Yeah.
Yeah. But any evidence, right, in that assumption. So if it's got nothing, it's just an assumption. But if you have anything whatsoever to back it up, it now takes it out of that assumptive field. So if you just have an idea, roughly, right, and I hate bringing unicorns into it, but obviously that's the classic one. But I assume, right, that the hands on the clock are moving because of unicorns. Now that's an idea. So that's an idea. That is now evidence to back up my claim because it's just an
wait. But is that an idea or is that a claim you are making? What an idea like you would?
It's a theory.
Okay.
It's a theory because then I'll have a mathematical model of the size and the shape and how fast these unicorns move, right, and perform and all this sort of stuff. But it is still just an idea.
No. But then if you have a model in mathematics, that would be evidence, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, but
it's not conclusive.
But you need more than just numbers and equations.
Definitely.
To
That's why I'm saying it's not conclusive. It's not conclusive evidence, but it is evidence.
Nate, I was quite specific when I said as to what you were assuming. Like I said, the assumptions were, look, you can explain this is what happens here, with an experiment. This is what happens with a gas. This is what happens with this and that and the other. But then to go on and say this is actually what's happening with the stars, then that's the assumption. Because, you can observe what's happening down here with your experimentation on gases and this and that and the other. But then to go and, assert that that's actually what's happening with this, what you're seeing in the sky, that's the assumption.
Yeah.
So it's an assumption because I can't go there.
Well, it's an assumption because you're saying that what's happening down here on Earth with your experimentation is actually happening there. Yeah. And it's partly obviously because you can't go there. But then it's also, partly because you just assume that that's what's going on. Purely because, you're observing two different phenomena.
What if, Clovis?
Yep.
What if I have like a computer model? I start off at base and initial conditions. And as I progress this model over time, it replicates exactly what we see in the sky.
Yeah, fair enough. But then again, I'd have to say that that model isn't reality. It may represent all the parameters that you've inputted into the model, but it still doesn't directly represent reality. Especially when what you're trying to represent.
I totally agree with you. It's not conclusive. It's not 100%. But it's like it gives me. I can present that as evidence, can't I? I can present that as evidence and say I have a 50% understanding of how stars are formed. Could I do that?
Well, you could present it. That would depend on your definition.
How it might be.
That would depend on your definition of evidence.
Yeah, and our standard of what evidence is. I would
what
say,
do you guys
Bansol,
define evidence as?
Yeah, hang on a second, Bansol. Would you not say that this young, enthusiastic young man, EPR, wants to have his cake, your cake, and my cake, and eat it? That's what he's trying to do here. I would have to say.
That's not what I'm trying. That's not what I'm trying to do at all. What I'm trying to do is come to a common understanding around terms like evidence and assumptions. I'm just trying to be on the same page as you guys.
Well, if you look at it,
that's what you're trying to do, sir.
Go on, Ben.
I was just jumping.
Just going to say, within the context of this particular argument, I would, term evidence and use a synonym. Sorry, not cinnamon. which would be proof, confirmation, verification, all those. That's what I would term evidence, direct evidence of the proposed claim. So, like I said, you can have evidence that gases do this and that and the other, and you have evidence for that. But then to say that it concludes in whatever it is that my premise is, that's where there isn't direct evidence for the premise, no direct proof for your actual premise.
Can I give an example? Well, actually, the thing just real quick, Nate, the thing I pasted, I've probably shown it to you before. I know I've pasted it before with the GIF, with the Polaris GIF that I put, and then it just asks you, like, would you think that might be the image you would get with a star that's 6 trillion times 430 miles away? And we might assume that just from looking at that image, that we might assume that you wouldn't be able to see a light from that far away, right? That the distinction that you're getting even in that image. But then even on our side, we have to admit that that is an assumption, even though the picture, the P900 is showing us images that make us feel right in assuming that doesn't seem like that's what we would see from that far away. Even if it was a light coming from that far away, how is it manifesting itself, in these ways? Even if there's malfunctions in the camera or whatever, it wouldn't seem, which is also an assumption, that this is the kind of image we might get from a light that far away. That's supposed to be huge,
What kind
like
of image,
so huge.
What kind of image would you expect to get, Dave?
Right. That's usually the question that I get in response to this, right? Like I would know. So that's why it's an assumption. I wouldn't know.
But then why would you say this isn't what you would expect to see? I'm just curious.
Well, it just on the surface, the number's so huge, 430 times 6 trillion. I couldn't even write the amount of zeros, much less imagine how far away that really is. So it's just such an extreme claim, which is why usually the flat earthers put the burden of proof on your end, because the claims are extreme. I mean, everything that we would assume about our reality is that it's not moving. There's no reason to think there's curvature unless we're told that. So it's like things that you don't feel like you have to assume because it's just your reality that you observe.
Okay.
May
I give a slightly more scientific example?
Of course.
So there's one conundrum right off the bat without even presupposing anything. This is actually on your GIF, Dave. Before I get to an example, my actual real world example, without presupposing anything, without assuming anything, no model, no anything, no distance to whatever, there is a conundrum right away. There's an issue you run into right away where you compare this Nikon P900, images of this light emitting, this object that's emitting some light. You compare that with let's say just a huge telescope or something, a way larger instrument that has a huge mirror that looks in all ways completely different than what you're looking at here with the Nikon. You agree there's right away there's a question, why do they look so different, right?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay. That's all so I'll just put a period on that statement there. A specific example, a specific example would be a study. Let's see. So a study where, again, I'm starting off with zero presuppositions. I'm not assuming anything about heliocentrism, anything like that. All I want to do is I want to use a big telescope, and I want to point it at a field of. I want to point it at a spot in this, place in the sky that has, thousands and thousands and thousands of these lights that I will call stars. And so I I start this, and what I want to test or what I want to understand is if I can measure their motions, their relative proper motions, not like a star trail motion over one night, but like take images with a telescope in some year, and then go back, 5 years later, exactly 5 years later, and measure those same stars, the same 100,000 or whatever objects in the sky, and I want to see if I can measure, if I can detect that they've actually moved from their initial positions in the 5 years prior to that. So again,
there
no
might be a
assumption
little
anywhere.
problem with that. Yeah, but there might be a little problem with that because the atmosphere that you're looking through will be different as well. So that would have something to play with your shots. That's always going to be a
If you
factor to bring
sure,
in.
we understand the atmosphere extremely well. We use this technique called adaptive optics, but I mean that's getting into the details. But sure, if you want to bring
It's
that up,
important to realize that's going to have an effect as well. Yeah.
Yo, what's that
so,
ping song?
I'm not sure. It's something on Jin's background. Yes, Jin, I'm happy to discuss that after I get to the final statement. Okay. Again, no assumptions were made anywhere, and this is just a simple study that I'm doing where I'm looking at the same 100,000 stars separated in time by 5-10 years, whatever. So I get those measure. I take the data. I measure these motions. If some of them have motion, some of them don't. Blah blah blah. And what I see as a result is I see several distinct populations of these 100,000 stars. As some of them have a very systematic motion. They have a very common motion in some direction. And that's very distinct from another population of stars, of these same, the same 100,000 or so stars, that have some other, average motion in their population. Let's just say it's zero. It's the average would be zero with some, some spread, some dispersion. That's where my study is finished and concluded. That's it, right? So what can I say with that? I can only say that I empirically measure some group of these have this motion. This other group seems to have a net zero motion. Okay, now I go and I do maybe a literature search, or I do a deep search on any other prior studies, any other models that might have been generated to try to describe reality or something like this. And what I find is that these unbiased, no presupposition results seem to confirm with a very high degree of accuracy this idea that there is this population of stars that are near the center of this thing that we are orbiting around, that have a net motion of like zero. And there's another distinct population of stars that some people refer to as being disk stars, like they're in the disk of this object, of this entity that we also are in, and they have some systematic motion in some direction. So this entire model based on a galaxy that we might be in is I showed with my unbiased, no presupposition study that the evidence corroborates this model, this idea of reality. It's not proving that it's 1,000% true. It's just showing consistent results. The results are consistent with what this idea says. Right.
Quick question.
Where's the issue? Yeah. Now, my question at the end is, if you have any issue, bring it up, and I'm happy to.
Yeah. Well, I just wondered, first of all, when you said unbiased, how are you determining that it's unbiased?
I presented, like I laid it out. The study was done with zero understanding of anything to begin with. We don't understand that. We don't know that we live in what people claim as a galaxy with billions of other stars. We don't know any of this a priori information. We are simply just doing you can call it a blind study with no, assumptions to just measure these motions.
Is this your take on how it was actually figured out? Is that what you're saying?
No, this is my take on how it's done. I mean, it's been done for God knows
Right.
how
No, but
long
you're
now.
saying that originally they didn't know where we were in the galaxy, or if we were in a galaxy, and this is how they determined that. Is that what you're saying?
Not the only way, but this is done. Yeah, this has been done. The studies like exactly mimicking what I just described have been done by at least several dozen. I don't know the exact number, including
I hear you.
myself. I'm one of
Right.
those, however many.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate your input. Yeah, for that reason alone, especially because it's your field of study. What is it again that you do as far as the work goes? Do you mind? Or I don't know. You're in the
Astronomy,
field of something.
astrophysics, astronomy, studying the mysterious lights that are up there.
Right. Yeah. So you would be a good person to refer to for a lot of the claims, at least, for sure.
Well, that's an appeal to authority, but anyway, go on.
Well, no, just for reference, not to say you would be right necessarily, but definitely for the claims, you're a good reference. I appreciate that. But as far as like you're saying that the unbiased determining that the results that they got as far as the position of the stars, at one point you're saying that those results were unbiased, and maybe that's an assumption. Maybe that that this has really been that big of a reverse engineered project that the results that they're showing from the redshift, blue shift, whatever it is, like they're saying that they know the distances from the parallax that were determined by the special telescopes they had at the time to assume these positions were infinitely far away, or infinitely as good as infinite, right? Far enough away to call them infinite, right? So that there's King's Dethroned. Have you ever read that book? King's Dethroned. Are you familiar with it?
I'm on my way through. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's just a good little way of looking at like the dilemma here that we're having, or this topic in general.
I think I have a Google Doc actually. I have a document that is. I'm not even through chapter 1 yet. I think I have 12 debunks already through chapter 1.
Oh, great! That would be cool to hear. I'd love to hear it. Actually, I'm trying to come up with a list of things.
Yeah.
That the ballers might say that there are no answers for on the flat Earth side.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to make a list and DM it to me, or just put it in the chat.
Yeah,
or whatever,
for sure. Yeah,
I'd like to hear it, because I'd like
yeah.
to see if there's a list, not for just that one read, but in general, like what are the things that you think flat Earth just can't answer, or have okay answers to, or have no answers to.
It's probably not going to surprise, regardless of what my job is. It's not going to. Whatever I tell you is you're probably going to hear before, right? But I mean, I'll
no, but I'm trying to get like a things like a list, because I have this project in mind where it's like kind of like a fold out book that has like flat on one side and globe on the other, and then just kind of tries to depict the arguments as fairly as possible, and what the answer, the best answer to each dilemma or each question might be for each side, and why, just to try to make an unbiased read for people that don't know the subject, or have someone in their family that's a flat earther, and they want to know what the person's saying without hearing it from them. They want to hear it through, like an unbiased source of some sort, so they could just kind of like outline why there is this discussion, why it exists, right?
Yeah.
So you could assume that the stars are infinitely far away, but if you did assume, I think this is what Gio might have been getting at with his question, like what would it take for you to assume that they're close, and how would it, like, say you did assume that they were close to some degree, or whatever degree, how would you then go about figuring everything else out? Is it even possible? Well, you're saying no, of course, right?
No, I gotta ask first who is assuming that are you talking about this specific study that I just laid out, that they're infinitely far away? I'm confused on that.
Well, if there was a point in time where they decided that a special place in the universe was to be avoided at all costs, like that one quote that someone keeps bringing up, that we must avoid a special place in the universe at all costs, and from that point on, they decided that they were going to assume that the stars were infinitely far away, and then have varying degrees of how far away they are, and then work out how it might actually be possible with the things that we observe. And then all of the measurements and everything else from then on would be documented assuming that there's at least this distance away. And it could be like that they worked it out, that these are the observations we take because these are the readings and this is how you read it. But maybe the way they read it is biased to begin with, based on that assumption.
Would that be the Jesuits who said that? The Jesuits, perhaps?
I don't. It was a particular person.
Yeah,
no,
to be honest, it's hard to follow a little bit. But
did you know what I was saying about that quote? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I did.
You heard that before?
I have no idea.
Oh, I think it was Hubble or somebody that we must.
Isn't it the cosmological principle? No. But it's the general idea that we don't hold a special place in the universe. Right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
we shouldn't fall
it must be
into that
avoided
trap.
at all costs, right? Must be
Sure,
avoided at all
yeah.
costs, right?
Yeah,
So if that is the case,
I
and they
thought
decide,
that was the Jesuits, one of those, but that bunch, but no.
so if they did decide at one point that it must be avoided at all costs, you know, that then what we could be dealing with is what I'm saying. Not assuming that that's what we're dealing with. I'm saying that we have to consider that what we're dealing with is possibly that that avoidance is what's created all of the readings since that point to be taken and assumed at a certain point and worked out to seem to make sense with that assumption.
I don't know. I'm not too well read up on that history there, but from my experience, I think that gets misinterpreted pretty severely. But
probably
like just that principle itself doesn't mean that there's a fixed point, a fixed distance from us that anything beyond that distance we need to assume is at infinity. That doesn't quite.
Well, the way that it's kind of depicted in King's Dethroned is like we could say that they're close and have this, you know, set of principles that would work it out, or we could assume that they're quote unquote infinitely far away and then work it out from there. Like if you assume that they're close to begin with, then you'd have to rework it, and like maybe all of your observations would then assume a closer distance, and it could still work out somehow, even though we don't have that model, or maybe it's not even available if it has been worked out that way.
Well, I think maybe before you got in here a while ago, we discussed how we with a great deal of certainty. I'm not saying with 1,000% truth, but with a good deal of certainty, we do understand distances to pretty far away things. No.
Well, yeah, and that's what I found interesting about the argument about the distance of stars, because one of the main flat earthers' arguments might be that you would think we would see some parallax shift in the the stars' relation to not only us but to each other over just even a day or year or thousands of years or whatever it is that we've consistently seen these rotations of the stars end up in the same spot. So one of the strongest flat earth arguments, some might say, is that we have no parallax shift. If we're traveling with the sun, it's traveling 500,000 miles per hour. That means we've displaced ourselves by 12 million miles in space-time, whatever that location would be, every day.
Yeah, I think this is misinterpreted pretty severely.
Well, let me just finish.
Okay,
real quick.
I think it's a few different concepts that are convoluted together.
Yeah, tear it apart. I'm hoping you do. I'm just saying that the flat Earth argument would be that if we're displacing ourselves in space and time by 12 million miles every day, just think about it, 12 million miles in our relation to the stars. Now, I know that the idea is that the stars move with us in a swarm in the spiral galaxy. And so we wouldn't expect, first of all, that there would be that much of a disposition. But then the argument from your side is really that they're infinitely far away. So it wouldn't even make a difference over years that their position would change in relation to each other, and that we would have a parallax shift in the way we see them because of their infinitely far away distance. And the surprising thing you find out as a flat earther is that the reason they claim that the distance that they are is because of parallax itself, which is interesting to find out, because you're like, wait a minute, so you're saying there's actual parallax that's minuscule that actually determines the distance of the stars, which
we're
is
kind of rehashing
interesting.
We're just, I mean, we could go down that, but I think most of the people we sort of had this discussion in depth. Like,
oh, I came in late. I'm sorry. I don't mean to repeat anything
about parallax and how it's most reliable only for the closest, however many thousands of stars and stuff.
Well, I was just kind of giving an overall design of like you know, the overall debate seems to be like, well, why don't we see parallax shift if we're moving with the sun that's going 500,000 miles per hour? And then how could it be that, you know, that this minuscule amount of parallax that you're measuring determines the distance? And could it be that it's an assumption that they're infinitely far away instead of close? And would it work out? Could it work out if they were close? Is the question.
Dave, what you saying is, it's not what the globe says. You know, it's not because of parallax that we came to the assumption that the sun, moon, and stars are infinitely far away. You know, parallax is a pretty recent technique. You know, and it hasn't even been used for that long because, like Chronic says, you can only use it for stars very close to us, like 40 light years. Any stars beyond that, you know, the angles you get, it just doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
It's not. Yeah, yeah. It's not something we use to make all of these claims and statements.
Right, but that is what I've heard from ballers on as far as the way that you would determine the distance, right? Because of the minuscule parallax.
For close stars, definitely you could use.
Yeah,
parallax.
but 40 light years is not close. 40.
Well, relatively
light
speaking,
years
it
not
is.
close.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking,
430. Yeah.
So I asked this previously, and pretty sure you guys answered it, but just to clarify, so this apparent shift can only be explained by parallax. There's no other explanation.
No, there are. I mentioned it. The stars we know empirically, based on even the study that I did, that I outlined a few minutes ago. They have their own intrinsic motions as well. They have their own, you know, absolute motions in space as well. This is folded in. So this is included on top of, if you think about a measurement of parallax that you make for some star, any star, whatever. The measurement that you're making includes things like the absolute proper motion of the star that you're measuring itself. It includes the parallax that you're measuring. So it includes these things that Globus, I think I laid out that what we can do is we can survey these stars over long time baselines, and we can get an understanding of their absolute motions. So we can basically we can disambiguate their absolute motions from the parallax signal that we also measure. So we can independently measure both of those two components.
And this proper motion can only be attributed to you know, us moving relative to the stars.
It's a component of It's both components. It's the star itself that we're studying has an absolute proper motion. We, of course, also have a motion through space over those measurements. Yeah, so it's a combination.
Who's making all that noise?
I think it's
that's an assumption itself, sir. That's an assumption that's not been proven. You see, you can't say, of course, we have a movement. We don't have a movement, sir.
Okay.
It hasn't been detected. So
what I'm trying to get
said it himself.
What I'm trying to get to is there only really one explanation for this phenomena with the apparent motion of these stars?
There's several that I listed, right?
Yeah, I know, but
there could certainly be. Of course, there could be more. If you want to postulate another one, we can consider it and maybe test it and see if we can measure it or anything like that. Yeah.
This theory of the modified Newtonian dynamics, Chronic, how much traction is that getting amongst your field with regards to the replacing of dark matter and stuff?
We had this conversation before, remember? And I sent you a
vaguely, and I have been reading up a little bit.
I sent you a reference that was the reference that I sent you was a list of all available peer-reviewed published studies that were related to MOND. I think it was 1,200 papers long or something.
I know.
Ranging all the way from.
Are you a MOND supporter, Chronic?
Me? No. Well, if Big
you may have
Mond can fund me, then maybe I will.
yeah, but you may have thought you sent me something, Chronic, but you haven't sent me anything actually.
All right. Well, I'll take some time to find it again. It was like 1,200 papers. The earliest one was like 1946. The most recent one was like 2021. Yeah.
But I'm not going to read 1,200 papers.
Of
You
course not.
you know this. Come on, get in the real world, my friend.
Of course. Neither am I. Neither am I.
But I was just the question kind of still remains though, like how much traction is that theory getting?
It's
in
getting enough
regards to
traction that
relativity.
mainstream astronomers and astrophysicists are aware of it. So that, I guess, if that's an answer, then that's how much.
Okay, so it's not going to replace relativity just yet.
I have no idea. Maybe it will. I don't know. If I had to guess, I would say maybe not anytime soon, because if it were going to replace modern relativity, I think it should have done so already, because it's not necessarily a brand new idea. It's been around, like I said, I think at least like 50 years, maybe even longer.
Didn't it come about in the 80s?
Yeah, 82 it came around.
Yeah, 40 years.
Yeah, that's what 40 years. Yeah.
Yeah, 40 years.
That's about right.
Yeah. What's his name? Milgram.
But I would say the reason Mond isn't the new thing is because, yes, maybe it can replace our explanation for dark matter, but if it does that, it's got to explain everything else that relativity explains, you know? Yeah. It can't just replace that little thing. It's got to replace everything.
I don't know. You got no explanation for dark matter. It's kind of 60% just absolute nothing.
But we do have
a wild idea.
Maybe that may be true, but we do have a pretty, depending on who you ask, obviously, a skeptic or not, but we have a pretty good understanding of almost all of the other stuff. So you need to compare these both in a relative manner, like both the ideas relative to each other, in all aspects, not only the dark matter aspect.
Everything that you say,
I heard how you
everything that you say, you have an understanding.
Yeah, and I heard what
everything
you just said.
You have an understanding of regarding.
Are you a skeptic in dark matter, Chronic?
Every good scientist is a skeptic.
Okay, cool. So everyone is a skeptic then.
At this point, yes. At this point, yes.
Cool.
You should be. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I was just.
Yeah.
Can we say that he has a good knowledge? Can we say that he has a good knowledge in the assumptions that they put forward? That's all, because nothing's concrete 100%. Fact, nothing they have is concrete. It's all assumptions.
I wanted to say something earlier.
Inside out.
I just let him talk. He's the king of incredulity. I don't even respond to Jimmy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something earlier when I think it was Nate was saying that, until we get like all of the answers, and you kind of just reset it, like until we have the answers to all these other things, then it's not good enough to replace anything about the current theory, right? So that's why it gets frustrating from our end, that we're saying that there's an assumption made, and then there's a contradiction here. But even if you could acknowledge and be honest enough to, or just be agreeable enough to see that there's a contradiction, you would have to then avoid that contradiction or just discard it until a new model has all of the answers to all of these things for you to feel like there's any reason to doubt the current model. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I partially agree, but I there's been so many examples historically in the history of science and advancement that that you don't, it's not, what's required is to update a theory or an idea or some concept or a model. What's required is not like a single paradigm shifting thing that changes the whole thing. Just look at the standard model. For decades and decades, the standard model of particle physics has been gradually updated with new understanding and better, and with new understanding of to get a larger and a more full picture and understanding of the different classifications of all of this stuff. It's not that it's not that the Nobel Prize winning physicist who discovered the existence of the quark completely flipped particle physics on its head, and and they rejected the entire idea or model beforehand. It just updated. That I said that in way too many
Your
words.
model is an assumption.
Sure, Jen.
But
sure.
even the model, it's an assumption. Your field of study is nothing but assumptions. And if you have any integrity, that's what you're going to say. That's what I would say if I was an astrophysicist. That's what I'm telling everybody else.
But you're not an
astrophysicist.
But you're not an astrophysicist, and that's what matters, Jen. So, Dave.
Yes, but if I were one, that's what I would say. If I was one, I understand the field. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying, because I understand the field, and I understand the fact that it's all assumptions. Nothing is based 100% in reality. I'm sorry, it isn't. Thank you. Let's get that straight.
That's cool. So, Dave, if we admit and give it to you that the theories and ideas and evidence and models and everything we have for everything we claim to know, if we tell you that it's not 100%, that we only know about 60 to 70% of what's really going on, and even that is subject to change if we find new information tomorrow. For example, if we find out tomorrow that stars don't form the way we think they do, it's going to change everything, and it's going to change that 70% back down to a 30, 40%. If we admit things like that, isn't that enough? Isn't that more, in fact, than us saying it's an assumption? Isn't that a bigger admission of us not knowing everything? Isn't that more important than us just saying we're assuming things? Like, I would think that's a bigger admission.
Yeah, I just I think that the problem in general, like I used to be a huge Stephen Hawking fan. I read Brief History of Time, like I highlighted like every other page, and used to walk around talking about how we could get from one quadrant of the universe to another through a theoretical wormhole and all those kind of things. I loved it, and not that makes any difference, but as far as like understanding it, I some of the things you guys probably understand, I would pale in comparison as far as knowing your model goes. So it's interesting to hear some of these things, and I think that when you say we, maybe that's the assumption that is the most important, because if it is, like, again, you have to understand that if it is that there were men that brilliant to have whole careers like Globus's, or not Globus, but I always confuse you guys for some reason. Chronic is involved with, or any of these people, it would have to be the most magnificent reverse engineered long-term plan ever devised. You'd have to agree to that. Like, if it is not what they're saying, it's one of the most brilliant masterpieces of reverse engineering ever.
Well, sure. If we're just speculating about anything, we can say.
Okay. All right. But you still agree with what I said, that us saying we don't know everything is a better admission than saying things are assumptions. Like, we're giving you way more than what you're asking for, right?
Well, yeah, and I don't have any problem with maybe.
So why doesn't I don't know. It sounds like you all want us. It sounds like the issue is you all feel we're just assuming things, and we're admitting more than that. We're saying we don't know everything 100%. We're sure about this little part, but even our surety around that is fragile, because we could find out something tomorrow that diminishes that. Like, we are giving you so much, and you guys still aren't happy with it. Like,
well, the reason that
what more can we give?
The reason that I said what I did about, now that I think about it, the reason I was pointing out that I was really into Stephen Hawking and the whole idea of theoretical space science and all that, is that we would all hope that when you say we, that they're actually giving us the data that is what they actually have, not based on any assumptions. We all would hope that. But the thing for a flat earther is, and I'm not a flat earther, I'm just a recovering heliocentrist, right? I'm just on this, like, I would love to be able to say, yeah, we did this or we did that, but there's been so many red flags that I can't comfortably put myself in the boat with any of those assumptions any longer. With the we,
so a good. I'm gonna slightly bring it back to this study, this blind, unbiased study that I mentioned earlier. So there's two options that I see of where to move forward when I get the results of this study, and I redo the entire study from the first step just to make sure my results are consistent and there's no bug or error anywhere in my work. Okay, so I've done that. I've confirmed that the results that I'm presenting are reliable based on the analysis and everything. There's two main directions to go in my mind. Number one is check my results against prior studies, prior understanding, prior models that have been, derived, all of this, and see and confirm, or use my results to confirm or falsify this prior understanding that we're in a galaxy. There's a disk of stars that are moving in some direction. There's a central region of stars that have virial random motion that is different from the motion of the disk stars and all this stuff, right? Confirmatory of that idea, that model. Or the second branch, which is propose some new or alternative. It doesn't have to be new. Propose some alternative explanation or model or idea that my empirical study, my results, give evidence, show evidence for, or confirm in that way. Am I missing any? It's like those two main branches, right? So
maybe just take the Saros cycle, for example, right? A lot of flat earthers bring up Saros cycle as a way that they determined long before the heliocentric model of like the eclipses and some of these movements that, that even today the eclipse predictions are based on using, right? So what's your response usually when flat earthers bring up the Saros cycle as proof that they didn't need this heliocentric model to predict some of these things?
Sure. But in my scenario, that second branch, that alternative branch, the only way that it can withstand any sort of scrutiny against the first branch, that is the well-established model, well-studied, understood ideas. The only way that second one can withstand any sort of scrutiny or last any amount of time is if it can reliably reproduce or predict or give predictions for some future studies that are done or some additional experiments that are done to test whether or not it is a reliable model or withstands any sort of scrutiny. It can't just be like a one-off, if that makes sense. It can't be a one-off explanation that my results seem to show that this is whatever, this model is preferred or whatever. That's the whole point of like a robust, reliable, strong model or understanding that it doesn't just, it's not held up on one tiny little twig that could easily, crumble.
Are you, Chronic, yourself trying to create your own model for things and put those through the rigor?
Oh yeah. Constantly. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I could bore the entire room, but yes.
No. Yeah, it was just a general question. So you yourself are coming up with different models and different theories and putting them through the rigor, and what you give them to your peers, and they're quickly shot down
through the peer review and publication process. Yes. Yeah. Particularly right now, working on an alternative explanation for the core accretion theory of planet formation. So the leading under idea or theory of how planets form, where my group is seeing something a bit strange, a bit interesting, a bit that is not consistent with that long-standing theory. This is actively happening like right now. So, and we present.
I see.
Yeah, we present this.
Are you allowed to talk about it?
Yeah. It's like I said, it would bore your ears off, but we present these alternative explanations in the form of papers. They get reviewed by peers in the field or in other fields, and get disseminated that way through journals publicly. And that's when other scientists read them and they see, oh, this group, this scientific, this group of scientists have this evidence that supports a different explanation for how the planets form, basically. So yeah, this is,
would that affect? Would that have like a chain reaction at all? Possibly.
It specifically affects it specifically. So in this case, it would not completely destroy and crumble the main parts of the entire theory, because it's like multifaceted. It's not just like a one tiny little specific thing. It's a pretty like large theory that involves all different types of things. But if successful and if accepted widely by the wider community, and what I mean by accepted is like referred to in future studies where it's like we've our best understanding has been this model, this theory for a long time. However, recent results by this group show that colder, wide orbiting planets that are about the mass between 10 and 80 Earth masses do seem to form far away from a star. Whereas in the prior model, in the prior theory, it said that planets that form in this region away from their star should be very rare based on different physical circumstances and stuff. That's a very, very niche, extremely specific example, but this is a model being updated by new studies.
Do you still work within the confines of, say, gravity and relativity and these sorts of things, but you're just tweaking it slightly?
Yes.
But you still work within those parameters.
Certainly, yes.
So it's not a totally different radical idea. It's just tweaking the existing idea.
Like I said, this goes into such a very specific niche that it's.
Yeah. Look, I'm painting a broad brush over it, as you know, Chronic.
But yeah, generally, we of course we're still working in the relativistic regime and all of that stuff. Okay. Yeah.
Speaking of gravity, there's been talk of quantum physics threatening our understanding of gravity. Do you have any comments about that?
I mean, that's been a long-standing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The reconciling quantum mechanics with relativity is a Nobel Prize waiting. We're just sitting there waiting for someone to just grab. For decades now, it's been.
You would be bigger than you and Einstein combined. Like you would be that guy.
Yeah.
For the next 500 years.
A working theory that's testable, falsifiable, and repeatable. A working theory of relativistic quantum field theory is the holy grail. Yeah, for sure.
But it's there's enough evidence at this point, at least, to see that there's a major contradiction that would have to change some of those basic assumptions about gravity, right?
We know it's wrong. It's similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar to our lack of understanding about dark matter and what it really actually is. Dark matter, dark energy. It is a different field, but the idea that we are aware that there are still unknowns. Right now I would classify them as like known unknowns. So there, in reality, there exist unknown unknowns. So that's unknown things that you don't even know about yet. Like we don't know that there's some unknown missing piece yet. We're beyond that. We have knowledge that there is a missing piece. So it moves into the regime of a known. It is a known unknown. So these are two very popular examples. We know that at the singularity of at any singularities, be it at the singularity of a black hole or the beginning of the universe or whatever, different situations, the math simply just breaks down because you obviously can't have a singularity as far as we understand how the math of it actually works. So yeah, that's
infinitely dense and infinitely. I remember singularities.
Taking up no space but having infinite density. Anytime you invoke infinities, you know there's an issue there. So it's a known unknown. So there's people actively working on it, and like I said, you become famous if you can reconcile those two things together, where it's repeatable, falsifiable, all that good stuff. For a good theory to form.
But even though gravity really, you also have to admit it hasn't really been, able to stand up to those rigorous testing of falsifiability and, following the scientific method and all that kind of thing.
I strongly disagree, obviously.
Yeah, I would definitely like what, Dave? Could you give us an example?
Do you try to use Cavendish?
Could you give an example? No, Dave. Since you made the claim, could you give an example? It's Cavendish would be example.
He's saying Cavendish is weak. Yeah.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, what is your falsifiability of gravity and your testing of it?
I mean, just read the history of the development of the theories of Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian and relativity. Like you see it right there. You see it in action right there working.
Yeah, I mean, Cavendish is falsifiable though.
I'm just trying to outline the argument.
Falsifiable.
Well, that's debatable, obviously.
Yeah, you will make a prediction, do your experiment. If it doesn't, equate to what you predict or what you've observed in nature, then it's been falsified.
Well, no, Cavendish. Yeah. You've heard the argument before from the flat Earth side between the Glovers and flat Earth as far as Cavendish.
Yeah, but I mean, Cavendish is a weird one to use because Cavendish wasn't used to prove gravity. It was just used to measure the mass of the Earth. Yeah, it wasn't really
it was something other than Cavendish, right? To test this, like myself here, in my garage, I want to do something else other than Cavendish. What could I do that would
you could measure
demonstrate mass attracting mass?
You could measure the rate at which things fall to the floor. Drop something from a high place and time it. Try break it down into intervals and see, does it match the predictions of gravity? That would be simple.
Okay, so I climb up a ladder with my golf ball and I drop it. Okay.
Yeah, so if you measured, yeah, exactly, you drop it and you have instruments that can measure its rate of acceleration toward the ground.
Okay. So to me, that isn't two masses attracting each other.
Well, to me, it is.
Okay.
Then to you, that's fine. To you, right? To you, right? To me, it's not. Okay. So I'm talking about two masses actually attracting each other. So something other than Cavendish. Can I do something where I can see two masses getting closer to each other?
We're just going to repeat. Get up on your ladder. Take your golf ball. Of course, we're just going to.
So apart from a golf ball on a ladder or Cavendish, there's nothing I can do.
At home, that's the cheapest and easiest thing. You could buy atomic clocks and do some traveling. You could measure yourself at the North Pole and then measure yourself at the equator. There are other things you could do, but that's the simplest and easiest one.
How is an atomic clock presenting itself as mass attracting mass?
No, it's not just mass attracting mass. It's presenting itself as a proof of gravity from the general and special relativistic viewpoint.
Yeah, well, I want to stick with the Newtonian.
Okay, with the Newtonian, measure your weight at different elevations. Measure your weight with a very sensitive scale at sea level, and then climb a really high mountain and measure your weight again.
So then how do I isolate the different pressure differences between the bottom of the mountain and the top of the mountain?
You have a barometer so that you know what the atmospheric pressure is at the bottom of the mountain. You know what the atmospheric pressure is at the top of the mountain, and then you just do a calculation to remove that, so that you isolate just the force of gravity working on your mass.
So having a barometer isolates the pressure that is around me.
No, yeah, because it helps you know it helps you know what the air pressure is, and then you can do a calculation to negate that. So it doesn't affect
it into account.
Yeah, basically.
But the other way, of course, is if you want to carry a vacuum chamber, then you can do it and completely control for it.
Well, it could be really just windy on the mountaintop.
But that's what a gravimeter will do. You will have it in a vacuum chamber already. So just use a gravimeter, which is simply just something that'll measure the rate of fall within the vacuum. So you bring a gravimeter to the bottom of a mountain, then to the top.
But Bandy wants to do it in his garage.
I've got
doing
a good
it in
garage, Chronic.
Oh, I believe you. Oh, I believe you. Believe you do.
With the dropping of masses, does all matter follow this Newtonian prediction?
Yes.
It should. Why not? Yeah. If you have some reason to believe it shouldn't, then let us know.
Well, you've all heard the helium argument, right?
Sure, of course.
Is the helium balloon following that prediction?
Of course.
Yes.
Dropping, so it drops at that rate.
Of course. There's other forces that are involved, obviously. Some of them might start with a B.
Right. So not all matter follows this prediction.
No, the answer is yes.
No, it's yes. We're telling you it's yes.
Right, but you can't exactly drop a helium balloon, can you?
You could.
I mean,
You could.
Yeah. With all due respect, I for some reason I have reason to believe you've drawn free body diagrams before, Globus. I have a feeling you've done that.
I've drawn what?
Okay, maybe not.
No, I haven't.
Okay. There's like a tool that's really useful to use to maybe help better understand this or visualize it better. I'm sure you understand it with great accuracy, but yeah, you can draw a free body diagram for like anything, and it describes all the forces that are acting, all the forces that are acting on whatever object you want. In most cases, in simplified cases, it's like just a circle particle or just a box or a square or something, but you can use it for anything, really.
Right, okay. But forces that are acting upon, are we including gravity as one of those forces?
Certainly, yeah.
Even though it's been...
As long as it has mass.
No, we're sticking to the Newtonian paradigm. We've been told to do so.
Oh, you are?
Bandy told us. Yeah, he told us stay.
So whether or not you're sticking to the paradigm or not, you're still asserting that gravity is a force.
Well, so gravity within the Newtonian paradigm is a force, and it will act as if it is a force. Whether the cause is something fundamentally different, it still acts precisely as a force would act.
Okay, but is it a force is the question at hand.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Everyone concurs with that?
Yeah, Newtonian paradigm.
Well, yeah, okay, within that paradigm, but within
Einstein, it's a pseudo force, but that doesn't make it not a force. Still a force.
So what paradigm are we going to align ourselves with?
Well, whatever
Bandy
tells us to.
Whatever Bandy tells you to. No.
Yeah.
All right, regardless
so
of that.
We're just going. Yeah, because Bansel wants to know how he can test this at home for himself. So I think the Newtonian paradigm would be the easiest to use. Because with the Einsteinian, you would need to travel very fast, use atomic clocks, all this funny stuff.
You need to do all this fantastical stuff.
So Bandsaw's going to bend space time.
Well, it's very well established that mass
he's
attracts
dense enough.
mass, right?
Yeah, we're all bending space time right now.
Ouch! Ouch! I'll let that one slide, Chronic.
What did you say?
Nothing.
Yeah. But we all, it's a well-established fact now, law, right? That mass attracts mass, right? It apparently is undeniable, right? Because it is. It's a law, gravity, right? So this law, to me, right? Apart from dropping a golf ball from my ladder, because then I can drop a feather and I can drop a helium balloon. I can do all these sorts of things which could counteract, this, right? The whole mass attracting mass, apart from Cavendish, should be, to me, fairly easily done. Like it doesn't seem like I don't see why it should be out of the realm of possibility to actually demonstrate this other than the Cavendish. Like I should be able to get
We gave you examples, Spencer.
well, I should be able to get a small little fishing weight, Nate, right? And I should be able to connect that little fishing weight, right, to a scale. Okay. And then I should be able to get a big lead bowling ball, right? And I should be able to slide that bowling ball underneath that little lead weight, and I should be able to measure a difference pretty easily, right? Because now that this other mass has been attracted by this other mass, I should be able to fairly easily do that.
But by how much? By how much of a difference do you expect to see? Because the sensitivity on the scale needs to be able to tell the difference, not the absolute. It's the difference between the two.
Well,
this is captivating. It's captivating, Bandy. I'm gonna run away from this convo though. You can claim that I'm running away, but I gotta hit those back. I gotta.
You've been here a while, mate.
I have.
Hey, Chronic. I know you're scared. I know you're scared that I'm back, but I'm sorry for dropping earlier. I feel like I left off. Oh, it was Cavendish. Okay, that's right. Yeah. Never mind. I'm sure we went on from there.
I'll change your name to Chronic the Quitter.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I'll catch you guys later. See you guys.
Brought up scientific method. He ran off, didn't he?
All right, buddy. Catch you later. No, but Gummy, it should be relatively easy to demonstrate this change. Like we have some really accurate scales and really precise scales that read very minute differences. So to be able to hang a lead sinker from one and slide a big lead bowling ball underneath the other, to me would seem like a pretty easy thing to do that would, to me, lead to no ambiguity whatsoever, because you can pull that lead bowling ball out and it'll go back to whatever way it was. Push it back under, bang, it's heavier. Back, forth, up, down, up, down. No ambiguity there whatsoever.
Hello, did everyone?
Did I just kill the room? Like, was that too obvious?
That was
No,
a
sorry.
mic drop, man.
Killed the room.
Did my mic not catch what I was saying?
No.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so
the silence was deafening.
No, I was speaking. It just wasn't picking up then. So okay, let me try and rethink what I was saying. So I agree with you that it should be doable. I definitely agree with you on that. But what I believe is up for debate is the caliber of equipment we need. I don't think it's just something you just, let's just buy it for 50 quid off Amazon. I believe you need a little bit better than that. You need a decently big lead mass or another heavy object, and you'd need a really good scale. And then you'd need it to be able to orient it like you've said, where you can hang it off the weight or hang it off the scale, and so measure its weight.
Firstly, Gummy, I am not suggesting we get a 50 quid scale off Amazon.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not suggesting that. Okay, then, right off the bat. All right. But these scales already exist. Right, because we are measuring, we are weighing very, 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 very tiny things with these scales that already exist. Right, so to actually get a little lead sinker, right? So the scale is there; it's already there. Okay, it's already there. So now all we need is the weights. So we have our little lead sinker, and we start off with a lead bowling ball of X size. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, we'll make a one that's slightly bigger, because lead ain't too expensive, right? It can be done, right? So it's not dipping into the budget by too much. So we make a bigger one and bigger one and bigger one until we get some sort of result that isn't ambiguous whatsoever. Not ambiguous.
I agree, but the problem is the people that have these scales have no interest in the they have no skin in the game whatsoever. So why would they ever care enough to do it?
Really? There is no skin in the game whatsoever to go bang. Here is gravity. Bang, 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 backwards and forward, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Bang.
They've already done it, Ben. So
because to them,
they've already done it.
It's already established. This question is several hundred years old to them.
With the Cavendish.
Oh no,
Yeah,
with a lot of
that's
things.
enough. Yeah, to them, all the evidence we have so far is enough. Doing this scale thing is to them completely just useless at this point.
Apart from the Cavendish experiment and dropping golf balls off ladders, right? What practical things in a lab have they done to prove that mass attracts mass, which is a fundamental backbone of
Quickly,
gravity?
if I
Yes,
may,
Quibus. Go on.
can with the Cavendish so-called experiment, can we substitute the masses with gas and get the same result? And if so, has anybody done that?
No, the reason we cannot, and the reason for that is the big problem is you can't get gas to be dense enough to be have such a localized effect without it becoming a different state of matter.
Right, so we can't get mass to we can't observe this effect with when it comes to gas.
We can observe the effect of gas being attracted, but not in the Cavendish scenario. Not in that kind of
observe that then?
Well, we can tell that the air outside in the atmosphere is denser.
So
we can also see that there's a density gradient in every container of gas. So we can measure it that way, but not in a Cavendish setup scenario, because it's just not dense enough to have a noticeable local effect.
Right.
Doesn't swallow you?
Well,
why would it?
Well,
why wouldn't it?
Well, gravity sort of denotes one vector, and we don't see that with the nature of gas.
We do see a vector. The vector of the gradient is one way.
Well,
so we do see it.
The vector of the gradient, but say you just have gas and it's exponentially expanding. Where is the downward bias there?
Because everywhere on Earth, if you have gas, you'll have you'll have a downwards gradient, whether it's contained or not, whether it's in a.
Okay, don't worry about the gradient though. Just imagine you have just this one particular gas, and you can.
No, but it is. The gradient. It's not. Don't worry about the gradient, because now you're saying don't worry about the fact that it's happening and that it proves something. Just ignore that.
No, I'm not talking about a gradient. I'm talking about just about isolating a gas, and just observing it. Do you observe the molecule traveling in that
what the hell?
vector?
Sorry about that. What do you say? Do I observe? I just missed the last part of what you said.
So, when you isolate, say, a gas, forget about a gradient. Just a gas. Do you observe it traveling in one vector only, in that gravity vector?
No, it does push in every direction, yeah, but it does so unequally, and that's the big point.
Unequally?
Yes. It presses more on the bottom than on the top. That's why we get weight.
It does? I'd
Yes,
say
in every container, yeah.
It presses in one direction more than the other.
Yeah.
That's why you get a gradient going. That's why you get a vertical gradient. You don't get a gradient from left to right. You get it up down.
So the molecules don't expand in all directions. They expand.
No one's saying they don't expand in all directions, but when they settle and they pile on top of each other, it's down up.
Yeah, like they will try and expand in every direction, yes.
They pile on top of each other?
Well, that's a bit like weird way of wording it.
Well, regardless of how you, I know what you're trying to say, but they don't do that. I mean,
you know exactly what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying, but they don't do that. They don't pile. Whether or not that's the correct terminology or not.
It's not the correct terminology. I'm just trying to get the idea across.
Yeah, I know that. I'm not picking on your terminology. I'm just saying that the idea itself is not what we observe.
So what do you think happens?
I'd say the molecules expand in all directions equally.
No, but then when you get the pressure gradient, what would you say is happening there?
Well, I'd say in that case, it's a density relationship. It's to do with the density of the gas.
But why? But if you have 5 different gases in the container, why do you have the heaviest ones at the bottom, the lightest ones at the top? Isn't that them stacking on top of each other to create that gradient? Or I don't know, fluids even. So a gas or a liquid.
Yeah, when that happens, like say if you have a gas at what you would term the very bottom, it doesn't mean that there aren't the same molecules at the top colliding with the top of the container and coming back down and so on and so forth. They don't just stay stagnant in one position. The molecules themselves are continuing colliding.
We completely agree with that, and we completely agree.
I agree with that. Then you can't then assert that there's a gravity vector because it continues to move. It continues going against that vector.
No, so we completely agree that gas will try and expand in every direction equally. It will try this. But when we measure what happens in real life in a container, we see that it's expanding harder. It's applying more force to the bottom than on the top. And our explanation for why this happens is gravity. If you have another idea of why it's pushing less on the top than on the bottom, then I'd love to hear it.
Right, but your explanation can be gravity, but that doesn't really, mean anything because there's, you just attributing it to just, a word that really has no validity because it hasn't been demonstrated. It hasn't been isolated and demonstrated. So the fact that I don't have an exact explanation besides, me saying that, these less dense gases seem to rise. But that's not to say that the more dense gases don't rise also. They do. In fact, I mean, like I said, gas molecules go in all directions until they collide with either themselves or a physical barrier. And the fact that they continue rising until they collide with something destroys gravity, completely destroys it because there's nothing holding them down from colliding with the top of the container. Did I cut out?
No, you didn't.
You're still here. I'm just.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, it's just. I mean, it's getting kind of pointless, Clovis. I mean, we don't disagree with you, but then you add something else to it, which.
Okay. So, why is it that a molecule collides with the top of a container?
Because the molecule was moving in that direction.
All right, but shouldn't it be? Isn't it fighting gravity?
It is fighting gravity, but gravity isn't the only force that exists. You know, gravity isn't the only force out there. Number one, there are other forces. I'm trying to answer your question. Globus. Gravity isn't the only force acting on this molecule. There are other forces acting on it, and generally, gravity among the four fundamental forces tends to be the weakest. You know, and especially when you're dealing with them with a gas molecule, which is that small and doesn't have that much mass. The other forces are going to have a stronger act upon it than gravity is. But when that molecule settles and combines with other molecules like it, they then form a state of matter. And because there's more mass now, gravity will have a stronger impact on that. And that's when you start seeing these gradients appearing within fluids.
So if we don't observe gravity acting on a molecule, how can we then assert that it is acting upon it?
But I never said we don't see gravity acting on a molecule. I did not say that. Where are you getting that from?
Well, you're saying there are other forces at play.
Yes, the other forces, including gravity.
Why isn't it? Why can't we just attribute the fact that the molecule is traveling upwards without having to invoke gravity? Why does gravity have to be involved?
You can if you want to.
But we're not observing
if you want to, bro.
Right, but we're not observing the effects of gravity on the molecule, are we? Because it's going against it. Well, how can you say that it's we don't observe that?
We are because if there was no gravity, that molecule would accelerate upwards at a faster rate. But because its acceleration upwards could be slowing down, that could be an indication that gravity is acting upon it.
The velocity that. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Just pencil.
If I was to be able to pull a perfect vacuum, if I was able to pull a perfect vacuum, right, and so nothing's in there, okay, then now, and then I was to put pure helium in that vacuum, right, nothing else, just helium on its own, right, so that's the only gas that's in there, and you let it settle for a while, will this helium form a gradient, right, towards the top?
If it's just helium, it would just settle on the floor, Ben. So I don't think you would really see a gradient. You would just notice that there's a lot of pressure on the floor of your vacuum, while at this top of your vacuum there would be almost little to no pressure. If you were able to put a barometer in there, that wouldn't affect, like a massless barometer. If you could put that inside there,
which I kind of figured that anyway. So that would go with any gas. Any gas, if I was to be able to
any fluid,
gas,
any fluid,
or any gas. I'm just talking gas. We're not even though I know gases act like a fluid and all that sort of stuff, but I'm just talking gas. So if I'm able to isolate a particular gas, whether that's oxygen, helium, hydrogen, whatever the case may be, just put it in there, it's going to have the gradient, which is going to start down towards the base and work its way up, less and less and less and less. All right. So so the gradient itself is dependent on a lot of other factors in there. So a lot of other gases that are in there. So the denser the gas, the denser gases will settle towards the bottom, and the less dense gases or lighter gases, however you want to phrase it, will want to tend to move upwards or rise upwards, whichever word you want to use. But it is dependent on other factors, right? The other factors that are layering them and forcing them, right, through pressure, right? Because it's all creating pressure, and this pressure is moving them in an upwards direction because of the density gradient itself.
It depends now. What are these other factors you are invoking? Like, I want to agree with you. I'm just not sure as to what these other factors are that you are invoking. If you could just clarify.
Well, the other factors are the other gases involved.
Okay.
So these other gases, right, have different densities, right, different masses to them, right, and because they have different densities, different masses, right, they are now evoking on the other gases in there a pressure, right? Because they have more of it, right? And the heavier ones will settle down towards the bottom, right? Thus invoking a pressure on the lighter ones, pushing them in an upwards direction, and it'll do that all the time. Well, you know, obviously they're all mixed up at any particular time, because whenever you would take a sample of air at probably whatever particular height, you are going to find a mixture of all gases there of some sort. I would imagine, just in varying degrees. But this is how it's working, right? These gases are creating a pressure on each other, pushing them in a particular direction because of their mass, their density, and moving them in an upwards direction. Right? Obviously, they move all over the place because of wind and temperature and all this other sort of stuff as well. But we're only talking about in the upwards direction at the moment. So these gases are providing a pressure on themselves, which is giving that direction of up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then no problem with what you're saying, but I just feel there's a gotcha coming. What is it?
No. Gotcha.
No.
Whatsoever.
Okay.
I just don't see. I just don't see the gravity there myself. I just see pressure.
Oh, okay. Well, the idea is then I would say that what you see as pressure, well, or it's because of Newton's laws of motion, that if these things are moving and arranging themselves in such a way, in the specific pressure gradient, there needs to be a force that allows them to do this, and we just say that force is gravity. You could call that force pressure. You could call it relative density. You could call it whatever you want, but the general idea is mass won't move unless a force acts upon it.
I would say the force is the amount of pressure.
Okay, that's fine.
In something, right? So how much energy you put into something, right? That is the force. Right? So I can press up against this wall at the moment. I can put my hand on it lightly and apply a little bit of pressure, right? But then I can put more force behind it, which is the energy of my body. I can put my feet on the floor, get some good leverage, and put more and more pressure upon my hand. Right? But the thing that will eventually make that wall topple over will be the amount of energy I put into that pressure.
Yeah, I'm well aware of your definition of pressure and how it works for you. That's what I'm saying. We're basically saying the same thing. We're just giving different names to it. You're saying that the pressure applied is the force, and yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I just wouldn't say it's the pressure. I would say that interaction between your hand pushing something and that object being pushed, I would call that interaction a force. But you want to call that interaction pressure.
Yeah.
We're talking about the same thing.
Kind of, sort of, maybe, yeah, but not.
No. So sorry,
in a
Beth.
roundabout way.
Just saying, I'm getting a phone call.
You can take over Globus.
I think we've beaten
Well,
this one.
when I left, I don't know how much I missed. My phone died, but Cavendish is the only thing that they still have is like the claimed experiment, right? That's the only thing they have.
It's the Holy Grail, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah.
It's the Holy Grail, really.
Yeah, well,
all right. And then to put me on a ladder with a golf ball really isn't an mass attracting mass, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't mind asking if there are any Globers left in here. I know old mate's got a phone call or whatever.
Yeah, no, they're checked
Yeah,
out.
I think they're all checked
out.
I wanted to
Yeah,
ask them
anyway.
if they could define mass for me.
Hey, Globus, why do you use the name Globus, by the way?
Well, originally that comes from when the Black Swan argument came out. We all know that's a modus tollens, logical syllogism. So yeah, I was just a play on that. My name was originally Globus Trollins, instead of
Okay.
Modus Tollins.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
That's all. But then
Yeah.
it also means globe in Russian.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
There we
Yeah.
go.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
We debunked the globe while you were gone. You missed it.
Yeah, you missed
I
it.
missed
Thanks.
it. Oh
Yeah.
damn. Okay.
All over. Sorry, bro.
No, it's cool. I'll just watch the stream on YouTube.
No, I'm just kidding. we were pointing out that I think the claim was before my phone died was that there's been many ways to falsify gravity or whatever. It seemed like there's a big claim about gravity being, proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And then I asked these guys, was there anything that came up besides Cavendish as a supposed experiment that proves gravity? Is there anything on their side that says gravity's real besides Cavendish as a claim of experiment that has no independent variable?
And what did they say? Did the bandsaw say no?
I don't know. I didn't think that we had anything else put on the table in this discussion as well. Is there something else we missed?
Oh yeah, Chronic and I put a lot on the table, but Bansaw's answer was to him that isn't mass attracting mass. We told him he could climb on a ladder and measure the rate at which things fall to the floor, measure the acceleration towards the ground, but he said to him that isn't mass attracting mass.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that's the other distinction within this particular part of the discussion that needs to be clarified, because the rate of acceleration I don't think is argued about. I mean, at least maybe not. Maybe the consistency of it is argued about on our side, but I don't think that too many flat earthers that know the argument are trying to say that there isn't this 9.8 meters per second squared average that you could assume, or say that is there. Maybe
right.
there's maybe static. The static. There's been claims about maybe the static. Incoherent dielectric acceleration might be the cause of that, or static attraction to the Earth might be the cause. Other ideas or whatever have been thrown about.
Okay.
Do you see, Nate? Right. Okay. Because there was someone in here earlier, fellow on your side, that he even said that Cavendish is a little bit sketchy, right? Others on your side will go, nah, it's ironclad, bang. No problems there whatsoever. So people have different opinions on it. Some that accept it, some that don't. But can you see that, hanging a small fishing weight from a scale and then getting a bigger weight underneath it, sliding it in and out, that could be, that could be a very good demonstration of mass attracting mass. You could even put these masses, you could quite easily put this experiment in a Faraday cage quite easily to isolate, any magnetic fields and things like that. You could whack these things in a Faraday cage that's within a vacuum, quite easily, and do this. To me that is something that is fairly definitive, to be honest with you.
Okay. I'm struggling. I'm struggling to visualize what you are proposing, but it doesn't sound that difficult to do, Bandsaw. And
really,
someone on you. Yeah, because I mean, I get the general gist of it, but I need to run it through in my head and see, would it work? What are the factors? What I need to factor in? But what I'm trying to say is, it sounds like it sounds like something any of us could do.
Well,
and what?
Yeah, and there is, and apparently it has been done, right? Apparently, and I put that in quotes because there is a YouTube clip going around, and it's an old black and white one. Now he's gone. He must have got a phone call. But you know the one I'm talking about, don't you, Dave?
Another Glober running away from the argument, seems like to me.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what you were saying, Panza. What was it?
You know the experiment where they hang a weight from a scale and they push another lead weight under it, and it apparently changes the weight on the scale moves. Have you ever seen that experiment?
Yeah, it sounds familiar. Refresh my memory what it's supposed to be showing again.
Well, it's supposed to be showing mass attracting mass, right? So you
Oh,
hang a
right.
fish, they hang a fishing weight off a scale, and they get a lead bowling ball, and they slide it underneath the lead weight, and the lead weight I think is shaped like a pyramid type of arrangement. I'm going to see if I've actually got it saved. But yeah, apparently it shows a change on the scale.
And what's the flat earthers' usual response to that claim?
Well, the actual Glober's response was, and shout out to George Hatchnick or whatever his name is.
Hatnuke?
That's the one. Yeah,
George Tattletale.
Yeah, he actually said that that particular experiment was absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. It
Oh,
would
okay.
not have shown anything whatsoever because the lead ball was nowhere near big enough. Apparently, the lead ball had to be as big as a cement truck. He did the calculations.
That's unusual for him. I thought he pretty much backed anything they said.
Yeah, no, he because I said to him, Dave, I said, wow, this is interesting. I too should be able to do this in my garage. I should be able to get a lead ball,
Sure.
right, and get a scale and hang a fishing weight from it, and bang, let's do it. Let's get this happening. And
Right.
anyway, when I said I was actually going to do it, well, then there was George. There was a couple of oh, here we go. Is this it? No, that's not it. That said no, it was absolute rubbish. I may have found it actually.
Oh, so it was after you said you were going to do it that they started claiming
Yeah,
it. It's not. It's a rubbish. It's a rubbish. Okay, I see. So it was almost in defense of it, a defense of you proving it wrong, that they decided it was a rubbish argument.
Pretty much. Yeah,
I
pretty
see.
much. Here we go. I found the
Sounds about right.
clip. I found the clip actually. I'll post it. It's
All right.
at about. Let me just copy it. Copy.
This is the clip of you coming up with that and having them change their tune.
Well, this is the clip that they initially showed me where it does something
Oh,
else
I see.
other than Cavendish. And when I said, cool, I'll do this myself, right? Let's see if it measures up.
Oh no, that's just no good at all. We changed our minds about the.
Well, I wanted to ask Gummy Bear
So
what.
that
Sorry.
just quickly, that clip there, if you go to about a minute 20 through it thereabouts,
Okay.
it shows exactly what they're
All
doing.
right, I'll check it out.
Yeah, sorry, Globus.
No, that's all right. I forgot. I should have asked Gummy Bear why isn't there a caveat that says because he mentioned that you couldn't do the Cavendish with gases because you can't get them to be dense enough without them becoming a different state of matter. So there should be a caveat then there. It's not just mass attracts mass. The density actually plays a big part in that. Because if mass attracted mass, and they, say that gases have mass, whatever that even means, then it should work with gases. But apparently, density plays a big part.
If you were to get once again, pull a perfect vacuum, Globus, right?
Yeah.
And you were to put a big lead bowling ball in this, in the middle of this, it's on a, it's either been hung from the ceiling or whatever, but it's just in the middle of the actual vacuum itself, right? And then you were to fill that vacuum now with that, what's that coloured gas? Is it bromide? That yellowy orangey one. You know the one I'm talking about? Yeah, that one. Okay. So then now, would we visually be able to see a denser layer of this gas around the lead bowling ball?
Around the ball?
Yeah, around the ball itself. Like just around the ball. Like would there be a denser layer because this mass is attracting the gas as well as obviously the earth and all that sort of stuff. But you do have this other mass there that because of this gas is just freely just floating around in the well. It's not a vacuum anymore because you put the gas in there, right?
Yeah.
Would you visibly be able to see a slightly denser layer of gas just around the bowling ball?
I would say no, but that is a good question and it's something that should, be demonstrated. I would say no because I don't believe there is, any, magic force acting on it.
No. Yeah, but like these sorts of things to me, like I don't know, I'm just spitballing these ideas
Yeah,
really
yeah,
at
no,
the end of the day,
it's a decent
as you
shot.
know, but
Yeah.
if we can come up with these ideas, which actually seem pretty simple, well, they're fairly simple things to perform. It's just like, well, why haven't they been performed? Like, what's been the hold up? Because you have
Yeah,
these
it made me
wonderful
think.
theories.
Yeah, it made me think of when you said you were talking about using or performing that experiment yourself in your garage. It's similar to the Cavendish idea that, like, well, if I had a chandelier, or if I had a, I mean, if the case is that these things swing due to the Earth rotation, then wouldn't we notice it with like large chandeliers or even wrecking balls? Wouldn't they swing? Wouldn't we have our even our balls swing a little bit?
Yeah, but it actually it kind of seems like when you question it and you go, okay, then cool, this is something easy I can do, right? Because that experiment that I just posted there in the chat there, it seems pretty straightforward, Dave. Like it doesn't seem too complicated at all, right? And I'm sure you could hire a set of scales, for a day, if nothing else, even not to buy them. Or you could go to a university maybe and say, look, I've got the lead ball. Let's go for it, guys. Let's prove this.
I'm sure some flat earther has tried to, or at least shown that it doesn't work. That there's, they've repeated it and shown that it is debunked, right? Hasn't there probably been some flat earther jumped on that already?
I don't know if any flat earther has actually tried to do this experiment, but like I said, when I actually challenged the experiment and I went, fantastic, I'm getting lead, I'm making balls, I'm going to do it myself. And that's when George, and this was on Jose's channel, I'm pretty sure, went, oh, well, I know, hold on just a minute, let me do the mathematics for it before you go ahead. And he went ahead and did the mathematics and worked out that, well, no, that experiment is a little bit misleading. It's a little bit misleading what they're showing there in the clip. And I went, and my response was, no shit, Sherlock.
Right?
Really? Yeah.
That's why I say, like,
George with Con George.
Yes, that's the one. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And if he was here, like he would, I'm sure that he would stick to his guns there, because whatever the difference in weight that it registered, like I said, that's all I want to register, just exactly the same. I want to replicate it, right? And then, like I said, when he actually did the calculations of what would be required, it meant I needed a lead ball as big as a cement truck, really, at the end of the day.
Right.
Which was convenient. It was convenient.
Yeah. Right. It's interesting. I mean, yeah, like somebody that's on the ball side might be biased enough to just like, oh, well, that makes sense, whatever he said, or someone that's at least open enough, like the guy Hugh that was in here, or some of the more neutral guys that are skeptical enough to at least call out bullshit when they see it, might say that's suspicious. Like people that have been paying attention to this argument long enough, even if it is a ball, the representation on their side with the tactics being used and the just wanting to win the argument rather than figure out what the actual case might be, it seems very telling. Even if it is a ball, it would give the impression that they're trying to win the argument more so than trying to figure out what the truth is.
Yeah.
You know,
And
that,
to me, Dave, like, when people are studying for their different fields, when they're going to university, like these universities have all sorts of different kit. The chemistry classes, the physics classes, they have all, they have a myriad of different tools available at their fingertips, and a scale, right? A very, very, very accurate scale. I'm imagining would be just about in every single university, just as part of their general kit. And to actually do this, right, to actually do this experiment, right, just roll a ball underneath another weight and bang, there we go. See, guys, mass attracts mass. Seems so much simpler than setting up some convoluted Cavendish experiment.
right?
Indeed.
You'd have to agree with that, Nate. You would have to agree with that.
Yeah, Nate always says that the Cavendish is totally convoluted.
It is. To set it up, it's convoluted. To set it up in the right environment, it's convoluted at best. Right? But this isn't convoluted. It's just bang, happy days.
Isn't it?
Go ahead.
Sorry, just a quick one. Just like the bonds, the bonds of two different things. And if they have a bond and attraction, then it's just those elements there that are attracting and not anything else. No. Like so, yeah. The bonds between elements and stuff. Some of them will, and some of them won't.
You're saying the electromagnetic bond, like the static bond, or the electromagnetic bond between elements, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and like someone was mentioning yesterday, like something about you have lead in fuel, and I always wondered why they came up with putting lead in fuel when they could have used anything else. But is lead connected to anything in any way? Because the experiments, blah blah blah, this and the other.
I don't know. That's interesting.
Well, for what it's worth, I just want to commend Nate if he's here, on conceding that he doesn't really have deductive proof. At least when it comes to when we were having that star argument. I think I just wish a lot more Globers were like him, and we're honest enough at least to admit that, instead of just sticking to their supposed conclusions based on their inductive reasoning.
Plus, he totally called out Cavendish as convoluted. I heard.
What a legend!
Nate is the man. He is the man when it comes to concessions. He is the man.
Well, so's Bacon. I know he's not here, but I actually got a concession from Bacon, believe it or not, the other day.
Really?
Yeah.
Talking about curved lines and straight lines, were you?
Oh well, it was sort of an offshoot of that conversation. It was bubble sextants. So I was fairly sure that I was correct when it came to the fact that they measure elevation angle or apparent altitude off a horizontal, but I wasn't like. So when we were talking about it, he's like, no, they measure zenith angle off a vertical. I'm like, really? Are you sure about that? Because I wasn't absolutely sure, even though I had read it in the past. I had read it a long time ago, so it wasn't as clear in my mind. But then I found a citation that supported my position, and he was like, oh, he said, yeah, he thanked me and said that he didn't know that was the case. But then when I put that to not that to speak of someone when they're not here, but I put that to Doofus, Doofus Manfred. I think he comes in here, quite often. He stuck to his guns. He wouldn't accept that citation.
Yeah, another zealot that doesn't really do their side any good, even if he's supporting everything they say. When people are able to give a little, it makes them so much more credible, especially because there's so many examples on their side of just completely by the book backing up any bullshit that their side might have. So yeah, kudos to Nate for conceding that the Earth is flat, and for Bacon realizing that we're right about everything.
Yeah, welcome.
Who conceded
Welcome,
what?
Nate. Welcome.
You conceded that Cavendish is convoluted, and that there's no other reason that a lot happened while you were gone. Again.
You, Nate, are the man of concessions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we commend you for that. We really do.
Absolutely.
That's the best thing about you is your concessions.
Yeah, I mean, I give a lot to you guys, and I'm not going to be hard-headed about things, but
I was kidding, but yeah,
still-
you're reasonable. That's what we were saying.
Not only do you give us things, you give yourself things by by being honest and conceding at times, like everyone should. You know.
You guys ever like concede on things? Have you guys ever conceded on stuff?
Check out your name, Nate. Check out your name.
Man of concession. Are there any globe Earth claims or points that you guys concede on?
Well, I conceded something earlier. I don't know if you were listening, but I did say that there's things that I assumed that there was no answers for on the globe side that there are answers for. Some reasonable, some not so reasonable, and some just passing the believability test.
Okay. Can you give one example? Like, what did you think we didn't have answers for, and then you got the answer? Even if you don't.
Well, actually, I was going to ask you. There's a couple of ones that we're trying to. I'm trying to make a list of things that might be answered on your side or not not adequately enough answered, or just a placeholder answer or whatever. And I think we were talking about the distance of the sun earlier. Were you listening to that? With some of the intuitive things you might think from a distance, the sun being 93 million miles away, and then having such a powerful ray of light to reach us and to make the heat and everything. When it moves just a few degrees in the sky, you get a really big difference in temperature on your skin. You can tell it moved just a few degrees. I know there's an answer for that, but intuitively you would think a few degrees from 93 million miles away shouldn't make that much of a difference. You understand what I'm saying? At least you can understand that argument, right?
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So there's an answer on your side that, whatever the angle, or maybe, I don't know if it's acceptable to you or if it's something that even causes doubt in your mind about, intuitively you wouldn't think that's the case.
That was the answer I was going to give you. It's the angle at which the sun hits.
Right.
That matters.
But then, but doesn't that seem like it wouldn't necessarily matter from that far away? Just a few degrees?
I mean, I don't think so. If you it's far away, but if you take into account the shape and size of the sun's shape and size of the Earth, and the surface area that the sun is hitting, and how if it's a large surface area, it's not going to be that hot. But if it's a small concentrated surface area, and that's all based on the angle at which the sun hits us, I mean, when you take everything into consideration, it does make sense. But just in isolation, if I just said the sun is far away, and if it moves by a small amount, we shouldn't be getting this big significant temperature change. Yeah, but that's you ignoring a lot of other things.
Right. Yeah. So at least you're saying intuitively you would think maybe without knowing all those other things that you wouldn't think it would make that much of a difference, right? Because just if you draw it out, like you're trying to explain it to a kid, you'd be like, it might be one of those questions that a kid would intuitively ask, like, how would it make that much of a difference from that far away? And then, the globe has some other things as far as like the explanation or justification for that claim, for that happening. Then there's other things about that same thing related to that, like the distance of the sun being so powerful with all that light. The fact that that the planet, our little tiny planet, is then blocking out all traces of any sunlight or any type of sun, like sunlight in general, or daylight, like doesn't bleed into the outer edges. Like you would think, like, you know, just draw a picture of it, like, okay, these rays are so strong from 93 million miles away, and this little tiny planet is making the appearance of complete pitch dark on our side, on the dark side, right? Like you would think maybe from the sides, if you just drew a picture intuitively, you might see these rays kind of like going out and spraying out to the side enough to cause a little bit of lightness on the horizon in either direction. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't that kind of what happens though? Like, even like, have you never seen sometimes at nighttime the sun is setting and you still see light even though you don't see the sun?
Yeah.
Is that the same thing you're
like,
talking about?
like, no, I'm saying like it's like when it's like a direct opposite, like say it's dead center on the opposite side of the ball, then you would think even then, because it's so that the rays are so strong and it's lighting up things in the sky, you know, that like the ISS or something, you know, like you would think if we're seeing things lit up in our sky from the sun because of the angle or whatever, then you would think that you might see some bleeding of this sunlight.
But we do see the bleeding of the sunlight. There's a word we have for it. Bandsaw. We spoke about it. Remember that German word?
Yeah.
Hagenstein. Yeah.
No, I do, and I do remember.
Yeah, I just forgot the word. Yeah, so I'll just try to remember what the word is, Dave. But that would be an example of basically the idea is if the sun is right beneath our feet, when you look up at the night sky, there's a faint glow. And that faint glow is scattering of sunlight by dust particles in the sky. But that's only possible if the source of the light is 180 degrees from the glow that you see. And so that glow is sunlight bleeding through.
You mean
I just
right
gotta
above
find
us.
the word.
Not to the sides
Right
in the way
above
that
us.
I'm describing, really, though, huh?
No, it would be right above us because the sun is right beneath our feet. Like if you had to picture that we lived on a globe, and it's midnight, and the sun is on the other side of the planet, it would then be right beneath your feet. So all sunlight would be coming from your feet, going up towards your head. So you would see that sunlight right above you. You wouldn't see it to the sides, left or right.
Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you're saying it's coming up, not from literally below your feet, but like around the ball below your feet. Is that what you mean? Okay.
Yeah, but but at that point in time, the sun is literally right beneath your feet on the other side of the planet. Like if you dug a line straight downwards and you got to the other side, the sun would be right above your head then.
Right.
It would be at the subsolar point on the opposite side of the planet.
Right. That's interesting that if there is an effect that they're claiming that that's caused by, and I'd like to look into that. I'll have to. What's it called again? Do you remember?
I'm trying to find the word. I remember. It's just it's a German word, you know. I just don't know how to spell it.
I think, and then there was I think I got a adequate, at least, response as far as like your distance, your limits of vision to the horizon. So like, even if there was sunlight out to the side, you wouldn't be able to see it because you can't see that far. Right. Like if you just draw a kid's picture, you know, like if you draw the sunlight and you're thinking about it like a headlight from a car, like this big beam of light coming from that far away. Intuitively, you might think, oh, well, this little tiny ball is not going to be able to block out enough for it to look pitch dark. You would think we'd get some bleeding in from the sides of this massive ray coming from that far away, because it would have to be so strong to come from that far away. I'm not saying it should work that way. I'm just saying intuitively, these are things some flat earthers might claim without having the answer that you have that satisfies you, and they think that there's no answer when there is some answer. And then the other one was the sun going across the water. I think Gio was saying that there's no way, and I agree. It would seem, at least, that there's no way that you would get this, sun ray across the flat water the same way if there was any curvature to the water. You'd think that at some point we would see some effects of this curvy water having weird effects on what seems to be light going across flat water, all the way up to your feet. You know what I'm saying?
But if the curvature is so minuscule that you can't even see it, why would you see effects? Well, why would you expect to see effects if you can't see the curvature with your own eyes? If it's so small, if for all intents and purposes it's like you on a flat straight line surface, like.
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
That's the whole thing. Like you see, that's one you could see both ways. Like, okay, so if the curvature is so minuscule that you can't even see curvature, then why would you expect light to act any differently? And that's the answer. But then intuitively you would assume that because it's flat water, that's the reason that you see the light across it. If there was even just a minuscule bit amount of curvature to the water, then we wouldn't see these long stretches of light across it. We would see skips, or like almost like a wave, like a hump, like the hump of a wave, almost, how it cuts off the light. That would be continuing, right? So
let's say, how'd you measure that the water was flat?
Who's that?
I was just asking if the person who's claiming that water was flat.
Mikey.
How do you measure that the water's flat?
I was just talking about, I wasn't even claiming anything. We were just talking about concepts in general, Mikey. Like the flat earth side claims sometimes things that the globe earth doesn't have answers for. And I'm trying to get some of the best answers that you guys have for things, and then kind of put them on a scale of acceptable to, just barely passing or whatever, to possibly no answers. Like if you guys had a list of things, maybe you could help me if you want to type it in chat, like a list of things that you think that the flat earth side just can't answer wouldn't be able to answer, even though there's no model. You know what I'm saying?
I will type out a long ass list. Don't worry.
Please do.
I have a long ass list.
I think there's one most fundamental thing that flat Earth has to at least provide me something if I'm going to believe that the Earth is flat. Is what are the distances between the known places on the face of the Earth?
Right, which would take an accurate model or an accurate placement of the land masses.
I'm not even asking for a model. You don't have to even give me a model. You can just literally give me a table with distances, right, between known places.
You're cutting it in and out a little bit. Sorry, I didn't hear exactly what you're saying.
I said you don't even need to give me a model on assumptions or anything. Just give me the distances.
Would have to be assumptions, because that's what they are today, assumptions. They're not proven facts. The distances to the stars today from the heliocentric model, heliocentrists and astronomers and astrophysicists, are actually assumptions, and that's all we haven't measured it. So if you're asking us to do the same, sure enough, anything will do. Okay, thank you.
No, Jen, I didn't ask for anything with the stars. I said on the face of the Earth, right? That's all I want. If you want to make claims about Earth and what its shape is, then tell me what the distance is. You're the ones who are making claims
about Earth. You make claims, we state facts. You guys make claims, we state facts.
Oh my gosh, Jen. In any event, yes, new perspective. The thing that I would want from flat earthers that I think is a big problem is, what are the distances between known places on the face of the Earth?
On the face of the Earth, I see, not the stars.
Between Melbourne and Adelaide. There you
Yeah,
go.
yeah, we can do that.
You weren't even listening, Jim. Like you were so off with what you said.
His connection was.
You.
Well, that's only because you guys, we were talking about stars earlier on. That's all.
Yeah,
my bad. Little mistake there. But
I know. I'm just teasing, Jin. I'm just teasing, man. I'm just playing.
Yeah. That's all right. I'm always ready. Though. That's me. I'm like a cold spring. I'll put myself back in my box.
Yeah. Yeah, but Dave, I've provided it, Hagenstein, and I gave you the wiki link, and I gave you like a little diagram that basically explains.
Do you know what? I'm actually quite curious to see if there's something that goes in both categories that neither side can give.
Interesting.
What do you mean?
One that will go on
that
both
goes in
lists.
both categories? Oh, that no side has an explanation for.
Right.
I don't think we would find anything because the things we say we don't understand, you guys don't even like care about. Like when we say we don't understand dark matter, like for you guys, it doesn't even matter, right?
Right.
Well,
it's a
the guy that came back that used to be in the argument, Hugh, he was saying, making a pretty positive claim, even though he's a staunch baller. He's making a pretty positive claim last night that you don't understand gravity.
Could you elaborate what he said? Did he just say we don't understand gravity? The cause of gravity, maybe that's what he meant?
What it is. Yeah, maybe the cause.
I don't know.
He was kind of generally speaking.
Okay.
Next question.
I'll ask him about that next time I see him. But yeah, no, don't worry. I'll definitely produce that list for you for things that can't be explained on a flat Earth.
Maybe you weren't
there's
here
a
when
ton
I was
of stuff.
explaining. I have an idea to put like a booklet together that's kind of like a fold-out book with, the globe explanation for basic questions on one side with the flat Earth, either contention or guess at what it might be or whatever it is on the other side, so that it could be as objective as possible for people that are just unfamiliar with this topic, that don't feel like they're being like indoctrinated one way or another, just as much as and you guys could probably help with some of the answers for the globe side, just to explain it to people, because they don't want to hear it, they don't want to hear it from a flat earther, and the only thing they'll get from the globe is the globe side,
Yeah. But Dave, I would say this thing I just showed you, Hagenstein, that would be one of the things you could add to the list, because there's no explanation for this on a flat Earth.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Interesting.
Yeah. Because the general idea is, what this tells us is, when we see this glow in the sky, the sun must be on the other side, or the light source must be on the other side of whatever it is we live on. It doesn't tell us the shape of the thing we live on, but it definitely tells us that the sun sets and goes around and beneath and comes up the other side.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Didn't we talk about this, Nate? Didn't you and I talk about this?
We did.
Oh yeah, this is another thing that Nate totally conceded to this one, right? He conceded it doesn't necessarily mean that, right? I forgot.
Yeah, my concession was, at the end of the day, there is no flat Earth model, so it is hard for me to say it can't be explained on the flat Earth, because you guys don't have a model.
Like, to say the sun sets and goes underneath and comes up the other side because of this thing that we view like that, we debunked that straight away. I thought we debunked that straight off the bat.
No, I don't think it was a bunk, but I think there was someone. Is it light, water, or whatever? There's someone that gave a possible solution as to how it could happen on a flat Earth.
It's a reflection of the dome.
Yeah, he said something like that, a reflection of the dome or reflection off clouds. That was his possible explanation on a flat Earth.
Well, it could be a reflection
but we didn't.
of anything, couldn't it? It could be a reflection of the density gradient above. Put the dome to one side. It could be a reflection of anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the conclusion we came to was we can't rule it out of happening on a flat Earth, because we don't have a model to compare this with,
There we go. Cool. All right, so flat Earth isn't ruled out because of this observed phenomenon. Cool.
Okay. Yeah, but do you guys have an explanation for it? Yeah. I don't know.
It's probably got something to do with pressure, Nate, I'm gathering. I'll link
something to do with pressure.
I'll link it to pressure somehow. Give me enough time, I'll link it to pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, don't worry.
I'm
I'll bring you
sympathetic.
guys
I'm
along.
sympathetic for your position more so than I may come off sometimes, Nate, because I think if I were involved in the profession that Globus is involved with, or maybe even yours, that's a little more technical. That kind of depends on being able to say we know this or we know that as a positive claim that it has a lot to do with your, feeling about, your profession or, your surety and all these other things that you have to assume, and even though 80% of them might be completely, spot on, that you can check for yourself. That doesn't necessarily mean it's like, that these bigger things couldn't have been reverse engineered. And I feel like it'd be really frustrating to be in that position, be like being a TV anchor and having to report things that in the back of your mind just aren't the case, but you almost have to just assume they are or just not think about it because, if there's a school shooting or something and you have to just say what the report is, it's just the words that you have to say, because that's just the job. I feel sorry for those people.
Lucky for me though, my job doesn't put pressures like that on me. I don't just have to go with the general narrative.
That's good.
I'm free to disagree with what most people say about things within my field of work.
When you say, because you said lack of a model, right? You said there's lack of a model on the flat earth side. So
yeah.
So I'm looking at this in the bigger picture. So the model has to include, right, what the stars, the sun and moon are doing. Yeah.
Yes, Spencer. The model has to agree with the phenomena we all see.
All right. So from my particular viewpoint, because all these observations start, from a particular point, right? So you're where you are, and you look up at the sky, and every single night for 10 years straight, you go out and you go, bang, there's that star, there's that star, there's that star, and throughout the night you plot. Okay, then. So that gives you a model for your particular area. Okay, then. And I do exactly the same for me. Right, and now we look at these at these two observations. Okay, and now because we have two totally different observations, right? Because you're where you are and I'm where I am, so we see two completely different observations. So now what we have to do with these two completely different observations, we have to make them work as one, don't we?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we have to come up with a mathematical formula, right, to make this model work as one, to tie these two observations together. Yeah.
Okay. I'm with you.
Yeah. So that's where you think our side falls down, mathematically tying down these observations that we view above our head.
I wouldn't even just say mathematically, just from a conceptual point of view, just breaking down what is the underlying mechanism that's going on that allows this to happen within your paradigm or worldview. You guys do tend to struggle to explain those things. For example, I can go into great detail explaining. All right, I can go into great detail explaining how a lunar eclipse happens on the globe. Could you do the same for the flat
It would be an
Earth?
assumption, though. Good imagination. We can do the same.
It doesn't matter. Could you do the same?
It does matter. You're accusing us of not being able to describe the eclipse.
And I could provide evidence and images and video footage, this, that, and the third. What would you present to me as a detailed explanation as to how a lunar eclipse happens on a flat Earth? Like, what would you show me?
We would describe what we can and what we can't. We would say it's speculation here on our part, and we give you our best guess. And we would say it's our best guess. It's not fact. It's not true. It's not the real, actual 100% certain. But that's all we can. And we'd say no one can know. That's what I'd be saying. But no one can know, by the way, folks. But this is our best guess.
But what would your best guess be? You personally, Jin. How does a lunar eclipse happen on the flat Earth?
How does the lunar eclipse happen on our flat Earth? How it's always happened on this flat Earth. It moves across the sky,
Which
and
is?
it is definitely not the Earth getting in the way. Okay.
You see what I'm saying, Bansol? You see, that's the explanation a flat earther would give me for a lunar eclipse.
Well, nobody really knows what a lunar eclipse is, really, does it?
Everybody
we don't really know what it is. We only observe the sun moving across the moon, moving across the sun. We don't see the moon appear, but we see a black disk, don't we? That's all we see.
Yeah.
So, what else can we say?
Sorry, Gio, jump in, money.
Well, I was just going to give my viewpoint on the lunar eclipse, but go ahead if you were going to say something.
Is the lunar eclipse that's the one where the moon eclipses the sun? Yeah, that's the one.
No, that's the one way where the Earth eclipses the moon, and the moon turns like red. You know.
Okay then. So
Yeah.
So the other one where the moon actually eclipses the sun. So the moon.
That's a solar.
Solar. I often think about it as whatever thing is being eclipsed is what it is. So solar is because the sun. Lunar,
Yeah. Okay then. So
Yeah.
with the solar eclipse, right? Why don't we actually see the moon before it starts to eclipse the sun?
Because it's too close to the sun. It's the same way when the sun's in the sky, you don't see any stars that are close by to it. You don't see any stars at all. We can see the moon when it's on the opposite side of the sky to the sun during the day because the moon is close enough to us. But when the moon is too close to the sun during the day, you won't see it. And it's the same way you won't see any stars because stars are either too close to the sun or they're just too far away from us during the daytime to see.
I see the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time, right?
Yes, but they're on opposite sides of the sky.
Well, yeah. Sometimes they seem far apart, and sometimes they seem a little bit closer, right? I've never actually taken exactly
a little bit closer.
No, I said a little bit closer. A little bit closer.
Okay.
I've never noticed exactly how close they get. Right.
Okay.
So, but we don't see the moon in its journey prior to the solar eclipse at all. It's only because if you want to say we don't see it because it's getting closer to the sun, okay, I can accept that. But 2 hours prior or 3 hours prior, when it's nowhere near the sun, it's still traveling there. We're not seeing it. We just see the actual the silhouette of the moon blocking the sun. I find that like a little bit strange. I can accept. I will accept that we don't see it, right? Just to the left of it or just to the right of it, but like a couple of hours prior, 3 or 4 hours prior, I would imagine that you would see some form of it, even if it's only very, very faint. Right? Can hear it's coming, it's getting fainter, it's getting fainter, and then all of a sudden it looks like a black disc because you can't see anything at all. Bang, it's gone, and it's just a black disc.
That's fair. Yeah. I haven't really ever thought of that, but I'll look into it. I don't have an answer for you right now. Like I must admit, it's not something I've thought of, and I don't know. I don't know if what you're saying is actually what happens. You know, for all I know, it could be a thing that 2 hours before you do see the moon. I'm not sure, Banso. So I will look into it and get back to you.
We don't see it. We don't see the moon. We don't see it.
July 9th.
Suddenly it's there.
July 9th is the next solar eclipse. So keep your cameras at your readies.
But anyway,
I'll look into it.
I cut off Geo, so sorry, Geo, jump in, mate. I cut you off, mate.
Oh no, it's fine. I was just gonna say, Nate, in my viewpoint, like we know that there's these 2 points in the sky that are connected to the eclipses. They're called the lunar nodes, and there is an explanation for it on the heliocentric model. But either way, they are points in the sky, like in the zodiac, in the sky clock. They're 180 degrees from each other. and they make a 19-year retrograde cycle, which means every 19 years they make one complete rotation through the zodiac. So those are consistent. And then whenever a new moon or a full moon lines up on those lunar nodes is when we get an eclipse. If it's a full moon, we get a lunar eclipse. If it's a new moon, we get a solar eclipse. So in my thoughts, I would say that the eclipses occur because they line up with those points in the sky. Now, what those points in the sky are, like I said, there's an explanation on the heliocentric model, which is, the orbit of the moon circling the Earth is tilted 5 degrees, and then the orbit of the Earth around the sun, which would be the ecliptic. And so that 5-degree tilt to the ecliptic means that, in that model when the lunar nodes are where the ecliptic lines up with the 5-degree tilt of the moon's orbit around the Earth. So it does make sense. Like, if there's any concessions kind of thing, I would say yes, that is a decent explanation for it on the heliocentric model. And so when those two kind of orbits intersect, the ecliptic and the moon's orbit, you get the eclipse because all three of those, spheres are lining up. So that is true in that sense. But just looking at the lunar nodes, like let's say on a geocentric planar Earth, looking at those lunar nodes as just points in the sky above us, they're up there. When the eclipse happens, it lines up on those points. So what are those points? I often will go with the idea of more like an electromagnetic type component where those two lunar nodes or those 2 points in the sky are, because they're 180 degrees from each other, so that they are magnetic nodal points, like having to do something with the cycles of the sun and the moon. They're like nodal points to where there seems to be, whether it's a disk, whether they're vortexes, whatever they are, perhaps they polarize the light, they absorb the light, they alter the light of the sun and the moon during the eclipses. So in my mind, the eclipses are just a part of the sky above us. They're like a feature of the heavens. And it seems like at those points, there seems to be a circular, whether you call it a disk or a vortex or a polarization point, whatever that may be, that sort of alters the light of the sun and the moon, and then we get the eclipse phenomenon.
Okay.
Another one that the heliocentrists can't explain is the Senelelian eclipse, where you have the moon and the sun above the horizon, but the shadow on the moon is on the top of the moon itself, the top, not the bottom. How do you explain that?
There is an explanation for that. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I actually got to go now. My girlfriend's waiting for me. But when I get back, I will give you an explanation for that.
It's refraction.
We have an explanation. It's a bit more than that, but refraction is refraction is the reason we see the sun above the horizon, but it's not the reason, as according to what Jin is saying, that we see the shadow on the top side as opposed to the bottom side of the moon. But I will give you an explanation for that. Yeah.
Hey Nate,
but I'll talk to you guys a bit.
Hey, Nate, make sure you tell. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Yeah. Make sure you tell your girlfriend she's a lucky woman. Okay.
Why?
Because you're a fucking great guy. That's why.
Oh, thanks, Dave. Thanks, man.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that.
Sure. Absolutely.
Right, I'll see you guys later.
Right. Take care, man.
Peace out, guys.
He's great at conceding too, isn't he? We figured that out.
Yes. He'll be a good flat earther when he decides to stop playing silly games.
He's just a couple steps away.
Yeah.
No, you can just tell good people. That's the thing. Is there's good people, you can tell. If they're in the discussion to try to figure it out and try to give the best answer they can, and actually concede if there isn't a really good answer. That's so much more,
amicable.
Yeah, it's so credible amongst the people that just are complete zealots. Usually, maybe on both sides. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, flat earthers are, at least we have integrity. We don't mess around. We don't deceive people.
It wouldn't seem so from their side. They think there's deceivers, though. I think there has to be some deceivers on our side. I don't know. But yeah, it's hard to make a general sweeping statement about either side.
Yes, I don't know why a flat earther needs to stoop to that level when the evidence is in plain sight. There is no need to go there. That's why I say, no, we don't do that.
Well, I would say that there's maybe assumptions made, like I was pointing out, like there's sometimes we'll get a piece of information that a video might make it seem like there's no answer from their side, or, you know, when there is some answer, maybe even a good answer that we're not aware of on our side, and you'll hear flat earthers make claims that aren't necessarily things that, you know, the ball side's saying, or maybe the ball side has an answer when a flat earther assumes there isn't one. I'll say that at least.
Very rare, though. Very rare. Very rare. Very rare, that is. Very rare indeed. As rare as hen's teeth, to be exact.
But that would be from naivety and not
right
to try to
usually that's the case, at least I would assume. Yes,
naivety, or maybe a little bit of ignorance there perhaps, but again, very rare case, very rare those events are.
I would say labelling globe proponents as deceivers is probably a bit harsh, unless I got that
I'm
wrong.
a man who, you know, I don't mince my words.
Well, I think it works both ways, that both sides would call the other the deceived.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, to say someone is, you know, going out of their way to deceive people.
Oh, they're there. They definitely are there.
No, but globe proponents, like, you know, we have them here in this channel all the time, Jin, right? And I don't consider them as deceivers per se. Right? They believe
they're
what
just
they
confused.
believe.
They're confused.
They believe what they believe for a particular reason. Now they are willing.
Confusion.
Well, they are willing, Jin, to accept the evidence, whether that is, you know, theoretical evidence or not. They are willing to accept it. You know, some take the time to, some even take the time to understand it. Right, the best way that they could possibly understand it. But
I'm talking to the likes of Professor Dave, Professor Phil, Flyman, what was his name? Simon Dan or whatever. These people. These are
but they're not really. They don't really come to this sort of. There are a few,
but they're out there, though, aren't they? They're out there.
Yeah, I'm talking about people. I'm talking about people, say like Nate, Chronic, Hugh. You know, he's just started coming here. You know, I definitely do not consider these people as deceivers.
I'd agree. You guys were saying, talking about that. I was thinking to myself, I don't do a very good Donald Trump impression, but it'd be funny to say, we have the best Globers.
They're great. They're really great. Definitely great.
It's simply the best.
They're great. They're great. They concede at the right times.
You're fired.
Brilliant. Touché.
Then Peyton Astor Show comes in and we say, "You're fired."
Man, he hasn't been around for an eon, has he?
Hasn't he? I've always got time for him.
Yes, well,
I think he left the server. Actually, I think he left the server a while ago.
You are a better person than me.
Yeah, he had left the server for a while, and then he came back. And of course, when he came back, it was like every time he comes in, he just insults, you know, that kind of thing. So I think he got muted a couple times, and then I think he just left the server. So
just chaos.
Yeah, he does like to troll.
He uniquely is a guy. He comes in just with that tone, that condescending, just, you don't know anything, you're stupid. It's just like it just gets people every time.
Yeah, he doesn't want to have a conversation. You can tell that quite often.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been in Gem Pandas a few. He's been in the Gem Panda server. I ducked him up a number of times in there.
He has got thick skin, though. I'll give him that much.
I think the conversation that you guys were having earlier too about like concessions is interesting. Like what could I, if we want to call it sides, I don't really see it as sides, but if we want to say that, which side could concede either way. And I mean, when you guys were saying that, I was thinking there's a lot of things in my mind that I could concede to the globe model. I mean, not concede saying that the Earth's a globe, but just certain things that do work on a globe model, fairly convincing explanations. So yeah, I mean, the model does fit certain parts, and as an explanation, it's like some of those things could be possible. The question of are they is another question, but like their explanation for eclipses, some of that's pretty decent. Just in terms of star rotations. There's a couple.
Someone's echoing. Jen, I think you're echoing.
Yeah, Gin's echoing again.
The Echo Man.
Yeah, change his name. Someone change his name to Mr. Echo or something.
Well, one of the things that we were talking about earlier that I think you were going to talk about the lunar eclipse, Geo. Did you mention that as far as like your take on that, or did we get distracted with the solar eclipse?
He said about
the moon.
Yeah, he said about the
showing.
nodes, didn't he? Being sort
The
of
nodes.
like magnetic.
The nodes.
We were mentioning earlier that it didn't seem like the shape of the Earth would be the right size to make the eclipse of the moon seem like it would fit, like the distances and the shape, like the size of the Earth you wouldn't think you'd get that. That's one of the flat Earth arguments, is that you wouldn't think you would get this like eclipse of the moon from the Earth's shadow, because it'd be too big to cause that perfect crescent moon with the curve of the Earth making that perfect size on the moon. You'd think it'd be off or too big to even do that, right? Intuitively, at least. Is there an explanation that's adequate on their side?
I'm still not envisioning what you're trying to say.
Well, when the sun eclipses the moon, right, you see the crescent moon caused by the Earth's shadow, right?
Right.
That's their claim. But the shadow would have to be the size of the moon, proportionally.
Wait, you're talking about for the lunar or the solar?
The lunar.
Yeah, so I've often brought this up. Yeah, there are some issues with it. That is one of them. If you're referring to the one I'm thinking of, which is that the arc of if you want to call it a shadow, the arc of the shadow on the moon during the lunar eclipse does not correlate with the fact that the Earth should be 4 times larger than the
exactly.
moon. Yeah, it correlates with an object that is the same size as the moon.
Right.
And
what's their answer? Yeah. What's their answer on their side?
They don't have one. I've never heard one.
So you guys saying it should be
it's actually something that I've only heard myself mention, so I haven't heard anyone else say it. So when I've brought it up, I've never heard a response for it.
Okay, it's going on the list.
Actually, Karen B. Actually, Karen B. brought it up back in, I think, 2017, where she showed that any kind of object can make that kind of mark on a spherical ball. It doesn't have to be a ball. Any object shine properly, you can get that shape. Casting those kind of shadows, by the way.
But could an object as big as the Earth for the distance away from the moon that the Earth is cause that shadow, is the question.
That's the issue. When the arc is when they're doing the lunar eclipse, when the arc is the same arc as the moon, what would be an explanation for how the Earth, which should have a 4 times larger arc, could even make that arc? Make an arc that's the same size as the moon. That's the trick. That's the thing that doesn't line up.
No callers in here at all, huh?
Yeah. Karen B was highlighting that it wasn't the Earth making that arc anyway. That's what she was saying.
Yeah, I think if I'm remembering maybe what maybe you're referring to, that she's referring to, is that like a flat object can actually make a curved shadow. Is that? No, I'm not saying because it's a flat Earth going in front of it. I'm just saying that because I think if that's what you're referring to, maybe
that's what you said. Exactly that, Gio. Exactly that, Gio. Bang on.
So you guys are saying that the arc should be like less pronounced, for example.
It should be
impossible.
What's the right term for it? Like, what's the term with like a tighter arc or like a more
broad,
narrow,
more proportionate to the size of the Earth? I think is what you're trying to say.
You mean tighter or more broad?
More broad, but is there
a
technical name for that though? Yeah.
Uniform?
Yeah, more proportional.
Like
a
the
proportional.
If you were to, Jen, I think your mic's like me. If you were to,
oh yeah, sorry.
If you were to take the arc if you were to make it a whole sphere, the arc, then there would be a radius value, and then that is what would define, how either tight the arc is or kind of broad it is. And so that radius of the arc that we see on the moon it actually changes is one thing though. So that's another factor. But during certain parts of that eclipse, the arc is like the same radius as the moon's arc.
Yeah.
Right. So does that go on the list of things that they don't have answers for up until we hear a good answer? Yeah, I'm making a list. Checking it twice.
You mean for more lunar eclipse things that don't work on a globe?
No, just arguments from the flat Earth side or the globe Earth side that it seems that the other side just doesn't have answers for, has an adequate answer for, has a, somewhat adequate or, just passing answer. You know what I'm saying? Like the scale of it would be interesting to look at. Like earlier you were saying, there's no way that the sun could go across the water if it has any curvature to it. You wouldn't think you'd see the sunlight come across the water all the way up to your feet the way it does. If there was any curvature to the water, right? And their answer, of course, well, at least Nate's answer, and I don't know what the answer was you got earlier, but yeah, basically, if you don't see any curvature, then why would you expect to see any kind of difference in the way the sun acts on the water? All right. I'd put that in the category of they don't have a good enough answer for sure.
You guys seen those?
I was going to say real quick. Yeah, these things do fit into categories almost. It's like you were saying, like almost like putting them in a basket. Like the things that, let's just say between a planar type Earth and a globe, it's like, okay, this works on a globe and on a stationary planar Earth. Okay, put it in that category. Another category is this. Well, you could make several. You could make, like you said,
both one, the other neither.
But yeah, things that work on both, things that work on one or the other, and things that don't work on one or the other.
And then among those answers, there's like varying degrees of like quality of answer or acceptability of answer, right?
Right, tiers of like believability, like you said earlier.
Yeah, right. Yeah, if it really stretches your suspension of belief, or disbelief too much, or enough.
But yeah, all I was going to mention was about the weird shadows you get during some of these eclipses, like where you see the light in the shadow. You guys seen this? Where you get like a weird, like a moon shape in the shadow of everything, like all the leaves off the trees.
Oh, right. During the eclipse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What is that? Is there a term for that? Do they have a name for that?
Yeah, they've got a reason for that. I forget exactly what maybe somebody else knows.
But that's quite rare. I don't get to see that often.
You know what he's talking about, Gio?
Sorry, I was doing something. Say it again.
I wasn't.
The effect that people have documented when they film the shadows during an eclipse, and there's all these like weird patterns of moons, kind of like almost like a kaleidoscopic moon pattern that we get during an eclipse. You know what I'm talking about? You know what he's talking about?
So, trying to think. During a solar eclipse.
Yeah, during a solar eclipse, there's like these weird, like almost crescent moon type, kaleidoscopic shadow type effects people have shown.
Yeah, they're like fractal, pulsating mirror images that you can see like on the ground,
right?
Or like through, like they're scattered all over the ground sometimes. Yeah, that can be really amazing looking. Yeah.
What's their do they have an answer for that? I think they do. I've heard it, but I forget exactly what.
It has to do with like a pinhole cameras. The way that's their explanation. They do.
That's right.
The way pinhole cameras work, and it spreads the image. And we've gone into it in some depth. There are, because the thing is, it's not actually a full explanation, so that goes into like a partial category, because the pinhole cameras don't actually create what we actually see on Earth. Although it does seem to be like that pinhole thing has some overlap, but it's not fully what we see in terms of the way that the multiple images are displayed. And it's also, that only happens in one, like you can only create like one region of that, whereas when we see it on Earth, they're like spread all over, so it's a little different.
Yeah, another claim that I've heard recently, flat earthers make is about the size of the shadow. We were talking about that with Grim earlier, and he did show that you could get a smaller shadow than the object itself, right? But I've heard a positive claim on the flat earth side that you can never get a shadow smaller than the object itself.
My only understanding, yes, that's an interesting one too. Yes, you can get a smaller shadow. However, it requires the light source to be like proportionally very, very wide. So, for example, if you have like one of those like fluorescent lights, like a 12, 6 or 12 foot, well, 12 is big, but whatever those 3 foot, 4 foot, 5, whatever, like a big fluorescent light. And if you do it like on a table, you can definitely get a smaller shadow because the light is coming from all different angles. So then as you move it up and down, it's actually cutting in and you're getting that effect. But if you have a small light source, like a little pen light or something, and then the object is larger, it won't do that. There's no way it'll make a smaller shadow. So I guess with the globe, with the kind of heliocentric model, you've got this 93 million mile away sun, which they claim has this huge diameter. So you could say, oh, well, that's got to be a very wide light source, so it would do that. However, it gets a little tricky because in comparison to like 93 million miles, the radius of the sun is actually tiny. In fact, it's only half a degree in our sky, so it's actually pretty small. So it doesn't seem like it would be able to create a smaller shadow. In my mind, if you tried line, I'm just thinking, 93 million mile sun, even though it's very large, it's so far away that it's really just a small little circle. So then if you have the moon, I don't know, maybe their explanation works for that. It's a little bit tricky though.
But it did seem like there was a contradiction though, like we were talking about right before that, with the idea that there would be a complete pitch black night caused by the planet blocking out all noticeable daylight from the sun, right? It doesn't spray out from both sides like we were talking about, the bleeding into the sky somehow visually. You would think intuitively that might happen, but then that would then kind of, they were talking about the shadow of the planet then is causing, effectively you could think of it that way, like the shadow of the planet or the absence of light that the planet causes is causing the pitch black night. But then that seems like a contradiction then, because then if the sun was coming from that far away, then you would think that the shadow might be possibly smaller if it does that with the moon, right? Not enough to make a pitch black night is what I'm saying. The absence of light might be coned out in the same way that the shadow of the moon on the Earth is. Seems like there might be a direct contradiction there we could explore. Did that make any sense? Did I kill the room with that? I gotta go soon anyway. Hopefully I killed the room right before I leave. Issa's here. What's up, Issa? He's listening.
Yeah, what up, brother?
What up, bro? How are you?
It's that time of night where all you Yanks should be going to sleep, not waking up.
Yeah, that's man. So. Fair enough. It used to be that way for me, but wake up so early now.
Been a good day today in chat, actually. Been popping.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I want to hear this. It's so funny. Like, I kind of like refriended some people, like some lefties on like, Facebook or whatever. And like, I was like, one of them was like, I don't know, I guess Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know if you guys know that situation. Like, they tried to like disqualify her because they tried to disqualify her so that they could then turn around and disqualify Trump from running again. So they had this hearing yesterday, and like these lefties are, losing at every turn. Gotta watch this video. They're so pathetic.
Do you think Trump's going to be back as president, Issa? Do you predict it?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The reason I know that we're winning, just remember this, everybody, is that the reason that, the reason I think we're winning anyway, is like they would have never let the mask mandate go. They would have never stopped the forced, jabs. Philadelphia just implemented, like the judge implemented that nobody had to wear a mask anymore on airplanes. In Philadelphia, in like retaliation, they put their mask mandates back up, and then like it's been 3 days, and they just took it back down. So now there's no more mask mandate after like 3 days of fucking them saying that they were going to have a mask mandate. Like, these people would never give back an inch of power that they've taken, and they've given us a lot of it back, right? They're losing. It's just fun.
Good to hear. Yeah, that's awesome. 3 days. Wow. What was the what was the reasoning? Did they have people like, just not cool with it, or are they trying to ease off so that they won't be put down?
Chinese cucks. Just Chinese paid cucks.
Well, you said I do hear you on that. It does seem like that people did push back in terms of like the jab stuff and the masks and all that. Like, it does seem like they were getting enough kickback to where they had to make a different move. However, do you also think it's possible that they might be purposefully lessening up on it to try to make people think, oh yeah, that was just a phase, and then they'll bring it out again in the future?
Dude, if they bring it back again, do you understand the upheaval that's going to cause them? People are so sick and tired of their bullshit, dude. If they come back with like the whole, like, we're just going to shut down the economy, if they did any of that, people would be like, fuck you. If they thought they had some blowback from last time, I mean, people were being polite last time. But now it's like, if they took it away and then they tried to implement it again, the cat's out of the bag. They lost their stranglehold. This is what the genius of the whole Trump pretending to lose the election thing is that they gave them all. They were like, oh, you want that power? Here you go. And now they've all failed. They've lost all of their illusion. They're fucked. It's glorious, dude. I don't know. People don't see it or whatever. And
I agree.
That's just how I see it.
Yeah, no, I resonate with what you're saying for sure.
Because if think of it, they would never have conceded an inch. It's like if you talk to a baller, and they don't concede an inch. It's the same NPC robot.
Except for Nate, he conceded a lot of things tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think actually I've talked with Nate before, and I think I remember having good conversations with people. But most of these ballers are on it's like a software that they've been downloaded through their TV and daily activities, and just an NPC bot operating on a program. It's like when you talk about using a sextant and getting a measure off of a flat baseline. If you say that we don't, you're retarded. You're an NPC robot who doesn't fucking think for yourself. That's in my opinion. You know what I mean? Because you're using a flat baseline with a sextant, and then if you're going to go and say that you're not, you're just running a software that's artificial intelligence. That's what artificial intelligence is too. Artificial intelligence is not some robot that's going to come down and do whatever. No. Our community our society is suffering from artificial intelligence. That's what that's why Elon Musk said the biggest threat is artificial intelligence, because you need an informed public to have a good government. You know what I mean? And if they're just filled with artificial intelligence, then you're not going to have good. You're not going to have a good base of people. But right now, that programming is getting kicked to the curb.
Would you say that maybe you could even call it the AI aphasia intelligence?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's it. Yeah, it's the amount of intelligence you can acquire while suffering from aphasia.
like Bruce Willis.
But yeah, it's funny to like wade into the Facebook waters of like lefty normie land of like people that I haven't talked to in a while.
So you befriended him just because you knew that you've got the upper hand now, and you can just like
Well,
stick it to
no.
him.
It's not even
Oh, okay.
that. It's that no. It's like I've always been friends with these people. I grew, some people I grew
Oh,
up
okay.
with. Like I've got a friend of
All
mine
right.
that like his profile pic is him, this Warren, and he's working on her campaign and all the rest of it. Dude, like I know all kinds of people.
Right on. Cool. So are they taking it easy with what you're saying, or are they
Oh,
getting
I
pretty
haven't
riled
even
up?
talked, dude. I haven't even said a thing, dude. Like I just actually, it's funny because that's I'm kind of interested to go watch this.
Watch
So
what?
you said,
Video because there's this.
I was just gonna say this. So like
What's
real
that?
quick, like yeah. I was just gonna say this real quick because just on my mind's still on what we were talking about before. So yeah, you think that their goal was that with the masks and the jabs and all that to just keep it that way and to just keep throwing out variants and keep people in that situation and to get the jabs to be as many people as possible and all the mandates, everything full speed. That was their goal, and to just have it remain that way for into whatever Agenda 2030 or whatever else. Whereas there was real organic kickback to the point to where they had to change direction.
Well, I mean, look at like Elon Musk, like for instance, like I think it interesting. Like Hillary Clinton said, if Donald Trump gets elected, we're all going to, and that's true. Because the thing is that, but it takes time to unravel the scheme. And also, I think it's almost like been proposed like to Trump, like, hey, do you want to just get Hillary Clinton and her family, or do you want to take down the whole cabal? And he was like, yeah, let's take down the whole cabal. And they were like, cool, we're gonna have to lose an election then, because we need the normies to wake up. We need the normies to understand what's going on and how they've been abused. That's why flat Earth is so interesting, because it's the last piece of the puzzle. That's why even like when I come in and like I brought the subject of law to the flat earthers, because one, I thought you needed to know conditional acceptance in order how to debate properly, and then second, I thought, okay, here's people that are challenging a paradigm. Like for me, flat Earth sat right in the hole perfectly with my whatever conspiratorial outlook, because of the previous shit because it's like whatever the public thinks is wrong, and whatever is like the private side is never can't mix with the public. That's why it's okay for me to say that we went to the moon, because to a normie, you know what I mean, like, you're damn right we went to the moon and America is the greatest place in the world. Like, they don't need to know all the details. They don't want to know all the details, but they need to be on board with the idea that free speech, freedom of religion, general Americana.
Yeah, it's almost like an acceptance of the idea that the masses in general almost. I mean, I hate to justify it as much as to say that they need to believe a story for their own just everyday life to be okay. Like like you've given the example, like even if you don't know what's going to happen, like there could be a big threat, but you're still going to like somehow tell the family we're going to be okay, even if you don't know for sure, right? You kind of have to like have this like overall thing that the masses buy into, and maybe they have justifications for it or whatever, but it's almost like I say sometimes, like that they played golf on the moon to show you that anyone paying attention then has the option to not believe it, because of these harness videos are being shown to us, and the bathroom videos with the 3-inch pipe hole they have to go hover over to go to the bathroom. These things, I think, are done on purpose to give the thinking man the option not to believe it, and give the one that just wants to believe a story the option to believe it.
Give me 30 seconds. 1 second.
Yeah, and I think that with the law as well, like or some of these things that we discover are like, taxes or stuff that, like they're just suggestions, but if people can afford to go along with it, they'll go along with it, but they have the option if they really want to look into it. And like Issa always points out, there's a lot of things that are designed to protect the individual that we're not even aware of until you really look into it. And similarly with flat Earth, it's like everything's so simple and right in front of your face when you really look into it, unless you want to just buy into the grand scheme of it, what they're trying to sell you. I don't know. It just seems so obvious on purpose sometimes.
Like even like it's like if you go and join like the Marines or something, and like you're going in like a boot camp or something like that or whatever you're doing, right? Like they're gonna tell you don't belong here. You need to stop fucking pretending like you belong in the Marines. You're a punk bitch. You don't belong here. You need to go back to where your girlfriend's cheating on your best friend, with your best friend. They're gonna try to kick you out. And the reason they do that is because they don't want pussies in the Marines. So same thing with this. They don't want pussies being able to be free. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to let like some fucking slave be free, in my opinion. They can't. Like, you know what I mean? Because they're gonna break at some point anyway. So it's like that. You know what I mean? Like it's like an elite club of people who are free, and you can't just join the club. Like, you can't just pay dues.
Right. It's like the knowledge is so sacred that there almost needs to be some work put in before you can earn it. And if you're not willing to put the work in, then maybe you don't deserve it.
Well, how could you? It's like, it's like, and it's like that Lucifer, it's like that Mason story or whatever of like, the adept, you know what I mean? Like, he's sitting there fighting Lucifer. And then when he finally gets good enough with his sword, he strikes Lucifer down. And fucking Lucifer turns into the Christ. And now he says, okay, now you're ready to come join me on the battlefield. This wasn't even the fight, dickhead. I just needed to raise you up so you were strong enough to come to the battlefield worthy of fucking being by my side. It's like if you go do jujitsu, it's like, or something like that. Like, your coach is going to, like, I remember my coach would be like, look, it's better that I'm kicking the shit out of you every day than somebody on the street who won't stop.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like there's like a raising up that has to happen, right? You know what I mean? You can't just, you don't just get a black belt.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like any jiu-jitsu black belt or purple belt is a bad motherfucker.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because they've earned it, because they know what they're doing in the game. And you can tell as soon as you grab them where they're at.
It makes me think of the movie V for Vendetta, where he puts her in captivity, makes her think that she's been caught and it was him the whole time,
Drills
and
the
then
fear out of her.
Yeah, she comes out and she's like, she's so pissed at first, but then she realizes that it was all about making her, value that.
Where do you think they get those stories from?
Exactly.
They all come from those fucking books, man, of like, that's what I think anyway. Like, I mean, that's the cool part about it. That's what's so cool about it. It's like, that's why, like, even like, when I get in the heated debate about discussing this legal shit, it's like technically, like, I've already come to the conclusion, like, this is sacred and secret knowledge. I owe you nothing. No one taught me this knowledge. I went and got it for myself. If you're not going to do it for yourself, I mean, I don't care. As much as like I might want to be understood, might want to get this message across and tell people what I'm thinking about it, I get it that it's like, hey, this, like, I know from experience that there's certain heads that like even yourself, new perspective, like, like being like, yo, that makes sense. That correlates with this, that correlates with that. But then if I tell some normie who doesn't know anything about the subject,
they're going to go and get themselves. Yeah.
Well, not even that. They're going to be mad at me for ruining their illusion. If I come in here and say that the government is perfect and that everything is perfect with the system and we just need to change our understanding, well, that takes away your 20 years of study about how to overthrow the system.
That was actually evident last night, Issa, with the discussion of money.
Right.
It got very very heated at one stage, or almost.
Right, and and I'll tell you what, I only argue with people like that I care about. Because otherwise, why would I? What it doesn't. I mean, you know what I mean. Like, I don't have a problem with the world that I live. You know what I mean? Like, I'm cool. I come here for my intellectual, development and shit. My girlfriend hates the fact that I come and talk to you guys. Because like there's nobody really else for me to jive on these subjects. Nobody knows this shit, dude. This is why I got addicted to it in the first place when I first came out. I remember when I first came out online and I heard like cathexis and Gem Panda arguing, and I was like looking up every other word in a dictionary. Like, dude, these niggas are brilliant. I was like, holy shit, because like they were, and I was like, this is addictive, because as much as Gem Panda or one of those guys doesn't agree with you, he knows all your arguments.
Yeah.
And I enjoy that. That's fucking awesome. You're not sitting there teaching somebody. They're coming with the counterpoint. Now, granted, there comes a point where it's just like, dude, we disagree. Have a nice day. But like, it's interesting to have someone intelligent enough to bounce your ideas off of with. Whereas, like, if you say, like, Operation Northwoods to some normie, they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then you have to go and explain history before you can even make your argument.
Yeah.
Whereas, you can jump right into the argument with a guy like Jem, because he's like, well, that order was an executive order from he knows exactly fucking, whatever it was,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, knows how to rebut every single
Right. And that's
out.
fun.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's awesome.
Yeah, it's amazing how many answers we were just talking about before you came in. I don't know if you heard any of that, but we were talking about, points of the debate where, one side or the other, it feels like the other side either doesn't have an answer, or they assume there's no answer, but there is one, or, then the quality of the answer is the other thing that would be interesting to kind of map out as far as
just remember, it's like, I think of it like this. Just remember, in the flat earth sphere, in the flat earth,
Would you say in the flat earth sphere?
You like that? You like that? I actually like that. I like that a lot. In the flat earth sphere, in the flat earth sphere, it's like, it's kind of like, you remember, just never forget, dude, you're arguing with people who think straight lines curve.
And a guy named Doofus.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, on the matter of fact, they think straight lines curve. Right, that too, but whatever. But like the idea that like straight lines curve, and then on the political spectrum, you're arguing with people who think men can get pregnant.
Right.
There is no, there's no justification for their argument. As much as they want to scream and ree about it.
Straight lines curving isn't an idea. It's an established fact that a line can be straight on one axis and curve on another axis.
Right, and
wait, Don, your case in point. Case in point, everybody, Don.
Yeah, Exhibit A.
I'm trying to get it right.
Right. But hey, I mean, my thing is that, and that's fine. It's like, you can argue with some newbie flat earther over that one, but like, that's just dead in the water. And that's the only thing, is that they want us to think that they still have some fucking like standing with respect to these issues. And in reality, like, I couldn't give a fucking, I couldn't care less.
Let me put it this way. If you were describing a line on a sphere and you wanted to describe its straightness, what would you call it? If you can't call it a curved straight line, what would
because
you
it wouldn't
call
be
it?
a straight line. See,
So what would you call it instead?
What you would do? Well, I don't know, because I'm not retarded.
You don't know what you would do. You don't know. That's why you're not a good person to talk on it.
So now
we need retards to talk on it. You're right.
Now comes the insult. It's like, well, you don't.
We need honest men to say that line is curved, but it's also straight from this angle. That's what honest men say.
See how upset you get about it too? See how upset you are about it now, Don? It's retarded, Don. Just so you know, it's stupid.
It's not stupid. It's just words explaining a type of line.
Right, for NPC robots.
No, for people that need to explain a line that's different on two different axes.
Who needs to explain that?
Geometry people, math people. And anyone else, like a flat earther, trying to describe a line on a sphere.
Well, you shouldn't have to describe a straight line. It's
Well,
pretty.
and this gets to
No,
my
it's
point.
not though. You're describing a line on a sphere, so it's got more qualities than just being straight.
Right, but see, this in itself is a moot point and stupid.
Well, you brought it up.
I know because I'm just using an example of what a moot point that's
All
stupid.
I'm doing is correcting.
And my
you.
point is this. See, my thing is this: is that, and you know, as an American, I definitely will fight for your right to think straight lines can curve if you want to.
What would you call it? What type of line would you call it if you wanted to describe it?
I call it artificial intelligence.
A magical line, but we can't quite say the real word because it freaks us out.
I mean,
it's straight
again,
on this
see, here's
axis
my
from
point,
this angle,
Don,
and it's
again,
curved on this axis from
hold
this
on,
angle, but we
Don.
can't say it because
But
that's retarded.
Don, here's the thing. If I take up the argument with you right now, it belittles the first point that I'm making, that I couldn't give a shit about the fact that somebody out there in the world thinks that straight lines can curve. My point is that to the audience who hears me right now, they all understand that that's a pathetic point to make.
No.
And that's
9 out of
fine.
10 of
You're
them.
allowed to think.
9 out of 10 of them realize
Dude,
lines can
people
be
think-
curved and straight. 1 out of 10 might agree with you because they're delusional.
Okay.
Well, the point, there was a bigger point I think you might have missed on, because we were talking about the discussion in general and just the idea that there's two sides to it. It's a privileged conversation just to be in. And, you know, some of these old school ballers like Jim Panda that have all the flat earth arguments down pat is interesting to talk to, because it's not so much about, well, winning the argument at hand, but discussing the finer points of these things and how it is that, you know, you could have one perspective or another. And, you know, at the end of the day, you're going to at least appreciate that the other person knows their arguments and knows your arguments well enough to say, well, you know, we're going to go off
I think that's what I'm doing now by correcting you guys about lines.
Well, hold on here, Don. Here's the thing, though. This gets to the ultimate point: is that, like, look, I don't care what you think. You can
why get it wrong vocally?
Well, hang on, Don. It's still not even okay. I know what you mean about things curving in different vectors. That's fair. Like you could say that, you know, a line could be, you know, vertically curving, like let's say over a curve of the Earth, but horizontally it's not changing. It's
same line.
Hang on. So that is a thing, but that still is not a straight line. It's a curved line.
What would you call it? What would you call it?
It's a curved line in one vector, but it's still a curved line.
If we wanted to talk about the vector where it's straight, would you use the word straight and line to describe?
There's only one vector to a straight line. It's just a straight line.
You know what I'm saying now? We're looking head on at the globe, and we know it's curved because we looked from the other angle, but now we're looking at the angle where it's straight, just over the hill, over the curve.
We still don't care, though, Don.
How would you
That's
describe
still
that?
elevation difference, isn't it? So
Would
if
you
you're
say the word straight and line while describing that?
If you're talking about just the horizontal off of a globe, that would be a straight line, yes.
No, a curved line over the globe, but we're looking at it from an angle where it appears to go straight up through our vision.
Don, it's just that you've been indoctrinated.
You haven't got any other word for it except straight and line.
It's all, Don. You're just suffering from indoctrination.
No, I'm correcting
Wouldn't
you
they
about
call it
how
a
to
hill?
describe lines.
You think you are correcting people.
I actually am. I'm 100% sure.
No, you're not.
What you're doing is denying the straight quality of a line because you're funny in the head. And I'm telling you, you don't have to. All you have to do is say, look, it looks straight and it's a line. Right?
There's also going
There's
up
nothing
and
wrong
down.
with saying that.
A straight line. There's only one quality to a straight line, that it's straight.
You don't get 3D. If you're in denial of that, you don't understand 3D.
But Don, you're missing the point. The fact is, and this is what we were getting to, is that we don't give a shit about people who think that straight lines can curve. We think you're irrelevant. You're you know what I mean? And the point is
you
that
wouldn't need to say it, would you?
I wouldn't have to talk to you or entertain any of your
wouldn't
ideas.
need to mention it as like a
No, I
point
know. How about just
if you didn't care.
Right, but Don, check it out. You're in a flat earther server. You're the one who cares, right?
No, it's Earth Awakenings.
Right, no, you're the one who cares. Right, but you're the one who cares about what we think about what you're talking about. When in reality,
you were talking, making assertions, so you cared more than me. I came
right,
on
and that's
to
why.
care and react.
Okay, so here's what I was saying is that I think arguing with someone who thinks that straight lines can curve is a waste of my time.
Because you want to remain wrong about.
You can think whatever you'd like. I think you're retarded in that thing, and so it's useless for me to argue with you. You know what I mean?
Look at the picture in the chat, gummy bear. It's
I
a
don't-
straight road, right? But you also can see it curving. So if you want to describe it correctly, you will have to use the word
John,
line
make a
and
YouTube
straight.
video. Somebody gives a shit. Make a YouTube video. Somebody will watch it. I couldn't care less right now.
You're giving a shit now.
Only because you're interrupting me.
Right. Well, you carry on the point, and maybe I'll react to the next point.
You're wanting him to give a shit.
Like a proper NPC.
It's just too desperate, Dawn.
There's a
Well, the point, the Don, you realize the point is that Issa knows. We all know why you think what you think. It's not like we're lacking in the understanding of the explanation. We know what the explanation is on your side. We're not saying that it's the greatest explanation, but we know what it is. You don't have to reiterate it.
That's not an explanation.
The broader
It's
point.
literally how words
The broader
work.
point was we're talking about the general discussion was talking about law and how it's interesting that there's the masses that need to have a story about certain things, and there's almost a justification or admittance of a justification on our side that maybe in some cases the illusion of a ball earth even might be necessary for the society to be what it is, whatever that whatever it is.
That's fair enough. Would you accept the reverse of that? That the flat Earth delusion is necessary for you to have a new life, like you're awake and enlightened.
I didn't hear exactly what you said.
From my point of view, would you accept that I think the flat Earth delusion is necessary for you to feel excited in the new age?
I think that's totally, if that's your justification, I'm fine with that. I don't care what you think about why we think what we do.
I mean, you probably care as much as I care about your opinion. Well, equal.
Yeah, that's not that is the point. Why would you care? Why would we care as far as like, the personal side of it goes? It's more about the broader point of the masses compared to those who go through the process to figure some of these things out. And it takes time. You'd have to like watch some of the videos that you never watched to maybe get what we're talking about. Who knows? I don't know.
I get what you're talking about. Other people, yeah, I agree. I agree. Your normal human needs a story, needs a narrative. Whether it's true or not isn't always as important, but we need something.
That's the point we were getting at. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, some honesty there from you, Dawn.
Always honest.
Yeah, that's how I think with the globe. It's like the idea that like, and this is what I think New Perspective was alluding to. It's like, if you had a little baby and like, everything's going to hell in your life and like the old lady's, freaking out and you're not, not around and you know what I mean? And your little baby girl asks you like, hey, is everything okay? And, and you've got no money in the bank account and your wife left you in the fucking mortgages, and all the rest of it and everything's falling apart. Are you going to explain to your 6-year-old daughter that fucking, well, your mom's a fucking crackhead who fucking whatever and she fucking didn't do, you know what I mean? Are you going to explain all that to your 6-year-old? Or are you just going to say, no, baby, everything's going to be just fine? And that's how that's what the ball earth cosmology is, in my opinion, for the NPCs. It's just that, oh, wow, okay, at least we know what everything is. I was really concerned for a minute that Trump was going to take office again, but at least we know that Elon's good. Oh, no, Elon's bad too. Oh, NASA's going to go take us to the moon. We'll be okay.
Huge ugly conflation.
Everything's going to be okay because everything's going to be okay because we figured out the Hadron Collider and the boson and we know how that works. So, oh my God, just rest your, you know what I mean? Like, it's like that's what we're dealing with. 6-year-olds who think that straight lines can curve.
That's all ridiculous. It's 3 conflations.
Well, for you, because you can't put it together.
No,
right?
You used to support Trump, dude. I was in the server with you when you were raving about him.
So you can't even get the sarcasm of what I just did.
You're conflating
You're
a belief
so
you
fucking
used to
inept.
have with the
You're so
globe that you're
fucking
trying to
inept. You
insult.
can't even...
Your attacking points is not making, in a sense.
What
It's
was his point?
hilarious.
That supporting Trump's stupid when he
Oh
used
my
to.
god, dude! It's called sarcasm and nuance. Look it up.
You conflated politics with globe belief. That's stupid.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Did anyone else in the room understand what I just said?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So you don't understand what
I
we're talking
understood
about,
it
Don.
as a
Right. How about
conflation
this? Look
that
at it like
didn't make
this.
sense.
Look at it like this. You're the profane, and we're having an intelligent conversation. There's no way for you to understand. That's all.
You're more profane than me, sir. Because you're a flat earther. So by default, super profane.
Oh, you're always honest. Well, be honest about trolling then.
That's honest.
Is it troll?
He called me profane, yeah. So
troll
I
out,
called
or is
him
it?
profane. That's honesty for you.
Dawn, if I said something and more than, let's say, like 3 people understood what I just said and everything, and you didn't understand,
I just told you that I did understand.
It's apparent from what you said you didn't, though, right?
I
Dawn?
understood it as you conflating politics with the globe because you haven't got anything else to say. That's how I understood it.
You're retarded, Dawn. Don't worry about it, bud.
No, you're retarded.
That was a witty comeback, too, by the way.
Well, what a witty insult that you gave me.
Dawn, just shut the fuck up, okay?
You shut the fuck up.
Oh, God. Hey, Bandsaw, you know how I can get. Just fucking please deal with the small work for me, please, really.
Like
to be honest,
how many notches do you have in your self-proclaimed belt there, Dawn? That'd be an interesting thing. It's just like you've got this belt that it's just like, how many people have I triggered today? Bang! There's another notch. There's another notch.
ISO is one notch on my belt. I'm one notch on ISO's belt, right?
Hey,
So we're equal.
I feel like Dawn walks around like, and he thinks like chicks like him. He's like, yeah, she really
Come on,
likes.
stop being dishonest. You're mentioning wrong stuff about lines and conflating it with people that you're annoyed with. So you're the one triggering people.
Yeah, because I have the fresh, awesome ideas that normies can't stand, right?
So now you're admitting to being the trigger, right?
So are you admitting that you got triggered?
What he said about lines was not incorrect, Dawn.
It is incorrect, Globus. Have a look at the road in the chat.
Okay, but the term
Get
you're
on my
looking
level.
for.
Get on my level. A road,
All right.
you don't turn left and right. You're driving straight, right? But you're going over
You're going
curves.
up and
So
down.
it's now straight and curved.
All right.
That's a line.
Let me speak, please.
I
So-
don't know.
Get on my level, Globus. It's just semantics, and it's just not to be wrong.
Semantics is words and their meanings. Every single argument
Earthers
is
are
a
bad at it,
semantic
and I'm
argument.
correcting you. Get on
All
my
right,
level.
so the term you were looking for, Dawn, was a geodesic.
It's a straight line. It's a straight road, a type of line.
The
Can it be
term
seen
you
as a
were
line?
looking for, with your example, is a geodesic.
It's a straight road. Yeah.
We don't describe those lines.
Yeah.
We don't describe those lines on a sphere as a straight line. They would be a geodesic.
Okay, so you want to use the word geodesic? That's fine. I'm happy.
Well,
with
it's not that I want to use that word. It's the word that has to be used.
I'm going to use the word line.
It's not that I'm
And
choosing.
If I'm describing it as straight, I will happily use the word straight and line in the same.
Well, you
sentence.
can describe it incorrectly if you like, but you can't correct other people on it if you're going to do that.
I can. Because
Well, you can
geodesic
if you
is a
like,
fancy
but I mean,
word for a straight and curved line.
it's not a fancy
Yes.
word. It's the correct terminology. If you want to correct someone or try to
Okay,
get
Globus,
one up
next
someone,
time, next time I want you to
Yeah.
come in and correct the flat earthers and say what you mean to say is geodesics. You believe in geodesics, but you don't want to call them straight
no,
lines. Yeah? You need
that's
to
what
come in
you
and correct
wanted
them.
to say, Dawn. That's what you were trying to. That's the point you were trying to get across.
Well, you should have helped me instead of helped me.
Well, I was
afterwards.
busy, and I'm helping you now.
Talk to the
Yeah,
flat
say
earthers.
thank you,
They're the
man.
ones saying
Yeah,
wrong
exactly.
things.
No, it was
Be
you
quiet.
actually.
They're denying types of lines, Globus, and they couldn't find the right word, so you needed to help them.
Well, you being the globe proponent, you should know these terms.
So I don't care about the fancy geodesic word. I call it a straight line.
Well, Don, okay, a line that if you're on a globe Earth and at your feet, the line that goes out from your feet and hugs, the curve of the Earth and goes around the Earth. Do you call that a straight line?
Yes.
Wow.
Because it's straight. Yeah. From where I'm looking at it, it's straight. Yeah.
Because it's not moving horizontally?
Because it doesn't go left and right, and it follows a straight line on one axis. No deviation. I also call it a curved line, so I'm not crazy. But when I'm referring to its straightness, I call it a straight line because that's what it is.
Hey, Dawn.
You need to refer to the straightness of a line. You call it a straight line. Yeah? You can call it a geodesic when you're being fancy nerd.
See, I don't have time for the Globe Earth Society, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have time for your backward ideas, dude, and your inability to use language and your aphasia and all the rest of it.
I don't have time for people that deny that curved lines can be straight on one axis.
Don't get hung up on it.
Yeah, get off Discord, maybe.
Live life, man.
I mean, like,
Go
Don.
straight line.
Well, my thing is this: is that, like, I look at it like this is where, just for the awesome flat earthers out there, never forget you're arguing against a group of people who think straight lines curve. Enough said. It's over. There's no reason to debate these people. They're retarded.
And that time can be bent.
All of it, right? Just and men can be pregnant and all the rest of it, dude.
Oh no. Yeah, that was funny the other day when Jeremy just randomly would be coming. Do you think men can get pregnant? Just asking everyone randomly in the chat.
It's a great criteria. You ask it, like, it's like, why would I discuss like the nuance of intricate science with someone who thinks that men can get pregnant, or like, even like hesitates to say that they can't, and goes, well, actually, technically, did you shut the fuck up?
Yes.
We don't have time for the heliocentric society.
Yeah. That's it. You know what I mean? Or whatever. But my thing is that, and the good part is that, regardless of the NPC bots, is that, like I said about that mandates and all the rest of it, if these dickheads were winning, they would never have given us an inch back. So that's what tells you we're winning. And no weapon formed against us shall prosper. So
I mean, look at what they resorted to stop us, né? They censored Flat Earth on YouTube, kicking in the algorithms. They brought in the pandemic. They brought that in. That was Flat Earth induced. That was because they knew we were coming. So, but we're still coming back. I mean, look at last point I made. Look at the two videos that have come out now. Flatten the curve, smack in the jaw. Give me that flatten the curve nonsense, and then level part 2 come out. I mean, we're not going down. You're right. We are increasing daily.
Right, but the issue is this, though, is that, like, there's also this theory, and I do propose this. Like, this is my thing, is that, okay, like, let's say Flat Earth was introduced to further the destruction of America, right, by a bunch of lefty tards, and it came out that way, maybe, right? And they're all, you know what I mean? Like, where it's like, we're going to use this Flat Earth thing to further dismantle the populace. The problem is that all the real heads came to the subject and they were like, no. You know what I mean? Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, constitutional protections, boom, 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 boom. This is what they hate. They thought they could get away with it. I mean, who remembers the wave of flat earthers that was all like, burn it down, to take down the system, get rid of all the racism, and get rid of all the and all the fucking talking points of all these political commies. You know what I mean? And what it is that the flat earthers, the real motherfuckers, stepped in and hijacked their bullshit fucking commie fucking attack. And fucking then they were like, oh, censor it. Censor it. There's too many fucking people that are understanding that the Constitution allows you to be a flat earther. They want you to hate this. They want you to hate the system that gives you the fucking rights that are unimaginable. And then everyone yells at me.
Yeah, but I think, in my opinion, the system was already hated before flat Earth came along. To be honest, you know.
Well, right, and they built that.
Well, America was anti. Yeah.
They built that when Joe Biden made it so that crack cocaine was 10 years in jail. They built the anger. They built all of this fucking rage against the system because it's the one.
Maybe within the US, but I'll tell you now, around the world, anti-American sentiment was well on key. People don't like America for its unilateral movement all the time and going around warring across the fucking earth. So
right, and that's that's what's so cool about fucking cat like Trump is that he's coming in and he's attacking all the pharmaceutical industries and everybody that got us in these fucking wars. That's the only reason I was like, I turned my head to Trump and said, oh shit, this nigga's different, because everybody that actually I hated who was doing all of the shit you're talking about, you know what I mean, hate this guy. Well, why do they hate this? You know, and that's the only thing that made me even dig it was like the idea that all these bastards, these pharmaceutical companies and everybody hate Trump.
Do they actually though?
When all your enemies' enemies, your enemies' enemies are your friend kind of thing. Like, and everyone's realizing, like, there's a movement within our country that is woken up to this fucking bullshit, like, this nonstop war, you know what I mean? Whatever. And like, and they're doing something about it. And I think what they didn't think of was that flat earthers would be a part of that. They thought flat earthers were going to be a part of the burn it down crew. And in reality, we're all over here, like, Bible believing fucking, you know what I mean? Like, or whatever. You know what I mean? We're not their ilk and they can't control it. So they were like, shut it down. But if you talk about burn down the system and fucking all the rest of it, they'll give you carte blanche.
That's what needs to happen anyway, regardless.
Well, see, and that's
Jim, bring it.
See, I think that's part of the old programming. I think when people say this is to burn it down, it's still part of that. You're on the globe when you're thinking that way. You know, in my opinion.
I was already thinking that when I was 19 years old.
Well, I'm torn between both sides of it. Like, I can see the want to pull it down, but I can also see that they've created a system that we can use their own rope to tie them with, that they want to tie us with. And they want us to pull it down because they don't want that ability there for us.
Yes, man. They don't want think of it like this. We've got them tangled up and they're like, here, just cut the rope. Just cut the rope and everyone will be free. No. If we cut the rope, then you bastards will be let loose.
And you burn down this system and you're going to replace it with another system.
Oh, I love that. I love hearing
that. You know what my idea is on that bad.
That system will too get corrupted, Jin. It will too get corrupted because people are people. So we already have a system in place that we all think is broken. So why not just fix or use the system itself, right, to make the system we have better? Because by throwing it out all together and trying to start up with something new, you're fighting a losing battle. You may as well try and change what you think is wrong within the system itself and making that system.
The problem is the numbers.
Okay, when you're finished, I will.
The smaller the community,
I've heard you say this before, but carry on.
The smaller the community, the more genuine you can have as a council, a governing body, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
but it's going to be more
transparent, isn't it? Accountability would be more transparent to me. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
We saw examples of this yesterday when Rukia turned around and said that his community itself has changed its system for the better. it's not as corrupt and all that sort of stuff. He lives in a community of about 10,000 people, which is not a small community
Yeah, it's
at
not
all.
time.
It's not very big either, though.
So you know that's what you got to do. You got to do
Very
this.
small.
You know, so his community have done it. Maybe other communities have done it. So there is already the model which is working. Apparently, the Rukia, you know,
Yes,
ace,
yeah, I can use.
he
If I,
thinks
isn't
it's
it?
a very good system, but it is a system, Jin, that is using the system itself, working within the
Yes,
system.
yes. I understand that. So when I say bring down the system, what I actually mean is remove the people who are not doing the job properly, keep the infrastructure, and I'm still going to be standing by returning money back to the taxpayer in the way of every house would have a solar panel built on it, both sides of the roof, so you can catch it from the east as it goes to the west. So your energy will be free. You will not be worrying about energy. Okay, that's the first thing. And infrastructure, again, will be paid by government. Taxation will be minimal. Minimal. It will not hurt your purse at all. Because the money it's being used, not being used properly. It's been wasted.
Well,
And
that's my
like I
thing with
said,
the idea of if you discharge the national debt, the strength of your dollar would be so much more. This is why I talk about the discharge.
You see that national debt thing? If I'm in control, that national debt disappears instantly with the middle finger to the rest of the look.
Yeah, but that's not how
the
contracts.
rotary bank system. There you go, folks. That's what I think of that. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye.
How do you think? Do you think like here's the thing is that the thing is that like there's somebody is like said that they would pay like you can't renege on a contract you're a party to.
I most certainly can. That system, that thing was brought about without our consent anyway. So that's gone. Children who are born have no place in paying the debt that they didn't bring about. So no, it's got to go. Totally unfair, unjust. They did it for their ends. Didn't help the people. You suffered for it. You suffered. They gained, and then you're left with the
What an
bill.
original idea.
No.
To ask about this though, this whole debt thing, right? What is it? Whatever it is, right? Is this supposed to be owed to China, right?
Well, check it.
No.
The thing is that it's actually owed to all of us individually. Anybody who's under the IMF who gave over a birth certificate, they are like
because that's where the debt is backed by the birth certificates of the people, the labour of the kids that haven't even been born yet.
No, check it out. The birth certificate.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Though. Hold on, please. Hold on. The birth certificate itself is an indented deed. Okay, so that deed is either for land or for gold.
What do you mean by indented? Please, sorry, just.
Well, it actually, I mean, I know on my birth certificate, I've seen some that actually don't have the indentations, but technically they are what's called an indent. No, just the birth certificate. There's a live record of birth. That's something different. And then you get a birth certificate. A birth certificate is the bond that the government has given you because it's a piece of paper worth a certain amount. And then you, as your parents give it over to the state so that the state can give it to the Federal Reserve to print money to put into the marketplace that you can go work for. The issue is that the United States and its employees, the United States citizen, or this is the same in every other country, but the United States citizen is technically an employee of the United States. The United States is bankrupt and owes. Therefore, that's why people say every child born owes $200,000 or something. But in reality, that child owes $200,000 to itself because there's what's called capacity. So you have like the capacity as being like, a child of God, and then you have the capacity as a citizen. And the capacity as a child of God is much grander than the capacity as a limited citizen. But you don't have to necessarily only define yourself as a citizen. You have the opportunity in this trust agreement to be able to recognize that, actually, wait a minute, the U.S. citizen and the United States collectively owes me. Therefore, I'm going to say to the United States, hey, knock this whatever bill off of what you owe me, and we'll call it even. And
right, because we're the beneficiary.
Right. And remember the beneficiary, but remember, it's the beneficiary who's finally realized how the trust agreement works. So there's almost no reason for a trustee anymore because you can handle your own fucking business.
But what would China not have something to say about all this?
Well, that's for the normies. That's for the normies because, and that's why this whole jabby jab shit show has happened. Because for the normies who think that, granted, whatever, for economists who think China owns the national debt, when Trump goes and fucking sues China for what he did to the world economy, it'll nullify what China allegedly owns in debt, which will skyrocket our fucking economy because there's a thing in Jewish banking called the Jubilee. I'm going to go crazy street real quick, but it's true. So like there's a thing called the Jubilee and it's not Gesara or Nasara. Those are psyops, okay? The fucking thing is, in Jewish banking, it's called the Jubilee. In the United States, there's been 3 terms of 70-year contracts. At the end of the 3 terms of 70-year contracts in Jewish banking, there has to be a forgiveness. This forgiveness will be done under the guise that Trump's going to go take the money from China because normies can't handle the truth.
Okay. Anyway, let me just get in there because I'm about to vomit about what you just said there because you don't seem to understand that me personally, if it was me going to take over this nonsense, that all that stuff you talk about is in the bin.
Nobody's asked you to be the president of the world.
We're starting fucking again, mate. So there's none of this. We owe money to anybody. We don't owe anybody any money. But people are owed money, and the government will see to it that the banks are paying for the people's homes with the solar panels and that. You will not be taxed, okay, from your income. That's your money. The only one all we want is a little bit of money from the for the infrastructure and things like that. Minimal. It won't even be. It will be less than 1%. Okay, that's all we ask. That's it. And get on with your lives. Military and stuff. That's all done with. Stop all the massive weapons of mass destruction. We're cleaning up. We're stopping that silly game. You know, we're not going to be playing the game of economy. That stops. It's not about amassing great wealth. It's already there. Just enjoy it. Okay? It's already there. Stop this nonsense. You're going on like you want to play this economy game still. I don't want to play that game anymore. That game is done, dusted, finished.
But on that take, do you think that the current generation of like young people can kind of have that sort of mentality? Do you see that from the young generation?
What do you mean?
Wanting to change the world.
I do see that. You know, in Britain, before I came to Japan 20 years ago, it was already evident that the youngsters wanted to change the world. I mean, I spent 12 and a half years being a youth worker in central London for the disadvantaged and that, yeah? And that's what they were talking about. How do we change the world, you know?
Jin, don't we need a transition, though? Don't you think there's going to be decades of transitioning?
Yeah, I don't know about decades, but there will be a transition in that. I don't know about decades.
Well, like there's still propaganda being fed to the generation of today, right? So there's still ones that are being lost. Do you know what I mean? To the
yeah, but that media stuff, that stuff stops. The media's gone because it wasn't helping us anyway.
But it hasn't yet. That's why Gio's saying it's going to take a couple of decades. You know.
I don't know. Maybe for it to settle down eventually, perhaps. But you know, I think when people see that what's gone on hasn't been conducive to living cohesively and harmoniously on Earth together, once they actually see that through the education that we give, that comes about through history, real education now, they can see that the government is now working for them. Things are going to be, people are just going to be, yeah, okay, let's get on. Let's get this world looking good and let's live together now. So that's going to happen like that. That will grow exponentially quickly. 10 years, you know, and everything should be fine by then. 10 years, easy.
So do we still keep an economy and money, Jin, in your world?
I think that's going to be something that you don't really need as such, really. Economies. Really? Yeah, because it's not about, like I said, it's not going to, hang on, it's not, I do wish I could. Well, basically, you're going to be living on this earth as the Creator intended. Things were already here for us to live on, already for nothing. So if we're going to want to pay for like infrastructure, it's not going to be, because the cost of living is, I'm talking about the reverse. So the cost of living will be down. The infrastructure will be taken care of by the government, and those who have the skills to do that, who have trained, and that education is still there. So you can still be a plumber, still be an electrician, still be a gas fitter, whatever. These things are there to help the earth and people of the earth move forward and keep going.
Do I get financially rewarded for this in your world, Jim?
Well, I mean, if you're looking for wealth and money, then perhaps you're not going to be the type of guy that's going to satisfy. You're going to be grumbling. I reckon so. If you can't see that working for Earth, which means you're working for yourself, is a bad thing. You want to be paid.
Yo, Bandy, he'll give you a good spot in the regime, Doc.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Yeah, because Gene, people do particular jobs, right? Because they want to get because they want to get ahead, right? People don't
that's now. That's now. Yeah, that's now.
Yeah, of course, Gin, now, right? But you're going to need these jobs all the time. You're going to need people to work in mines. You're going to need people to work in tips and cleaning toilets and all this sort of stuff. People don't necessarily want to do these things. But you know what? Some of these fields actually pay really, really well. And people go, you know what? I am going to sacrifice. I'm going to be a FIFO worker. I'm going to fly in and fly out and work on a mine. So I'm going to sacrifice my family life a little bit, right? Because the financial rewards are going to be there for me to now get ahead in my life, and I can set myself, my family up. So you make these decisions because economically it suits you. So now I've got
that will be now. That'll be the now system.
But you're going to need this in the future too, Gene.
Yes, I'm going to need it in the future. But like I said, the jobs will be done, and it's not about amassing a lot of money, because the cost of living is going to be low. So you don't need to amass a lot of money to be rich and to enjoy life. Okay,
Gene,
and the jobs will be done. Hang on. I'm not.
No, I think in a way he's got good here. Like if you think about it. If you're gonna change the world from being people before profit instead of what it is today, profit before people, then what are you going to be in these mines for? Mining materials that you would just have in a huge factory that you'd be selling these products. It's not.
Exactly.
It's like, do you want to change the world or not? Do you know what I mean? It's like, where's the mindset of change? You know, I don't get it. Like, you want to carry on having this
economy thing. Yeah.
Well, whether
this
or not you want your knickknacks or whatever, you still need a home, right? You still need to produce steel to reinforce that concrete. All right.
Yes, that's going to be done. The people will be there to do that.
The people do these jobs, Gin, not because they want it, because there is financial reward at the end of it. That's why they do the jobs, right?
Well, that's right, but that's going to be taken. Look, that's going to be taken away to the point where the cost of living is going to be that you don't need to amass a lot of money to live and survive well. Okay, you don't have to. Funerals will be taken. Let me just finish off. Let me just try and finish off. Let me give you an idea. Let me give you an idea. Funerals, anyone who passes away will be taken care of by the state. The government would do that. Okay, that's for you paying a little bit of tax, and it comes back to you. It's all about living cohesively. You're not going to be stung because someone's died. You know what I mean? You don't have to pay.
You'll own nothing, and you'll like it.
Yeah, in that sense, yes. But the thing is, it's still yours. You still own the earth, because the earth is yours, which is what it's all about. It's your earth. No wars are going on. It's yours. It's not mine. It's not the government, is it? It's your place. You don't need to spend lots of money to live on it. Break your neck trying to amass a whole lot like you're doing now. No need for that.
Jen, always love to hear what you have to say. I have to go, everybody. Good night. But I wanted to say
Dave, mate. Yeah, wicked, man.
You too. Yeah. Issa, I want to mention though, we were talking about some of the things that some of the change in tone on their side. I was hearing somebody mention, maybe in here, was it your Jim? You were saying that Klaus Schwab did change his tone on something, like he was talking about, I don't know, some wording about like the new society or something that was like, or the new adjustment of some sort that was a little bit more along the lines of what they had to accept now, or just, have you heard anything about that, Isa? The latest from Klaus Schwab?
Well, no, that's the whole World Economic Forum, and that's where Trudeau. Right. That's where Trudeau comes from. That's where like all these young leaders come from that are trying to do all the fucking Nazi shit we see that they're doing. And and yeah, they said, you know, the Great Reset. You know, you'll own nothing and you'll like it.
Right.
You know, Klaus Schwab. You know, and that's the thing is that it's like Bitcoin and all the rest of it. Like the lefty rage loves it. Just loves it. Burn down the system. We'll own nothing and just yes.
Yeah, but you will own your own home. You'll own your own home, and you'll own the earth. And when you own it, you want to protect it for the generations to come.
You know what? Check me out. You sound like Colin Kaepernick to me.
Well, whoever. I don't know who that guy is.
The whole system's a slave market, but I want to be in control of it.
I don't want to be in control of it. I don't want to be in control of it. I'm the supervisor. I'm the man with the oily rags, making sure that you people are enjoying your lives as should be from the Creator. We're going to live the best we can, and that's what my job is, to ensure.
My thing is like this: I want a path to and I'm happy that I know it exists. My path to freedom doesn't necessitate that anyone else understands it, other than the judge that I'm talking to if I needed to. Like, I couldn't give a fucking rat's ass, ultimately, what anyone fucking thinks, because this system affords me that privilege because I have individual constitutional protections that save me from the lunacy of the mob of people who can't fucking even use words correctly. So all their misunderstanding is moot when it comes to the actual person that I care about, who I'm talking to. You know?
At this point, you're not living. Let me tell you something. You're not living the best you can with your so-called constitutional freedoms, and you couldn't give a fuck about the ignorant who are not quite savvy on the free man on the land. And I'm more free on this land than you are at the moment, anyway. So look. If we're talking about freedom as such, you haven't got, your country currently is the home of the imprisons and the land of the cowards at the moment. Your government is shitting down your neck. 9/11's happened. It's fucked you up. And I don't hear you saying, let's stop that. Because if I was in America, that's exactly what I would be saying.
Right, but you're not. Man. Right, you're not. You're not, though.
I am saying that.
Are you in America? You're not in America.
Do I need to be? Your country has been around the world fucking everybody up. Your country is an obstacle in people's way.
Yo, can I help you that we're
shut up and listen. Innocent babies by the truckloads have died because of
whoa. You can't be blaming the American people for what their government does. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, yo, can I help it that we're better than everyone else, Jin?
You're not better than everyone else.
Obviously, we are
drugged up, confused bums, man. That's what you are at the moment. Okay,
you're just an angry loser.
That is the reality of America. Uses the most drugs on this earth are consumed by the Americans. 1/4.
But do you not see them as victims then?
I do see them as victims, but
in this
the victims should pay attention to what I am saying. Wake up! They're not woke up yet. If this man is talking the way he is,
they're victims though. You don't see it as America bad. They're victims of the
I can, and I will, and I do, mate. Thank you. Look at the history. Look at the MO. Look at what's gone on. Look. America kills its own soldiers. It poisons its own soldiers. It makes... What's her name? Something Lynch.
No, but Jim, we can only do that.
Hang on a second. Jessica Lynch was rescued by the military because she took it to them. Turns out she didn't even have a gun in her hand. She told the truth. Yeah? Pat Tillman gets killed by his own people, by his own soul. Look, your country is out of control. They took out Kennedy. What a mad place you live in. Stop talking shit and wake up.
Yeah, we're just better than you are, Jen. We're just the greatest nation that ever existed.
I know about your country better than you, fool.
I know you're angry because America's better than where you live. But the thing is,
what about I'm American? I'm a flat earther living on the earth where certain countries are out of control. All right.
You're obviously not an American because you have no
I don't
balls.
need to be an American. I don't want to be an American. Thank you. Fucking, I'm real
We
glad
don't want.
about
Hey,
that.
we don't want you
believe
in.
that one. I'm a flat earther, mate, on this earth who have seen atrocities that have gone on from Britain, Russia, bloody America, Germany.
Write a song about it.
Well, don't worry. I'm singing a song right now. Pay attention, yeah? Mr. Confused.
Dude, just because you're an
country.
angry, not American.
That's correct. I'm angry because your country, and if
right,
anybody's got
you're
any
not an
sense,
American.
that's why there's a lot of anti-American sentiment.
No one in America
because your
cares what you
country
think.
is out of control.
How the
It's
fuck did we get
mad.
here?
And no one in America cares what you think.
Spends 5 times more money on weapons of mass destruction than the
we're
whole
loaded.
of the world combined.
We got more money
America
than
does that 5 times over. What a
Right, because
mad
we have more
fucking
money
country
than you
that
do.
is.
Right, we have
Silly
more
ass.
money than you do because we're more successful. We're more
The
successful.
money is printed
better
by the bank.
looking.
The bank is paid. The bank prints the money, and you carry the debt. You mugs. You're the ones with the bills. Join
Don't be
the
mad
army,
at
get
us. We're just the
poisoned,
greatest
get
nation that
killed.
ever
He
existed.
died with his boots on, so taking it to them. You know what I mean? You're a lost man. You are a lost man.
No, I live in America.
Lost
I
man
know exactly
talking.
where I am.
Lost man talking. You're
Greatest
not as free.
nation in the
You're
world.
not as free as I am right now. You're not as free as I am right now as I speak. I am
No,
more
I'm
free
obviously
than you
freer.
are. You had
How
your
about Jin?
fucking lockdown. Wear
Hey,
your
Jin.
masks.
Hey, Jin, can you own a gun?
I can if I want. Yes.
If you want, what do you mean?
Sorry if I'm shouting.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure on the gun laws in Japan.
What do you mean? How strict are the gun laws in Japan?
Yes, I can own a gun. I can own a gun if I want. Of course I can.
What do you have to do to get it?
Go and get a gun license. That's all. Register with the police. I'm going to own a gun, and then but I can't keep it in my house. It has to be at the gun club. I can't own a gun
right
in
where
my
I
house,
live.
no.
Where I live. Check it out. Where I live right now, I have.
I don't need a gun to live.
So check it out. So check it out. We're
Don't
more
need a
free.
fucking gun. Shut up about the gun.
No, I'm just saying.
Shut
You're
up.
upset that
Gun.
you're not as free
Shut
as
up.
we are.
Fucking gun.
We're more free than
Shut
you
up
are.
with the
Jin,
gun.
that's all.
Put it up your ass with the gun, man. Fuck the gun.
Right? No, I'm just saying we're more free
Like,
than you are.
I don't get where all that hate came
Maybe in
from.
your America,
Like,
you need
why
fucking
direct it
gun.
at American people? Like, it
Fucking
doesn't.
wild west shit. Who needs a
Misplaced
fucking
rage,
gun?
bro.
Shut up. If you need a gun for hunting, fine. You know, hunting for a gun to hunt for food.
Are they going to tell me what I can do
In
with
your
my gun?
country, you need it to protect yourselves. That's why you need the gun, because it's so out of control. Fucking place. Shut up.
No,
Today,
we're just
it's
so
like
good looking.
3 or 4 shootings today already in your country. Out of control. Mad fucking place.
Cry harder.
Desperate
Cry
crazy
harder,
fucking
Jin.
place.
Cry harder, dude.
I'm not crying. I'm not crying. I'm letting you know where you live is a cesspit, and I'm glad I'm not there.
I
I'm
thought you
glad
were
I'm
singing
not
a
there.
song.
You silly ass. America's not. I don't
No,
aspire
I'm
to
just
be an
saying, we're
American,
more free
and
than
I
you
do
are.
not aspire to live in your land. Okay, it's a shithole at the moment. At the moment, it's an out
Jin,
of control
guess who
cesspit.
never asked
At
you
the
your
moment,
opinion?
your
Nobody
country.
asked you your
At the
opinion about
moment, and as for freedom, if
Nobody
you compare
asked you.
America to Japan, for example, the Japanese people are more free than any American on this fucking earth, on this flat
Except
earth
for gun
at
rights.
the moment.
Except for gun
Lockdown,
rights.
your asses were locked down in this hoax fucking virus. But yet
How
the
did this
Japanese
become
who were
America
busy
versus
fishing
Japan?
and
What the
trying to,
fuck
they
is
wore the
going on?
mask, of course, but they were more free, enjoying more freedoms than you did in the land of the cowards, home of the fucking imprisoned. Shut up. Tell me. You don't even know your own ass from your elbow.
Yeah, if only Jin could save us and put solar panels on our roof.
I wish I could. If I could, that's what would happen. Okay?
Right, but you can't
That's
because
what
you live
would
in
be
Japan
happening
and you're not free.
if I could. If I had that power and had that opportunity, that's what I would do to the world. That's me. That's what I would do. I'm not ashamed of that. I will die with that in my heart. Okay? Thank you. All right? Don't think protecting the economy, talking about stupid shit that you go on about, keeping this system going is going to get us anywhere anytime soon. It's just going to be perpetuating the same
your
shit.
1990s
Please
political
talk about
rage.
change. Can you give us your rendition of a real world peacefully?
Hey, you know, Jin.
Do you have that image? Do you have that in your blood? I'm waiting to hear your
Can you
real
let the
change
intelligent
for
people
harmony,
speak?
please. Bring it
Jin,
on.
we love you, bro.
Bring it
We
on.
love you, bro. We love you.
Yeah, bring it on. Yeah, just bring it on. I don't hear it from these people. I'm a
Cool.
humanitarian.
Yeah,
Flat
yeah.
Earther number
Jim,
one.
Jim,
The
first
loudest
off,
flat Earther
no
you're gonna
one
meet.
was talking to you when we were in the middle of our conversation that you joined. And now you've given us a whole bunch of opinions.
Excuse me, I was right here
Nobody
talking
asked.
with everyone. You chose a topic, we're all free to join in. But when you
Right.
started talking, when we were talking about change, your music wasn't very good. I had to let you know that, and I let you know that with the loudest voice because it was shit.
Now my music sucks.
You're talking from a place. You're out of control, drugged up bums over there. Wake up.
Oh,
Fucking
DJ,
wake
spin
up.
that shit.
Yeah, you better believe it. Look, Jim. Even though I was born in England, the
Triggered,
one thing I
Flat
learned
Earther.
was you know you got to look after your family, great, and then your friends and bring them on. Yeah, these people don't know that. They're lost. They're divided, fucked up, confused.
Let somebody else speak.
Please speak. I apologize. Go ahead. Right, go on. Say something. I'm listening.
Don't speak.
Jin is mostly correct. That's what I'd like to say.
And I don't need no reason. Don't tell me 'cause it's flat.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember, I do love the American people. Don't get me wrong. It's tough. What I'm giving you is tough love here. Reality. That's what I'm doing. Why do you think I'm shouting? Because I love you guys is why I'm bloody shouting.
Your version of reality. That's fair enough, Gene. Your version of reality.
It's still the real. It's the real thing, isn't it? Though?
How you see things, and that's fine. How you see things.
It's what's been happening. I only tell you what's been happening. I've seen it with my own eyes.
It's how you see things, Gene.
What I see, it's what I see. I'm not lying. Everything I've said has been the truth. Everything I've said has been the truth. Okay? I'm not kidding here. I'm not pretending.
Have you ever heard that anyone who thinks they're in possession of the truth is mad?
That's down to you in the mad world that you live in. Yes, of course. I've heard that crazy.
Well, again, it also comes down to what you mean by truth, because we can all have our own personal truths.
Agreed.
I feel tired. You might not all know that I feel tired, and you can't feel that I feel tired, but it's true to me that I feel tired.
Oh, yeah. And I'd say, well, take a rest, take a load off.
Oh, I've got a little bit of truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyone else want to share their truth?
Yeah, I just think, you know.
Yeah, men can get pregnant, right? That's the truth.
Well, all right, yeah.
Yeah, it's due in a couple of weeks, guys. Don't worry.
That quick.
Well, no, my thing is that, like I just said, I was just saying, like, you know, I think that, you know, like all I'm talking about is this idea that I don't like, you know, we don't need anyone else. You don't need a collective to be free. And I'm sure you know that, Jen. But like, you know, and I think any attempt to like rile up society to help you be free or help yourself be free, I think is lunacy. You know, and I think in our system that we do have, we have a system where the individual can triumph over everything. Like Benjamin Franklin, he said, like, you
No
know,
one's triumphing at the moment with the pandemic.
Okay, let me finish, though.
Wars have gone on, babies have died. No
Can I
one's triumphing. Humanity is actually suffering at the moment.
That's your truth. That's your
Ukraine
truth.
shit, but that's going
I get
on
it.
there, okay?
I get it. Okay,
Let's
cool.
get it real here.
So like
Please.
Benjamin Franklin said was, democracy is two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. In a constitutional republic, the sheep has a shotgun. So we live in a constitutional republic. Therefore, no matter how many million fucking government agents come my way, if they have denied equal protection, due process, and the color of law, all of them are liable. And that's the beauty of our system, is that the individual just needs to know his business and doesn't need 300 million people to understand it, doesn't need anyone else to get it. All he needs is that one judge who fucking understands it to get it. And that's the cool thing about what I'm talking about, is that there's no need for you to go out and, you know, raise up your community to do anything. Your community
Unfortunately, it is.
Your community will follow
necessary
you
now
by
because
example. You will be the
not
example.
not everybody knows that. Not everyone is aware of this law.
I understand your adolescent fucking naive rage, okay? What I'm saying is
not
that
adolescence naive rage, it's precise rage from experience
the fact that you
of
can't
watching
shut
your
up
type of
shows that it's an
mentality
adolescent
carry
naive
on and
rage.
carry on and carry on. Yeah, but I understand
Right.
it fully.
The thing is like, so this anarchistic, wet dream, nihilistic fucking, like you're
pessimistic.
it's called.
Hang on to the system mentality.
It was handed to the people. It was handed to the people who've been infected like Jin by Saul Alinsky, who fucking made it
What do you
so that
mean?
everyone.
I don't get it. No, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I don't buy that.
Well,
So
do you know who Saul Alinsky is?
You think
I don't know who she is.
we always had government?
Do you know who Saul Alinsky is?
We
No, I
always
don't know
had
who she
governments,
is.
right?
Couldn't give a shit
We
about
always
her.
had governments. We never had small communities before we had governments. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying small communities have created larger communities that have. That's why our system is what's called.
That's why you got to keep them small.
Can you shut the fuck up? Oh, forgive me. I thought that was.
No, I don't
What do you call it?
care,
Here,
man.
check it. It's like this.
Sorry,
It is
I'll let you
small.
talk.
It is small because we have what's called cooperative federalism. So, like for instance, like a local town is not actually part of like everything has jurisdiction, and like everything is like small groups relating to a big group. That's why I recommend everyone read Cooperative Federalism by Gerald Brown, because he talks about everyone thinks the federal government has superseding authority, when in reality it doesn't. It all emanates from the household out. And that's why the individual, that's why this is our system. They've called it as an experiment in self-government. Because either you're going to learn how to govern yourself because you have all the authority in the world, or you're just going to keep relenting. And what we're looking at in the world today is our generations before us have acquiesced to the point to where it looks like fucking slavery. And I think we still have the unlimited rights, and we still have the means to be able to bark the system back. But it's going to be on an individual by individual basis, and then each one teach one, and then it's going to be leading by example, and that's how you'll change the community. Not by telling them.
I agree with that as well.
Solar panel.
Yeah, I do agree with that. But I also think there is another type of freedom which is out of the system. Not even in like for those that don't mind their own company.
Well, no, but the issue is this: is that like take for instance, like in the U.S., right, or you sound Aussie or something like that. Like it's all crown.
I'm English.
Right. Okay. English. So even better. It's all crown owned, right? Historically, right? And like, all the minerals in the soil actually go back to a contract to the Pope from Great Britain. And seeing as the U.S. lost the Revolutionary War and all these things are actually owned by Great Britain, and then Great Britain pays the tax over to the Vatican, they've already got designs on all that land in some faraway place that you think you're going to go escape to. They've got designs on that. They're like, hey, how you doing? We saw you moved in. Are you going to pay the tax? Because it's called the law of conquest. So they have control over it by power, yes. But the point is that you have the unlimited right to contract. And that's where you can bark them back in an intellectual agreement. And much like I was saying before about the Marines, is that they're going to tell you the whole time, you don't belong, your paperwork's stupid, this is ugly, you're not right, this is stupid. And then when the moment comes when you stick to your guns, they're like, well, okay, you're right. But if you got to really know your business, or else it's a fucking severe consequence. But the point is that if you know your business, they really don't have the authority that they think they have. It's like, and I've only just seen it, like even when, like cops or whatever want to search something, and they come to find out that it's not worth.
Yeah, if you know your rights, your rights. They back off. They'll back off.
Well, and you do it eloquently. You don't do it like some sovereign nut job. You do it like, hey, I'd love to let you search the car so long as you could show me that the traffic stop wasn't you didn't pull me over without probable cause of a crime having been committed, and you may be accepting a penalty for deprivation of rights under the color of law. And then when they go like this, then they go, well, you were speeding, sir. You could say, well, do you mean to tell me one of the honorable judges in this county doesn't know the difference between a crime and an infraction? Because an infraction for a speeding ticket is not a crime. Therefore, you don't have probable cause that a crime was committed. So your fucking traffic stop in itself, point blank, is a deprivation of rights under the color of law, right?
So is that like civil and criminal? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, it's well, think of it like this. You're dealing with an agent of the state who is bonded and insured. Why? And he's bonded and insured because you can't physically fight them when they pull you over on the side of the road, but you can actually sue them. So the state protects itself from this dipshit that they may have hired who's going to go on a fucking rampage. So they're bonded and secured. And so what you're just saying is saying, hey, look, if you want to make a Shozen action and deprive me my rights under the color of law, then like let the record show that it's going to be a $15,000 penalty, and I want the dash cam footage from your vehicle showing that you just agreed to it. And then all of a sudden everyone's like, "Well, wow, have a nice day, sir." And you're like, "Yes, gentlemen." I did it. I've done it twice even. You know what I mean? And I shook their hands and have a nice day. And you know what I mean? Go get the real bad guys, boys. I'm not one of them. And they respected me. Shit,
yeah, but they're always out looking for a target, innit? And as soon as you announce that you know the law,
okay, hold on. All right, hold on.
Not
if you're in a province or a state or whatever like this, right? Just know that your federal citizen is an enemy of that province. For instance, in the United States, we have the Trading with the Enemy Act, where it's stated that all United States citizens are classified as enemies of the states. So therefore, you need a license. Now, hold on. You need a license to move to the state because you're a federal entity. You need a license for a residence. The only proper usage of residence is when a doctor does his residency, and that's because he's not from there and he's going to go away someday, right? So you have a residence in a certain state because you're actually from the federal district as the U.S. citizen, and you're an enemy of the state. So if you commit a crime or something like that, the state government holds you. This is why state private prisons have become such a big deal, because they now get to lien the bond that's being traded on the SEC that you gave them with your birth certificate, and they get to hold you in jail while that money collects.
And this is a nice thing, is it? This is a beautiful world we're living in your America, where you're an enemy of the state.
Did I ask you a question?
Your mother's womb, and now you come out of your mother's womb, and now you're an enemy of the state.
Yeah, hold on.
Can you believe it?
Hold on, Gene. Hold on.
All right, so essentially, like, take for instance, like a United States citizen, if they do something so atrocious, they can give that person, a triple life sentence. Well, what does that mean? Well, what it means is that they get to get the money off the proceeds of that bond for 80 plus years after you're gone, times whatever the life sentence. So they get the proceeds from the United States citizen did such a vile thing in the state that the state is now going to tax the federal government and get proceeds from the federal government based off of the bond that's being traded on the SEC, and it's going to go to the state instead of the United States because one of their employees did some dirt in their state.
Yeah, and there's no good trying to say that this is just all
the only
American.
thing. No, I will.
Here's I'm not done. To England, it's just been moving across the world.
Well, no, it's everywhere since they have the IMF. Anything under the IMF is run like this, in my opinion.
No, but I mean, like the headquarters, not the headquarters, but the control room, should I say? It's now in America. Right? It used to be in England.
The only control room I need is the judge, because remember, the judge sits at the bank, right? The bench. Bench is Latin for bank, because you're doing banking, and you're trying to you're balancing the books. Remember, there's a charge on the person, and it's a system of checks and balances, which means banking. So, like, it's like all I'm trying to say is that you could potentially discharge the obligation for the crime that your fucking citizen committed to the state by settling the banking with the judge. Therefore, if you were to handle the
paperwork, are you talking about like a legal bribe here?
Yeah, you're talking about a legal right. Yeah, you have a right to unlimited contract. UCC 9210, UCC 3603. UCC 9210 is request for tender or request for statement of account. Where's the bill? UCC 3603 is you have the right to discharge it. And it says when tender of payment is made to the one entitled to enforce the instrument and the tender of payment is either accepted or refused, there's discharge. So if you were to take their bill, sign the back of it, hand it back to them for discharge, if they accept it or refuse it, it's considered discharged. You can't lose.
Not everybody knows what you're talking about, number one. The system is hooky anyway, right? And like I said, your system, that thing you've got there has to go. The Constitution is nice. We can keep that. Represents a little bit of freedom. But that's for this...
Michael, your hot mic.
Got this silly little entity and all that. That's got to go. Legal fiction.
Why does he do that?
Hot mic, Moyoc. Go, guys.
Yeah, I just think it doesn't sound like harmonious living the way you've got to go
Okay,
through hoops to live.
so here's the cool thing, right? Is that this is something that an individual can do. Doesn't need any help from anyone else. Doesn't need whatever. It's a matter of handling your own business without concerning like the general, like trying to convince somebody of your point. The judges understand these principles. Judges understand contract law. You know, contract law.
People don't know it though.
I'm
People
not talking
don't
to you,
know
Jim.
it though. They have
You
to.
know, I get
People
it.
don't know. Well, I'm asking you. People have to learn this, so they're going to have to learn from somewhere and get educated on that. They
That's not a
don't know
question.
it. You might know it. Lucky you, and you're still not as free as I am. But still, all I'm trying to say is that people need to learn this stuff, and it's all shit anyway. It's not a conducive living if you have to do all this learning, all this legal shit to live in a corrupt system. No. Get rid of it.
Jin, so I'm not talking
okay?
to you then. Jin, fine, that's fine. Just dismiss everything that I'm saying. Just consider it that we're not.
Well, I'm
I'm not
listening to
telling
what
you.
you're saying, and I'm
Right, but
trying to bring.
I get
I've got to add my piece to it. Why I disagree with it. You're going to hear it as you're telling me what you think is good. Okay, that's what it's all about here. We're
Then
having a friendly
are you
debate.
really that free if you feel the need to comment?
Well, of course I am free, but I need to comment to get others to be free. That's why I'm speaking.
Right, you need a
I'm the only one
collective.
speaking
Right,
about
you need a
trying to
collective.
reverse. I'm the only one that's saying
Ah.
if we can make. Well, let me just finish this. If the governments of the world can spend the money and put a debt on your back for weapons of mass destruction and other corrupt things, then it's good to be able to return that money back to the people. That's what I'm saying. Okay, that's what I'm saying. If I'm a fool, naive, whatever, okay, but that's what I want. Thank you.
Keep at it, Jim. We've got to slowly push and pull down this stupid government cuckery. It's called slavery. It's not healthy.
Did you get bored trolling? Did you? You got bored.
I'm agreeing with Jin. Jin's against some resistance by people that are trying to preach slavery and that they want to be a slave, and I have to say I agree with Jin.
Right.
And
I don't want to be
stupid.
governed. I don't want to be a slave. Exactly. Come on, man. Sing the right songs, will ya?
This isn't Israel or Iraq anymore. This is the new world
the
now.
yoke of slavery.
I think Dawn just chooses the right times to be controversial.
He's a nice man.
Dude, you can't belittle all my statements by saying, "Oh, he's trolling again. Oh, he's just being controversial." Just because it triggers you that I might disagree with you and have a strong opinion.
I'm just making
you cannot belittle me because I'll just say no. I'm being serious. Sorry.
You think you're triggering me?
Well, Jim, what do you think? What I've said?
No, that isn't me triggering you. That's me telling you to shut up and listen to my point.
Listen to him.
But Jim, what do you think I'm saying? You think I'm mad in what I'm asking for? Am I mad?
No. I just think Dawn's come in to jump on the most controversial topic. That's it. That's
it is controversial because you're happy being a slave sometimes, maybe.
No.
You're not brave enough to agree. That's why it's controversial for you.
I see it from both sides. That the system
you
they create.
You got one foot
if you
in
let me
slavery
talk,
camp.
then you might be able to hear something. But
one foot in slave master.
You can talk. That's fine.
It's going to be controversial. Sorry.
You're a slave to your beliefs, Don. That's what you are. And
I admit that. You all are.
I actually thought that's why you came in, because Issa was talking about having a conversation, and Jim, sorry mate, there was no need for you to come in there. You were telling him, but people have to learn this, and Issa was just trying to explain it. And so you were actually stopping him, telling him people needed to explain to, and he was in the middle of just explaining to him. I find the subject very interesting as well.
I mean,
I know. Okay. Well, if that's how you feel, fair enough. I know the subject very well anyway. But yeah, I know it. That's fine. That's why I said people need to learn this. Okay, and I agree with that. People need to learn it, but we don't have to live that way.
He was in the middle of.
My point is, we don't need to live that way. There is a better way than that.
Yeah, but let people choose that. You can comment on when he'd finished explaining it. I'm sure there was a few people interested in that. And Dawn doesn't agree with that.
Yeah, Dawn
doesn't agree with that. So I thought that's why I agreed with Jim
is because Don usually jumps in. It might have been because of the subject he wanted to break down the subject. So I don't know.
I always
Issa, if
talk
you want
about
to carry
freedom.
on,
All I'm doing is joining Jin's team on freedom. I always do it.
Well, I feel a bit bad for jumping on you straight away there, Dawn, because as much as you think that I'm against Jin, I'm not. I'm torn because I want to tear down the system, but I also see the possibility of tearing, hanging them with their own rope. It's there in the law.
I'm with you. All I was commenting on was you trying to belittle all my statements by saying I'm just being trolling.
Yeah, I know. That's why I apologise for saying as soon as you spoke, saying, "Oh yeah, you're just trolling again." So, yeah, I apologise for that. I didn't mean to. But yeah, like I see it from both sides. Like, yes, it's a corrupt system, but yet they want it. They want. It's almost like they're trying to corral us into riots and shit because they want the system to change. They want an event big enough to change the system because we can change things in this system.
It's all played. And if you're a crazy anarchist revolutionist, like me and Jin could be if we didn't have anyone to check us, we would stop thinking, oh, we have to deal with what we've got and we have to change from what we have now to something better. So we have to have an intermediate period where there's half a government and less government, but some government. But the main point is we need to try and get rid of it because it hurts us, right? So if you're not down with that, somehow you need to go and meditate and get it right inside.
Wait, no, say the last couple of sentences.
The end general point is we have to get rid of government because it hurts us.
Right, but you don't always have to get rid. You can rid yourself out of the system, right? And just go live
when you build a fresh
free
house,
life.
if it's full of mold, you have to pull it down before you build the house.
Can I propose something?
You can't build on moldy foundations.
I get what you're saying.
So, like, this is the thing, right? In order to, let's say, tell an officer that they might be denying equal protection, due process of law under the color of law, you have already you have to remove the fear and the what you think, quote unquote, government could do to you in order to be able to do anything that I'm fucking talking about. So once you've removed this stigma that there's some overarching authority figure that has the right to tell you what to do in your mind, right? Because remember, I love my government because I don't suffer from aphasia. Government just means control of the mind, right? Governing of the mind. So anyone who says that they hate government is not in control of their own mind and hates the person who's in control of their mind. So me being
what people mean.
One second, let me finish though. Let me finish. Is that like, if I don't know what everyone means by government. No, because I'd like to use the word properly. So like governing, gubernamentalmente, right? So like,
we
I
mean
love
George Bush talking about the New World Order. That's what we mean.
Can you just let me finish? So like, I love my government, right? Because I control my mind. So when someone comes to me with an offer or something like that, proposing to be some kind of authority figure, and I understand fully where they reside in that system, I can address them appropriately. Now, in order for me to even be able to see how to address them appropriately, in my mind, I had to abolish the effect of what that institution has done to everybody. So in order for me to have that will to use my constitutional protections, I have had to destroy the institution from my mind, which is what you're trying to get at. But the problem is that we look at it in a collective societal way instead of as the individual removing any notion that this institution has power over you by reading its books and realizing that the men who created the system understand mankind so much, they created a system so that a smart man could see his way through it.
I agree that is a way, but I don't think that will help or stop people being hurt by the current system.
That's not my point.
That's right.
Well,
That's
I don't
our
know.
point.
I think there's an argument against that because there are quite a lot of people that try to get, especially like in law, where you've done it yourself, Issa, where helping people get off of certain cases, right? Is that not helping people?
Yeah.
Right.
Surely.
Oh yeah, yeah, individually, but it's not. That's not what I mean by people being harmed.
And but then you can further this by teaching people how to do it themselves. So
That's
then
what
you
I'm saying.
empower.
That's got to be taught. Okay, that's fine. But look, it's still not going to stop
But the more people you
the
empower with the
hurting going
knowledge,
on
the
right
more
now.
people can help other people.
Look, things are going on at the moment, and there's more coming. We've just come through 2 years of a pork pie with the jab, yeah, and now people have compromised their DNA and whatever right now as we speak, yeah. So what's coming next? So whilst we're busy trying to learn the legal jargon and get your jump through hoops, I think it's better to just clear that shit out, remove the thing that's hurting everyone. Peace comes, guns down. Let's clean up. Let's start again. But let's not destroy the infrastructure because it's there, of course. I'm not saying that. And maybe some of the framework of government, but it's not going to be known as government anymore. It's going to be known as supervising. We are supervisors. That's all we are. We are lower than the citizens. Hang on a second. We are lower than the people. The people are above me. So I'm helping the people to exist harmoniously. That's what we're here for. We're not above
I don't
you.
want supervising at all. I don't want you to
Okay, well, if you don't want to be supervised, then you can live your life how you want to. You're free to do that. Go ahead, sir. No problem. If you don't need any supervision, fine.
It's the same. You're proposing another system that has checks and balances for a system.
Not really, no. Not really, no.
Yes,
There's no checks and balances.
of course, there's checks and balances. You've got supervision in there, Gin, which is a form of
Yeah,
checks and balances. All right.
Paid for by the state. Paid for by the
Which
state.
we have a form of checks and balances, which we all agree is broken. Right. So you've got to replace a broken system with another form of checks and balances that it too can get broken.
I don't think you fully understand that, so that's why you're saying that, because it's not going to be one of like, did you not hear me say that you won't be paying income tax for starters, because the cost of living is going to be right down. So the money you earn will be yours, and what tax you pay, which will go towards the infrastructure, will be less than 1%. I think you'd be okay. Less than. I don't think there's going to be a problem. Remember, we're looking for peace, not war. So weapons of mass destruction and the money that comes up from that will be obliterated. It's not going to be around. Do you understand? It's peace, harmonious living. But we're still going to need security. I'm not saying we're not going to need security. We will use some of this technology to aid security. So when people try to wreck the system, they'll be caught and dealt with leniently. It's not going to be an autocratic, because people are still confused. You're still confused. You're exhibiting from the old system. Yeah, this is freedom here now.
I don't think that you've actually done the research to say my tax is only going to be 1% for starters.
Well, I'm just giving you just as a basic start. We can do the maths when the time comes. Okay, fucking hell. Allow me, please. Allow. Give room for scope here. Give me some redundancy.
You sound like a 13-year-old economic,
sorry, don't insult my
and you won't have to clean your bedroom.
You sound like
I don't have to tuck in my
slave. You love the slave master, and you love your system, right? And yet you are not free, sir.
I'm just reasonable, Jim.
If I've got this 13-year-old mind, then there's pure innocence in
hey, yo,
that.
and you can eat ice cream whatever you want.
I'm freer than you right now.
Whatever you want.
I'm freer than you right now. I'm freer than you
comes
right
from
now.
within the mind, Gin. That's where freedom
freer
is,
than
and
you
that's
right
where
now.
freedom. Well, look, I would
I'm
argue
freer than
that
this man.
actually that you think that you're freer than me. I would definitely
I'm
argue
freer. I'm freer than most of you at this moment in time right now. Your country, you're being smacked on the look. You're being smacked. You've got an autocratic system fucking you up the arse right now. America, same. Don't be silly. You are not enjoying more freedom than the Japanese people, for example. You're not.
I am very
okay?
free. I
You're
am very
not.
free, Gin. Yes,
Thank
I
you.
am.
Shut up. Get out of here
You
with
shut
that
up.
shit.
I am very free.
Don't tell me you're
I'm probably
I'm
freer than
more
what
free
you
than
are.
you, and I can make that statement. I am
Freer than
more
what you
free
are.
than you. What are
No,
you
I'm
talking
freer
about?
than you, Gin. Oh,
You are
Jimbo.
not, son. Sorry, you're not enjoying the freedom
Definitely.
like I am, mate. I'll
100%.
tell you that much.
No, I'm freer than you.
Yeah, right. I'm freer than you are, mate.
I'm
On
sure.
this world,
I'm
on
sure a
this planet.
bushman is much more free than some metropolis living Japanese. You know,
Bush is a scumbag. You ain't got a clue.
yo, big up to
All
all
right,
the
don't be
bushmen out
silly
there.
now.
Hey,
Mate, what's
Jin.
going on down here?
Did you go fishing this morning, Jin?
I could have done it, but I went for a 3-hour workout cycle and exercise in the park today.
Hey, Jin, do
That's
you wear
what I did.
spandex and a helmet when you go bike riding?
Say that again.
Have you been spying on
Oh,
him?
is that a yes? Is that a yes? Are you wearing spandex?
I didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear what you
That's not
said.
very
Sorry.
free, Jin. That's not free, Jin. Where's the spandex?
I didn't
You're
hear
very
what you
limited.
said, mate. I didn't hear what
I
you
said when
said.
you. I said when you're wearing spandex and a helmet.
I don't wear spandex, mate. Oh well, I do wear lycra.
Hey, yo, guys, like, what is your favorite brand of spandex? Like, and what size do you guys wear?
Oh shit! To the bike riders out there, what's up?
Yeah, I don't ride. I don't wear spandex.
If I do
But
jujitsu,
what do
I wear
you
spandex.
use?
Preferably Hayabasa.
Oh, nice. Can you send me a link?
Yeah. Bamboo spandex. Right? It draws the sweat away. Right? No chafing.
Oh right, nice.
A lot of splinters.
The fancy.
So you don't get any no heat rash then. I see that'd be good. Yeah.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
just me
no
that
splinters.
uses the speedos then, right?
Yeah, the budgie smugglers.
and Vaseline and lots of Vaseline.
Hey, yo, wait, what do you guys use Vaseline for?
It sounds like. Is this high?
To make things run smoother.
Yeah, it is, Bandy.
It is high. I thought I'd recognise the voice. You've come in under a new account, or you've changed your name, High.
Change the name.
Look, your mate,
sneaky.
yo. Or have you come on your own this time?
Yeah.
Because I
What's
want
with the name? What's with the name Jessica? Is there a meaning behind that?
There is.
Is she who you go riding your bike with?
What? I go riding my bike with Pet.
So what do you bring for us today, High?
All right, so I'm a Glover. Like always.
No, you
Mute
don't
him.
say.
Mute him.
You don't say.
How are you gonna mute me for being a Glover? Like,
No one wants to hear it, man. Glover's dead.
It's
We're
not
talking
dead.
about what's beyond. Now that we realise it's not a globe.
It is a globe.
Yeah, no, well, it's not. That's the whole point,
But
mate.
it is.
So your opinion is invalid instantly.
Have you got a new, interesting, exciting, fun?
You see, your opinion's invalid.
But I'm freer than you.
Dawn
I'm
loves
freer than you.
your observation of a boat. He reckons that's your number one.
Did I?
So far, do you
Oh,
have?
yeah,
Do
yeah.
you have one? Do you have one to beat that? Do you, High?
Say that again. Your mic is shit.
Dawn loves your observation of the boat.
Yeah.
Going over an apparent horizon, right? He loves it. He reckons that's your number one.
From the boat, seeing no horizon. I mean, no
Yeah.
shore.
Right. Do you have another one?
I don't need another one. That's all I
That's
need.
it. The fact that you can't see the shore.
Well, why do I need something
from the
else to
boat.
tell me?
Well, I don't
Yeah.
know. Okay.
But what explanation do you have there? Do not talk over me.
It's good to have a few, Jessica. Like 2 or 3. There's one you could be wrong about that one, and if you haven't got any backups.
I don't need a backup.
Well, I've got 3 or 4. I can make 10 if someone pushed me.
All right.
Wait, how far away are you? We're both in England.
Just far enough. So there's no short.
Yeah, so he couldn't see the shoreline, and he pulled out binoculars and still couldn't see the shoreline.
Yes. So at that point, that means I went over the horizon.
It must be curvy water at that point.
Yes.
Occam's razor.
Say that one more time.
They were saying your mic.
Say that one more time.
He said Occam's razor.
Occam's razor. What the fuck is that?
Yikes.
Damn. Damn.
What?
Damn.
What's wrong with not knowing that?
The simplest answer is the correct one. So if it looks like water's in the way, water must be in the way.
No, it's the one with the least amount of assumptions.
I'm gonna explain this. But if it was a flat plane, then I would be able to see
I can make that work, maybe.
So.
Wrong.
But if it was a flat plane, then I would be able to see it. Wouldn't I, or would I not?
Wrong, mate.
Alright, because look, the thing is, if it was a flat plane, there is no way that there could be a bump there, right? Because gravity would push that down and make it flat, right? So it doesn't make sense. You guys don't have a pushback on that, right?
Sorry, if it was a flat plane, gravity would push down the water to make it flat.
Yes.
Oh,
He's trolling. And get rid of you.
Yeah.
How am I trolling? What is troll?
Interesting.
But how am I trolling?
I was just clarifying what you said, Hi. That's all. I just thought I may have heard it incorrectly. That's all. But no, I didn't.
Why are you trolling, dude? Why are you going silent?
Hey Jessica, what books are you reading?
Right now I don't read books, man. Preferably.
I had a suspicion.
What?
You might
But the
not
thing
be
is, I read when I need to, and I could read, of course. So.
Jessica,
How
about this? Can you spell though?
Of course.
THOUGH.
Hold on, no, how do you spell the number 2?
Bro. Huh?
Come on, bro. How do you spell the number 2?
I'm not gonna say that. There's no point. Like
because you can't spell it. You can't even spell the number 2, bro.
But because
right I would recommend reading.
I have a question.
I'd recommend.
I have a question.
You have a lot of questions.
I have a question.
Bro.
Do not talk over me. 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 I have a question. Okay. I can't ask a question. You guys keep talking over me.
Shoot, bro.
Shoot. Fire away, High. Fire away.
All right, I have a question. So, bro, do not talk over me. Do not talk over me.
Hey,
be quiet.
Jessica.
No. You guys keep talking over me. Listen. All right, because look, just because I don't want to answer something, does that mean does that mean that I don't know it? Right? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, well, like you're trying to prove that I don't know something.
So what makes you think that we should answer anything about the Earth with you?
You don't have to, but you do.
That's like just like straight lines can curve and men can get pregnant, right?
Yeah, if we can't. Well, men can't get pregnant. No.
Oh, there's hope for you yet, bro.
Well, why do you always assume that Globers believe that men could get pregnant? Men cannot get pregnant. Like,
shout it from the rooftops, bro.
What?
I want to know about gravity pulling this bump down.
Ask him about lines curving and being straight.
Bro, you are the guys in school that kids bully for being stupid. Because the thing is, right?
We're the ones that read the books and stuff.
Right. Well, let me explain this. I'm making real life moves. You guys ain't doing shit. You're just sitting here doing this. I'm here on my free time, bro.
Now you're pretending you make money off NFTs, nigga. Stop.
I don't make money off NFTs.
All right, because you sound like one of them. You sound like one of them.
Well, you sound like an idiot. That's what you sound like.
Hey,
I don't know NFTs.
Issa, Issa, real quick.
I'm
I
not
had to
gonna
jump
use that
back
because
in.
your
Hey,
man's over here talking some stupid shit.
Jessica.
Come on.
Hi. Remember me from last night? The other night, you beat me really bad in the argument. Remember how you won when you were in here before? I came in to do you a favor, okay? Issa, this kid actually knows his rights, and he knows things about his rights that don't show anything close to the ignorance he's displaying about the flat Earth discussion. So I'm doing him a favor
I don't need your
by
help. I have to
saying
talk for myself.
he actually knows some shit, and he should learn. I'm going to talk about you in the third person, Jessica. That if you actually look into shit, you can learn, because you looked into what your rights were, didn't you?
I knew that before I came here to talk. So.
Oh yeah, but you just knew that, right? Or did you have to look into it?
Of course, I looked into it. I had to do my research.
Right, and you haven't done that with this subject, so it's not interesting to talk to you about this subject for that reason.
I have done the research.
No, you haven't, and it's obvious. So you're boring.
The thing is, do not talk over me. What the fuck did I tell you?
You're gonna get kicked out, just like you did the other. I heard you on the other server. You got kicked out there. You waited all day over there for 5 minutes. You got yourself 5 minutes after waiting all day over there, and you got kicked out. Was it really worth it? It's gonna happen here if you keep acting like you're acting. You're not gonna last long here, buddy. I'm doing you a favor.
You are not doing me a favor. I don't want to hear you.
All right then. All right. I think Dawn has a question for you.
All right. I tried. You're on your own.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know you did, Dave. But he wants to jump in the deep end. Well,
I tried to save him, but I can't. I'm gonna throw you to the wolves, guy. You're on your own.
Well, there's nothing to say because I know it's real.
Jessica, can a curved line that goes over Earth also be straight in some contexts?
Say that again.
Can a curved line be straight in a different context when describing it?
A straight line can curve, yes.
Cool, man.
All right, a good example of this, right? You have string. You're probably in your grandma's basement knitting or whatever, crocheting, whatever, right? Get a thing of fishing line, yarn, whatever the fuck, right? Stretch it out, pretty tight. And you could bend it, right? It will bend in a circle. So what you're saying does not make no sense at all. I don't.
You agree with me that a curved line of string can also be seen as straight from a different context, from one angle?
Yes.
Yeah, man. This is how we destroy flat Earth, one point at a time.
He does not seem too confident in his answer there, Dawn, at all.
He even gave an example with knitting.
How's that not confident?
You knitting in your grandma's basement.
Dawn PN.
Example.
But the thing is, you guys are throwing out all these insults and not knowing what I actually do in my real life, right? So how are you gonna say stuff that's completely false?
No one has thrown any insults your way, from what I can hear. But
you are
throwing out plenty.
I could though, because I know. Because I know you guys are idiots. You guys think you're geniuses.
And there you go. There you go. Right. Still with more insults, and I haven't heard anyone throw any insults at you, buddy. All right. So back off the insults, and you'll get on just finely. You will.
No, I will not. Because look, I know it's facts, though, and you guys don't, and that's sad.
But anyway.
Gonna make me pick up my guitar and start singing his words.
Okay, Jessica. What's the circumference of the Earth? Circumference, Jessica. If you know, I've got 3 questions for you. What's the Earth's circumference? Do you know?
Why do I need to tell you?
If you know the answer,
I have a question. You're not talking over me. I have a question. So why do I need to know what the circumference is of the Earth to disprove what you're saying?
Well, no, because
why do I need to know that? Why do I need to know that? Why do I need to know that?
You just said.
Answer my question right now. Why do I need to know that? Answer.
Hold on.
Well, you said you know the facts. You said you know the facts. So I'm asking you the question. Just 3 questions. That's all. Do you know the circumference of the Earth? Do you know that? How it was measured?
Formed, right? Because you guys want to feel like you're the geniuses, but you're really not.
Jessica.
And I'm not throwing insults out there.
Hold on, Jessica. Settle down, right? Settle. You're on mute for a second. Now, just settle down, right? Now, some very basic questions have been coming your way. Now, you can either answer them or don't answer them. That's up to you, right? But just calm your farm, mate. Calm your attitude. I'm going to take you off mute now, but calm your attitude, buddy.
Oh yeah.
I would
What's
not
the
calm my
circumference of the
attitude.
Earth? Do you know the circumference? If you don't know, no big deal. You don't know. Do you know the circumference of the Earth that you live on?
Well, why do I need to know it though? Explain that.
Well, because you need to know that. If you know the Earth, you said you know the.
I don't need to know that.
We're just curious whether you know.
But why do I need to tell you though?
No, you don't. It's completely up to you. Like Bansaw said, you don't have to answer. We can change the subject. We'll do whatever you want.
So what I'm hearing is that he doesn't know that it's round. He believes it's round and doesn't even know the information to support it.
I know it is round. Though. I know it's round.
How do you know it's round when you don't even know the information that supports its roundness?
Okay, because I went over the curve of the Earth many times. Like
you think
and
you're a genius,
how do you know that?
But you're not.
How do you know you went over a curve?
Because I couldn't see shore anymore. I used binoculars. All this stuff.
Good perspective, Hans.
I love this argument.
That's the vantage point. The human eye has limitations due to the.
But I use binoculars.
He's literally been over the curve and seen it curve in between. He's literally done it over and over again. You've got nothing now.
Well, I got something now. Still. So.
I'm not.
Yeah, you know what it is, Jessica. You think you're a genius, but you're not.
You are talking to me. All right. Go on with what you're saying.
How far away from the shore are you?
Far enough away. I can't give you the exact because it was years ago. Of course, I'm not gonna be able to tell you 100 miles away or 20. I don't know, but it was far enough to go over the curve, and I couldn't see shore anymore.
What spec with his binoculars?
Bro, they're pretty high powered enough where they're actually really high powered, like they're super big. So
whoa, super big.
Bigger than your dick.
So you expect to see through atmospheric conditions?
Yes.
Really?
It was actually a pretty good, clear day, not too hot,
Yeah, like
not cold at all. Good.
Like when you're close to the shore, you see the shore. So we expect to keep seeing the shore, but suddenly we can't. There's water in the way. Oh my God! I wonder why.
What was the
refractive
index at that time?
And sometimes there's not water in the way, and then it looks like we can see for way farther.
Yeah, sometimes.
You got your little bullshit excuse.
Sometimes.
You got your little bullshit excuse, okay? You want to go by straight up what we can see, you goofball fucks?
A lot of bulges as well, mate.
Occam's razor. It's not bullshit excuse.
Yo, Jeremy.
When we can see the.
You are that one dude. Shore. You do not talk over me. Do not talk over me. I've given you your time to talk. Do not talk.
Man, someone stop this guy. Stop him.
Yeah, bang, you stopped.
All right, so when we can see the shore, and we're farther.
Think you're a genius.
The moron is playing music in the background.
But you're not. Think you're a genius, but you're not.
Isn't that interrupting?
What's that?
That guy is a hot mic. Mute him.
Oh, my mic?
Whoever's playing music in the background is.
I can't believe you unmuted Jessica. He's not talking.
He's not playing. And that's really good.
What?
Man. That was
Say that again?
talented guitarist.
Actually, give us a musical interlude for a couple of minutes, Isa.
Yeah, that'd be nice, but it was somebody talking when he did it. Interrupting him.
I didn't even hear what he was trying to do, but whatever.
You think
because
you're
I got
a
muted,
genius, but you're not. I just think it's funny, man. I'm loving your words, dog. Keep spitting.
In your mom's basement.
I mean, if you guys want to talk, I don't know. I was just thinking. I don't know what you're gonna say. That's gonna be interesting. Forgive me.
But what's inherently wrong with being in a mom's basement? Tell me that, right? So like, what's wrong with being in someone's basement?
I don't know. We don't have
You don't
basements
know.
here.
There is
We don't have
nothing
them
wrong
here.
with being in a mom's
Actually,
basement.
that's a really good place to be, man. In my opinion. I mean, you're saving money.
Why is that?
You're saving money. You're with your loved ones.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a
You
good
see,
spot,
the thing
dude.
is, there's nothing wrong with it.
Kicking back, chilling, happy days.
I wish I could
No,
live in
but you
my
see,
mom's
the thing is, if you still want to engage in that argument, I've already beat y'all. Like, I already got what I need to say. Okay, like, I already beat y'all. Y'all want to be the geniuses. You guys are the ones in school that got the big ego, thinking you guys are smart. You guys are the ones that are always acing those tests, but kids are doing it for you. You gotta pay them because y'all so stupid.
Did you give an answer to the circumference question?
He hasn't.
I don't
it
need
yet.
to.
No, that's fair enough.
I didn't Google anything.
How about the radius?
He doesn't answer questions. He only wants to ask them.
Yeah. What about the
Right.
speed? The
I don't know
rotational
the
speed
circumference of the Earth.
on
I
its
don't know the
axis? How
circumference of the
fast
Earth,
is the
but I
Earth
don't need to
spinning on
know
its
it, though,
axis?
right? So,
Yeah,
but I
you
don't
do
need to
need
know
to
it,
know
though.
it.
I do not need to know it. I do
Well,
not
you
need to
need
know
to
it.
know.
Do you
You said you
understand
knew
me?
all the
I
facts.
do
You said,
not
oh,
need
you
to
said you
know
knew
it.
all the facts.
I
So
do
you
not need to know it.
You kind of do.
In a way,
Know that the Earth is round. Do you understand me?
in a way, you're
You
right.
don't know
the
that.
Earth is
It just
round.
saves
What
you
I
trying
am
evidence
to
do you
right.
have
get
for
rid
it?
of it
I
later.
am right. I
How do you
don't
know
need to
it's
know
round?
the Earth. I don't need to
But
know the
how
Earth's
do you know
circumference
it's
to know
round?
it is
How do
round.
you know
I
it's
know
round?
the fucking
How
Earth
do you know
is
it's
round,
round?
right? I'll
How
put
do you
that.
know it's
I
round?
know it's round.
He doesn't know
How?
anything.
How
You
do you
have
know
to
it's round?
apply. You have to apply
I
critical
know.
thought.
How are you gonna say I don't know anything when I know
Do
something?
you understand the difference
How can you
between
make assumptions?
indoctrination?
This is
How
what
do you
we're
You
know
trying
it's
to find
understand?
out.
indoctrination?
How do you know
You
it's round?
understand the difference of what indoctrination versus education is?
I
Believing
know
versus
what that is.
you know what? Tell me what indoctrination is.
Well, why do I need to tell you?
I can tell you. Do you want me to tell you?
I don't want to hear you. I know what it
Well,
is.
then I want to hear you. I want to hear you tell me that.
But why do you want to know what I know?
I want to know that you know what indoctrination is to make sure that you have your mind made up in the right way.
I know. Just go on what you're saying. I know what it is. I don't
All right.
need your
So
help.
indoctrination is essentially
I know what it
accepting a
is. I
belief.
know what it is. I
So
know
then
what
tell
it
me.
is. I know what it
Tell
is. I
me.
know what it is. I know
Tell
what
me.
it is. I'm not going to tell you. I know
Oh,
what it
you're like
is.
10 years
Go
old, bro?
on.
Are you like 10? You like
Come
10?
on, Jessica. Come on. You either
No.
Jessica. You either want to engage in a conversation.
I do want to
Right?
engage, but you guys are assuming that I don't know
No.
anything.
Hold on.
Right?
Hold
Guys,
on.
just
Right? Hey, calm your farm, buddy. Right?
no. The
Engage
thing is,
in a
what I want
Jessica. Jessica,
is
seriously,
you to.
you're on mute. You're on mute because you are not listening. You
Oh,
are
thank
right.
you.
You have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use them in that proportion. All right. Now you're either here to have an honest conversation, right, and engage with people properly, right, or you're not. Right. The choice is yours. Right. So I'll take you off mute now. You decide which way you want to be.
I didn't hear anything when you were saying you muted, but all right. So the thing is, right? The only thing that I want, only thing that I'm going to need, here, if I don't get that, then I will leave. Right? Is that I don't want you guys asking, "Oh, do you know this?" I'm like, just go on with what you're saying. I don't need you guys to make sure if I know what. The obligation is on me to know it, not you. All right, go on. I don't need you to ask. Do you know what indoctrination means? Like, I know what it means. I'm not 5 years old. I'm mature enough to know. Right? Go on.
So indoctrination is accepting a
I
belief
know.
system
Oh my
without critical
fucking god!
thought.
I don't need to know what it is.
Well,
Go
this is
die.
what you've done. This is the crime you've committed upon yourself.
Anyway,
I'm just trying to help you out, bud. That's all.
you're not going to get
Jen,
anywhere.
You're literally hiding from your indoctrination.
listen, I muted Jin because he's echoing.
Okay.
Just leave him there until he fixes the echo.
All right.
Not like half-ass fixes it.
All right.
Real
Jin,
fixes it.
Yeah, Jin, fix your echo however you can, and then ping us when you think you've got it sorted. All right, buddy.
Did you say penis?
Do you have?
Us.
I know.
Ping.
Jin, perhaps try using some earphones. That should sort it out if you can, if you have access to.
Jessica's tagging everyone. That's a troll.
You got to apply critical thought in anything you're doing that you're willing to accept as knowledge or your belief. If you're not doing that, you're not being honest with oneself. Mic check.
Yep, you're right, buddy. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, good morning, everybody out there.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Good afternoon.
It's almost midnight, mate.
Good afternoon.
How are you feeling this morning, Jeremy? You grumpy or?
He's had his breakfast. Have you had your breakfast, Jeremy? That's the big killer. That's the
true.
telltale sign.
No, I'm waking up to this Jessica person, Jen echoing, all that chaos in the room.
That's all right.
Gin
What up,
Echo, the
Jeremy?
bane of your life, right?
Gee, Jessica High is a feisty one.
Was it crazy last night, Banza?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy, actually. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was good.
Yeah, it's quite fun.
So over on the other Pseudoverse Science server, we're talking about trying to legitimize the flat Earth community by creating a formal foundation where we can legally accept donations, essentially being like a nonprofit organization, and
Like a religion.
to essentially try to bring the attention to the argument further to the public sector. I don't know if anyone's interested in becoming a part of that, but that's what we're trying to put together.
I heard about one of the English guys doing a bit of activism.
It might have been Pazza C. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
The problem
Yeah,
is,
he's a Glober, but he's actually pretty intelligible and willing to help. So
Yeah, look, I reckon you can approach the fact that the Earth isn't a globe without it being flat per se. Like, instead of people reckoning that it's a flat, like, plane in itself objectively, we've got to realize that it's just not a globe, and then approach it from a different perspective with dimensions in mind, true quantum science, which is all real. It's all out there. Quantum mechanics proves it all.
I don't know about that. Quantum mechanics is essentially just a bastard child of materialism and quantum relativity combined.
Well, it proves that observable physical reality, like, is all consciousness based. So it's not a bastard child. It creates standard physics.
Do you think it's just consciousness based, or do you think it's physical, but then we have to interpret it through our consciousness?
It's physical, but we're in tune to it.
Okay, yeah.
And we're enslaved to it. Like,
I have to ask you, do you agree with me then that people can have separate truths and they're both true for the two different people at the same time?
Of course, because reality is entirely subjective, isn't it?
Yeah, man. I can tell that to a flat earther on a good day.
Well, I already said that I felt tired, and that was my truth. That maybe not everyone else feels.
Indeed.
Truth
And that's
doesn't have to
everything.
truth doesn't have to mean the same thing as the very correct, accurate description. It can mean what I think.
No, but I didn't want it to be vague.
Yeah, but why not an explanation? I mean, descriptions are very vague and loosely interpreted. This is the ultimate crux of what science is supposed to be doing, is giving explanation as to the hows and whys of the said phenomena, not loose interpreted descriptions based upon mathematical assertions. This isn't doing science.
All right, you're still on about quantum, right?
They're hiding the truth from us, mate. So they're not going to give us the answers.
They're hiding the explanation. I mean, science is yet to explain one single thing. Everything they give you is all premised off of mathematical assertions, and in doing that, they're giving you descriptions. That's all that math will ever do, is describe the nature of the phenomena, but they'll never explain the nature of the phenomenon. This is the purpose of science.
Right, mate.
I'm glad you agree. I mean, it's only logically applied.
You got to get into occultism, the esoteric, Gnosticism, realize what it really is, and then you realize the demiurge, mate, it's feeding off our souls. This physical reality we inhabit is a fucking prison.
You sound like
we
you
can
kept
make
hanging out
it
with
good because we
Finland.
create it. No, this world can't exist without the good within us.
How do we protect ourselves from the demiurge feeding off our
I
souls?
believe it. I think it can only happen when your body passes. I don't think you can really, once you're physically alive. Like, how good's this? At least we actually have the chance to pass away after, like, naturally 80 years, or you die and then you pass on. Like, imagine if we were stuck in this realm of suffering, but you could just never die.
Yeah.
So fortunately, there's like a law in that way where you do get a chance, and it's only temporary, but you got to use your chance while you're alive. Play your cards well, so when you die, you know what to do after that, and not fall back into reincarnation.
Oh my God.
That's how I see it. That's how it is, man. So all that said, it's not a globe, and you just gotta, awaken as many as you can and just avoid your own suffering at
What
this
if
point.
it is a
It's already
globe
too
for
late.
me? While it's not a globe for you, what if it is a globe for me at the same time?
Well, it's all a hologram, so it can be both. If the math says so, then sure.
But
You know what I mean? Like,
you'd like more people to agree with you.
of course, I reckon once you realize it's not a globe, you realize that it's all a lie, and then after that, you realize it's all been a trap.
Yeah, it can't help with that. Yeah. I think the best course is to think about the globe being a lie, realize it's all a lie, and then realize it's a globe as well as full of lies. That's the best path.